This girl was set up by her best friend, sent to a stranger's bed, and abandoned by her boyfriend of many years, even kicked out by her family. Yesterday was Gu Cece's 23rd birthday. She wanted to give her most precious first time to her boyfriend Zhao Zigong before he went abroad. Her best friend Xiao Ye gave her a room card, telling her that Zhao Zigong was waiting for her in room 1216 at the Hilton Hotel. Who knew that when she woke up, she found herself in the arms of a strange man? Gu Cece was instantly stunned. Who was this man? Why was he here? Where was her boyfriend Zhao Zigong? The man, hearing this, had a look of contempt on his face. This was clearly his room. She even investigated the room number so clearly. Wasn't it just for money to sleep with him? Couldn't she find a better excuse? Gu Cece broke down crying. I don't want money. Where is Zhao Zigong? This can't be real. The man was stunned by her reaction. He felt she wasn't pretending. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Last night, he had clearly arranged to meet his girlfriend Xiaoya. When the person came in, the perfume smell was also the one Xiaoya always used. How could there be a mistake? He had to suspect that they had both been set up. Just then, Xiaoya called. She said she received a last-minute modeling invitation from Milan last night and couldn't stay to accompany him. So she specially sent him a gift as compensation. This gift was carefully chosen by her, and she was even a virgin. How was the experience last night? In Sikin was so angry he laughed. Having such a thoughtful girlfriend, how could this feeling be wrong? At this time, Gu Cece was still immersed in sadness, crying uncontrollably. She didn't understand why this happened, but she was determined that no matter what, she absolutely could not let others know. She immediately rushed into the bathroom, frantically washing away the sinful traces on her body. In Sikin directly wrote a check for 5 million. The check was to settle last night's affair, but he required Gu Cece to take the check and absolutely not tell anyone about what happened between them. Gu Cece cried in humiliation, encountering such a thing and still using money to insult her. She really wished this was all a dream. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Gu Cece suddenly perked up, thinking it must be Zigong coming back. She immediately rushed out, not even bothering to put on clothes, just wrapping herself in a towel. She still held a glimmer of hope, thinking he must have gone out early in the morning, which was why she couldn't find him. And that stranger must have just entered the wrong room by mistake. But when she opened the door, she found it was just the hotel staff delivering breakfast. The beautiful fantasy shattered. Gu Cece shed tears of despair. In Sikin was leisurely eating breakfast. He reminded her to remember to take the 5 million check. Gu Cece gritted her teeth in anger at his words. Who will want his money? She immediately changed into her clothes and fled. If this was a dream, let her wake up quickly. But she knew clearly that reality had happened. Everything couldn't be undone. She didn't know how to face Zigong in the future. Gu Cece walked on the street like a lost soul. Her boyfriend suddenly sent a message asking why she didn't come last night. My plane is about to take off. We'll talk about everything when I get back. Gu Cece couldn't help but suspect that Xiaoya had given her the wrong room card. She hurriedly called her, wanted to get things clear. But Xiaoya's phone was already turned off. The once beautiful past could never return. Gu Cece was devastated. She didn't even notice she had walked into the middle of the road and was almost hit by a large truck. Fortunately, the driver braked in time to avoid an accident. The driver was both shocked and scared, angrily cursing. If you want to die, don't drag others into it. Gu Cece was still in shock when Zhao Zigong's mother suddenly called. She arrogantly said, Zigong has been sent abroad by the company for further studies. When he returns from abroad, his value will naturally be different. I hope you can leave on your own and stop clinging to our Zigong. Moreover, this time Zigong went abroad with another girl. Her family background and education match Zigong very well. Our whole family likes her as a daughter-in-law. You're just a country girl from the countryside. You're not worthy of our Zigong at all. She hung up without waiting for a response. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Heavy rain poured down. Gu Cece was drenched in the rain, her body cold, but her heart was even colder and more desperate. Like a withered rose by the roadside, crushed and shattered, Cece wandered aimlessly in the rain, lost and dazed. By chance, Insikin drove by and saw her condition, but he just drove past with a cold face. After all, she was just a scheming girl who wanted to climb into his bed. Faced with such a situation, Gu Cece took a few days off from work. At this moment, she especially missed home and wanted to go back to see her mother. But as soon as she reached the doorstep, she heard intense arguing from inside. Gu Cece's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that her mother was being bullied by her grandmother again? She anxiously pushed open the door. She saw her mother kneeling on the ground, and her grandmother forcefully throwing a stack of photos in her face. Pointing at her, she cursed, "Slut." As expected, you can only raise a little slut. Look at your good daughter, so young and already going to hotels with men. Gu Cece took a closer look. Those photos were all indecent pictures of her and Een Sikin naked and embracing. She was stunned, not understanding how this had reached her family. At this time, her grandmother became angrier as she cursed, "Useless woman who can't even have a child. Adopted bastard from outside. As expected, you're no good either." Saying this, she picked up a cup of boiling water and threw it. Gu Cece was instantly shocked and quickly rushed over to protect her mother, crying out in pain as the hot water scalded her. Her mother tenderly stroked her little face, repeatedly asking if she was okay and if it hurt. Seeing her, the grandmother became even more furious. She threw the photos in her face again. "Someone sent these photos to our home today. Look at them yourself, you lowborn trash." Before she finished speaking, the TV suddenly cut to a news report. This morning, the heir of a film and television fortune was caught on camera in a hotel room with a woman. The screen showed images of her and Een Sikin naked and embracing. The grandmother trembled with anger. She picked up her cane and started hitting and cursing. "It's a sin. Even going to a hotel room can make it on TV. How could our Gu family raise such a slut? Get out, all of you." The girl was set up and lost her innocence. The indecent photos even made it to the TV news. Her grandmother hit and cursed her, wanting to drive her out of the house. Her weak mother would cling to her grandmother's legs, crying and begging for mercy. Her indifferent father ignored her and her mother's pleas for help. Such a family made her feel desperate to the point of suffocation. Gu Cece could only focus on her work, but at the company, she always did the most yet was always overlooked. She was constantly ignored. That day, the CEO suddenly made a grand appearance, wanting to hold a board meeting at the company. Colleagues pushed all the work onto Gu Cece, scrambling to go and observe the CEO's arrival. Een Sikin, the heir and CEO of the film and television conglomerate, was as handsome and cool as ever. Gu Cece was walking towards him carrying a thick stack of documents when she suddenly felt her blood sugar drop. Feeling dizzy, her legs gave way and she fell forward. She fell straight into Een Sichin's arms. She wanted to apologize but gradually lost consciousness. Everyone was instantly stunned. The CEO, known for avoiding women, was actually holding Gu Cece, that clumsy girl. Een Sikin looked at the person in his arms with surprise. He quickly asked someone to call an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Before he finished speaking, he picked her up and rushed to the elevator. After putting her in the ambulance, Een Sikin returned to the company. He saw employees whispering behind his back, slandering Gu Cece. He immediately glared at them sternly. The employees were so scared they quickly knelt down to pick up the scattered documents, not daring to say another word about Gu Cece. At this moment, Een Sikin also recognized that Gu Cece was actually an employee of his company. He suddenly felt a spark of interest. He came to the company this time to discuss cooperation with a Korean company. The Korean chairman was someone who valued family greatly. He believed that only those who know how to cherish and manage their families can be long-term partners. Een Sikin also prided himself on his strict upbringing and that he valued family very much. Just then, the hospital called to congratulate him on becoming a father. The doctor had confirmed that the female employee was 6 weeks pregnant, and the baby was very healthy. 6 weeks was exactly that night. Een Sikin almost lost his composure upon hearing this. But under the gaze of his business partner, he managed to maintain his composure and glossed over the matter. Finally, they reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. Moreover, the Korean chairman would later come to China with his wife for a personal visit and to sign a series of cooperation documents. At that time, he also wanted to invite Mr. Een to bring his wife along. Een Sikin smilingly agreed. After escorting the Korean delegation away, his face immediately darkened. That woman had almost made him lose his composure earlier, nearly ruining a contract worth tens of billions. Een Sikin angrily went out to settle scores with her. No wonder she didn't want that check back then. It turns out she was planning to use the child for her advantage. What a cunning woman. Een Sikin angrily floored the accelerator and rushed to the hospital like lightning. But he found that his grandmother was also there, smilingly instructing the doctor to take good care of the pregnant woman and the child. As long as the child could be born safely, the Een family would certainly not mistreat anyone. Seeing Een Sikhen arrive, his grandmother was even more delighted. After all, the Een family was about to have a fourth-generation heir. Een Sikhen hurriedly explained that it was all a misunderstanding, that Xiaoya didn't want to get married yet. How could there be a fourth generation? Grandmother's face darkened upon hearing this. If Lin Xiaoyu is so ungrateful and insists on her career, then let her go. Is the mighty film and television conglomerate unable to find a woman willing to bear your child? Een Sikhen was instantly stunned. His grandmother couldn't be planning to let the woman inside give birth to this child, could she? Seeing his reluctance, grandmother immediately brought up his previous promise. Een Sikhen had said he would definitely get married at 28. Lin Xiaoya had been stringing him along, but wouldn't commit. A promise for a result. Grandmother didn't want such a woman to be her granddaughter-in-law. Hearing Xiaoya's name, Gu Sisi groggily woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Mrs. Een standing by her bed, smiling and saying, "You're finally awake. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lie down, don't move. You're now a great contributor to our Een family." As she spoke, she held her small hand and introduced herself as the chairman of the Een group, Een Sichen's grandmother. "As long as you successfully give birth to this child for the Een family, I will not mistreat you." The doctors and nurses also joyfully congratulated her, saying the baby in her belly was very good and healthy. Gu Sisi was instantly thunderstruck. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe she was actually pregnant. She held her head and cried out in despair, asking why it wasn't Zagong's child, why heaven was so cruel. Meanwhile, on the hospital's rooftop, Een Sikhen firmly expressed his opposition. He absolutely would not marry a woman he didn't love at all. But the old lady calmly pointed out that the company was currently cooperating with a Korean enterprise. The chairman and his wife would visit China soon. What they valued most was family. If they found out that Een Sikhen had gotten a woman pregnant and then abandoned her, the cooperation would fall through. Moreover, the old lady's stance was clear. She demanded that he must marry Gu Sisi, not secretly have the child, and then keep the child but send away the mother. Besides, Een Sichen's uncles had always been eyeing the CEO position. If he couldn't have an heir, then as soon as he made a small mistake, his position as CEO would be shaken. In short, the Een group absolutely could not be without an heir. Een Sikhen, left with no choice, could only agree to marry Gu Sisi and let her give birth to this child. So he came to the hospital room and coldly informed Gu Sisi about the marriage. Gu Sisi and he looked at each other, both their eyes showing identical rejection. But thinking about how she had lost her innocence and could never go back to the past with Zhao Zagong, and how she had almost been kicked out by her grandmother earlier. If news of the pregnancy got back to her family, then she and her mother would be completely finished. So she could only choose to agree to the marriage. As long as they got married, he agreed to have the child. Een Sikhen completed the task without any emotion, ordering people to start preparing for the wedding immediately. When the news spread to the company, everyone was envious. They thought Gu Sisi was trying to climb the social ladder to become a phoenix. For a time, they all dolled themselves up and threw themselves at the CEO. But unexpectedly, Een Sikhen threw them out and fired them on the spot, telling them to take their salary and leave. The country girl and the CEO married by decree. Although the CEO was completely unwilling, he gradually began to learn how to care for someone gently. Gu Sisi was monitored every day. Wherever she went, someone was watching her. It was even less free than being in prison. Fortunately, the meals every day were very sumptuous. She had never seen such luxurious feasts in her life. Een Sikhen would come every day to dine with her. But when the two sat down to eat, they had nothing to say. The atmosphere was awkwardly silent. Gu Sisi felt uncomfortable all over. She thought it would be better if he didn't come at all, rather than sitting in silence like this. Een Sikhen was also completely unwilling. But from the moment he agreed to marry, he decided to fulfill his obligations. Of course, it was only fulfilling obligations. Seeing that Gu Sisi had eaten 3 pieces of salmon and was about to eat more, he immediately nervously spoke up to stop her, saying it wasn't good for the baby in her belly. But in Gu Sisi's view, controlling even what she ate so strictly was simply devilish. Een Sikhen brought over a steaming hot, fragrant bowl of bird's nest soup and handed it to her, saying it was good for her health. But Gu Sisi didn't want to eat it at all and shook her head repeatedly in refusal. However, Een Sik-hen stubbornly scooped up a spoonful of bird's nest soup, personally feeding it to her mouth, sternly ordering her to open her mouth. Gu Sisi had no choice but to open her mouth and eat it. In her heart, she cursed him as a reincarnated demon. Seeing her being so obedient, Een Sik-hen immediately smiled and praised her for being good. Being fed for the first time and experiencing the close-up impact of his handsome face, Gu Sisi felt a strong surge of excitement in her heart. She couldn't help but recall the intense, intimate scenes from that night. Instantly, as if struck by lightning, her whole body stiffened, and a wave of nausea welled up. She immediately got up and rushed to the bathroom, vomiting violently. She cursed herself for being shameless, wondering how she could think about that night. Een Sik-hen was extremely embarrassed by this. Even if she didn't want to eat, there was no need to vomit, right? But when Gu Sisi returned, she still had a stern face. He firmly ordered, "Even if you don't want to eat, you must eat. You might not be afraid of going hungry, but I'm worried about starving you." Hearing this, Gu Sisi, the fourth generation of the Een family, was furious. Out of spite, she picked up the bowl of bird's nest and drank it all at once. After drinking, she wiped her mouth roughly, glaring at Een Sik-hen provocatively, deliberately trying to disgust this big demon. Seeing her cute pouting expression, Een Sik-hen's heart melted. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gu Sisi's face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment, not knowing what he was laughing at. Even until nighttime, when preparing to sleep, a question still lingered in her mind. Why did Een Sik-hen suddenly come to eat with her? He didn't even find the sound of vomiting disgusting. She couldn't figure it out no matter how she thought about it. As a result, Gu Sisi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Just then, she heard the servants talking outside the door. The CEO coming to eat with the young madam every day is all on the chairman's orders. I personally overheard the conversation between the CEO and the chairman that day. Hearing this, Gu Sisi felt ashamed. She had been overthinking for nothing. It was all just her imagination. Een Sik-hen only cared about the child in her belly. After this incident, her heart also completely calmed down, no longer thinking about these messy things. Using flower care to calm her chaotic thoughts, looking at the vibrant, beautiful flowers, Gu Sisi gradually smiled. Een Sik-hen happened to return home and looked up to see her sweet smile, instantly stunned by her beauty. But no one knew that Gu Sisi understood flower care because her grandmother also liked it. If she couldn't take care of them well, her mother would be punished. Een Sik-hen thought she liked flowers, so he ordered more fresh flowers to be placed in her room. Gu Sisi was somewhat touched when she found out, but she immediately told herself not to be presumptuous. These kindnesses were not for her, just as so caring about the child in her belly. Soon it was time for the routine checkup again. Een Sik-hen accompanied her for the prenatal checkup. Hearing the baby's heartbeat for the first time, she felt an indescribable feeling welling up inside her. The doctor satisfactorily told the CEO that the baby's heartbeat was very strong, showing it was developing very healthily. The young madam's care these days had finally shown results. Gu Sisi smiled as she caressed her belly, deciding to eat more in the future for the baby's healthy growth. Een Sik-hen's gaze also fell on her still flat abdomen. A feeling of excitement naturally arose in his heart. This was his child, so at mealtimes he still accompanied her, thoughtfully picking food for Sisi, coaxing her to eat a bit more. But Sisi was extremely troubled. No matter what she ate, she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Een Sik-hen thought she didn't like meat, so he good-naturedly switched to feeding her vegetables. Gu Sisi was almost frightened by him. What was wrong with this man today? Had he seen a ghost? However, the scene of him coldly saying, "This child absolutely cannot have any mishap," suddenly flashed in her mind again. She once again warned herself not to be presumptuous. He wasn't being nice to her. He was just concerned about the child in her belly. What was she? How could she be worthy of the CEO personally adding dishes for her? The more Gu Sisi thought about it, the gloomier her mood became. Seeing the two getting along better, Mrs. Een was extremely happy. She immediately decided to go to the Gu family to propose marriage tomorrow. Gu Sisi was shocked when she heard this, afraid it would frighten her mother. So she requested to go back first to inform her family. But the old lady flatly refused, fearing something might happen to the child in her belly. Anyway, she wouldn't lack the proper etiquette. Gu Sisi was anxious, her eyes brimming with tears. She looked pitifully at the CEO beside her, her eyes full of helplessness. Een Sik-hen was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized she was pleading with him. He immediately persuaded his grandmother not to worry, saying Sisi wasn't a child anymore, and he knew what to do. Hearing this, Grandmother smiled and agreed to let her go back to inform her family, considering Cece's filial piety. However, as she was the young madam of the Een family, she certainly couldn't go back alone. The old lady thought Een Sechen's assistant was quite good, bold yet attentive. She immediately decided to send him to escort Cece home. Gu Cece was instantly delighted, her face beaming with joy. She also felt more grateful towards Een Sechen. Looking at her happy expression, Lee Sechen's heart was also filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe he had actually pleaded for her. But what was completely unexpected was, as soon as Gu Cece returned home, her grandmother pointed at her nose and started scolding her harshly. A country girl was going to marry a domineering CEO. But her grandmother thought she was shameful. Pointing at her nose, she scolded, "You shameless bastard, you dare to come back now." The assistant responsible for escorting Gu Cece home, being very observant, put down the gifts and left. He secretly called the CEO to report that the young madam was being bullied. At this time, Gu Cece was showing her family the gifts she had brought for them. Various high-end luxury gifts filled the room, but her grandmother didn't even glance at them. She continued pointing at her nose and scolding, "Don't think buying me some junk can make up for the disgraceful things you've done. If you're not ashamed, I am. Your real in-laws are coming to propose tomorrow. If anything goes wrong, you'll all be kicked out of the Gu family. We can't afford this shame." Cousin Gu Jinjin laughed with schadenfreude on the side, looking like she was enjoying the show. Gu Cece hurriedly explained that she came back to discuss her marriage. These things were bought by her grandson-in-law to show respect. The person just now was only the driver. Thinking that a grandson-in-law who could afford so many valuable items and even had a driver must be very rich, her grandmother's tone immediately softened. She first praised her for being thoughtful, but then said discussing marriage requires both families to be present. The other party wouldn't come. Don't they even understand this basic etiquette? Gu Cece quickly stated that she just came home to discuss first, and her in-laws would visit soon. Hearing this, Gu Jinjin sarcastically mocked her for hooking up with a rich man so quickly, wondering if her future brother-in-law was a bald old man or an ugly guy with a flat nose. Hearing this, Gu Cece's face darkened with displeasure, but she didn't want to argue. She just said they would know when they came to propose. Gu Jinjin turned and clung to her grandmother, coaxing, "I want to get married too. There should be an order, right? My fiancé is also coming to propose tomorrow. You promised me you'd marry me off first. The family's dowry was prepared for me. It can't be given to Gu Cece." Grandmother had always favored Gu Jinjin. She immediately told Cece, "Since your in-laws are so rich, don't fight with your sister over this little dowry. It's just that your parents are incapable. If you want a dowry, ask for more bride price from the man's family." Gu Cece frowned in displeasure. She hadn't intended to fight with Gu Jinjin for the dowry in the first place. But grandmother wanted to push further. She ordered Cece to help her mother with more chores. Tomorrow Jinjin's in-laws were coming to propose, and as the elder sister, she should support her younger sister. But what they never expected was that Xiao Wang had been hiding outside the door with his phone on speaker. Een Sechen on the other end of the phone heard everything clearly. His expression instantly turned grim. How could the young madam of the Een family be more humble than others? He immediately ordered that tomorrow they must go with full pomp and circumstance. Early the next morning, Gu Cece and her mother got up to do chores. Grandmother and Jinjin, however, were dressed up gorgeously, waiting to become the most envied women in the whole village. Soon, the sound of firecrackers rang out. Jinjin's in-laws came in cars to propose. Her fiancé looked unhappy, frowning. He didn't want to give the 30,000 yuan bride price at all. But his mother smiled shrewdly. No matter how much they gave, Gu Jinjin would bring it back sooner or later. Besides, their family was also expecting a dowry. At this time, Gu Cece came out to greet the guests and overheard this conversation. She couldn't help but feel displeased. How could they start calculating before even getting married? As soon as the two families met, they directly discussed the bride price and dowry. They also ordered Gu Cece and her mother around, making the two run in circles. Suddenly, her parents accidentally broke a cup. They were so frightened that they fell to their knees, hurriedly cleaning up. Grandmother angrily started cursing again. On such a good day, they had to ruin it for everyone. What sin had the Gu family committed to let such a woman into the family? The adopted bastard was so ugly. Finally found someone with decent conditions, but ended up sleeping with a wild man. The Gu family truly had the worst luck. Brought in a hen that doesn't lay eggs, and then brought back a shameless, improper woman. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. She grabbed a cup and threw it. Gu Cece quickly pulled her mother away to dodge. Seeing this, grandmother became even more furious. She raised her cane, about to hit them. The guests were all discussing with contempt on their faces. So pretty, yet did such a thing. Truly shameless. It looked like blood was about to be spilled. Suddenly, the village chief came running in with a big smile, offering congratulations. The Gu family is truly blessed. Your granddaughter has found a good son-in-law. The Gu family is going to enjoy good fortune. Hearing this, the mother-in-law became anxious. She thought it was about their family coming to propose in cars, and the villagers had found out and came to congratulate. Grandmother was beaming with joy, praising Jinjin for her good fortune. But the village chief said he was talking about Gu Cece. Everyone was instantly shocked, their faces full of disbelief. Just then, a long line of luxury cars slowly drove up in the distance. They were all top-tier luxury cars from around the world. The line was so long, the end couldn't be seen. The Gu family watched with wide eyes. The whole village came to see the excitement surrounding the area in layers. Everyone was full of envy. Gu Jinjin was so angry her nose almost twisted. She said sarcastically, "Even if they're rich, so what? The only one willing to marry you must be an old, ugly, pathetic, and unattractive balding uncle." But in the next second, her face was slapped hard. A handsome and dashing CEO stepped out of the car. His unparalleled, noble aura stunned everyone present. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. They had never seen such a handsome man before. Gu Jinjin was drooling with envy, frantically shouting, "So handsome, so handsome." Gu Cece watched with a dark expression. She knew it would be like this. Fortunately, she didn't come back with him. In Siken was seen escorting the elegant and noble old madam, walking gracefully towards the Gu family. Everyone was overwhelmed by the magnificent aura of these wealthy people. Grandmother Gu was completely stunned. This kind of spectacle, let alone her, even the entire village had never seen before. The air suddenly fell into dead silence. The old madam immediately spotted Gu Cece, wearing dirty and tattered old clothes. She was instantly displeased and intended to give her face and support. So she smiled at Grandmother Gu and said, "I've come personally to propose. I brought some small gifts. I hope you won't find them lacking." As she spoke, she signaled the bodyguards to open the gift boxes. Everything inside radiated with the glow of money. Grandmother Gu's eyes were about to pop out. 1,000-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old deer antler, exquisite tea sets made of pure gold, and a luxurious limited edition Rolls-Royce. In terms of money, looks, and status, they completely crushed Jinjin's in-laws into the dirt. The country girl who was bullied at home, her CEO husband showing off wealth in grand style, helping her slap the face of her biased grandmother. The handsome and dashing CEO husband, 1,000-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old deer antler, exquisite tea sets made of pure gold, and a luxurious limited edition Rolls-Royce fleet. Grandmother Gu's eyes were about to pop out. The whole village came to watch the excitement. Their eyes were red with envy towards Gu Cece. The money-loving Grandmother Gu immediately changed her expression. She smiled kindly at Cece, praising her granddaughter for being blessed. She enthusiastically invited the in-laws inside to talk in detail. But In Siken didn't even glance at her. He intimately held Cece's hand and walked inside. Gu Cece was startled. She immediately broke free from his hand. In Siken immediately leaned in with a smile, persuading her to obey. Even if it's acting, they should make it look real. For the sake of me giving you face like this, don't let others see any problems. Cece instantly realized the marriage was already a done deal. There was no going back from all this. She could only let him hold her hand, pulling her forward. Looking at the man's handsome and calm profile, her heart was full of confusion and resistance, because none of this was what she wanted. In Siken keenly sensed her unease. He thought she was afraid of him, so he spoke softly to comfort her, telling her not to be so nervous. This isn't good for the baby. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he wanted to slap himself. He hadn't intended to use the child to threaten her. Gu Cece instantly understood. The Een family made such a big fuss to give her face because they were worried that her bad mood would affect the baby in her belly. She immediately withdrew her hand quickly. She coldly said it wouldn't affect the child. This level of emotion was nothing to her anymore. anymore. It was as if a vast chasm had once again opened between the two of them. They were too awkward to say anything. At this moment, the old Madam Een elegantly said that her grandson and Cece were a perfect match, and they already had the Een family's fourth-generation heir. Since the children were willing, she had no objections. She immediately offered $8.88 million in cash and a villa worth $100 million as a dowry. All of this would be transferred to Cece when the child is born. In addition, there were some jewelry, stocks, and bonds which were not even worth mentioning. Looking at the several large boxes full of cash, grandmother was drooling with greed. She smiled and praised the in-laws for their generosity. The marriage was thus decided. But the old madam looked towards Gu's mother, kindly asking for her opinion. Grandmother, seeing this, had a look of contempt. She disdainfully expressed that she made all the decisions in this family. What opinion could a hen that doesn't lay eggs have? Gu's mother felt extremely wronged upon hearing this, but didn't dare to say a word. Seeing this, Gu Cece's expression darkened. She felt sad and heartbroken for her mother. Looking at her pale little face, before Een Sikhen could say anything, Cece had already adjusted her mood. She took the initiative to change the subject, saying, "It's your first time in the village. I'll take you for a walk around." As soon as they went out, they saw Gu Jinjin's in-laws leaving dejectedly. Gu Jinjin felt even more humiliated, both angry and jealous. She thought viciously about Gu Cece. "Just you wait. One day, I'll take back everything I've lost from you." Seeing her like this, Cece was extremely worried. She had ruined Gu Jinjin's engagement today and was afraid they would bully her mother. At this moment, Een Sikhen suddenly spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. He asked if she had anything to say. She could say it here. But Cece, seeing the large group of bodyguards following them, was too shy to speak. She could only lead him to her room. After closing the door, she went straight to the point, saying, "The Een family doesn't need to give me so much money. Even if they do, I won't be able to get a penny of it." Een Sikhen, however, was unconcerned. He said the Een family's money wasn't so easy to get. Only after Cece gives birth to the child would the money be transferred to her private account. After that, who she gives it to is her own business. As Een Sikhen was speaking, he curiously looked around her bedroom. The first thing that caught his eye was Gu Cece's graduation photo. In it, she was wearing a graduation gown, smiling brightly and cheerfully. Just as he was about to pick it up for a closer look, Gu Cece was startled and suddenly shouted, "Don't touch that photo!" She snatched it away and held it protectively to her chest, glaring at him warily like a small animal guarding its food. Een Sikhen, however, found her angry look quite attractive. To be precise, he found it quite interesting. It was a completely different type from Lin Xiaoya. It made his heart feel a bit itchy. He couldn't help but smile and lean in closer to ask, "Is this photo very special? Or is the person who took the photo very special?" Gu Cece hurriedly pushed him away, but she couldn't help falling into distant memories. This was her most beautiful memory with Zhe Gang. It was back in their student days. She and Zhe Gang were childhood sweethearts with deep feelings. Zhe Gang had personally taken this photo for her, but everything was irretrievable now. Gu Cece's smile turned bitter and melancholic. Seeing this, Een Sikhen felt somewhat displeased. He immediately pinned her against the wall, forcefully bringing her back to reality. Holding her face, he declared domineeringly, "Woman, don't forget you're mine now." The days after the engagement passed quickly. Soon, it was the day of their wedding. Lin Xiaoyu received the news and immediately rushed back. She watched the wedding venue from afar. She was so angry, she almost bit through her silver teeth. Everything here should have belonged to her. It was all because of that shameless Gu Cece who stole it all. Meanwhile, Gu Cece had just put on her wedding dress. Looking at the unfamiliar self in the mirror, she felt like she was in a dream. Just as it felt unreal, Lin Xiaoyu burst in angrily. She turned and slapped Gu Cece across the face. Pointing at her, she cursed loudly. "Gu Cece, have you lost your conscience? Een Sikhen is my boyfriend. How dare you marry my boyfriend?" Gu Cece felt extremely wronged too. She also wanted to ask Lin Xiaoyu, why wasn't the person in room 1216 of the Hilton Hotel Zhe Gang? Why was it Een Sikhen? But Lin Xiaoyu retorted even more righteously. "I clearly gave you the key card for room 1210. Who knew you'd be so depraved as to take away my and Een Sichen's key card? How could I give you my boyfriend's key card? I've been so good to you all these years. How could you do this to me?" Gu Cece was stunned. Could it be that she really took the wrong key card? Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyu's lips curled into a cunning smile. But on the surface, she was crying heartbrokenly, repeatedly questioning pitifully. If you marry Yin Sikin, what about me? What about Zhao Zhegang? How can you be so selfish? Even if you don't care about my feelings, what about Zhao Zhegang? In college, have you forgotten everything he did for you? How can you do this to us? Please give Sikin back to me. I really love him so much. You still have Zhegang, but I have nothing left. Zhegang loves you so much, he will surely accept you. Gu Cece couldn't take it anymore. She turned and ran out. She wanted to find Zhegang. This girl, on her wedding day with the CEO, ran away to find her boyfriend, but was sold to the CEO at a high price by her boyfriend. On the wedding day, her best friend Lin Xiaoya rushed in and slapped her, accusing her of getting pregnant before marriage and stealing her CEO boyfriend. Gu Cece was also heartbroken. She didn't want to get married at all, but she was already pregnant with Yin Sichin's child. If she didn't marry, the child would be taken away. Lin Xiaoya then encouraged her to go find Zhao Zhegang and tell him the truth. After all, it was just a mix-up because of taking the wrong key card. It wasn't really betrayal. Zhao Zhegang loved her so much, he would surely accept this child. Moreover, she and Yin Sikin had no feelings for each other. Even if they got married, they wouldn't be happy. Gu Cece was completely convinced. She picked up her dress and turned to run out. She wanted to find Zhao Zhegang right now. But as soon as she ran out the door, she was stopped by bodyguards. The wedding was about to begin. They had to take the young mistress back. Gu Cece immediately pulled out her hairpin and held it against her abdomen, threatening shrilly, "If you dare stop me again, if anything happens to the Yin family's fourth generation, can you take responsibility?" Just then, Yin Sikin suddenly appeared. Seeing her rush out so unbecomingly just to see her ex-boyfriend, he immediately ordered them to let her go. He generously stated that if Zhao Zhegang was willing to take her and run away, then their engagement could be annulled. Gu Cece found it hard to believe. Was he really so kind as to let her reconcile with Zhegang? At this moment, a sports car stopped in front of them. Zhao Zhegang got out, but his eyes were evasive and he dared not look at her. Gu Cece noticed his abnormal behavior. She immediately questioned the culprit Yin Sikin about what he had done to him. Yin Sikin, however, remained expressionless. He calmly stated that he was just being kind, inviting the person she wanted to see over for her. Zhao Zhegang cautiously asked him what he wanted. Yin Sikin asked him directly, "How much is Gu Cece worth to you?" Zhao Zhegang felt insulted and righteously declared that Cece was of course priceless. However, when he saw the two large suitcases full of cash that the other party brought out, he was instantly stunned. This was a huge sum of 1 million. Seeing his reaction, Gu Cece felt a wave of panic. She was screaming in her heart, "Zhegang, don't be like this." Yin Sichin's devilish laughter rang out again. "If 1 million isn't enough, how about 5 million US dollars? I'll give you a choice. Marry this woman and elope with her. Or give her up, take this money and leave. That limited edition Bentley can be yours too." Zhao Zhegang was overjoyed at these words, instantly falling to his knees before the money. Gu Cece's heart sank seeing this. She begged him not to do this, reminding him that he had said their love was priceless. They could rely on their own hands to create their own wealth in the future. Yin Sikin leaned in and whispered with a smile, "Look, this is the true face of the man you've been dreaming of day and night." But Gu Cece ignored him completely. She rushed over and grabbed Zhao Zhegang's hand, crying out, "Let's go. We don't need his money. We'll work hard together and eventually earn even more money." Zhao Zhegang pushed her away. Gu Cece cried out in shock as she fell backwards. Yin Sikin, who had been watching her closely, caught her just in time and held her tightly in his arms. At this moment, Zhao Zhegang excitedly shouted, "All of this is mine now." "Gu Cece, you're so annoying, you know that?" Hearing this, Yin Sikin was displeased. He urged him coldly to make his choice quickly. Without hesitation, Zhao Zhegang chose the money, selling Gu Cece to Yin Sikin. He excitedly hugged the money cases, got into the Bentley, and drove away. Gu Cece desperately chased after the car, crying out, "Don't go! Don't leave me behind!" But soon she collapsed to the ground, completely drained of energy and gradually lost consciousness. She never imagined their love would ultimately lose to reality. In her heart, Gu Cece was screaming in anguish, "Zhao Zhegang, I hate you." Lin Xiaoya, who had been observing, never expected things to turn out this way. She hurriedly tried to find Eun Sik-hin to explain everything clearly, but she was directly stopped by the bodyguards who relayed the CEO's message. Since Milan is so good, then don't come back. He had even booked a flight ticket for her. Lin Xiaoyu was thrown out while crying and shouting. When Gu Cece woke up again, she found herself lying in the bridal chamber. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Realizing that the wedding night was about to happen, she felt anxious. But then she thought, marrying Eun Sik-hin might not be a bad choice. At least he was the father of her child. The baby wouldn't lack emotional connection when born. Since there was no love, she absolutely couldn't lose this child too. She had to be strong, even if this marriage was just a formality. At this moment, Eun Sik-hin walked out wearing a bathrobe. Water droplets slowly slid down his muscular body. Gu Cece's face turned bright red, not knowing where to look. For the first time, she truly realized that soon she would be sleeping in the same room with this strange man. Eun Sik-hin was very pleased with her shy reaction. He gently urged her to go take a bath, saying the hot water was already prepared for her. Gu Cece lowered her head shyly and rushed towards the bathroom in a panic. In her haste, she accidentally stepped on the hem of her dress. She let out a sharp cry as she fell forward. Her hands flailed instinctively, feeling like she had grabbed onto something. But when she looked closely, she was stunned. She saw Eun Sik-hin completely naked. It turned out she had just pulled off his bathrobe. Cece's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She mumbled apologies incoherently. Eun Sik-hin wasn't angry. Instead, he gently helped her up and asked with concern if she had hurt herself anywhere. Cece was surprised by his kindness. He wasn't angry at all, even though he had been so aggressive earlier in the day. To her surprise, Eun Sik-hin was even more considerate, saying he would sleep in the study tonight and reminding her to rest early. After saying this, he turned and left without hesitation. Watching his broad back, Cece's heart pounded with excitement. But she warned herself not to be presumptuous. He was doing all this because of the child. Still, her mood improved considerably, and she had a good night's sleep for the first time in a long while. When she woke up early the next morning, she found that Eun Sik-hin had already gone to work. He had left his assistant, Xiao Wang, to take care of her and told her to rest well at home. But Gu Cece became anxious upon hearing this and strongly insisted on going back to work. This girl had married the CEO to become the young madam. Yet on the first day of her marriage, she was insisting on going to work. Assistant Xiao Wang had no choice but to call the CEO for instructions. Eun Sik-hin was both amused and annoyed. She was just an insignificant employee. How could that little job be called work? Since she insisted, he decided to make her his assistant. He wanted to see how capable she was, choosing to come to the company to make her presence felt instead of being a good young madam. Xiao Wang immediately brought her a work badge as ordered. Gu Cece hadn't expected Eun Sik-hin to agree, but she was still happy to take the company car to the office. Her colleagues were pointing and whispering behind her back, mocking her for using her relationship with a man to get ahead, saying she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. If the CEO really cared about her, how could he not give her a proper title? Gu Cece pretended not to hear and didn't want to explain anything to them. After all, she didn't care what her status was, because she didn't love that man at all. But as soon as Cece stepped out of the elevator, she saw a group of bodyguards respectfully bowing to her in unison, greeting her as young madam. Gu Cece was extremely embarrassed. This was too much of a fuss for the company. She quickly ran into the CEO's office. At that moment, Eun Sik-hin was focused on his work. His serious demeanor made him even more handsome. Cece's heart fluttered at the sight, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Eun Sik-hin heard the movement. He looked up and shamelessly examined her attire. Noticing she was wearing comfortable flat shoes, it was obvious she was very mindful of protecting the baby. He was instantly very pleased. He immediately announced that from today, Cece would be the head assistant, responsible for coordinating all matters in the CEO's office. Her first assigned task was to review documents. Gu Cece instantly felt a surge of confidence and motivation. She was determined to do well in this job. She absolutely couldn't let this man look down on her. Eun Sik-hin watched her working diligently and felt a hint of fondness in his heart. He didn't even notice that the corners of his lips had started to curl upwards. At this moment, the assistant brought in coffee. Gu Cece was about to reach out to take it. In Sikhen immediately stopped her, telling the assistant to take the coffee away and replace it with milk. And it had to be the British royal family's special milk, which must be heated before being served. Gu Cece couldn't help but marvel at how good In Sikhen was to the child. She was benefiting from the child's presence too. Soon after, the assistant brought the hot milk. Gu Cece felt uncomfortable just from smelling it. She really didn't like drinking milk. Without a word, In Sikhen was about to feed her himself. Cece was startled. She hurriedly picked up the cup and started gulping it down. In Sikhen persisted, telling her to sit down and drink slowly. Gu Cece was speechless. He was so fussy. Could he be a Virgo? In Sikhen suddenly refuted seriously, saying he was a Scorpio. Cece was so startled she choked and coughed. He could even guess what she was thinking. Was this guy even human? In Sikhen, however, was amused by her silly behavior. Choking on milk, it seemed he had overestimated her abilities. Gu Cece was so annoyed she gritted her teeth, silently cursing that this man was indeed hateful. In Sikhen persisted in asking what her zodiac sign was. Cece casually replied that she was a Cancer. Xiaowang suddenly congratulated them, saying that Scorpio and Cancer have a 100% compatibility index. The CEO and his wife were indeed a perfect match. Gu Cece regretted it deeply. She shouldn't have said anything earlier. She wanted to retort that she didn't want to be with him. A perfect match? She forced herself to finish the milk despite feeling unwell. But the nauseous feeling surged up. She quickly covered her mouth and rushed to the bathroom. Seeing this, Xiaowang was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. That bathroom was exclusively for the CEO's use. No one else was ever allowed to use it. Unexpectedly, In Sikhen wasn't angry at all. He even ordered food to be brought in every hour. Since the young madam didn't like the British royal family's milk, they would switch to the Japanese imperial family's special milk. Meanwhile, Gu Cece, who had rushed into the bathroom, was already stunned. This gleaming golden toilet and these gorgeous decorations, it was extremely luxurious. After returning to the office, In Sikhen was on the phone. Gu Cece looked at the steaming milk on the table, her whole body radiating intense resentment. She really couldn't stand this man. Still, she obediently picked up the cup and gulped it all down. By this time, In Sikhen had finished his call. Seeing her being so well-behaved, he was quite satisfied. He even praised her unprecedentedly, saying her review work was not bad. It seemed she wasn't entirely just a decorative vase. As he spoke, his gaze fell meaningfully on her chest, teasingly remarking that she didn't have much capital to be a vase anyway. Gu Cece was instantly furious. Of course, she knew she wasn't rich and didn't dress up glamorously for work every day like other colleagues. But even if it was true, did he have to mock her like this? Nevertheless, she still managed to hold back her anger. Anyway, she hadn't planned on using her looks to impress anyone. It wasn't worth getting angry over such things. But In Sikhen could see the defiance in her heart. He immediately leaned in close to her ear and provocatively asked if she could do anything else. As he spoke, he cupped her chin. He slowly leaned in, their lips about to touch. Gu Cece nervously closed her eyes tight, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Just as they were about to kiss, Xiaowang suddenly burst in to report on work, breaking the intimate atmosphere. In Sichen's eyes turned cold with anger, glaring menacingly at him. Xiaowang's face froze in fear. He screamed internally, thinking he was in big trouble now. Gu Cece, however, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful she had been saved and things hadn't progressed to an irreversible point. Now In Sikhen had lost interest and immediately got down to business. The vice president of Odd's company would be dining at the company restaurant today. You'll accompany me. The time is set for 12 noon at the Jinjiakshuan on the 3rd floor of the company restaurant. Seeing Cece's blank response, he teasingly smiled and asked if she was scared. Gu Cece immediately fell for the provocation, thinking that as the CEO's wife, she would have to face these things sooner or later. She immediately expressed her determination, saying to bring on any challenge. She wouldn't disappoint him. But she was quickly humbled when she got lost in the vast company restaurant. She had always been a low-level employee in the company and had never been to such a high-end restaurant before. Colleagues pointed and laughed at her, mocking that a small employee like her could only come to such a fancy restaurant through a romantic relationship. The manager even dragged her out, contemptuously accusing her that this wasn't a place for someone like her. Didn't she know the company rules? The CEO's wife was actually being bullied and insulted by colleagues. There was even a seductive beauty trying to steal her CEO husband. Gu Cece was about to explode with jealousy. It was her first time at the company's high-end restaurant, and she unexpectedly got lost. Her former direct superior, the manager, dragged her out, accusing her of not knowing the rules, saying that a small employee had no right to be in such a place. Cece cried out in pain from being grabbed. She silently comforted herself, thinking she couldn't get angry for the baby's sake. She immediately mustered up the courage to loudly retort that the CEO had ordered her to come up and asked to be let go immediately. But the manager's face was full of contempt and disdain, about to continue his verbal abuse. Fortunately, Xiao Wang arrived just in time, respectfully inviting Cece to the third-floor private room for the meal. The CEO and guests had been waiting for a long time. The manager quickly let go in fear. Xiao Wang was the CEO's right-hand man, not someone to offend. He could only let this woman go for now. But he was still puzzled, thinking that even as the CEO's assistant, he shouldn't have the right to eat on the third floor. By now, Cece had arrived at Jinyaxuan with Xiao Wang. Standing at the door, she felt extremely nervous. But remembering the ostracism she faced when she first joined, which she had managed to overcome, she felt a surge of courage. She was about to reach out and knock on the door. Suddenly, a woman's coquettish voice came from inside. Mr. Yin truly deserves to be the king of the business world. With just one move, you've lowered it by 5 percentage points. With profits pressed so low, how can we at odds survive? Please don't do this. This flirtatious woman alone with Yin Sikhen made Gu Cece's heart instantly sour with jealousy. This man had just kissed her earlier. What did that even mean? Xiao Wang nervously reminded her that they should go in, but he was extremely afraid inside. The conversation just now must have caused a misunderstanding for the young madam. This was going to be trouble. Gu Cece kept her head down, her expression unreadable. She just coldly said, "Let's go in." After all, she was only his contract wife, married reluctantly for the sake of the child. It was none of her business whom the big CEO met. She immediately took a deep breath, pulled herself together, and entered with her head held high and chest out. As soon as she entered, she gracefully bowed and apologized for her late arrival with poise. Seeing her dignified manner, Yin Sikhen couldn't help but find it amusing. He didn't expect her to be so composed. Gu Cece's gaze, however, fell on the seductive woman's hand resting on his shoulder. The woman complained dissatisfiedly. "Wasn't this supposed to be our private gathering today?" Gu Cece couldn't help but admire her. This woman was not only beautiful, but also had a great figure. Xiao Wang, being perceptive, stepped forward to pull out a chair, inviting the madam to be seated. Yin Sikhen smiled and introduced her. "This is Mu Ruona, the vice president of Odds." Cece also smiled appropriately and greeted, "Hello, Ms. Mu. Im Guam Shishi." Seeing Xiao Wang helping her to her seat, Mu Ruona realized she must be special to Yin Sikhen. She immediately smiled and complimented her talent. She then raised her wine glass to toast her. Gu Cece was shocked, her eyes widening. Her smile stiffened, and she was internally panicking. He couldn't drink alcohol now. What should she do? Instinctively, she looked towards Yin Sikhen, her pitiful eyes full of pleading. But Yin Sikhen seemed not to notice, focusing only on savoring his wine, showing no reaction. Having failed to get help, Gu Cece was instantly dumbfounded. If she didn't drink when the vice president was toasting, wouldn't that embarrass the company? Mu Ruona's lips curled into a sly smile. She pushed the wine glass forward again, wanting to see what was so special about her. Gu Cece was so anxious she was almost steaming. She frantically thought of a solution. Just then, Yin Sikhen suddenly came over and shielded her. He snatched the wine glass and said with a teasing smile, "She's just a team leader. Is it worth Ms. Mu making such a fuss over drinking? I've been here accompanying you all along." Gu Cece stared at him blankly, surprised that he would block the drink for her. But what followed was an even greater sense of grievance. Why had he been so dismissive of her earlier? Mu Ruona became more certain that Yin Sikhen cared about this woman in an unusual way. She suddenly became curious about who this woman was. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Gu Cece instinctively wanted to get up to open the door, but she was stopped by a warm, large hand. In Sikin told her softly that Xiao Wang could handle such small matters. He then turned to his assistant with a stern face. Didn't I instruct that no one was to disturb our lunch today? But the person outside, seeing no response from inside, cried out in a coquettish voice, Mr. Een, I have important matters to report to you. Xiao Wang's face contorted in fear as he hurriedly went out to send the person away. Gu Cece recognized the voice as the sales manager who had stopped her earlier. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. The next second, she noticed Mu Ruona staring at her intently. She felt confused inside. The woman was dressed so seductively and alluringly. Wasn't it to seduce In Sikin? Why did her eyes keep drifting towards her? Actually, Mu Ruona found her interesting. A woman was trying to seduce her man, yet she could still smile so happily. At this moment, Xiao Wang went out to chase people away, stating directly that the CEO didn't want to see anyone now. Seeing this, colleagues gleefully mocked him. The mighty sales manager was actually driven away by the CEO. The manager was grinding his teeth in anger. The CEO refused to see him. It must be Gu Cece's doing. He would never let that bitch off the hook. After the meal ended, Gu Cece was finally relieved. She was grateful that at least she hadn't embarrassed the company. But thinking about the conversation between the two executives, where she couldn't get a word in edgewise, she became depressed again and couldn't lift her head. Suddenly, the sales manager jumped out and pointed at her, cursing loudly. What tricks did you play to make the CEO refuse to see me, you vixen? I'm the best performer in the whole company. Why am I being fired? It must be your doing. Gu Cece didn't want to argue with him and turned to leave. But the manager felt he couldn't back down. He persistently grabbed her, demanding that she must explain clearly, otherwise she couldn't leave. You're just a bed-warming mistress, yet you're really acting like the CEO's wife. As he spoke, he raised his hand to slap her. Colleagues gathered around to watch the commotion, all gloating. A girl being bullied by her superior in public. The CEO immediately came to support her, but then he demanded she repay him with her body. Gu Cece was being pulled by the manager. A slap was about to land on her face. The manager was still shouting, You need to be taught a lesson. I'll teach you on behalf of the CEO today, you shameless vixen. Gu Cece closed her eyes tightly in fear, wailing inside. She was doomed. There was no escape. At this critical moment, In Sikin suddenly appeared, grabbing the manager's hand. With a cold smile, he mocked, You're really something, daring to touch my woman. I didn't know that the sales department's responsibilities now include disciplining the CEO's woman on his behalf. The manager was startled, screaming and backing away repeatedly. In Sikin hugged Gu Cece with some lingering fear, reproaching her intimately. Were you just going to stand there and be hit? He's not even worthy of tying your shoelaces. Gu Cece stubbornly turned her head away without speaking, too embarrassed to admit she was really scared just now. In Sikin found it both amusing and frustrating. The little thing was quite bold when with him, but became such a coward when facing these nobodies. In Sikin carefully wiped his hands. Thinking about touching that manager just now made him feel sick to his stomach. His expression immediately turned cold as he announced menacingly to notify HR for dismissal. The sales manager's eyes widened in horror. His life was ruined. The employees were also in an uproar, unable to believe that the mighty sales manager was fired just like that. Now no one would dare to provoke Cece again. Sikin grabbed Gu Cece's hand. They left ostentatiously under everyone's gaze. His handsome face still wore a cold expression, but this subtle protective gesture made one feel very safe. Cece couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. It was always this warm hand that held hers. It was always this strong back that shielded her. And it was always him who helped her out of difficulties. The manager suddenly burst into loud cries. I'm the company's most profitable sales manager. The CEO can't fire me. But Xiao Wang directly blocked him, threatening him sternly to leave quietly. That way, he could receive his full severance pay. The manager was extremely scared. The CEO was truly angry this time. If he didn't handle it well, he might also be fired. The sales manager slumped to the ground, his face gloomy. He broke down crying, not understanding how things had turned out this way. Meanwhile, Gu Cece was pulled back to the CEO's office. As soon as they entered, she immediately broke free from the hand holding hers. Looking uneasy, she repeatedly apologized, saying she had embarrassed him earlier. In Sikhin awkwardly snorted. If it weren't for the child, I wouldn't bother with this mess. You're going to be a mother. Don't you know your emotions will affect the child's development? Hearing this, Cece apologized sadly, thinking he was indeed only concerned about the child. In Sikhin then realized his words were a bit harsh. He immediately softened his expression. His long fingers gently caressed her soft lips. His eyes deep and suggestive, hinting at compensation. Cece's cheeks instantly turned bright red. Her heart raced uncontrollably. The man's burning embrace made her feel extremely uneasy. She couldn't help but struggle forcefully. Cece shouted, "Let go!" I pushed In Sikhin away with all my might and turned to run. It was too dangerous here. I had to leave quickly. But just as I rushed to the door and opened it, In Sikhin chased after me in one stride. With a push of his large hand, he easily closed the door. Then he pinned Cece against the door with his other hand. Without a word, he leaned in close. His lips curled into a devilish smile. While loosening his tie, he laughed. "You can't escape." Cece's eyes widened in fear. Covering her clothes that were about to be torn off, she cried out in panic, "No!" Ignoring her struggles, In Sikhin buried his head in her neck, nibbling. Just as things were about to get out of hand, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Xiao Wang reported loudly from outside. "An urgent document from the German embassy has arrived, requesting the CEO's immediate response." In Sichin's eyes instantly darkened. He glared at the door for a long moment. Only then did he reluctantly let go. Cece immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was finally saved. A moment later, they tidied up their appearance and opened the office door. The air was deathly silent. Seeing the scene, Xiao Wang trembled in fear, feeling like he had done something wrong. In Sikhin glared at him darkly, silently cursing this troublemaker. He must get rid of him. But Gu Cece felt Xiao Wang was her savior. She must be nicer to him in the future. This day had been tumultuous and exhausting. Finally, it was time to leave work. Just as Cece walked out of the company's main entrance, she saw colleagues gathered around, occasionally letting out exclamations. Curious, she looked over and was stunned the next second. A luxurious convertible sports car was parked at the entrance. In Sikhin sat in the driver's seat, casually waving for her to get in. Bathed in her colleagues' envious and jealous gazes, Gu Cece reluctantly got into the car. The sports car sped away instantly. The speed was so fast that her hair was flying. Gu Cece was so scared that tears were about to burst out. In Sikhin glanced at her. Considerately, he reduced the speed to 60 miles per hour. Gu Cece was suddenly touched. She didn't expect him to care about her. She thought about the unfinished business in the office earlier. She couldn't help but feel scared again. What would happen tonight? Watching her little face constantly changing expressions, In Sikhin couldn't help but laugh. He found her increasingly adorable. But Cece became even more nervous. She felt his smile contained all kinds of indescribable desires. Soon, they arrived home, but the room was completely empty. In Sikhin explained that the morning's maid was temporary. The servants would officially start tomorrow. Hearing this, Gu Cece trembled in fear. Just the two of them tonight. What should she do now? It was too late to run away. She was really doomed now. As she was lost in thought, she heard footsteps coming down the stairs. She came back to her senses and realized that In Sikhin had somehow changed into a brand new set of clothes. He also said he had to fly to Germany tonight. Gu Cece was suddenly overjoyed. Barely suppressing her upturned lips, she smiled and wished him a safe journey. After watching him walk out the door, Cece could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. In Sikhin heard the sound and turned back puzzled, but he saw Cece waving goodbye to him, her expression still the usual smile. He couldn't help but wonder if he had just imagined it. The girl secretly wore the CEO's shirt. Unexpectedly, she was caught red-handed by the CEO, who suddenly returned. He pulled her close, about to start their intimate moment. In Sikhin had to rush to Germany overnight for a business trip. Gu Cece was instantly overjoyed. Holding back her excited smile, she calmly watched the CEO walk out the door. Immediately, she cheered and laughed out loud. In Sikhin heard the sound and curiously looked back. But he only saw Cece smiling as usual, waving goodbye to him. He couldn't help but wonder if it was all just his imagination. After he drove away, Gu Cece completely let herself go. She took a bubble bath, happily humming songs. Then she threw herself onto the soft big bed, rolling back and forth. She no longer had to constantly think about what attitude to use when facing that man. Finally, she could sleep peacefully. In her dream, a little boy held her hand, happily calling her mom. The mother and son joyfully played in a sea of flowers. Then Cece fell into a warm embrace. Cece was startled and looked back. The man's blurry face gradually became clear. It was actually Ian Sikhan. Gu Cece immediately woke up with a scream. She couldn't believe she had dreamed about him. She quickly comforted herself, thinking it must be because she was too nervous. That's why she had such a ridiculous dream. She couldn't sleep anymore, so Cece got up directly to change clothes. But the wardrobe was full of various cool dresses. There wasn't a single long-sleeve shirt. The child in her belly couldn't stand the cold, so she had to make do and put on Ian Sechan's shirt. Gu Cece leisurely stood on the balcony, basking in the warm sunlight, while trimming the flower branches. She didn't notice a luxury car driving into the villa at all. Lee Sikhan had just gotten out of the car when he heard the beautiful singing coming from upstairs. He immediately looked up, only to see Gu Cece wearing his shirt, humming a tune, while watering flowers on the balcony. For a moment, he was stunned and couldn't say a word. Xiao Wang was moved to tears, exclaiming that the young madam was amazing. The CEO was clearly touched. Ian Sikhan immediately glared at him with a cold face, clearly jealous. Xiao Wang instantly understood. He hurriedly drove away from the scene. At this time, Gu Cece was still enjoying the beauty of freedom. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind her. She instinctively turned to look. She was so shocked that she dropped the watering can. The person who appeared was actually Ian Sikhan. Wasn't he supposed to be in Germany? How did he appear here? Lee Sikhan approached step by step with a mischievous smile, teasing in an ambiguous tone. "Dressed like this, are you trying to seduce me?" He suddenly leaned close to Cece's face, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. He directly picked her up horizontally and strode towards the bedroom. Gu Cece finally came to her senses and struggled desperately. But the next second, she was thrown onto the bed. She screamed in fright, her heart pounding in alarm. Sure enough, Ian Sechan's eyes were burning with desire. He urgently tore at her clothes. While bending down, he approached. A devilish laugh announced in her ear, "You can't escape this time." Cece was so scared that tears fell. She frantically refused, her eyes helpless and full of fear. Seeing her close her eyes tightly in fear, curling up and trembling, Ian Sikhan suddenly felt a bit of pity and stopped his actions. Instead, he gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, holding her tightly. Now he didn't want anything else. Just holding Cece and sleeping for a while was very satisfying. Gu Cece nervously opened her eyes, thinking delicately that even if it's like this, he shouldn't hold her. But her heart was beating uncontrollably fast. This position was really too embarrassing. But Ian Sikhan had already fallen asleep. She didn't dare to move, so she could only fall asleep with him, until she was awakened by the chirping of birds. When Gu Cece opened her eyes, she found no one beside her. Ian Sikhan had already gone who knows where. Cece immediately got up, dressed, and went downstairs. She wanted to find out where Ian Sikhan had gone. But as soon as she came downstairs, she saw maids and bodyguards lined up on both sides, respectfully bowing to her and shouting in unison, "Good morning, young madam." Gu Cece was instantly stunned, unable to react. A smartly dressed middle-aged woman came over and told her that they were all sent by the young master to take care of the young madam's daily life. Now was lunchtime. She would teach the young madam how to dine. Half an hour after the meal, she would start teaching the young madam how to behave and interact with people. At 4 p.m., she would learn the tea ceremony. In the evening, she would learn dancing. Considering the young madam's pregnancy, it's not suitable for big movements, so it would be changed to playing the piano. Gu Cece listened with a dizzy head and cold sweat. She deeply felt that being a wealthy young madam wasn't easy. That day, Gu Cece learned so much that it was unbearable. Just as she was about to break down, suddenly the phone rang. Aunt Zhang hurriedly went to answer the phone. It turned out that Ian Sikhan had left a document in the study. He wanted to ask Gu Cece to help bring it over. Gu Cece was so happy, she almost jumped up when she heard this. She could finally go out for some fresh air. After getting the document, she got into the private car and headed to the company. She was filled with emotion. A few days ago, she was still a low-level employee. Unexpectedly, now she had her own driver and luxury car. It was all too incredible. Just then, the car was suddenly hit hard. Cece lunged forward, her head hitting the seat heavily. The driver immediately panicked, fearing that if anything happened to the young madam, the the CEO would surely tear him apart. Gu Cece was also angered by the collision. She immediately pushed open the car door angrily, going to confront the person responsible. Looking at the large patch of paint scraped off the car, she was shocked. This was terrible. The repair cost for this car would be enormous. At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind, politely apologizing repeatedly. Cece turned her head when she heard the voice. She saw a handsome man with clear blue eyes like a lake. He was also looking at her in surprise. He immediately rushed over, grabbed her hand, and excitedly shouted, "No, you're still alive." Gu Cece felt bewildered and silently cursed that this man must be crazy. He was definitely trying to avoid paying for repairs. She immediately shook off his hand. She sternly questioned, "What do you mean? Are you trying to avoid paying for repairs?" Hearing the commotion, a group of bodyguards got out of the cars behind and gathered around the man, respectfully calling him Mr. M.O. Gu Cece became even angrier at this sight. What did these people mean? Were they ganging up to avoid payment? The girl's car was hit by the handsome CEO. The CEO grabbed her hand and excitedly shouted, "No, you're still alive." Gu Cece thought he must be crazy. Could it be that he didn't want to pay for repairs? At this time, a group of bodyguards surrounded them, respectfully calling the man Mr. M.O. Seeing this, Gu Cece became even more furious. Were they ganging up to avoid payment? M.O. Zixin waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to step back. He suddenly chuckled, intimately patting Cece's head, gently reassuring her, "Don't worry, I won't avoid payment. I'll compensate you with a brand new Mercedes." Gu Cece irritably swatted his hand away. She didn't want a new car. She just wanted this guy to honestly pay for the repairs. M.O. Zixin laughed so hard tears came to his eyes. He found this woman incredibly amusing, so he took out a business card and handed it to her. It said his name was M.O. Zixin and included his phone number. Cece noticed he was tall and didn't look like he was from around here. At this time, M.O. Zixin was still repeatedly asking for her name and if she had a twin sister. Cece became wary upon hearing this. It was just about paying for damages. Why was he asking for so much information? Couldn't he just give the money to the driver? She took the business card. He couldn't avoid paying for repairs. Saying this, Cece turned to leave. She got into the car and urged the driver to drive quickly. If she delayed Ian Sichin's business, she would be in big trouble. M.O. Zixin watched the car leave and immediately ordered someone to investigate the license plate number. He asked the bodyguards with a wistful expression if they thought that girl looked like No. The bodyguards felt that in appearance, this young lady looked exactly like Miss Yin Nua, but their temperaments were completely different. Hearing this, M.O. Zixin also said with a melancholic expression that she indeed looked similar yet different. His No was never this healthy. However, regardless of who that woman was, he must investigate thoroughly. Meanwhile, Gu Cece had already delivered the document. After leaving the company, she breathed a sigh of relief. Today had been terribly unlucky. The car was rear-ended, and she almost delivered the document late. Recalling how Ian Sichin had tossed her a credit card, smiling and praising her for being on time, saying she could go shopping by herself today. She could swipe the card as she pleased. Cece felt very displeased. This attitude of always throwing money at people was really distasteful. But since she was out, she could take the opportunity to cancel her old rental apartment. However, halfway there, Cece suddenly saw a group of women fighting on the roadside. The woman surrounded in the middle, being brutally beaten, was actually Mu Ruona. Gu Cece was instantly shocked. She quickly asked the driver to pull over. Without hesitation, she got out of the car and rushed over to help. Just then, a woman raised a brick and violently swung it towards Mu Ruona's head. Gu Cece was startled. She quickly rushed over to pull her away, then ran swiftly towards the car. Mu Ruona was also shocked when she saw her clearly, but there was no time to think about it now. She couldn't run fast in her high heels. Gu Cece dragged her into the car and urged the driver to drive quickly. The car sped away quickly. The group of women couldn't catch up and could only jump up and down, cursing loudly at the dead vixen. "If you have the guts, don't run." Gu Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, she heard Mu Ruona ask why she had saved her. She immediately smiled and said, "We're from partner companies after all. We know each other. How could I not help when you were in danger? Muruona also felt speechless, not expecting her to be so honest. But when she heard her asking if she was all right, she coolly flipped her hair and said it wasn't a big deal. She wouldn't die. This kind of thing was common for her. However, she was indeed quite scared. If Cece hadn't saved her, she would have been done for. Soon, the car arrived at the rental apartment. Cece invited her in to rest for a while. Muruona was surprised to see such a small room. She didn't expect the CEO's wife to live in a place like this. However, the inside was quite tidy. She wanted to ask more questions, but quickly understood and acted as if she knew everything. Cece didn't want to talk about the past, so she changed the subject, asking why those people were beating her on the street. Speaking of this, Muruona also felt helpless. The woman who wanted to hit her with a brick was the wife of one of her clients. That man claimed to have fallen in love with her after meeting her. Although she refused, he kept pestering her. He even said he wanted to divorce his yellow-faced wife at home and then marry her. Then, that man's wife came after her. Muruona sighed and lamented her bad luck. Hearing this, Cece's smile froze. She never expected such a dramatic situation. Muruona, worried she might misunderstand, quickly explained that she didn't seduce anyone. It was that man who persistently pursued her. As she spoke, she narcissistically touched her cheeks and sighed. It's really a burden to be born so beautiful. I've never actively seduced anyone in my life, but no one believes me. Cece listened with her mouth twitching. This was the difference between people. Muruona was beautiful, had a great figure, and everything. Without doing anything, a group of men would pursue her desperately. As for herself, from childhood to adulthood, except for that scumbag Zhao Zigong, she had never been pursued by anyone. She suddenly felt depressed. With her flat figure, it would be strange if any man liked her. She wondered if In Sichen was attracted to Muruona when he first saw her. Suddenly, In Sichen's handsome face appeared in her mind. Cece was so embarrassed she almost screamed out loud. Why was she thinking about that man again, out of nowhere? She quickly warned herself not to be presumptuous. She and In Sichen were just contract spouses. She shouldn't have any thoughts about him. Muruona was startled by her, not knowing why she suddenly had such a big reaction. At this moment, Cece suddenly stood up and shouted, "Ms. Mu, I believe you." Seeing her so excited, Muruona also became curious. What was going on between her and In Sichen? She had never seen In Sichen care so much about a woman before. Hearing this, Cece's expression immediately darkened. The desperate scene from that night, which happened by chance, appeared before her eyes again. Seeing her unpleasant expression, Muruona didn't ask further. She just thanked her for saving her life and said she would definitely repay her in the future. Then she picked up her bag, preparing to leave. But in the end, she couldn't help but kindly advise her. If she was only with In Sichen temporarily due to some benefits, it would be best to think of an exit strategy in advance. Don't be fooled into counting money for others while being sold out. Cece suddenly had an epiphany and immediately decided to keep this apartment as an exit strategy. When she returned home that night, she found that In Sichen had been waiting for a long time. He was glaring at her with a cold expression. The CEO had finally fallen for his contract wife and took the initiative to bring her to a high society banquet. Cece came home very late today. As soon as she entered the door, she found that In Sichen had been waiting for a long time. He was staring at her, asking where she had been. Cece suddenly felt guilty. Her eyes darted around, not daring to look at him. She just said she had been walking around, but under the CEO's sharp gaze, she was still nervous and kept swallowing. After scrutinizing her for a moment, In Sichen finally turned and left. Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she was dissatisfied. He was interrogating her like a criminal. At this moment, In Sichen suddenly announced that there was a social engagement tonight. He would take her along and told her not to embarrass him. Cece was stunned. She hadn't learned any etiquette. How could she possibly make him look good? But she could only reluctantly prepare. First, with the maid's help, she put on a moon-white evening gown. But she was surprisingly thin. The latest and smallest size of the season was still a bit loose around her waist when she wore it. The maid could only help her modify it a little, but the sewing box was forgotten downstairs. She could only ask her to hold the back of her dress herself, while she quickly went downstairs to get the sewing kit. Gu Cece found this action very strenuous. Because of her pregnancy, her hands and feet were becoming clumsy. Just as she was about to be exposed, a large hand helped her hold the fabric, avoiding an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction. Gu Cece turned her head gratefully and found that the person who came was actually In Sikhen. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. In Sikhen secretly laughed at her carelessness. She didn't even notice her hair was caught in her clothes. He immediately lifted that strand of hair and gently tucked it behind her ear. But her hair was too smooth. He tried several times without success, his fingers constantly brushing against Cece's skin. Gu Cece's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She silently cursed, wondering what this man was trying to do. Her little face was as red and tender as an apple, making In Sichen's heart itch unbearably. He couldn't resist lowering his head and taking a hard bite. Cece was so startled she almost jumped up, struggling to do it herself. In the process, In Sichen's hand slipped and the dress instantly fell, revealing her fair skin and curvy figure. Gu Cece immediately froze in embarrassment, her heart pounding. This feeling was too strange. In Sikhen immediately leaned down and trapped her in his arms, whispering in her ear to call his name. Gu Cece was so embarrassed her whole body felt like it was about to explode. She just wanted to scream and ask what he was trying to do. Just then, the maid pushed open the door. She had finally found the needle and thread, but when she saw the current situation, all three of them were stunned. The room fell deathly silent. Seeing Cece stiff and silent with her head down, In Sikhen worried he had really scared her, so he went downstairs to wait first. Soon, Gu Cece finished dressing and came downstairs. The exquisite gown paired with expensive jewelry and beautiful makeup made her look stunningly beautiful. In Sikhen was mesmerized. He hadn't expected her to look so beautiful when dressed up. Being stared at so intently, Gu Cece's cheeks were burning hot. She was screaming internally for someone to come and break this awkward situation. As if hearing her inner cry, Aunt Zhang appeared just in time, reminding them they should leave. In Sikhen immediately extended his arm towards her. Gu Cece quickly took his arm. This intimate contact gave him a strange feeling in his heart. The two arrived at the banquet hall together. Their handsome and beautiful combination caught everyone's eye. Seeing so many business elites present, Gu Cece felt extremely nervous. In Sikhen quickly comforted her, telling her not to be afraid. No one would pay attention to her. At this moment, a young rich man enthusiastically approached, respectfully greeting In Sikhen. Seeing Gu Cece, he was surprised. This was the first time he had seen young master In bring a female companion. Everyone present curiously looked over. Cece immediately felt immense pressure. She silently blamed In Sikhen for lying, saying no one would look at her. In Sikhen thoughtfully deflected attention for her, introducing her as his companion. The young rich man was also captivated by her beauty. Blushing, he introduced himself as Zhao Zhen. Seeing this, In Sikhen felt a surge of jealousy. He quickly changed the subject, mentioning today's honored guest. He said he heard this person was also a business genius. Zhao Zhen quickly said that everyone was outside welcoming this distinguished guest. According to reliable sources, he was a business genius comparable to young Master Yin, and he was going to settle in Enshi. Now young Master Yin had a formidable opponent. It was said that the other party had abundant capital and was backed by two big families. Hearing this, In Sikhen felt a sense of challenge rising in his heart. It had been a long time since he had encountered a worthy opponent. Now he was even more looking forward to meeting this legendary genius who could rival him. Gu Cece witnessed the competitive spirit of businessmen for the first time. She secretly exclaimed how terrifying it was. At this moment, the noble ladies in the banquet hall were all glaring at her with red eyes and murderous intent. Gu Cece was so nervous she kept swallowing. She wanted to scream out loud, "I never intended to steal In Sikhen. If you like him, go ahead and pursue him." In Sikhen immediately noticed her predicament. He promptly told her to find a quiet place to enjoy the food. Gu Cece's eyes lit up instantly. She vanished in a flash, as if escaping for her life. In Sikhen could only shout after her, reminding her not to eat too much junk food and not to drink alcohol. This down-to-earth behavior shocked Zhao Zhen, leaving him dumbfounded. He felt this wasn't like the young master In he knew at all. There were thousands of delicious foods at the banquet. Gu Cece ate happily, secretly praising that this was much better than than a buffet. But when she looked up, she saw Een Sik-hen in the center of the crowd, talking eloquently. All the noble ladies were captivated by him. Indeed, that man would be adored by a group of people wherever he went. Gu Cece instantly felt a sense of loss. She lost her appetite for the delicious food in front of her. She immediately took the opportunity, when no one was paying attention, to quietly slip out for a walk and to digest. Bathing in the moonlight and feeling the gentle breeze, Gu Cece quickly felt much better. So she began to enjoy the pleasure of strolling in the woods. Seeing beautiful flowers on the trees, she wanted to pick them. But even standing on her tiptoes and stretching her arm, she was still a bit short of reaching them. At this moment, a tall man approached and helped pick the flower, handing it to her. Gu Cece quickly turned around to thank him politely. She saw that the man was handsome and good-looking. He asked with surprise, "Don't you remember me?" The girl attended the banquet with the CEO and unexpectedly encountered a handsome man who seemed to know her. He even thoughtfully helped her pick the flower. He greeted her enthusiastically, but Gu Cece looked at him with a blank face, not remembering who he was at all. The man was instantly thunderstruck. He couldn't believe she had forgotten him so quickly. They had just met this morning. His car had rear-ended this woman's car, and he had even left his business card. Gu Cece then remembered. This man was Mo Zixin. Could it be that he came here specifically to give her money? Mo Zixin burst into laughter at her words, praising her for being cute. Cece found him puzzling. Mo Zixin asked for her name again. Cece hesitated. This person was too strange. Should she tell him or not? Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Gu Cece silently thanked her lucky stars and quickly answered the call. Een Sichen's voice came through, urging her to come back quickly. Fearing he would get angry if she returned late, Gu Cece hurriedly waved goodbye to Mo Zixin and rushed towards the banquet hall. But after just a few steps, she stopped and turned back, reminding him to remember to pay her the repair fee. After all, that car was very expensive. Mo Zixin was stunned by her words. He felt she was indeed very special and became even more eager to know her name. He was certain they would meet again. Regardless of his relationship with Nono, he definitely wanted to make her remember him. It was already very late when the banquet ended. Een Sik-hen personally drove Cece home. Seeing Gu Cece sound asleep in the passenger seat, Een Sik-hen was really worried that she might feel unwell after eating so much. At this moment, Cece curled up and let out a moan, seeming to shiver from the cold. Lee Sik-hen quickly pulled over to the side of the road. He took off his coat and covered her with it, fearing she might catch a cold. His fingers gently brushed across her delicate lips. The soft touch instantly made him freeze. A flutter arose in his heart. He couldn't help but touch those small lips again, tentatively. Seeing that Cece wasn't woken up, he finally relaxed and vigorously caressed her red lips. Cece was still sleeping like a little wildcat, showing no reaction. Een Sik-hen couldn't resist anymore. He leaned down and kissed her fiercely, wanting to taste that sweetness again, until Gu Cece was almost suffocating from the kiss. She finally struggled to wake up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw that the car had stopped at some point, and Een Sichen's handsome face was bright red, with sweat continuously dripping from his head. Gu Cece was instantly surprised. She quickly asked why his face was so red, wondering if he had drunk too much. Een Sik-hen, however, was embarrassed and angry. He snapped that she was mistaken. Then he stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped away like a flying arrow. Gu Cece screamed in fright instantly. "I'm pregnant. Aren't you afraid of scaring me?" This is speeding, but Een Sik-hen couldn't calm down. The car speed directly shot up to 120 miles per hour. Yet he stubbornly insisted that he had it under control. Driving like lightning and thunder, they quickly arrived home. As soon as the car stopped, Een Sik-hen fled from the car like he was escaping, not waiting for the poor pregnant woman at all. Walking away while covering his burning cheeks, he regretted his improper behavior earlier. Gu Cece silently cursed in dissatisfaction. What's the rush? As soon as they got home, all his gentlemanly manners disappeared. Just as she was about to get up, she noticed the coat covering her. It was clearly Een Sichen's clothes. She suddenly realized that he had stopped the car earlier to cover her with his coat, suddenly feeling that this man was quite considerate. If they weren't a contract couple, perhaps things would be better. But the sweetness in her heart couldn't be suppressed. Gu Cece immediately said gratefully, "Thank you." Een Sik-hen was stunned upon hearing this. unable to believe what he had just heard. But Gu Cece wouldn't say it again. She only said she was tired and wanted to go home to sleep. Although somewhat disappointed, In Sikhin could only let it go. He thought this matter had passed, but unexpectedly, a few days later when he returned home from work, just as he pushed open the door, he heard Gu Cece saying loudly in Korean, "I like you." This surprise came too fast and unexpectedly. In Sikhin was dumbfounded on the spot. His heart started beating uncontrollably. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Gu Cece continue speaking in Korean, stumbling over the pronunciation awkwardly. In Sikhin was instantly annoyed. This little mole, did she even know what that sentence meant? He immediately tested her by asking how to say, "I love you" in Korean. Cece fluently answered, "Saranghyo." In Sikhin became even more excited. This meant she knew and said it on purpose. "What?" At this moment, Gu Cece also came back to her senses from the book and looked up. In Sikhin immediately hid his smile and continued to maintain the serious appearance of a cold CEO. Cece instinctively hid the Korean language book in her hand, feeling like she had just completely embarrassed herself. At this time, In Sikhin asked her with full of expectation, why did she learn that sentence just now? Cece was even more embarrassed. She casually answered that the etiquette teacher taught it, and she was just learning along. Hearing this, In Sichin's face instantly turned cold. He angrily turned and left. Cece felt bewildered. She didn't understand why he was angry again. Was her answer incorrect? Until dinner time, they still didn't say a word to each other. The air was suddenly dead silent and awkward. Looking at In Sichin's cold expression, Gu Cece worriedly bit her chopsticks. They still needed to cooperate and welcome the Korean chairman and his wife together. If they kept up this Cold War, how could they work? So, she took the initiative to put food in In Sichin's bowl as a way of extending an olive branch. Only then did In Sichin deign to speak, as if granting a favor. "Seeing you look so eager, do you have something to ask me?" Hearing this, Gu Cece nodded frantically, her eyes full of expectation. In Sichin sighed helplessly and told her to just say whatever she wanted to say. Gu Cece then expressed her worries. "Grandma said the Korean chairman and his wife will visit this weekend, but I really don't have a talent for learning Korean." In Sikhin remained expressionless on the surface, but inside he was screaming, "Quickly ask me to teach you. I'm much better than that etiquette teacher." Unexpectedly, Gu Cece blankly asked if she could just smile and not speak when the chairman and his wife arrive. In Sikhin disappointedly covered his face, so angry that his head was buzzing. The domineering CEO actually tried to seduce his contract wife, pulling her small hand to touch his 8-pack abs. Cece was so excited she almost exploded on the spot. This was all because he wouldn't let the CEO teach her Korean. In Sikhin angrily slammed the table. Gu Cece was startled, her eyes wide open, not knowing what she had said wrong. Wasn't he quite happy just now? Seeing this, In Sikhin couldn't continue to be angry, and he lost his appetite. He immediately stood up and angrily turned to leave. Gritting his teeth, he cursed this stupid mole. Gu Cece was on the verge of tears. How could he change his attitude so quickly? What did she need to do for him not to get angry? Aunt Zhang was so worried that tears came to her eyes. She heard from the aunt that the young master didn't eat much at lunch, and now he didn't eat dinner. How could his body handle this? Remembering his thoughtful act of covering her with his coat, Gu Cece's heart softened. She immediately asked Aunt Zhang to prepare a meal so she could bring him some food. At this time, In Sikhin was still working in his study. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Gu Cece walked in carrying the meal with a pleasing smile on her face. But In Sikhin was still holding on to his anger. He just kept his head down, working, not even looking at her. Ignored, Cece's smile became stiff. She knew he was still angry, so she could only put the food aside, planning to reheat it when he wanted to eat. Since she had nothing else to do, she immediately took out the Korean book and started practicing. However, she truly had no talent. Her Korean was a mess. Only the phrase "Saranghyo" was relatively familiar. In Sikhin immediately perked up, stretching his ears to hear what came next. But Gu Cece was staring at the book in frustration, stuttering and unable to read a complete sentence for a long time. In Sikhin waited anxiously, unable to bear it any longer. He walked over and snatched the book from her hand. In a harsh tone, he scolded, "Who taught you this pronunciation? It's embarrassing to speak like this in public. Follow me and start correcting." Gu Cece was stunned. Was he going to teach her Korean? But it was too late to cram now. He had just agreed that she didn't need to speak at the time. Wouldn't it be unnecessary now? In Sik-hen didn't know her inner thoughts, but seeing her staring at him, he was in a great mood. He sat down close to her and started teaching her some common dialogues. Gu Cece's heart rate suddenly increased. She just wanted to scream inside. Shouldn't he use a small blackboard to teach? Why is he sitting so close suddenly? This shy appearance greatly pleased In Sik-hen. He couldn't help but smile, deliberately leaning his body close to her. His warm breath brushed against her ear as he gently repeated, "I love you." This sentence seemed like a soft confession to her. His magnetic voice made Cece dizzy and unable to focus on anything. Seeing her like this, In Sik-hen laughed smugly. Then he began several hours of serious teaching. But Gu Cece still didn't understand anything. In Sik-hen was about to explode with frustration. He grabbed her hand. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Can't you focus? I've never seen anyone so stupid." The meaning of this sentence is clearly like this. Looking at his handsome profile up close, Cece's heart beat uncontrollably fast. The sound was so loud she worried he might hear it. She was suddenly startled. She immediately withdrew her hand and stood up, saying dejectedly, "I really am quite stupid. I'll just memorize it slowly by myself." She left quickly, almost like fleeing in panic. In Sik-hen stared blankly as she closed the door, not knowing what had just happened. Meanwhile, Gu Cece started running frantically as soon as she closed the door. She had just felt something different towards In Sik-hen. Hadn't she given up on love? How could she have feelings for a man who bought her with money? But the burning sensation on her cheeks and her violently beating heart were beyond her control. Gu Cece frustratedly threw herself onto the big bed, cursing herself for being so terrible. She and In Sik-hen were just contract spouses. She shouldn't read too much into it. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to sleep quickly. Tomorrow they had to welcome the chairman and his wife. It would be busy, so she must rest well. In the quiet of the night, In Sik-hen pushed open the door. He walked in quietly. As he walked, he started taking off his clothes. Gu Cece heard the sound and woke up groggily. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw 8 solid abs. She was instantly startled and fully awake. She stuttered, asking him what he was doing. In Sik-hen simply opened his shirt, revealing his stunning physique and enjoying Gu Cece's mesmerized gaze. He immediately smiled and leaned in slowly. In close contact with his well-defined muscles, Gu Cece blushed furiously and was speechless with embarrassment. Her heart was racing wildly. Who could resist such a great body? Unexpectedly, In Sik-hen grabbed her small hand and placed it directly on his firm abs. Gu Cece was so stimulated that her head was about to smoke. She couldn't help but murmur, "So firm." As soon as the words left her mouth, she wanted to slap herself. Her hand also quickly withdrew as if it had been burned. Seeing her already dazed by him, face bright red, and looking completely lost, In Sik-hen immediately revealed a mischievous smile. All the frustration from the day dissipated. Satisfied, he stood up, hands in his pockets, humming a tune as he walked towards the dressing room. As he walked, he took off his clothes and tossed them aside. Then he changed into a brand new suit. Seeing this, Cece came to her senses, somewhat surprised. He was actually going out. In Sik-hen told her he had a social engagement while adjusting his appearance. Cece suddenly felt a sense of loss. She couldn't help but sigh, unsure whether she felt relieved or disappointed. Hearing the sound, In Sik-hen looked over and invited her to go with him. Gu Cece was startled, realizing her behavior had caused a misunderstanding. She quickly said she wanted to rest early. She wouldn't go. In Sik-hen seemed to believe her words and didn't insist. He just reminded her to rest early, then turned and left. Gu Cece stared blankly at the empty room for a moment. In the end, she couldn't help but get up. She lifted the curtain and looked down. Seeing him dressed up flamboyantly and going out late at night, her heart felt sour and bitter. She didn't know who he was meeting so late. Soon it was the next day, the day of the Korean chairman's visit to China. The CEO and his contract wife played the role of a loving couple. The CEO took the opportunity to flirt, kissing, hugging, and being intimate. Gu Cece angrily cursed this shameless pervert in her mind. Today was the day of the Korean chairman and his wife's visit to China. At dawn, the villa was bustling with activity. Everyone was busy running around Gu Cece. They helped her with her hairstyle and manicure, each matching today's jewelry and outfit. This beautiful heart of the ocean necklace was specially bought at an auction by the CEO for her last night. Everyone praised her good fortune. Gu Cece felt sweet inside, but pretended to complain indifferently. It's such a hassle. Who cares about this? In Sikhen grew impatient waiting and immediately told everyone to get in the car and finish on the way. The stylist immediately picked up Gu Cece and rushed towards the car, frightening her into screaming. She still had to be surrounded by people doing her styling in the car. Gu Cece was utterly miserable. She could only pitifully beg him if it was possible not to do this. Hearing this, In Sikhen frowned. Dressing too casually would be disrespectful to the chairman and his wife. But seeing her pitiful teary-eyed expression, as if she was about to cry any second, In Sichen's heart instantly softened. His handsome face turned red from being touched. He quickly lowered his head and coughed twice to cover it up. The stylists were stunned at the sight. They never expected the usually domineering and cold CEO to blush. In Sikhen, embarrassed and angry, glared at them menacingly and coldly roared for them to get out. Everyone immediately scattered. With the strangers gone, Gu Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have to be so formal now. She immediately started humming a happy tune. She took off the luxurious bracelet on her wrist, then skillfully braided her long hair into a refreshing plait. Paired with her simple, elegant dress, she looked pure and adorable. She saw a beautiful pair of couple watches on the plane, so she picked up the women's one and put it on her wrist. But the watch clasp was too difficult to fasten. She struggled for a long time, but couldn't close it. She couldn't help but pout in frustration. Seeing this, In Sikhen pulled her into his arms and personally fastened the watch for her. Then he extended his arm in front of her, indicating for her to put the matching men's watch on him. After putting it on, he even took a photo together with her, highlighting their matching couple watches. From now on, they had to play the role of a loving couple and absolutely must not mess it up. In Sikhen warned her with a cold face. This was a multi-billion-dollar contract. If they messed it up, the consequences would be severe. While his words were stern, his hands were busy posting their photo on Weibo. The comment section instantly exploded. Fans enviously exclaimed how happy the CEO and his wife looked. Those who admired In Sikhen cried out in opposition. Mu Ruona directly rushed in to passionately defend them, saying they were a perfect match and no monster had the right to object. Lin Xiaoya even hatefully commented to In Sikhen, "You will regret this." Gu Cece didn't know about this. Hearing his words, she instantly felt disappointed. He married her for two reasons. One was for the child, and the other was for this big contract. She knew she was just acting, but for some reason, she still felt very disappointed. But soon she had no time to think about this. They were standing on top of a building hundreds of floors high, almost blown away by the strong wind. This was her first time seeing a sky airport. Indeed, poverty had limited her imagination. In Sikhen quickly pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly, fearing her small frame might be blown away by the air currents. Seeing her standing there with her mouth wide open, In Sikhen teasingly reminded her to wipe it, saying her drool was about to come out. Hearing this, Gu Cece's cheeks turned bright red with embarrassment. She quickly wiped her mouth, only to find there was no drool at all. This guy had tricked her. She immediately clenched her fists in anger. In Sikhen burst out laughing. At this moment, Xiao AI came to report that the chairman and his wife's plane would land in 5 minutes. Seeing Gu Cece's blank eyes, In Sikhen knew this little wildcat was nervous again. He immediately grabbed her small hand to help ease her nerves. Just then, the plane landed in Korea. The chairman and his wife disembarked. In Sikhen smiled and went to greet them, warmly exchanging pleasantries and saying welcoming words in Korean. As soon as the chairman's wife saw Gu Cece, she warmly walked up and hugged her. She kept praising her beauty, saying Mr. In was so lucky. But Gu Cece felt extremely awkward. She couldn't understand what they were saying at all and could only maintain a forced smile. Seeing this, In Sikhen pulled her into his arms and thoughtfully helped her out of the situation, saying his wife's Korean wasn't very good. Gu Cece also stuttered, using poor Chinese-accented Korean to sincerely apologize to the chairman and his wife. Unexpectedly, the chairman's wife started speaking Chinese to her, even offering to teach her Korean. Gu Cece was overjoyed. She never expected them to speak Chinese. Her nervousness also dissipated a bit. Meanwhile, The silent chairman was keenly observing the two of them. He immediately noticed the couple watches they were wearing. He instantly showed a satisfied smile. It seemed this couple was indeed very loving. In Sik-hen invited the two to rest in the reception room. The chairman and his wife immediately held hands, displaying a sweet and loving image. They followed them downstairs. In Sik-hen immediately took the initiative to hold Gu Cece's hand, intimately walking with her. Gu Cece's face turned red with embarrassment, her heart pounding. She kept reminding herself internally, although she needed to play the role of Mrs. In well, she must stay clear-headed. This was all just acting. She absolutely couldn't take it seriously. After returning to the company, watching both sides engage in lively conversation, Gu Cece felt like time was dragging on forever. She couldn't understand anything, yet she had to sit there with proper etiquette, maintaining an appropriate smile. The chairman's wife soon noticed she hadn't spoken, so she thoughtfully switched to Chinese, asking what she usually did for leisure. Hearing this, Gu Cece silently complained that when she used to work, she worked day and night, so busy she had no time for leisure. But outwardly, she could only gently reply that in her free time she would cook, especially for her beloved, which gave her a very happy and blissful feeling. Hearing this, In Sik-hen glanced at her in surprise, secretly praising her improved acting skills. So he also cooperated by praising his wife's cooking skills, saying he really enjoyed it. Gu Cece almost rolled her eyes. He clearly despised her cooking skills every time. Unexpectedly, the next second, In Sik-hen proactively suggested that Xian would personally cook for the two guests. Gu Xian was instantly shocked. This wasn't in the script at all. Notice this woman is cooking in the kitchen. The CEO suddenly comes in, hugs her, and starts kissing and touching her, being ambushed and embraced in public. Gu Xian's face turned bright red with embarrassment, her whole body stiff. She couldn't help but struggle hard. Li Sik-hen quietly reminded her that the chairman and his wife were looking over, so she must cooperate. Hearing this, Gu Cece discreetly turned her head to look back. Indeed, the chairman and his wife had come at some point and were watching the two of them. Seeing the couple's affection, they seemed very satisfied. At this point, Gu Cece didn't dare to struggle anymore. She was afraid of ruining this multi-billion-dollar contract. After all, she and In Sik-hen had been presenting themselves as a harmonious and loving couple in front of the two distinguished guests. In Sik-hen even proactively suggested that she would personally cook for the two guests. At that moment, Gu Cece was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. This wasn't in the script at all, but In Sik-hen pulled her into his arms, whispering that he had just received news that the chairman's wife liked hot pot. The housekeeper had already prepared the ingredients. Grandmother had said that if Xian could perform well this time, she would agree to let her go home for a visit. Hearing this, Gu Xian's eyes lit up, hardly believing such good fortune. In Sik-hen lowered his head to kiss her cheek, gently saying, "Thank you for your efforts, my dear." Gu Xian instantly blushed furiously, silently cursing him for being shameless. How could he suddenly kiss her like that? However, she had to maintain a calm exterior, nestling obediently in In Sik-hen's arms. She docilely said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." As soon as she left the room, she vigorously wiped the spot where she was kissed, complaining insincerely that In Sik-hen was shameless for taking advantage of her. At this moment, Xiao suddenly came over to guide her and explain some precautions. In the coming days, Cece would need to accompany In Sik-hen, entertaining the chairman and his wife. If they could establish a good relationship with those two, then the contract would be a sure thing. But if they were discovered to be a contract couple, the cooperation would likely be ruined. Hearing this, Gu Cece's expression darkened. She had actually taken that kiss seriously just now. How foolish and presumptuous of her. Soon they arrived on the 33rd floor. A group of suited bodyguards were already lined up to welcome them, shouting in unison, "Thank you for your hard work, team leader." In the kitchen, dozens of top chefs were also ready, enthusiastically welcoming the arrival of the CEO's wife. They had already prepared the soup base for the hot pot. Cece only needed to prepare the side dishes. Gu Cece immediately pulled herself together, reminding herself not to overthink and just focus on her task at hand. Now she had the mood to appreciate this luxurious kitchen. She couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It seemed In Sik-hen had put a lot of thought into entertaining the Korean chairman and his wife. So she had to do her best too, not to let the company down. Gu Cece was suddenly full of enthusiasm. She began cutting mushrooms seriously, her technique skilled and her knife work excellent. Just then, In Sik-hen suddenly walked in, gesturing to the head chef not to disturb Cece. Gu Cece was now immersed in the joy of cooking. Without Een Sik-hen beside her, she was completely relaxed. Seeing her like this, Een Sik-hen liked her even more. He couldn't help but quietly walk up behind her. He suddenly pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. This familiar embrace instantly brought Cece back to reality. Without turning around, she knew it was Een Sik-hen. She was so excited that she almost couldn't hold the knife steady. Her shy face turned red. Wasn't this guy supposed to be the big CEO? Why would he come to the back of the house? Een Sik-hen nuzzled her cheek intimately, calling her wife over and over. Gu Cece instantly snapped back to reality. Being closely watched by the chairman and his wife, she didn't dare to struggle recklessly. Her little heart was pounding with excitement, but she firmly remembered to cooperate in acting as a loving couple. Seeing her extremely shy yet obedient and docile appearance, Een Sik-hen's gaze grew even deeper, and his heart felt increasingly itchy. Little A behind him sighed in relief. He had accidentally said something wrong earlier. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and asked the CEO to come up and save the situation. It seemed this trick worked very well. Gu Cece quickly finished preparing the hot pot. She smiled and invited the chairman and his wife to dine. The chairman's wife had a very good impression of her, constantly praising her for being virtuous and capable. CEO Een is so fortunate to have a wife who loves to cook. You must really like her. Gu Cece's heart immediately tightened, curious about how he would answer. Een Sik-hen held her small hand, saying tenderly that the happiest thing every day was having dinner together with Cece. Hearing this, Gu Cece felt a slight sweetness in her heart. She stared at him in a daze, his handsome smile almost hidden in his gentleness. That sweet gaze looking at her made Cece unable to help but gradually sink into it. For a moment, she almost believed they were a truly loving couple. But she quickly came to her senses. This was all just an act. They were only a contract couple. Een Sik-hen immediately noticed her unusual behavior and hurriedly asked with concern what was wrong. Gu Cece quickly forced a smile, saying she was fine. Seeing her familiar smile, Een Sik-hen relaxed, his face full of tenderness. The chairman and his wife watched this scene, exchanging satisfied whispers. They felt it reminded them of their own youth. This meal was enjoyed by both hosts and guests. The chairman's wife praised it repeatedly with satisfaction. Gu Cece couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed they were very satisfied with the meal. She hadn't let them down after all. After this observation and interaction, the chairman finally decided to sign the contract. He immediately instructed his assistant to bring the contract. Gu Cece's heart leapt with joy. The contract was finally successful. She could be free now. Een Sik-hen looked at the contract presented before him, unable to hold back a smile. They had finally secured this big contract. Just as the cooperation was about to be signed, suddenly a shrill cry rang out. Sik-hen, how could you do this to me? The joyful atmosphere was instantly shattered. Een Sik-hen and Gu Cece's smiles froze. They were furious at this person who came to cause trouble at such a crucial moment. The chairman and his wife's expressions turned cold. The air became deathly heavy. All four people looked towards the door. They saw a woman wearing a cleaner's uniform rush in. She quickly took off her hat, revealing a beautiful face. The person was Lin Xiaoya. With a face full of resentment, she accused, "I should be your wife, shouldn't I? Why did you marry my best friend?" The girl and the CEO were playing the role of a loving couple. They were about to sign a contract worth billions. Suddenly, the ex-girlfriend appeared, accusing her of stealing her boyfriend. Lin Xiaoya, with a resentful expression, accused, "I should be your wife, shouldn't I? Why did you marry my best friend?" Seeing this, the chairman and his wife's expressions turned sour. They questioned who this woman was. Gu Cece was shocked, her eyes wide open. She didn't understand why Lin Xiaoya was turning the tables on her. Een Sik-hen's expression darkened even more. He glared fiercely at the woman who was disrupting everything. The headquarters of a major media conglomerate, yet someone could easily sneak in. Was this a test of his patience? At this moment, Lin Xiaoya stared resentfully at Gu Cece, pointing at her nose and calling her a bitch. Gu Cece felt heartbroken. Her best friend was hurting her like this. She was so upset she couldn't speak. The Korean chairman impatiently asked what was going on. Een Sik-hen hurriedly tried to explain it was just a misunderstanding, but he was immediately interrupted. Lin Xiaoya rushed over and hugged him, intimately saying they could talk about it later. Seeing the two embracing intimately, Gu Cece stood there in a daze, her expression sorrowful. Een Sik-hen quickly pushed Lin Xiaoya away, asking Cece to take the two guests downstairs to rest while he stayed to resolve this mess. Gu Cece immediately reacted, first assuring the chairman and his wife that they would provide a reasonable explanation later. Although the chairman was still very dissatisfied, his attitude softened slightly. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyao was furious. Did she really think she was the CEO's wife? Why her? Just as Gu Cece had persuaded the two guests to leave, a sudden slap landed hard on her face. Caught off guard, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The chairman and his wife were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. But Lin Xiaoyao wasn't satisfied. Furiously, she pointed at her nose and started cursing. "You shameless bitch! And you call yourself my best friend? You stole my man!" The chairman's wife trembled in fear. The chairman quickly shielded her, demanding to know where Een Sechen's security was. Gu Cece, covering her swollen cheek, was about to answer when Lin Xiaoyao grabbed her, raising her arm high, ready to strike again. Gu Cece was so frightened she could barely breathe. At this critical moment, Een Sechen rushed over to shield her, grabbing Lin Xiaoyao's arm and glaring at her menacingly, warning her to stop. Lin Xiaoyao's heart sank. She pleaded with Sechen lovingly, "Don't look at me so fiercely." But Een Sechen remained unmoved, firmly protecting Cece. At this moment, Gu Cece felt so wrong she wanted to cry. She had never done anything to hurt Lin Xiaoyao, yet she had been slapped twice, once at her own wedding and once in front of these important guests. Lin Xiaoyao was still struggling desperately, wanting to continue teaching Gu Cece a lesson. After being stopped by Een Sechen, she immediately cried out with a face full of grievance. "How could you do this to me? I guess she must be your new bride. How could you marry my best friend?" As she spoke, she burst into loud sobs. Een Sechen closed his eyes tightly, feeling his patience wearing thin. Gu Cece was so upset she was trembling all over, covering her swollen cheek. She closed her eyes tightly, trying desperately to hold back her tears. Actually, she was the one who should be crying today. Seeing her wronged expression, Een Sechen felt his heart clench. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the pain. Suppressing the anger about to erupt, he gave Lin Xiaoyao one last warning. But Lin Xiaoyao was confident he wouldn't really do anything to her. She cried even harder, tears streaming down her face, and began to unreasonably beg for his forgiveness. Een Sechen immediately coldly ordered Xiao Xian to take the chairman and his wife to rest. The chairman's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He warned that they must give a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, they would never cooperate with a fickle man. After saying this, he left angrily with his wife, taking the contract with them. Before leaving, the chairman's wife looked back. She felt that a girl with such a clean smile and clear eyes like Cece could never be a shameless mistress, especially seeing her full of grievance. Yet holding back her tears, the wife felt even more sympathetic. But she couldn't interfere in others' relationships. She could only sigh helplessly and leave with her husband. After seeing the two guests off, Een Sechen no longer held back his anger. He coldly snorted at Lin Xiaoyao with disdain. Was Milan not attractive enough? You finally decided to come back. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyao immediately threw herself into his arms. She said passionately that she didn't want to go to Milan or be a model anymore. "I want to marry Een Sechen and have his children. Gu Cece was just a gift I gave him. How could you marry a gift? Now that I'm back, that gift can exit the stage." Gu Cece was shocked and dazed, unable to believe what she had heard. She was just a gift? What was going on? A terrifying secret seemed about to be revealed. She was so frightened her face turned pale and transparent. Seeing her pitiful state, Lin Xiaoyao secretly hated her. Did she think acting pitiful would win over her rightful girlfriend? But Een Sechen looked at Gu Cece with concern, about to speak words of comfort. Lin Xiaoyao beat him to it, hugging him tightly and passionately declaring, "I truly love you. That's why I gave you my best friend's first night. You can't treat me like this. She's just a gift. I'm your girlfriend." Een Sechen knew this was bad and immediately turned to look at Gu Cece. He saw Gu Cece breaking down in tears, looking like she couldn't believe her best friend had set her up. His heart was instantly gripped. He had never seen the little wildcat look so desperate. He was so anxious he almost lost his composure and cursed. How did things turn out like this? But Lin Xiaoyao couldn't bear it. She looked at him and screamed frantically, "Look at me. Divorce this gift immediately, and we can get married and have children. As many as you want." The CEO endured not protecting his contract wife immediately in order to record evidence of his ex-girlfriend's plot. Seeing his wife's heartbroken and desperate look, the CEO regretted it to his core. At this moment, Gu Cece was curled up in a small cubicle. Tears she could no longer hold back gushed out. So many years of feelings were just a gift for another man. The word gift was like the sharpest weapon, piercing her entire body and making her bleed. The world became dark and lightless. Suddenly, a loud noise exploded in her ear. A familiar voice anxiously called out her name, breaking through her deep darkness. Een Sik-hen frantically banged on the cubicle door, shouting, "Gu Cece, come out!" But Gu Cece sat there motionless, not responding. She thought hopelessly, did he know everything from the beginning? Is that why he wanted to pay her off with a check? So they all knew everything. Only she was the fool who still believed there was good in this world. The violent banging on the door alarmed everyone in the company. They all curiously gathered around to watch the commotion. Even through the door, Een Sik-hen could imagine how desperate Cece must be inside. He didn't care about being surrounded by onlookers. His heart was full of guilt and pain for Cece. He finally couldn't help but lower his noble head, struggling to say sorry to Cece. This shocked everyone in the company so much their jaws dropped. They never imagined the always proud CEO would apologize. The bathroom was deathly silent. Although Gu Cece was also surprised, she forced herself not to respond. Een Sik-hen was already extremely anxious. He immediately kicked open the cubicle door forcefully. When he saw the scene inside clearly, he was instantly shocked, his eyes wide open. All those angry, roaring voices disappeared. He saw Gu Cece curled up in the corner, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly hopeless. Een Sik-hen instantly changed from furious to heartbroken. He gently called out her name. After ordering Xiao AI to drive away all irrelevant people, he walked into the cubicle and softly called out, "Cece, come to me." Gu Cece dazedly raised her head, staring blankly at his handsome face. Een Sik-hen was bathed in brilliant sunlight, seeming to be from a different world than her, curled up in darkness. Gu Cece felt even more desperate. She felt she had nowhere to go. Een Sik-hen immediately pulled her into his arms, escaping that hopeless swamp. Holding her tightly, he softly comforted her. "No one will abandon you anymore. If you want to cry, cry in my arms. Don't hide and cry in the cold darkness." Hearing the gentle persuasion in her ear, Gu Cece's pent-up emotions instantly burst forth. She clutched Een Sik-hen's clothes and cried loudly. The world was so big, yet she didn't even have a shoulder to cry on. She could only lean on Een Sik-hen's chest for a moment. From now on, she would behave properly and follow the rules until the moment their contract ended. After completely venting, Cece also came to her senses. She struggled to leave this warm embrace. Her face was full of shyness and embarrassment. She seemed to have dirted his clothes. But Een Sik-hen said carelessly, "It's fine. Just wash it clean." This completely unsentimental answer made Gu Cece's mouth twitch. Should she thank him for not making her buy a new one as compensation? Seeing that she was in the mood to banter with him, Een Sik-hen finally relaxed. With a mischievous smile, he directly said she couldn't afford it, as this shirt was worth over $1 million. Gu Cece was instantly shocked, her eyes wide open, unable to believe she had incurred such a huge debt with one hug. However, after this playful exchange, those dark emotions from earlier instantly dissipated. Gu Cece thought with red eyes, this was the only bit of warmth she had received today. The two held hands intimately and cuddled together, heading towards the bright and sunny light. Not long after returning home, Een Sik-hen changed into a brand new set of clothes and hurriedly left again. Gu Cece stared blankly at his back, feeling a sense of loss welling up in her heart. Seeing this, the butler kindly explained, "The young master is just going to explain today's events to the Korean chairman. The chairman already knows about this incident. He just called and scolded the CEO harshly. He said that Lin Xiaoya is his retribution. If he doesn't explain things clearly, even he as the chairman won't be able to protect the young master's CEO position." This time the chairman is truly angry. He ordered the young master to resolve this properly and then reflect seriously. This is the first time I've seen the chairman scold the young master so harshly. Gu Cece then returned to her room to rest at the butler's persuasion. Just as she was dozing off, she vaguely heard the voices of the butler and Een Sik-hen talking. Een Sik-hen's tone was full of helplessness. The Korean chairman's attitude is very firm. This matter seems to be a bit troublesome. Although grandmother suggested bringing Cece along to explain things clearly, Eun Sik-hin was worried about Cece's current state. He feared she might not be able to complete this task and wanted to think of other solutions. After discussing business, he dismissed everyone and quietly pushed open the door to enter. Gu Cece quickly turned her back to him, not wanting him to discover she was still awake. Hearing his footsteps approaching, Cece tensed up nervously, her mind going blank. Unexpectedly, Eun Sik-hin went into the bathroom first, still thinking about today's events. If he brought Cece along, she might get hurt again. The image of Cece crying desperately kept lingering in his mind, making him feel heartbroken and regretful. From that moment on, he was determined not to let Cece get hurt again. Eun Sik-hin immediately dried himself off and walked out of the bathroom completely naked. Gu Cece heard the water stop running. Soon after, the mattress beside her sank suddenly. Her mind instantly became a mess. She was screaming internally, "Is he going to sleep in the same bed with me again? Why doesn't he go sleep in the study or guest room?" The next second, Eun Sik-hin rolled over towards her, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Cece trembled nervously all over. This position was too intimate. The CEO, to cheer up his wife, actually took off his clothes in public to show off his body. Eun Sik-hin returned to the room late at night. He discovered his wife was already awake, but pretending to sleep. He immediately pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. Although he didn't make any R-rated moves, feeling the soft body in his arms, Eun Sik-hin's mood instantly improved, and he couldn't help but smile. Hearing the strong heartbeat next to her ear, Gu Cece opened her eyes in shock. She immediately saw his firm chest muscles. Touching this explosive body up close, Cece couldn't help but marvel at how perfect it was. But Eun Sik-hin wasn't wearing any clothes. Their skin touched, pressed tightly together. Gu Cece was so scared she didn't dare to move, fearing she might touch more indescribable points. As if sensing her tense and almost suffocating predicament, Eun Sik-hin suddenly brought up business matters. The Korean chairman and his wife were very angry. He went to explain, but waited for a long time without seeing them. The chairman's assistant said that the Korean side was very disappointed with the entertainment conglomerate. Grandmother was even more furious about this. Gu Cece's attention was instantly diverted, no longer focused on the current awkwardness. This contract was of great significance to the entertainment conglomerate. Cooperating with Korean companies meant firmly establishing a foothold in Korea. Worried, she hurriedly asked what would happen if they failed. Eun Sik-hin hugged her even tighter, pausing for a moment before answering. If they failed, all of the Eun Group's other projects in Korea would be affected. So for this cooperation, grandmother and he had racked their brains, planning a lot. But they never expected it to fail at the last moment. Gu Cece looked up in shock, but ended up pressing against his firm chest muscles. Eun Sik-hin amusingly tapped her nose, chuckling as he teased his wife. "Do you even know how much pressure your husband is under right now?" Seeing Cece's indeed worried expression, he couldn't help but laugh again, his already handsome face becoming even more attractive. Gu Cece's face turned bright red as she looked at him, thinking he was incredibly handsome at this moment. Eun Sik-hin tightened his arms, pulling her even closer to himself. Holding her chin, he leaned in, his hot breath brushing against Cece's lips. She was so shocked her eyes widened, watching as Eun Sik-hin leaned in to kiss her. Just as their lips were about to touch, Gu Cece suddenly came to her senses. She turned her head to avoid it, her expression panicked yet restrained. Eun Sik-hin was stunned by this sudden avoidance. Everything was fine just a moment ago. Why was she suddenly unwilling? Gu Cece stammered an explanation, saying she was just a contract wife. A contract wife. These 4 words hit Eun Sik-hin hard, making him grit his teeth in frustration. He dejectedly rolled over to lie flat. It was a term he had proposed himself. Why did it sound so jarring now? The two lay in silence, the air so awkward it was suffocating. Finally, Eun Sik-hin suddenly smiled and said, "I won't touch you. It's just too lonely alone. I just wanted to hug someone who's equally lonely." For the mighty CEO, these words were tantamount to showing weakness to gain sympathy. Gu Cece was instantly stunned. Eun Sik-hin coaxed her to sleep quickly, saying he wanted to take her out for a stroll after dinner, to relax a bit. It was Cece's first time hearing about going out at night, and she was curious to know more. But Eun Sik-hin had already closed his eyes and fallen asleep. He must have been really exhausted. Gu Cece's heart softened instantly. She stopped trying to escape his embrace. Just this once, she'd let him hug her. After waking up, Eun Sik-hin took Gu Cece to a clothing store. His tall, handsome, and outstanding appearance immediately attracted attention. Young girls and women screamed in admiration. "He's so handsome and manly. I like him so much." The store manager was also drawn by the commotion. Seeing that it was the CEO of the entertainment conglomerate, he was so shocked he could barely speak. He quickly led all the employees to line up and greet the CEO respectfully, bowing and saying hello. Eun Sik-hin immediately asked them to bring out this year's latest seasonal styles. When it came to sizing, he turned to look at Cece's chest, then said with a mischievous smile that they needed the smallest size. He was obviously joking about her being flat-chested. Gu Cece's fragile young girl's heart shattered into pieces. Soon the staff brought out the clothes. Eun Sik-hin told her to quickly try on which ones fit. Gu Cece was unhappy with his domineering tone, but thinking it was better to avoid trouble, she could only obediently comply. Soon, she came out wearing an elegant and noble purple pleated dress. She looked like a flower fairy descended to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Eun Sik-hin was stunned after just one glance, his eyes full of amazement and fascination. He was also extremely satisfied with the store's clothes. He didn't even need to try them on one by one. He directly asked them to pack up and take everything. He also told her to look around and see if there was anything else she liked. If she liked it, buy it. Don't try to save money for him. Gu Cece was so shocked by his extravagance that her jaw almost dropped. He had never been this lavish when buying things before, but since it was a rare outing, and it was to help her relax, Gu Cece was happy to let loose. As they shopped, people's eyes turned red with envy. They couldn't believe that the mighty CEO would be so good to a woman. They wished they could take her place. Gu Cece casually browsed around. Suddenly, she spotted an exquisite men's shirt. She asked for one in Eun Sik-hin's size to try on. Hearing this, Eun Sik-hin immediately stood up and took off his shirt, revealing his solid 8-pack abs and explosive physique. He put on the shirt Cece had personally chosen, struck a handsome pose, and narcissistically asked if he looked good. Gu Cece couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. Indeed, handsome people look good in anything, but seeing some slight wrinkles at his neck, Gu Cece quickly approached him, standing on tiptoes. She reached around his neck, carefully adjusting the wrinkled collar at the back. Eun Sik-hin looked at her smooth young face up close. He was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she had actively approached him. He couldn't help but smile. Her natural and intimate manner was just like that of a perfect little wife. Cece hadn't realized how ambiguous her actions just now were. She was only focused on fixing his clothes. Hearing his laughter, she finally reacted and wanted to hide in embarrassment. Eun Sik-hin quickly grabbed her small hand. Blushing, he wanted to confess his feelings, but he was so nervous that he stuttered and couldn't form complete sentences. He finally calmed down, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by a coquettish voice. This pregnant woman was actually hit by a car while trying to save someone. The CEO was so scared he almost lost his soul. He regretted saying how important this multi-billion contract was. Originally, Eun Sik-hin was taking Gu Cece shopping for clothes. Holding her hand, he had mustered up the courage to confess. Suddenly, a coquettish voice interrupted him. Muruona sauntered over gracefully, smiling at them. Gu Cece was startled instantly. She quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back to create distance. Eun Sik-hin's unspoken confession ended just like that. His face immediately turned ashen with anger. He glared fiercely at Muruona's smug smile. The two stared at each other, sparks flying. Devilish malice and frenzied killing intent erupted between them. Muruona proposed with a wicked smile, inviting them to have a drink together. Eun Sik-hin wanted nothing more than to chase away this third wheel, but he still respectfully asked for Cece's opinion. Cece immediately felt speechless. Wasn't the big CEO supposed to be the one making decisions? However, no one wanted to actually reject the other's offer. The three of them headed to a cafe. Actually, Muruona was just curious about their relationship. Today, this secret should be revealed, right? Hearing this, Eun Sik-hin chuckled. Looking at Cece, he teased playfully. That depends on whether my wife is willing to reveal this secret. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Muruona's head. She recalled the Weibo post with the couple's watches. She immediately realized it was the two of them. She screamed in disbelief. Eun Sik-hin actually called Cece his wife. Cece laughed awkwardly, glaring at Eun Sik-hin in embarrassed anger. But Eun Sik-hin didn't care. After all, this would have to be revealed sooner or later. Otherwise, how would they explain suddenly having a son? Hearing this, Muruona was even more shocked. Not only did In Sikhin call Cece his wife, but he also said they even had a son. In Sikhin calmly added, "It should be a son. It's not yet time to determine the gender. But even if it's a daughter, I'd love her just the same." But Muruona was already too shocked to speak. She grabbed a cup of coffee and downed it in one gulp. But even that couldn't calm her down. This secret was just too explosive. In Sikhin quickly changed the subject, asking why she came to Las Vegas. Surely not just for the biscuits? Mentioning this, Muruona became irritated. Because she failed to negotiate with In Corporation, she was scolded by her boss and could only come here to relax and recover. After negotiating with In Sikhin for so many years, she had never won once. Muruona sighed in frustration. In Sikhin smiled smugly. Isn't that normal? Even Muruona's boss had never beaten him. Then he happened to look down and saw a hair next to the coffee cup. He immediately frowned in discomfort. His obsessive-compulsive disorder suddenly flared up, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Seeing Cece about to drink her coffee, he quickly grabbed her hand to stop her, dragging her away to go home and rest. Gu Cece was extremely annoyed. Why did they have to leave right after sitting down? Muruona noticed her dissatisfaction and thoughtfully invited her to go shopping together tomorrow. Gu Cece's eyes immediately lit up. She looked at In Sikhin with anticipation, asking if they could go. Her pitiful and adorable expression melted In Sikhin's heart. He blushed and nodded in agreement. Gu Cece immediately cheered happily. She took the initiative to hold his arm, and they walked home cuddling together. Muruona watched their tightly cuddled silhouettes walking away. She thought gleefully that In Sikhin had finally met his match. The next day, Muruona waited early at the mall entrance. The agreed time had already passed. Gu Cece finally came running hurriedly, panting and apologizing repeatedly for being late. Muruona stifled a yawn. She didn't want to come this early either. But at 6 a.m., she was woken up by In Sikhin's call. He repeatedly instructed her to take good care of Cece while shopping. He also emphasized Cece's safety. If anything happened to Cece, In Sikhin would make trouble for her. When she received that call, Muruona was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out. She didn't expect the big CEO to love his little wife so extraordinarily. However, with Muruona as their fashion-savvy guide, they bought many nice things that day. Various exquisite and beautiful jewelry, and they tried on this year's latest styles in clothing stores. Gu Cece chose a sky blue mermaid gown, pure and cute yet with a siren-like allure. Muruona selected a sexy cheapao that perfectly showcased her curvaceous, hot figure. It was Gu Cece's first time shopping with a good friend, and she had an extremely enjoyable day. Muruona, however, kept in mind to take good care of this pregnant woman. After shopping for 2 hours, she proactively suggested finding a place to rest. Cece was about to agree when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was the Korean chairman's wife. She was anxiously looking around for something, completely unaware of a car backing up towards her. She was about to be hit. Gu Cece urgently tossed her things to Muruona and immediately rushed over. She selflessly pushed the chairman's wife away, taking her place and getting hit hard by the car. Gu Cece fell heavily to the ground. Intense pain shot through her abdomen, causing her to break out in a cold sweat and shake all over. She immediately clutched her belly in panic, trying to protect her child. By now, Muruona was terrified out of her wits. She dropped everything and ran over as fast as she could. The chairman's wife also recognized that Gu Cece had saved her and was frightened into apologizing nonstop. Muruona, holding Gu Cece, frantically yelled at the older woman to hurry up and call an ambulance, as Cece had just saved her life. At this point, Gu Cece was starting to lose consciousness. She struggled to leave her last words, insisting that no matter what, they must save the child first. The child absolutely must not be harmed. Muruona quickly comforted her, saying not to worry, both mother and child would be fine. But in her heart, she was screaming in panic. If anything happened to the child, how would she explain it to In Sikhin? Meanwhile, In Sikhin was holding a shareholders meeting at the company. Suddenly, a phone call came in. In Sikhin answered and only heard one sentence. Instantly, his face turned pale with fear. He immediately left the shareholders in the meeting room and rushed out in a panic. The girl helped the CEO save a contract worth billions. But the CEO was so angry he wanted to kill someone. In Sik-hin was holding a shareholders meeting. They were discussing how to save the cooperation with the Korean company. Suddenly, a phone call came in. He was told that Gu Cece had been hit by a car while saving the Korean chairman's wife. In Sichin's face instantly turned pale with fear. He left the shareholders in the meeting room. He hurriedly stood up and rushed out. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen the CEO so flustered before. In Sik-hin couldn't wait for a driver and drove to the hospital himself. He floored the gas pedal and ran countless red lights along the way. He arrived at the hospital as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the chairman's wife was repeatedly thanking Cece, saying she would have died if not for her. But Gu Cece smiled and comforted her, saying it was nothing. She would have helped anyone in danger. Muruona was both shocked and scared. If that driver had hit her, the baby in her belly probably wouldn't have survived. Gu Cece knew she was at fault. She immediately looked at him pitifully, afraid he would scold her more. Just then, the hospital room door was pushed open. In Sik-hin rushed in, panting, anxiously asking if she was all right. Everyone was startled. Muruona was so scared she almost lost her soul, not knowing how to explain to him. But In Sik-hin only had eyes for Gu Cece. He rushed over and grabbed her hand, wanting to say something, but he was so out of breath he couldn't say a word. It was the first time Gu Cece had seen him so flustered. She was also scared for a moment and quickly comforted him, saying not to worry, she was fine. She kept signaling with her eyes for him to look at the chairman's wife standing beside them. But In Sik-hin didn't understand her meaning. He wondered why she kept looking down. Did her stomach hurt? Thinking this, he became even more nervous. He quickly bent down and put his ear to her abdomen. But after listening for a while, he heard nothing. His face was full of confusion. Gu Cece sat there awkwardly, wanting to curse this fool. Muruona was also speechless watching this. She never thought the always brilliant and wise Mr. In could be so stupid at times. The air was suddenly dead silent. Everyone had the same expression of surprise and speechlessness. Only In Sik-hin knew nothing, still asking nonstop if she was okay and if anything else hurt. Muruona could see that the big CEO really cared about Cece, or he wouldn't do such a childish thing. But In Sik-hin didn't know what everyone was thinking. He was still worried Gu Cece was uncomfortable somewhere and was about to call someone to do an examination. Gu Cece quickly grabbed him and quietly reminded him that the chairman's wife was watching. Only then did In Sik-hin realize there were others in the room. He immediately looked at the chairman's wife in surprise. The chairman's wife awkwardly explained that Cece had saved her, and it was her carelessness that caused Cece to be injured. In Sik-hin politely comforted her not to blame herself too much. This was also a kind of fate. As long as she wasn't hurt, it was fine. The chairman's wife saw their tightly clasped hands and knew their feelings for each other were very deep. She didn't want to be a third wheel, so she immediately decided to leave. After declining In Sichin's offer to personally see her off, the chairman's wife left satisfied. Only then did Muruona realize that the middle-aged noble Lady Gu Cece had risked her life to save was actually an important figure. However, today was still her negligence. So she took advantage of In Sichin's distraction to try and slip away quietly. But In Sik-hin noticed. She thought he would reprimand her, but surprisingly he thanked her for helping take care of Cece. Muruona finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was content that he didn't blame her, then quickly left. Only the two of them remained in the hospital room, holding hands and gazing at each other. The air suddenly became dead silent. Gu Cece suddenly realized he was still holding her hand. As if burned, she quickly withdrew her hand. In Sik-hin saw this and felt a bit disappointed, not understanding why she always avoided him like this. Gu Cece was about to boast about saving the chairman's wife and that the billion-dollar contract could be saved. But as soon as she started speaking, In Sik-hin exploded in anger. He furiously shouted, asking who allowed her to do such a thing. Gu Cece was startled, staring blankly at his fiery eyes. She didn't understand why he was so angry. Although what she did was a bit risky, it ultimately made the chairman's wife indebted to them. With his help, the chairman would surely agree to sign the contract. Then she suddenly thought about the baby in her belly and had a sudden realization. The reason In Sik-hin was so angry was probably because she had risked the baby's safety. She immediately felt guilty and wronged. Lowering her head and apologizing softly. In Siken knew she was overthinking again. He felt both heartache and anger, his fury rising rapidly. He immediately ordered her sternly not to go anywhere for the next few days and to stay obediently in the hospital. Seeing that he was really angry, Gu Cece bit her lip in distress, not knowing how to explain herself. In Siken saw her pitiful look and his heart melted. He wanted to say something comforting, but didn't know how to start. The air suddenly became deathly silent. At this moment, Xiao AI rushed in excitedly. The doctor said the driver only hit the young madam's leg and didn't harm the fetus. However, the person who hit the young madam was from a company they were going to cooperate with. In Sichen's face darkened upon hearing this. He asked sternly which company it was. Xiao AI quickly replied it was Zilong Biotech, this year's raw material supplier. It's a subsidiary acquired by the MO Group. Their general manager is currently in S City. Firstly, to cooperate with the IN Group, and secondly, to meet Mo Zixin, the CEO of the MO Group. Mr. Mo heard about the young madam's injury and had his assistant call, saying Mr. Mo wants to come to the hospital personally to apologize. In Sichen's face darkened upon hearing this. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. It was as if letting Mo Zixin see Gu Cece would make him lose this woman. The domineering CEO's jealousy flared up again. His competitor actually coveted his wife. The CEO suddenly had an ominous premonition. If he let the other party meet Gu Cece, he would lose this woman. The next second, he widened his eyes in shock, not understanding why he had this thought. He was actually worried about losing Gu Cece. Gu Cece watched his expression change unpredictably, worried if he was feeling unwell somewhere. Before she could express her concern, In Siken said irritably that Mr. Mo was so busy he shouldn't be bothered with such a small matter. Tell him it's not necessary. His wife is unwell and should rest properly in the hospital. She's not allowed to go anywhere for the next few days. After leaving this domineering order, he hurriedly left with quick steps. Gu Cece felt puzzled, not understanding why he suddenly became so gloomy. However, Mo Zixin from Zilong Biotech, this name sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. But she couldn't remember no matter how hard she tried. She complained frustratedly, I don't even know him. What's there to console about? Meanwhile, Mo Zixin also received the rejection. He felt the other party's reaction was very strange. Logically speaking, it would be reasonable for him to pay a visit of consolation. Why did In Siken want to hide his wife so strictly? Could it be that his wife was hiding some secret? Since he wouldn't let him visit Gu Cece, he would invite him over for tea instead. Mo Zixin immediately sent away all the guests for today. He turned to look at the photo that had always been on the table. The girl in the photo had a calm and gentle smile. Mo Zixin gently stroked the person in the photo, murmuring, Nah, do you think I'll see that girl again? Is that girl an angel you sent to love me in your place? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Mo Zixin immediately flipped the photo face down. He then raised his voice to let the person in to report. It turned out In Siken had accepted his invitation. However, as the host, he would be waiting for Mo Zixin's arrival at the Meichi Hotel. Mo Zixin immediately got up to prepare for the meeting. The two were finally going to face off. He was confident he could beat In Siken. Meanwhile, the Korean chairman had also heard about today's events from his wife. He immediately called personally to invite Cece to meet at the Meichi Hotel. Gu Cece was overjoyed. She remembered that if this contract could be successfully signed, she could go home to see her mother. She immediately went to the hotel excitedly, but didn't notice that she passed by Mo Zixin. Just as the elevator door closed, Mo Zixin keenly sensed something. He suddenly turned his head to look, but only saw the closed elevator door. He shook his head amusedly. He thought he had just seen Gu Cece. It seems he was seeing things. She couldn't possibly appear in this place. At this time, Gu Cece had already arrived at the agreed floor. Someone was already waiting there early. As soon as they saw her, they respectfully led her to the private room. As soon as she entered, the chairman's wife warmly welcomed her, hugging her with teary eyes and repeatedly thanking her. Good child, you really suffered today. Thankfully, heaven protected you and you're all right. Actually, the chairman was really angry. They were planning to return to their country today because of yesterday's incident. But after hearing his wife say that they didn't seem to be acting, he decided to give him a chance to explain. Gu Cece was overjoyed upon hearing this. She had finally grasped this opportunity. She immediately solemnly stated that she would never lie to them, and then explained the whole story in detail. It took a full hour to finish explaining. Her marriage to In Siken and having a child was true. Part of what Lin Xiaoya said was also true, but the facts were not as he had described. She was set up by her best friend Lin Xiaoya, losing the most precious thing on the most important day. Fortunately, Eun Sik-hin was a sentimental person who wouldn't abandon her, so they ended up getting married. The chairman's wife was also moved by this story. Although the couple had deceived them, Eun Sik-hin's love for his wife was genuine. The chairman's wife could see it clearly and believed they must truly love each other. Gu Cece didn't expect the chairman's wife to speak up for her and was too moved to say anything for a moment. The chairman, however, stared at her with sharp eyes, asking if she truly loved her husband. Gu Cece's expression became a bit dazed upon hearing this. She didn't know if she liked Eun Sik-hin. They were just a contract couple. She had no right to like him. But thinking of the warm moments they had shared in the past, she suddenly realized that she did like Eun Sik-hin. She felt that liking and loving were not the same thing, but she didn't say this out loud. This answer satisfied the chairman and his wife. They immediately couldn't help but smile. They enthusiastically invited her to enjoy the food together. Coincidentally, the place where Mo Zixin and Eun Sik-hin had agreed to meet was in the next private room. At this moment, Mo Zixin heard a familiar voice and was stunned, but he thought he was having another hallucination. He couldn't help but recall the scene of their first meeting. He felt a bit frustrated. He didn't know why, but he had been thinking about Gu Cece a lot these days. Just then, Eun Sik-hin walked in with an imposing manner. On the surface, they exchanged polite greetings, but every sentence was actually asserting his own authority. Mo Zixin didn't back down either, fearlessly confronting him face to face. Their eyes met, sparks flying. A demonic killing intent raged between them. In contrast to the tense atmosphere here, next door, Gu Cece was having a pleasant conversation with the chairman and his wife. The wife, hearing about her difficult childhood, comforted her sympathetically, telling her not to be sad. Her birth parents abandoning her must have been out of necessity. Gu Cece kindly expressed that if she ever met them, she would still show filial piety. But her current mom would always be her mom. Her greatest wish in life was to make her mom happy. Her smile was full of resilience and vitality. The chairman and his wife were stunned, unable to help but be impressed by her excellent qualities. With such a wife, the future of the entertainment conglomerate was limitless. Gu Cece's face turned red from the praise. She apologized embarrassedly and excused herself to go to the restroom. She had just come out of the restroom when she ran into Mo Zixin. The girl once again encountered the passionate male lead, but was caught on the spot by her domineering husband. He instantly became jealous and spoke to her coldly. Gu Cece had finally won over the Korean chairman and his wife. She went to the restroom in between, and just as she came out, she sensed someone staring at her. She turned around in confusion to look. Mo Zixin finally saw her face clearly. Knowing he hadn't mistaken her identity, he immediately smiled happily. He greeted her skillfully. "We meet again, special girl." Gu Cece looked bewildered upon hearing this. She couldn't remember who this overly familiar man was. She just felt he looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Mo Zixin's smile faltered. It seemed she had forgotten him again, but he wasn't angry. He good-naturedly introduced himself. "I'm Mo Zixin. We've met twice already." Gu Cece suddenly realized and was a bit surprised. This guy, he couldn't have come all the way here just to pay her back, could he? Mo Zixin felt he had suffered a huge blow. In this woman's eyes, he only had the significance of repaying money. He immediately took out a black credit card and handed it to Cece. "This contains the compensation for repair costs." Gu Cece was instantly stunned, her eyes wide. It was her first time seeing someone so proactively giving money to others. Meanwhile, Eun Sik-hin was getting impatient waiting in the private room. Mo Zixin was taking so long in the bathroom. Could he be testing him? But he didn't care about that. What he was more worried about now was he didn't know what Gu Cece was doing. He immediately got up and walked out, intending to find a quiet place to call and ask. Who knew that as soon as he left the room, he heard a familiar voice. Curious, he followed the sound. As a result, he saw Gu Cece and Mo Zixin chatting and laughing happily. Gu Cece smilingly accepted Mo Zixin's black card, saying directly that she would withdraw the money inside. Mo Zixin looked at her with gentle yet domineering eyes, his expression full of doting. Eun Sik-hin's jealousy instantly flared up. A sense of humiliation from being betrayed arose. He used all his willpower to suppress the urge to kill and turned to leave. At this moment, Mo Zixin looked at Cece attentively, tirelessly asking again what her name was. Gu Cece was about to answer, but suddenly felt a churning in her stomach, with nausea rising up. Cece quickly covered her mouth and turned to rush into the bathroom. A new round of activity began again. Mo was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He stared blankly at her back, but the next second, he found it amusing. This woman was indeed unique. At this moment, his assistant came to report. Mr. Ean said he had an urgent matter at home and needed to leave. Mo returned to the private room to deal with this matter first. After all, he was sure he would meet that girl again. When Gu Cece came out after finishing vomiting, she found that Mo was nowhere to be seen. Although it was strange, looking at the black card in her hand, she still felt happy. There were indeed good people in this world. So she returned to the Korean chairman's private room first. To her surprise, as soon as she entered, she saw the Korean chairman and his wife chatting happily with Eun Sik-hin. Cece didn't know how he suddenly appeared. She instinctively wanted to go to his side. But the next second, Eun Sik-hin's sharp eyes glared at her, his expression full of undisguised anger. Gu Cece was startled, not understanding why he was angry again. Eun Sik-hin was in no mood to chat with the chairman and his wife. He made an excuse that the doctor had advised Cece to rest, so he needed to take her back first, and then he would visit them separately. The chairman naturally agreed good-naturedly. After all, Cece's injury was caused by saving his wife. After saying goodbye to the chairman and his wife, Eun Sik-hin, with a gloomy face, dragged Cece out with big strides. Cece's short legs could hardly keep up. She was dragged stumblingly, almost falling. She immediately struggled hard. The anger in Eun Sik-hin's heart burned even more fiercely. He forcefully threw her into the car, letting her fall heavily on the seat, almost bringing tears to her eyes from the pain. But Eun Sik-hin just coldly questioned, "Who let you come out today? Didn't I tell you to rest well in the hospital?" Gu Cece was scolded inexplicably. She came to meet the chairman and his wife for Eun Sik-hin and the Eun group. Why was he so fierce to her? Seeing that she not only didn't admit her mistake, but dared to talk back righteously, Eun Sik-hin couldn't help but roar. "So you left the hospital to meet other men?" Gu Cece was stunned for a moment. The chairman was indeed a man, but he was over 50 years old, and with his wife present, it couldn't be considered meeting other men. What was that look in his eyes? Did she not even have the right to go out and meet people? Gu Cece took a deep breath to calm herself down and argued reasonably. She asked him to think clearly. She came today to help the Eun Group salvage a billion-dollar contract. Unexpectedly, Eun Sik-hin sneered upon hearing this, looking down at her condescendingly. His expression was cold and gloomy, with intense disgust. He scolded harshly, "My affairs don't need your management. The chairman's matters, how could it be your place, Gu Cece, to manage?" Gu Cece's face instantly turned pale. She stared at him blankly, incredulous that he would say such heartless words to her. A sense of self-mockery arose in her heart. He wasn't wrong. Who was she, Gu Cece? Just a woman who accidentally got pregnant due to a mistake and had to enter a contract marriage with the big CEO of Eun Group. What right did she have to manage the affairs of Eun Group CEO? Since he said not to manage, she would absolutely never presume again. Gu Cece immediately got out of the car. She looked up at him. With a sweet smile, she said, "I won't manage your affairs anymore. Are you satisfied now?" As she spoke, she bowed 90 degrees to him, respectfully and distantly saying, "I'm sorry. Mr. Ean, I suddenly remembered I need to go back to the hospital for an injection." After saying goodbye, she turned and walked away with big steps. Eun Sik-hin wanted to reach out and grab her, but his pride made him hesitate for a moment. He could only watch as Cece's slender figure disappeared into the night. Instantly feeling both angry and frustrated, he punched the roof of the car. How awkward the CEO was. Out of jealousy, he abandoned his sick wife halfway, leaving her to walk back to the hospital alone at night. Then he secretly took off his clothes to show off his body, trying to seduce his wife and himself. Eun Sik-hin wanted to reach out and grab Gu Cece, but his proud self-esteem wouldn't let him lower his face to do so. He could only watch as Gu Cece's slender figure gradually disappeared into the dark night. Instantly feeling both angry and frustrated, he punched the roof of the car. This wasn't the result he wanted at all. But remembering what he saw tonight, the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. When did Mo and Gu Cece get to know each other? And the way he looked at Cece was full of affection. Just thinking about it made Eun Sik-hin's expression turn fierce. Meanwhile, Gu Cece was walking alone on the street. Suddenly, she felt something cold on her face. She She instinctively reached up to touch it, but found it was wet. Only then did she realize that at some point she had been crying. She immediately felt ashamed, covering her face and both crying and laughing, unable to believe she would cry for In Sik-hen. It was so ridiculous. Cece walked and cried all the way. Finally, she returned to the hospital. At this time, there was a group of bodyguards guarding the door of the ward. As soon as they saw her, they respectfully bowed and greeted her. Gu Cece forced a smile, her heart racing uncertainly, wondering if her embarrassing crying face had been seen earlier. The bodyguard respectfully opened the ward door for her. In an instant, the golden light almost blinded Cece's eyes. The originally ordinary ward had turned into a 5-star luxury presidential suite. Everything was filled with the smell of money. Gu Cece was so shocked that she kept stepping back, unable to help doubting if she had entered the wrong ward. But looking up at the room number, she confirmed it was indeed her room. At this moment, the bodyguards behind her called out in unison, "Good evening, CEO." Gu Cece immediately turned her head to look. Sure enough, she saw In Sik-hen walking over with an imposing manner. Cece immediately cooled her face and asked him irritably what he was doing here. She firmly remembered that cold scene from earlier. Mustering up courage, she stared at In Sik-hen, refusing to give in. In Sik-hen immediately noticed her swollen eyes. His heart instantly felt like it was being squeezed into a ball. He closed his eyes, trying hard to endure the heartache. He turned and walked into the hospital room, afraid that if he spoke, he would admit defeat. Gu Cece thought he was deliberately ignoring her. She was stunned for a moment, but seeing him enter her hospital room, she immediately became unhappy. She hurriedly rushed in to try to drive him out, but as soon as she entered, she saw In Sik-hen taking off his clothes, revealing his explosive physique. Her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She quickly covered her eyes and angrily asked why he was undressing. Seeing her shy yet fascinated look, In Sik-hen's mood improved greatly. It seemed she still had feelings for him. He immediately said righteously that he was going to sleep here. After Cece left, the chairman invited him back and officially signed the contract between the Film and Television Consortium and the Korean company. They also received the approval of the Korean president, granting the Korean subsidiary of the Film and Television Consortium the honor of Korean ambassador. Gu Cece almost cheered upon hearing this, but quickly calmed down. After all, it had nothing to do with her. But after a while, she couldn't hear In Sik-hen's voice. Gu Cece couldn't help but curiously open her eyes. She slightly parted her hands to look at him. Unexpectedly, she met In Sik-hen's cunning smile. She immediately covered her eyes again, refusing to look at him anymore. This stubborn yet adorable behavior melted In Sik-hen's heart. He directly grabbed her hand. He hinted suggestively that if they were acting, they should go all the way. Surrounded by the familiar warm embrace, Gu Cece's heart started racing uncontrollably. Seeing him so close to her, she felt both shy and angry and retorted, "Even if you're staying here for the chairman and his wife to see, you don't need to act. Just move to a hospital room directly." Seeing that she was no longer in that desperate state from earlier, In Sik-hen's mood instantly improved. He turned and walked towards the bathroom. After leaving his embrace, Gu Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, In Sik-hen domineeringly ordered her to scrub his back. Gu Cece was instantly thunderstruck. What a joke. What's the difference between scrubbing his back and being completely naked? Seeing her face full of unwillingness, In Sik-hen reminded her with a mischievous smile not to forget what she said earlier. If they're acting, they should go all the way. Gu Cece didn't want to fail at the last hurdle. She suddenly felt immense pressure and despair. She just wanted to grab his collar and roar, "Are you a devil?" In Sik-hen quickly took off his clothes and said domineeringly, "I'm your husband." In the midst of the bathroom, In Sik-hen's muscular body looked even more tempting. Gu Cece's face turned red with embarrassment. She couldn't tell if this was a punishment or a reward from heaven. Seeing her staring intently at his explosive physique, eyes full of fascination, almost drooling, In Sik-hen smugly revealed a cunning smile. After stretching his body and enjoying his little wife's service, Scrubbing his back was truly a difficult test. Gu Cece used an enormous amount of willpower to finally end this torment. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, exhausted both physically and mentally. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. In Sikhen answered the call, ending it after just a few words. Cece curiously perked up her ears, waiting to hear what he was saying. Unexpectedly, a towel flew directly over and covered her head. In Sikhen arrogantly ordered her to dry his hair, then turned to get his computer. Gu Cece was infuriated by his disrespectful behavior, gritting her teeth in anger. She angrily grabbed the towel and viciously messed up his hair, using almost all her strength. She thought bitterly, "I'll rub you to death." In Sichen's face darkened in pain. Unable to bear it anymore, he ordered her again to dry properly. No bossing around. Gu Cece pouted, dissatisfied, secretly complaining that he was too demanding. "I'd better be obedient," she thought, lightening her touch. After a while, she finally got his hair half dry. Gu Cece felt the task was more or less complete and immediately turned to leave without any attachment. Unexpectedly, In Sikhen, without looking up, told her to sit beside him. Gu Cece was about to explode with anger. Was he treating her like a servant? She wanted to pretend she didn't hear, but In Sichen's face instantly darkened, warning her to obediently sit beside him. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. How mischievous the arrogant Seo becomes when in love, forcing his wife to scrub his back and dry his hair, even drawing a turtle on her face while she's sleeping. Even when working overtime at night, he wants his wife to sit beside him for company. Gu Cece was about to explode on the spot. Was this guy treating her like a servant? She was about to pretend she didn't hear. But In Sikhen coldly threatened that if she didn't obey, the consequences would be severe. Gu Cece reluctantly sat opposite him, full of resentment. She widened her eyes and stared at him intently. Seeing this, In Sikhen softened his voice to comfort her. If he didn't finish this work quickly, he would have to go home alone. Gu Cece's cheeks puffed up in anger. She thought defiantly, "So what if you go home alone? What's the big deal?" In Sikhen helplessly reminded her that if he went back alone, those snobbish relatives would look down on her and her mother. Gu Cece finally realized that if she didn't go back with In Sikhen, she would definitely still be looked down upon. However, having her inner thoughts so easily seen through, Gu Cece still felt very unhappy. She immediately wanted to drag her chair to sit beside him, but the chair was too heavy. She could only slowly inch over. Even she felt like a turtle carrying its shell. Embarrassed and angry, she shouted, "Don't laugh at me for being like a turtle." In Sikhen instantly burst into laughter, unable to hold back anymore. But seeing his dear wife about to explode with anger, he quickly suppressed his smile and became serious, teaching her how to take good notes for him. Gu Cece looked at his handsome profile, her eyes unconsciously revealing a fascinated expression. For a moment, she was dazed and couldn't come back to her senses. In Sikhen noticed her gaze and looked at her. Seeing her shy expression with a blushing face, he immediately raised the corner of his lips in satisfaction. His fondness for this little wildcat deepened even more. Then he happily immersed himself in work. He didn't know how long it took before he finally finished all the work. He instinctively turned his head, wanting to check Cece's notes on the important parts. To his surprise, he saw Gu Cece with a notebook covering her face, snoring sweetly. His face instantly darkened with anger. He called her for a long time, but couldn't wake up this snoring little pig. He could only take the notebook away, but he found that she was like a child, drooling while sleeping. He couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. He then crouched down and gently wiped her wet mouth corner. Gu Cece frowned at the disturbance, mumbling softly, "Don't." In Sichen's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had woken her up. Unexpectedly, Gu Cece bit his finger, shouting, "Don't run away! Pork knuckle!" In Sichen's face instantly turned black. This little wildcat actually mistook his hand for a pork knuckle. He really didn't know what to do with her. He could only carefully pick her up horizontally. He tiptoed towards the bedroom. Looking at her pink, sleeping face, In Sikhen felt his heart flutter. He thought she was incredibly cute. Unable to resist, his handsome face slightly reddened as he leaned down, wanting to kiss her pink, pouty lips. But he was stopped by a small hand forcefully turning and hitting him Gu Cece was pleading with a grieved face in her dream, begging him not to be angry. The scene of their fierce argument on the roadside at night once again appeared in In Sichen's mind. It made him feel both heartache and regret. It was all his fault. He didn't know why he had been so angry. In Sichen gently stroked Cece's soft hair, tenderly coaxing her back to sleep. He still preferred Cece's smiling face. At this moment, Gu Cece didn't know she was being taken advantage of. She was having a sweet dream about eating pork knuckle. In Sichen turned off the lamp and climbed into bed. He lay down close to Gu Cece, caressing her soft little face, and softly said goodnight. "Little wildcat, I hope you can always smile like this in the future." In their dream, they were holding hands, cuddling sweetly together, looking at the beautiful moonlit scenery. It was as happy as a fairy tale. In the following days, they accompanied the chairman and his wife sightseeing everywhere. Gu Cece had to cooperate with In Sichen's bug-like behavior every moment, acting out the role of a loving couple. She was exhausted beyond words. Even during rare moments of rest, In Sichen would childishly tease her, waking up to find various doodles drawn on her face with lipstick. Gu Cece angrily cursed at this jerk. They passed some time in this chaotic manner. Finally, the day to see off the chairman and his wife arrived. They gathered again at the Sky Airport. The four of them said goodbye reluctantly. The chairman enthusiastically invited them to visit Korea when they had the chance to let him be a good host. After these days of interaction, he fully understood what kind of person In Sichen was and was very satisfied with him. The chairman's wife also hugged Gu Cece, reluctant to let go, repeatedly urging her to come visit. Gu Cece smiled and nodded in agreement. Her sweet words made the chairman and his wife laugh heartily. In Sichen proudly smiled, secretly praising this little wildcat for being quite good at handling interpersonal relationships. Soon, the chairman and his wife boarded the plane. They waved goodbye once again, wishing them happiness. They watched as the plane disappeared into the horizon. Gu Cece's heart was full of uncertainty. Does happiness really exist in this world? However, at least the task of being a contract wife was finally completed. Gu Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, In Sichen had already strode away, pretending to be impatient and urging her to catch up quickly. Wasn't he planning to go home? Gu Cece's heart suddenly filled with joy. She had almost forgotten she could go home to see her mother. She immediately started chasing after him with her short legs. She chirped complaints about him walking too fast, saying, "Wait for me, I'm pregnant." Her previous gloom and doubts instantly vanished. Unexpectedly, as soon as they got off the elevator, they saw Muruona had been waiting at the door for a long time. Upon seeing them, she smiled and requested, considering how well she had taken care of the CEO's wife. Could they give her a ride back? Gu Cece nodded and agreed without hesitation. Muruona cheered with a sly smile, asking someone to load her things into the car. She also pulled out a gift specially for Cece, making Gu Cece so happy she couldn't stop smiling. In Sichen, feeling ignored and neglected, was so angry his face turned black. He hadn't even agreed to let this woman in the car. But in the end, he was mercilessly thrown into another car. However, Gu Cece never expected that she would soon receive terrible news. If the enemy who drugged you and sent you to a stranger's bed got a terminal illness, was about to die, and cried begging for your forgiveness, what would you do? Gu Cece, who was originally happy to go home to visit her mother, had mercilessly thrown In Sichen into another car midway. Sitting alone with Muruona, she finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Why is the headquarters of the Een Group in S City, but the Een family mansion is in N City? Every time she asked this question, In Sichen would casually brush it off. Muruona was surprised to hear this. She didn't expect that In Sichen had never told her about this. But since he didn't want to say it himself, she shouldn't say too much either. She could only pretend not to have heard the question. It's better if Cece doesn't know about this. Gu Cece quickly hugged her, acting coy and cute, pestering her to tell. Otherwise, she might get upset and affect the baby. Muruona was startled by this threat and gave her a somewhat exasperated look. Seeing her eyes shining with eagerness for gossip, she could only reluctantly advise her not to ask too much. After all, they're already married with a child, so just live life well. It doesn't matter if she doesn't know about past events. Although they haven't known each other for long, Muruona knows Cece is a good person, so she earnestly advised her not to ask anymore. When the time is right, she'll naturally know everything. Hearing this, Gu Cece pouted, dissatisfied, deliberately provoking her. Actually, you don't know either, right? But Muruona wouldn't fall for it. This low-level provocation wouldn't work on her. She then took out her phone and busied herself with grabbing red envelopes. Gu Cece felt extremely frustrated. What reason could make everyone so secretive about this matter? Could it be that the Een family really has many unknown secrets? Gu Cece, who had stayed at her parents' home for a while and just returned, her whole being was radiant and in high spirits. Her mood had greatly improved, and the weight on her heart had eased considerably. This time, she had finally managed to resolve one of her concerns. Een Sikhin had just returned, but immediately went to the company due to some business matters. He was busy working at the company. As soon as Gu Cece entered the door, she saw a letter on the table. Zhang Ma said it was an invitation that had just been delivered today. It was specifically addressed to the young mistress. Gu Cece was surprised that someone would specifically send her an invitation. She immediately opened the envelope out of curiosity and started reading. Unexpectedly, inside was a CT scan from the hospital. The patient's name on it was Lin Xiaoya. Gu Cece was instantly shocked, her eyes widening in disbelief. She couldn't believe it. That person had already burned bridges with her. How could Lin Xiaoya still appear in her life? The scene of being viciously insulted by Lin Xiaoya that day resurfaced in her mind. Gu Cece felt a splitting headache, not understanding why she kept haunting her relentlessly. Her painful expression frightened everyone around her. They quickly gathered to inquire about her well-being. But Gu Cece's mind was in chaos. She just wanted to return to her room and rest alone. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. As soon as she answered, Lin Xiaoya's crying voice came through, pitifully begging to see her one last time. Gu Cece, suppressing the anger welling up inside her, made an excuse saying she wasn't at home. But Lin Xiaoya immediately saw through her lie, saying she had seen her return home with her own eyes. She then started coughing painfully, crying out between coughs, "I don't have much time left. I'm going to die. Before I die, I just want to see you one last time. I really have no other intentions. I just want to see you again." But Gu Cece remained vigilant, constantly reminding herself that she must be trying to deceive her again. However, Lin Xiaoya suddenly mentioned the CT scan. The doctor said she had a tumor in her brain, and even if removed, she would become a vegetative state. Gu Cece was shocked by this news. In the face of death, all grudges seemed to disappear. She hurriedly asked where she was now. Hearing Lin Xiaoya say she was at the Michelin restaurant not far from her house, she immediately grabbed her handbag and ran out. The servants were stunned and quickly asked where the young mistress was going. But Gu Cece only hurriedly explained that she was going to the nearby Michelin restaurant, then ran off in a flash. As she ran, her heart was filled with anxiety thinking about Xiaoya. How could she have gotten a brain tumor? How could this happen? On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. She knew her good friend wouldn't abandon her. When Gu Cece arrived at the restaurant, panting heavily, she immediately spotted Lin Xiaoya, dressed up beautifully and exquisitely. For a moment, she was uncertain. She actually had the heart to dress up and put on makeup. It really didn't seem like someone with a brain tumor. Thinking of this, her face immediately turned cold. She irritably asked what she wanted from her. Lin Xiaoya, however, acted as if she had suffered a great injustice, smiling bitterly and accusing her of speaking too harshly, saying she wasn't like this before. Hearing this, Gu Cece suddenly looked up, glaring at her fiercely. Her gaze was like needles, making Lin Xiaoya feel uncomfortable all over. She quickly tried to recover by asking if she wanted something to drink. But Gu Cece had no interest in drinking with her. Their past relationship had been completely exhausted on that night when she schemed against her. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya pleaded pitifully, "I know you hate me, but please listen to my explanation. That night, I was really drunk and not thinking straight. I really didn't mean to do it." Gu Cece was so angered by her thick-skinned behavior that she laughed. "Lin Xiaoya, stop making excuses. I remember every word you said that day clearly. No one can be played with over and over again. I just want to know what else you want." Suddenly, without warning, Lin Xiaoya collapsed onto the table and began to wail loudly, without any regard for her image. Gu Cece was startled by this. Lin Xiaoya had always been a strong person. How could she suddenly start crying like this? People around them started looking over with surprised expressions. Gu Cici's face burned with embarrassment. Lin Xiaoya had thick skin and wasn't afraid of losing face, but Gu Cici was afraid of embarrassment. However, Cici didn't soften her heart to comfort her. She just let her cry it out here. After all, she had plenty of time. She could wait until she finished crying before speaking. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoya couldn't continue crying. She directly took out a medical record and pushed it over. She sincerely stated that she wasn't pretending to be sick for sympathy. She was really about to die. If your best friend had a terminal illness and was dying, kneeling in front of you begging you to give her the man you love, would you grant her request? Gu Cici, hearing that Lin Xiaoya had a brain tumor and didn't have long to live, softened her heart and came to see her one last time. But as soon as they met, Lin Xiaoya took out the medical record and handed it over, stating that she wasn't pretending to be sick for sympathy. Gu Cici coldly looked at the medical record, unable to believe she really had a terminal illness. Lin Xiaoya, in unbearable pain, kept saying that she had betrayed their friendship. This was heaven's punishment for her. She deserved it all. These days she had been reflecting and realized how terribly wrong she was. She had abandoned the purest and most beautiful feelings. She knew it was too late to say these things now. She didn't even dare to ask for Cici's forgiveness. She only hoped that Cici could live a better life. As she spoke, she took out a thick envelope from her bag and handed it over. Inside was the money she had saved over the years as a gift for the unborn child. Under this emotional assault, Gu Cici could no longer maintain her cold armor. Her heart had already softened. They say that when a person is about to die, their words become kind. After all, they had grown up together. She had hated her friend, but holding on to that grudge would serve no purpose now. She urged her to keep the money for her treatment, considering them even now. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya was overjoyed. She grabbed her hand, repeatedly asking if she had really forgiven her. But Gu Cici coldly pulled her hand away. She didn't want to be enemies with Lin Xiaoya, but she also didn't want to continue being friends. It was better to just be strangers. With that, she grabbed her bag and stood up to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoya suddenly rushed over. With a thud, she fell to her knees in front of her. She kowtowed hard, making a loud sound. Crying bitterly, she begged for forgiveness, saying she would kneel there forever if not forgiven. The doctor said she must have surgery within a month. She begged Cici to have mercy and let her be a good friend for one more month. Gu Cici was immediately caught in a dilemma, not knowing how to choose. After all, she had once pushed her into the abyss. Lin Xiaoya saw that she was wavering and quickly swore an oath, promising never to ruin her happiness again. She would never do anything to betray her again. People in the restaurant were pointing and whispering about them. That poor woman with the terminal illness. She's even kneeling and begging. How could she not forgive her? Her heart is too cruel. Hearing the comments from the crowd, Lin Xiaoya cried even more heartbrokenly, begging her to grant this last wish. Thinking that she only had 1 month to live, Gu Cici forced herself to let go of past grievances. With a helpless sigh, she finally agreed to her request. Lin Xiaoya was immediately surprised and overjoyed. She jumped up and hugged her. Seeing that they had finally reconciled, the crowd applauded and congratulated them. With their grudges resolved, the two sat back down hand in hand. Cici caringly asked about her future plans. Lin Xiaoya smiled bitterly and said she wanted to use this month to make amends to those she had wronged as much as possible. After all these years of traveling, she realized at the end of her life that this was where she most wanted to be, because here she had Gu Cici as her best friend. Before Cici got married, they always slept in the same bed, eating noodles from the same bowl. Gu Cici was also drawn back to those beautiful memories, her expression softening. But she felt conflicted and didn't know what to say. Lin Xiaoya, however, became more nostalgic as she spoke. She still remembered the first money she earned as a model, buying 2 pairs of gloves. She kept 1 pair for herself and gave the other to Cici. Recalling the past, Cici's eyes also welled up with tears. She had always kept that heartwarming moment in her heart. At that time, Lin Xiaoya excitedly ran to give her a Christmas gift. They hugged intimately, vowing to be best sisters for life and never part. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoya remembered all those past events. events. She hadn't forgotten the hardest and most difficult times they shared. The two couldn't help but hug each other and cry loudly, regretting that they realized the importance of this relationship so late. Just then, the butler called to tell Cece that the young master wouldn't be home for dinner tonight. Gu Cece also said that she would be eating out with Lin Xiaoya. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya became excited. They hadn't eaten together in a long time. She suggested going to a better place to eat. Gu Cece naturally agreed with a smile. The two went hand in hand to another restaurant. This place had exquisite flavors and a quiet environment, all of which Gu Cece liked. At this time, they heard a vendor selling chestnuts on the street. Lin Xiaoya immediately ran to buy some. Gu Cece was touched by this. She still remembered that she liked to eat candied chestnuts. When they were young and poor, with a biased grandmother, they could only eat candied chestnuts during the new year. Back then, they would hold the hot candied chestnuts in their hands and find a quiet place to savor them. But time flies, and everyone is no longer who they used to be. They wondered if the candied chestnuts would still taste the same as before. Just then, a familiar voice from behind interrupted Gu Cece's thoughts. She saw Mo Zixin standing behind her, smiling at her. Gu Cece was immediately surprised, not expecting such a coincidence. Seeing that she recognized him, Mo Zixin showed a gratified smile, relieved that she finally remembered him. But Gu Cece had a troubled expression, unable to recall his name. Mo Zixin's face instantly darkened, and he had to reluctantly introduce himself again. He complained somewhat resentfully that this was their fourth meeting. Gu Cece awkwardly scratched her head, feeling a bit shallow. Mo Zixin asked for her name again. Just as Gu Cece was about to answer, she was interrupted. Lin Xiaoya came running back, calling Cece's name. She froze when she saw the scene. She recognized the person standing with Cece as Mo Zixin. Hearing the call, Mo Zixin also learned Cece's name. Seeing that she wanted to leave with Lin Xiaoya, he immediately stopped her, enthusiastically inviting them. Since we've met, it must be fate. Why don't we have dinner together? Gu Cece was stunned, feeling it might not be appropriate. However, Lin Xiaoya eagerly pulled Gu Cece, quickly accepting Mo Zixin's invitation on her behalf. Once again, this girl was set up by her best friend, who took ambiguous photos. She sent them to the domineering CEO husband to sow discord. The CEO was so angry he trashed the house. Gu Cece, learning of Lin Xiaoya's terminal illness, softened and reconciled with her. Unexpectedly, they ran into Mo Zixin on the way, who invited them to dinner together. Gu Cece felt it wasn't appropriate and was about to refuse when she was interrupted by Lin Xiaoya, who accepted Mo Zixin's invitation on her behalf. She forcefully pulled her along to follow Mo Zixin. Gu Cece didn't understand why she agreed, but Lin Xiaoya secretly told her that the surgeon performing her operation was a good friend of Mo Zixin, and getting on good terms with him would be beneficial for her condition. Involving her best friend's health and life, Gu Cece couldn't insist on refusing anymore and reluctantly agreed. Seeing this, Mo Zixin was overjoyed, finally able to get to know her better. But no one noticed the sinister smile that appeared on Lin Xiaoya's lips behind their backs. The three of them entered a luxurious private room in the restaurant. Mo Zixin curiously asked Gu Cece where she worked. Gu Cece didn't want to answer at all. This interrogation-like questioning was really annoying, but Lin Xiaoya enthusiastically jumped in to answer. Cece works at the in-city branch of the Film and Television Financial Group. We're not locals, but we've both settled down here now. She was practically spilling everything. Mo Zixin nodded with satisfaction. As long as he knew her name and where she worked, other information would be easy to investigate. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya suddenly said she needed to use the restroom. She even refused Gu Cece's offer to accompany her. As soon as she left the private room, the smile on her face disappeared. After finding an excuse to send away the bodyguards at the door, she immediately took out her phone. Through the door crack, she took a picture of Cece and Mo Zixin laughing and chatting happily. Her face showed undisguised malice. She couldn't believe that after all Gu Cece had been through, she was still so brainless and easy to deceive. If she didn't trick someone so stupid, who else would she trick? Subsequently, the dinner for the three of them was enjoyed by all. When leaving the restaurant, Gu Cece finally learned that Mo Zixin was actually the famous CEO of Mo Corporation. She quickly apologized for her previous rudeness. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Could it be that they had met before? She couldn't believe Cece's luck was so good. Not long after coming to Enshi, she had already hooked up with two male gods. She immediately smiled and told Cece that Mr. Mo was one of the top eligible bachelors in the country, with a background that would scare people if revealed. Gu Cece looked confused. Wasn't he just the CEO of Mo Corporation? What other background could there be? Mo Zixin smiled humbly, saying he was still new to Enshi. He might need their guidance in the future. Lin Xiaoya immediately saw that he was interested in Gu Cece and showed a strange smile. Hearing Mo Zixin offered to send Cece home. Before Gu Cece could refuse, she quickly accepted on Cece's behalf. Then she quietly persuaded Cece to comply, saying she had to go to the hospital for an injection and couldn't send her home. She also said she wasn't comfortable with Cece going home alone, and that Mr. Mo was very reliable, so there was nothing to worry about. Saying this, she pushed Cece into Mo Zixin's arms. Caught off guard, Gu Cece almost fell, stumbling into Mo Zixin's embrace. Mo Zixin quickly held her tight, anxiously asking if she was all right. Gu Cece's face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment, unable to say a word. She could only let Mo Zixin take her home. Watching the two leave, Lin Xiaoya thought about the photos in her hand. A malicious smile curled at the corner of her lips. Meanwhile, Mo Zixin was personally driving Cece home. Gu Cece felt somewhat uncomfortable. She felt the way this man looked at her was a bit strange. She wanted to say she was already married, to break his subtle affection. But she worried that saying so would make him think she was being presumptuous. She was conflicted. Mo Zixin took the opportunity to steal glances at her through the rearview mirror, thinking her profile looked exactly the same. He suddenly felt a bit dazed, feeling as if the person sitting beside him was Nono, whom he had been thinking about. His gaze gradually became entranced. Gu Cece keenly sensed his gaze. She immediately looked up, but found Mo Zixin concentrating on driving. She couldn't help but wonder if it was her imagination. At this moment, Mo Zixin's excited heart was pounding. This feeling was too unfamiliar. Since Nono's death, his heart had never beaten like this again. Yet it was beating again for the woman in the passenger seat. Could it be that Nono was reminding him that Cece was the gift she had sent to him? At a distance from the Yin family villa, Gu Cece asked Mo Zixin to stop the car early. After getting out of the car, she politely and distantly thanked Mo Zixin for his kindness in sending her back. But Mo Zixin was still immersed in the long-lost thrill, looking at her with undisguised affection and passion in his eyes. Cece and Nono were really too alike. He simply couldn't control his emotions. Gu Cece was shocked at the sight. She hurriedly turned around, wanting to escape. It was said that Mr. Mo was elegant and gentle, treating everyone with kindness. How come his gaze was so unrestrained? It seems she needs to be careful of this person in the future. Seeing Gu Cece hastily fleeing, Mo Zixin instinctively wanted to reach out and grab her. But he was a step too late. His heart suddenly felt empty. He didn't know what was wrong with him to be so impatient. Was it because he missed Nono too much? Meanwhile, Gu Cece had already returned home. But as soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. The house looked like it had been hit by a hurricane. Everything was smashed to pieces. Even the phone was broken and thrown on the floor. In Sik-hin was standing by the window with his back to her. The servants were all cowering in a corner, trembling. The air was deathly silent. Hearing the door open, In Sik-hin suddenly turned around. His eyes burning with rage, he said sarcastically, "You're finally back." Gu Cece felt as if she had been seized by a demon's aura. She was so scared her heart almost stopped. This girl actually had dinner alone with the passionate male lead. The domineering CEO's jealousy flared up again. He grabbed his wife, ready to exercise his husband's rights. Gu Cece had just returned home to find it looking like a hurricane had passed through. Everything was smashed and scattered on the floor. Even the phone was shattered into pieces. In Sichin's eyes burned with fury. He glared at her menacingly, coldly demanding to know where she had been. Gu Cece felt bewildered. She had clearly informed the household before she left. In Sik-hin punched the floor-to-ceiling window upon hearing this. He roared like a wild lion. "Are you deaf? I'm asking where you went and who you met." Gu Cece knew Lin Xiaoya was his ex-girlfriend. She thought he was upset because she had met Lin Xiaoya without permission. Her voice trembled with guilt as she answered. In Sik-hin angrily grabbed her shoulders. This woman dared to treat him like a fool. "Did you really go to see Lin Xiaoya?" Gu Cece suddenly felt like prey being eyed by a venomous snake. She was so frightened her whole body froze. The next second, she was ruthlessly thrown by In Sik-hen. She fell heavily onto the sofa. The intense pain ignited the anger in her heart. She couldn't help but angrily protest. "Can't we talk properly? Why are you pushing me? What's wrong with you this late at night?" In Sik-hen was amused by her anger. He immediately began loosening his tie. It seems he had been too indulgent with this woman lately. She was becoming increasingly unrestrained. He must have been crazy to give her so many privileges. In Sik-hen grabbed her hand, ignoring her struggles, and pinned her beneath him. Originally, when he came home from work today, he heard that Cece was going to see a friend and would be back late. So he quickly went to the kitchen to prepare the food she liked, wanting to give her a surprise when she returned. Who knew he would suddenly receive a photo? In the photo, she and Mo Zixin were smiling at each other, looking like a perfectly matched couple. In Sik-hen felt as if he had been hit on the head with a stick. He was completely stunned. His wife was smiling so beautifully at another man. How did they end up together? Why was she smiling so happily? In Sik-hen was so angry he crushed his phone. He threw it on the ground, smashing it to pieces, thinking angrily, "Well, Gu Cece, you haven't even separated from me, and you've already found someone else." Gu Cece's dissatisfied roar instantly brought him back to his senses. The jealousy in his heart was surging uncontrollably. He immediately said with a mischievous smile, "What do you think I'm going to do? Of course, I want you to fulfill your duties as a wife." Gu Cece was instantly scared speechless, thinking this man had completely lost his mind. But In Sik-hen was clearly serious. He even turned to ask the butler how many months in a pregnancy the doctor said it was safe to have intercourse. The butler awkwardly answered, "Between 3 and 7 months, moderate exercise is acceptable." Hearing this, the CEO coldly smiled and ordered the maids to take the young mistress for a bath. Gu Cece felt utterly humiliated and could no longer hold back her tears. She didn't understand how he wanted to hurt her. Did it make him so happy? Gu Cece sat in the bathtub like a lifeless doll, numbly allowing others to bathe her. She couldn't understand why he was so angry. She was also worried about the intimate activity to come. Just then, In Sik-hen suddenly barged in, chasing everyone out. Gu Cece was so scared she almost screamed. What else did this man want to do? Unexpectedly, In Sik-hen grabbed a towel and wrapped her up tightly. Then he picked her up and walked out. Gu Cece was so frightened she began to struggle frantically, fearing he might harm the child in her womb. But In Sik-hen just gently placed her on the bed. He leaned down and kissed her. He domineeringly declared to Gu Cece, "You can only be mine. No other man is allowed to touch you." What followed was a passionate storm of intimacy. Afterwards, Gu Cece covered her face in embarrassment, thinking she must be crazy to have felt for a moment that he might have feelings for her. At this time, a maid came in to report that the doctor had arrived and asked him to go for an examination. Gu Cece asked In Sik-hen somewhat expectantly, "Where is he?" But she heard the maid say the young master had gone to the study. Instantly enraged, she stormed towards the study to confront that bastard. He actually just left after everything. She was determined to settle this score with him. Arriving at the study door, she was about to knock when she heard a woman's voice from inside. In a coquettish tone, she said, "Sik-hen, you finally remembered me. Do you know how much I've missed you?" In Sik-hen only responded with a faint, but Gu Cece didn't notice his coldness. She was just shocked and angry, wondering whose voice that was. In Sik-hen actually allowed her to say such ambiguous things. Their relationship must be extraordinary. Gu Cece was so upset her whole body was trembling. If he already had someone he liked, why did he treat her that way? Tears began to flow uncontrollably. In Sik-hen just had someone he liked. Why was she so upset about it? Whatever he did with the person on the phone was none of her business. But why did her heart feel like it was about to break? Gu Cece forced herself to smile, trying to deceive herself. It must be because she had just been bullied by In Sik-hen that she felt so wronged. At this moment, the maid also anxiously caught up. Gu Cece quickly wiped away her tears. She smiled and said she had changed her mind and wanted to see the doctor first. After a careful examination, the doctor told her that both mother and child were healthy. Appropriate marital intimacy was actually beneficial for the baby. Hearing this, Gu Cece smiled sarcastically. Finishing and then leaving immediately. Is that considered marital intimacy? At this moment, Eun Sik-hin suddenly walked in. With a cold face, he told her he wouldn't be coming back tonight. He told her to sleep early. Hearing this, Gu Cece coldly turned her head away, looking completely unwilling to talk to him. The air suddenly became deathly silent. Eun Sik-hin clenched his fists in anger. Does she hate contact with him that much? Mo Zishin had only been an Enshi for a few days, and this woman was already so devoted to him. Eun Sik-hin felt sour, bitter, and furious. He angrily slammed the door as he left. The CEO and his contract wife were sulking at each other. The love rival seized the opportunity to make a move. The CEO was so jealous he almost exploded on the spot. A love triangle thus began to unfold. Gu Cece heard Eun Sik-hin talking on the phone with a woman late at night, saying ambiguous things. She immediately burst into tears, heartbroken. When facing Eun Sik-hin again, her face was full of coldness and rejection. She didn't even want to look at him. But Eun Sik-hin mistakenly thought she was disgusted by contact with him. Mo Zishin had only been an Enshi for a few days. Was this woman already so devoted to him? The jealousy in his heart was about to drown him. He immediately stormed out, slamming the door. At night, Gu Cece lay alone in the empty big bed. She was so upset she couldn't sleep at all. She kept obsessing over Eun Sik-hin's unusual behavior. Going out so late at night. Was he meeting the owner of that voice? Just then, she suddenly received a text message on her phone. Gu Cece opened it and looked, feeling her whole body go cold. She was trembling so much she could barely hold the phone. The message contained a photo. In it, Lin Xiaoya was leaning intimately against Eun Sik-hin. Meanwhile, Eun Sik-hin was at a bar. He finally met the person who had asked him out. If the other person hadn't said they knew about Gu Cece and Mo Zishin's matter, he wouldn't have come out in the middle of the night. Who knew the person who came was Lin Xiaoya? Eun Sik-hin felt annoyed as soon as he saw her. This woman dared to impersonate someone else to call him. He immediately snorted coldly and turned to leave, ignoring her passionate calls. Lin Xiaoya had no choice but to use her trump card. She asked if he wanted to know what Gu Cece and Mo Zishin had talked about today. Eun Sik-hin indeed stopped in his tracks, but his eyes still looked at her with extreme disgust. Lin Xiaoya smugly handed him a glass of wine, demanding he drink it before she told him the truth. It was difficult for others to find out about Mo Zishin's matter. As long as the two of them didn't say anything, Eun Sik-hin would have a hard time figuring out what they had said. Hearing this, Eun Sik-hin's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Lin Xiaoya. Meanwhile, Gu Cece was lying in bed, unable to sleep due to her torment. The photo from earlier was like a needle piercing her heart. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open. Gu Cece instinctively closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Then she heard familiar footsteps approaching, followed by a strong smell of alcohol. Eun Sik-hin sat on the edge of the bed, silently watching Gu Cece. He thought disdainfully that this little wildcat's sleeping posture was really ugly. Yet his hands gently tucked her in with the blanket. He slowly leaned down and kissed her tenderly. After a long while, he reluctantly got up and left, quietly closing the door. Gu Cece was so embarrassed she felt like she was about to explode. This bastard actually took advantage of her while she was sleeping. That goodnight kiss was too embarrassing. On the other side, Eun Sik-hin couldn't sleep either. He went directly to the study to look up information on Yun Nua. Looking at Yun Nua's face, which was identical to Gu Cece's, Eun Sik-hin was so shocked his whole body stiffened. He couldn't believe such a thing was possible. Yun Nua was a rare talent seen only once in a century, and she was Mo Zishin's deceased fiancée. Would he have any improper thoughts towards her because the little wildcat looked so much like Yun Nua? And that silly girl Gu Cece, did she even know Mo Zishin's intentions? The most frightening thing was that in the 2 years since Yun Nua's death, Mo Zishin's life had been as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Now that she suddenly appeared in Enshi, could it really be a coincidence? The next day, Gu Cece put on her work attire. She took a private car to the company. Since love was unreliable, she might as well focus on her career while her belly wasn't showing yet. As soon as she entered the company, she heard colleagues pointing and calling her the CEO's kept woman. Gu Cece heard this, but didn't get angry. She even hummed a tune leisurely, not wanting to bother with these foolish humans. Just as she was about to enter the elevator, she heard Mu Ruona's voice. After not seeing her for a few days, she had become even more beautiful. As soon as Mu Ruona saw Cece, she complained with a grieving face that the boss had sent her over again. Gu Cece was surprised to hear this. Hadn't their boss and In Sikhin already signed a contract? Why send him over again? Unexpectedly, Mu Ruona was even more shocked than her. Who didn't know? Mu Ruona was even more shocked than her. Who didn't know? Mu Ruona's rapid rise in the country wasn't just because Mo Zixin was a genius, but also because the Mo family had connections in the military and political systems. Gu Cece thought In Sikhin wanted to fight with CEO Mo, not understanding the relationship between the two. Mu Ruona was about to collapse. How could In Sikhin have such a silly wife? But she could only patiently explain to her. When Mo Zixin does business, others don't just look at his business status, but more importantly his political status. Thinking she had explained it so clearly, Gu Cece should understand now. But Cece just sighed in relief, looking dazed. So it was just business talk, not fighting. That was much more reassuring. Mu Ruona almost spat out blood. She really had no way to deal with such a fool. Just then, the elevator door suddenly opened. The bodyguards were already waiting respectfully at the door. They said the CEO had instructed them to go directly to the meeting room when the two arrived. Mu Ruona thought In Sikhin was indeed interesting, having predicted their arrival in advance. The two immediately followed to the meeting room. As soon as they pushed open the door and entered, Mo Zixin and In Sikhin immediately turned to look at them. In Sikhin looked at Gu Cece first, but after just one glance, he immediately turned his head away. Mu Ruona felt they were acting strange, not knowing what had happened. But she was here today specifically to watch In Sikhin eat humble pie. After all, the boss had said such opportunities were rare. At this moment, Mo Zixin was also staring intently at Gu Cece, his eyes full of tenderness and deep affection. In Sikhin immediately felt his teeth itch with anger. He couldn't help but interrupt their eye contact, asking in an unfriendly tone if he knew his wife. Gu Cece was stunned to hear this. This was the first time In Sikhin had acknowledged her identity to an outsider. Hadn't he always been secretive about it? Mo Zixin wasn't angry either. He just said meaningfully that Mrs. Sun looked exactly like an old acquaintance of his. He had investigated thoroughly last night. Gu Cece and In Sikhin had only reluctantly married because of an unexpected child. Not only was there no affection between them, but there had even been a runaway bride incident. If it weren't for In Sichin's coercion, Gu Cece might not have married him. Mu Ruona keenly sensed that the tension in the air was becoming increasingly thick. Looking at the situation of these three people, a moving love triangle drama was about to unfold. The passionate second male lead dared to flirt with the CEO's wife right in front of him. The CEO was so jealous he was about to flip the vinegar jar, directly engaging in a war of words with the second male lead. He mercilessly rejected his proposed plan and even mocked that cooperating with him would likely result in a loss. Mo Zixin, however, was unfazed, boldly stating that he could afford the loss. In Sikhin smiled with narrowed eyes in anger. Since the Mo family could afford it, naturally the In family could afford it too. The two men were at loggerheads, sparks flying. Gu Cece watched in fear. In Sichin's eyes had turned into those of an old fox. It was too scary. Weren't they just supposed to be talking business? Why did it look like they were about to fight? Mu Ruona thought anxiously, feeling the situation was really not good. She immediately grabbed Gu Cece and rushed out. As two weak women, it was better to leave the battlefield while they could. Mo Zixin, seeing Gu Cece's dazed look, couldn't help but laugh. He secretly thought this girl was really cute. In Sikhin was furious at his behavior. He immediately interrupted his laughter and directly asked what the cooperation terms were. The Mo family had given such a big piece of cake to In Corporation. How could there be no conditions? Mo Zixin, being a smart person, didn't beat around the bush. He frankly made an unreasonable request. He demanded that Gu Cece be put in charge of this cooperation project. In Sichin's face darkened upon hearing this. Mo Zixin had shown his true colors too quickly. He was clearly after Gu Cece. Meanwhile, Mu Ruona finally breathed a sigh of relief after rushing out of the meeting room. The atmosphere inside was really scary. She couldn't help but wonder if Cece knew Mo Zixin. Although Cece said they had only met a few times, Mu Ruona felt that he seemed to have known Cece for a long time. She also reminded her to be more cautious. She came here to confirm if the Mo family was going to cooperate with the film industry. Although it was a pity she couldn't see Eun Sik-hen being humiliated, her boss would need to rely on Eun Sik-hen in the future. She'd better get close to Cece first, which would make things easier in the future. Saying this, she walked away on her high heels, swaying her slender waist with 1,000 poses. Gu Cece watched her charming figure leave. She suddenly felt that she wasn't bad at all. For a moment, she was curious about what the CEO of Odds was like. To be able to remain calm and composed while facing such a flirtatious vice president every day. At the same time, Mo Zishin insisted on putting Gu Cece in charge of the cooperation project. He could make unlimited concessions on the cooperation ratio and other aspects. But Eun Sichin's jealousy had already boiled over. How could he possibly allow him to contact Gu Cece as he wished? Using the excuse that Cece was just a small assistant who couldn't handle such a big cooperation project, he ruthlessly refused. Mo Zishin, however, directly challenged with a smile, "Mr. Eun, are you so nervous because you're afraid I might steal your wife?" Hearing this, Eun Sik-hen clenched his fists in anger. Was this guy testing him? On the surface, he maintained a smile, unwilling to lose ground. In fact, he wanted to retort directly without caring about consequences. But remembering his grandmother's repeated instructions that the Eun family had finally waited for this opportunity and must maintain good relations with Mo Zishin. This time, grandmother had given a strict order that he must secure this contract. Eun Sik-hen could only agree through gritted teeth. But he still countered defiantly. Cece is pregnant now, and it's not convenient. I will be with her throughout. Mr. Mo won't blame me for showing affection to Cece, right? Mo Zishin, however, smiled carelessly, certain that they were a contract couple and had no affection to show. The two shook hands with different thoughts, thus reaching a cooperation intention. After the negotiation ended, Eun Sik-hen could no longer suppress his anger. He stormed into old Mrs. Yin's study room furiously. He questioned why she insisted on making him agree to cooperate with the Mo family. The Eun family controlled energy resources in the Middle East and Africa. It wasn't just the Mo family that wanted to cooperate with them. The old lady pointed out bluntly that other partners didn't have military and political backgrounds. If she hadn't called early and given a strict order, this grandson would definitely have refused this cooperation. He asked sharply, "Why are you so against cooperating with the Mo family? Is it just because you dislike Mo Zishin?" Lee Sik-hen was suddenly speechless, not knowing how to answer. But the old lady saw through him at once. He didn't want to discuss this because of Gu Cece. More than a month ago, he still hated this contract wife very much and was also against this marriage. The old lady had long known that Mo Zishin's fiancé, Yun Nuo, looked exactly like Gu Cece. How could she not be curious about the relationship between the two? Eun Sik-hen was shocked to hear this. Could it be that grandmother knew something he didn't? Old Mrs. Eun seemed to be lost in memories. Yun Nuo was a stunningly talented girl. She rarely appeared in public, but just a few glimpses were enough to amaze people. Unfortunately, heaven envied her beauty, and she died young. The old lady had been so adamant about Eun Sik-hen marrying Cece back then. It was because when she saw Gu Cece at the hospital, she was shocked to discover that Cece looked exactly like Yun Nuo. At that moment, she immediately guessed something. Eun Sik-hen also immediately understood. The Yun family only had one young lady, but grandmother felt that whether it was a coincidence or not, they must marry her into the family. She thought that if Gu Cece was really related to the Yun family, it would be like tying the Eun group and the Yun family together. Although the Yun family's power was small, they were a century-old scholarly family and even produced a first lady. This would be all benefit and no harm to the Eun family. On the other hand, if Cece had no connection to the Yun family, they could arrange things however they wanted after the child was born. Every step was full of cold and ruthless calculations. Eun Sik-hen was stunned speechless. The old lady was deliberately provoking him, saying, "For a woman you never cared about, shouldn't you be indifferent to any outcome? As for whether Cece is related to the Yun family, let Mo Zishin investigate. After all, no one in this world cares more about this matter than him." Unexpectedly, even grandmother didn't take Cece seriously at all. Eun Sik-hen felt both heartbroken and guilty, turning to leave in a daze. Meanwhile, Gu Cece received another call from Lin Xiaoya. The CEO went out swimming. Unexpectedly, he was set up by a scheming woman. She threw herself at him, wanting to offer herself, crying and shouting about bearing his children. Gu Cece received Lin Xiaoya's call, begging her to accompany her to the hospital for chemotherapy. But when they met, Lin Xiaoya didn't mention chemotherapy at all. She had heard that the film and television group was going to cooperate with the Mo family and wanted Cece to bring her along when discussing business. Gu Cece naturally didn't want to. After all, this was work, not play. But Lin Xiaoya held her hands and begged pitifully, "I only have 1 month left to live. Can you let me have Ian Sikhen? Only then will my life have no regrets," she said while crying pitifully. Gu Cece was stunned upon hearing this. She didn't expect Lin Xiaoya to have such deep feelings for Ian Sikhen. Her relationship with Ian Sikhen was just an accident. They were only contract spouses. Gu Cece could only agree with a gloomy expression. Then she returned to the company in a daze. However, she saw that Ian Sikhen was already waiting for her. As soon as he saw her, he dragged her into the office. He pinned her against the door, trapping her beneath him, and demanded to know what she had agreed with grandmother. But Gu Cece was already heartbroken. She suddenly said, "Don't worry, I won't cling to you." Hearing this, Ian Sikhen became furious. He gritted his teeth and asked what she meant. Gu Cece also struggled desperately, feeling wronged. She didn't know why he was acting crazy. He was the one who said they were just contract spouses, not interfering with each other. Ian Sikhen angrily grabbed her chin. It seemed she was already eager to leave. He immediately reached into her clothes to caress her, wanting to make her fulfill her wifely duties on the spot. Gu Cece cried out in fear, unable to bear such humiliation. Ian Sikhen stopped, feeling heartbroken. Instead, he threatened viciously, "If you do anything to wrong the Ian family during our marriage, I can make your mother prosper, and I can also make her die." Gu Cece instantly went limp and fell to the ground. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She didn't know what Ian Sikhen wanted. She wondered what her significance was in his heart. He was always so hot and cold. She was increasingly unable to understand him. When they returned home for dinner after work, they sat facing each other with nothing to say. Ian Sikhen suddenly ordered harshly, "Since you're pregnant, don't go play golf tomorrow." Cece insisted on going. The doctor had said that moderate activity was good for the baby. Ian Sikhen felt she just wanted to see Mo Zishin. He immediately slammed the table in anger and left furiously. Gu Cece watched his retreating figure with a sorrowful expression. She had already promised to bring Xiaoya along. She couldn't break her word. The next day, at the golf course, Gu Cece changed into a waiter's uniform, but she felt the skirt was too short and was embarrassed to be seen. She couldn't help but envy Lin Xiaoya, who looked good in anything. Lin Xiaoya, however, felt sour inside. She probed sneakily, "I envy you. It must be comfortable being the Ian family's young mistress." Cece's face fell upon hearing this. She and Ian Sikhen had no feelings for each other. They only married for the child. There was no comfort to speak of. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya smiled with satisfaction. It seemed she still had a chance. As long as she could successfully seduce Ian Sikhen, the position of the Ian family's young mistress would change hands. Cece told her to rest here first, then busied herself with receiving today's guest Lin. After watching her leave, Lin Xiaoya immediately took off her coat, revealing her naked body. It was her turn to take the stage next. At this time, Ian Sikhen was already impatient. He didn't know what that little wildcat was doing and why she hadn't come yet. Just then, Gu Cece came rushing over, out of breath. She looked at him pitifully, hoping he wouldn't be angry with her. Ian Sikhen was immediately disarmed by her adorable appearance. His anger completely dissipated. He quickly turned his back to hide his impulse, covering his burning cheeks and silently screaming. The little wildcat was just too cute. At this moment, Mo Zishin strode overconfidently. He greeted everyone gracefully, but his gaze immediately turned to Gu Cece, admiring her outfit with appreciation. He even took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hers. Ian Sikhen glared at their tightly clasped hands with displeasure. His eyes burning with rage, he immediately issued a challenge to play golf. The two men faced off, their eyes locked. In an instant, the battle was ignited. Even Gu Cece sensed the thick tension. It looked like a big fight was about to break out. She hurriedly left the battlefield to find Lin Xiaoya, worried that she might be bored alone in the changing room. But when she returned, she found that Lin Xiaoya was gone. She immediately became anxious and started searching everywhere. Then she ran into Mu Ruona. She was wearing a tight golf outfit and running over. Her curvaceous figure was enough to make anyone's heart race. Gu Cece's eyes nearly popped out. She was drooling with envy over that great body. Mu Ruona was so amused by her reaction that she laughed until tears came out. She finally understood why In Sikhen liked her. She was truly very interesting. Cece's smile turned bitter upon hearing this. In Sikhen didn't like her at all. He only liked the In family's fourth generation. What she didn't know was that Lin Xiaoyao was now wearing a revealing thin swimsuit. She was waiting in ambush at the swimming pool. Not long after, In Sikhen and Mo Zixin walked into the pool area together. He was proudly boasting that his 100-meter swimming record was 48 seconds, and that was from 5 years ago. Mo Zixin wasn't to be outdone. His record from 10 years ago was 40 seconds. They both thought the other was exaggerating. Neither would back down, glaring at each other angrily. They simultaneously proposed to have a competition on the spot. They quickly changed into their swimwear. At the referee's signal, they both jumped into the water. They swam furiously towards the finish line. Both were very fast and evenly matched. Lin Xiaoya, who had been hiding underwater, was staring at In Sichen's impressive physique like a fangirl. She waited for the right moment, then suddenly swam upwards. She crashed hard into In Sikhen, then sank towards the bottom after the collision. In Sikhen also felt that he had hit something. He immediately dove down angrily, wanting to see who was trying to slow him down. He saw a woman who had lost consciousness sinking to the bottom. He quickly swam over and pulled her up. When Gu Cece arrived, she saw the two of them about to kiss. She realized how shameless this friend of hers was, using her terminal illness as an excuse to publicly try to have the CEO's baby, and even blaming the CEO's wife for clinging to him. Gu Cece was chatting with Mu Ruona. Suddenly, the assistant ran over anxiously to tell her that the CEO had collided with someone in the swimming pool. Mu Ruona's mouth twitched upon hearing this. What could one collide with in a swimming pool? Could it be two hunks crashing into each other? But Gu Cece was startled, worried that In Sikhen might be injured. She immediately rushed to the swimming pool. Before entering, she heard a coquettish voice crying out. Lin Xiaoyao was in In Sichen's arms, saying emotionally, "You were so anxious when you saved me earlier. You actually still care about me very much. You only distanced yourself from me because Gu Cece is pregnant. I don't blame you. Even without a title, I'm willing to be your woman. I truly love you." As she spoke, she leaned in to kiss In Sichen's lips. Gu Cece immediately screamed painfully, "No!" In an instant, everyone was stunned by her. Mu Ruona also felt like she had seen something eye-opening. Was this going to turn into a love quadrangle right here? At this moment, Gu Cece came to her senses. Thinking of what she had blurted out earlier, she felt both ashamed and embarrassed. Crying, she stumbled away from the swimming area. He had already agreed to Xiaoya, but why did she feel so unwilling in her heart? Lin Xiaoya was also fuming. Gu Cece had actually gone back on her word and ruined her plans. Although Mo Zixin wasn't very clear about what was happening, he still chased after her first, worried that Gu Cece might have an accident. However, Mu Ruona had already gone after her before him. She grabbed the frantically running Gu Cece. Gu Cece couldn't help but cry and say, "Lin Xiaoya has a brain tumor. She doesn't have long to live." So he agreed to Xiaoya to fulfill her wish with In Sikhen, but she found that she really couldn't do it. Mu Ruona hugged her sympathetically and comforted her softly. "Cece is just too kind-hearted. That's why she's upset. Now that I'm here, no one will dare to bully Cece anymore." Mo Zixin, hiding not far away, watched this scene with both concern and worry in his heart. Meanwhile, in the swimming area, In Sikhen pushed Lin Xiaoya away with disgust. With a cold expression, he sneered. Lin Xiaoya was indeed calculating to have waited for him here. He immediately demanded to know who had let her in. Lin Xiaoya cunningly cried out in grievance. "It was Cece who actively brought me here. Cece said you two are just contract spouses. She'll leave after having the child. She knows we're in love, so she wants to return you to me. We can rekindle our relationship early. I can also give you children." In Sikhen was so angry, he almost exploded on the spot. The child wasn't even born yet, and Gu Cece was already paving the way for herself. Seeing that he had fallen for it, Lin Xiaoya spoke more enthusiastically. "I don't know why Cece suddenly found me, but I really can't live without you. Even if I'm just the woman behind you, I'm willing. Cece has entrusted you and the child to me. I will definitely love the child as my own. I won't let you down, I promise." As she spoke, she threw herself at In Sikhen and hugged him tightly. In Sikhen immediately felt nauseated. He pushed her away mercilessly and then turned to leave, letting her fall heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. In Sikhin didn't even look back once. Although Lin Xiaoya's plan didn't fully succeed, it at least drove a wedge between In Sikhin and Gu Cece. It was half successful. However, Gu Cece had gone back on her word. This was an account she still needed to settle with her. On the other side, Muruona had finally managed to comfort Cece and learn the whole story. Gu Cece honestly told everything about the situation between the three of them. The key point was that Lin Xiaoya had brain cancer with only 1 month left to live. She had deep feelings for In Sikhin, and In Sikhin clearly hadn't rejected her just now. Moreover, he had already agreed to Lin Xiaoya. They should have gone their separate ways. It was her fault for developing feelings for In Sikhin. As a result, she went back on her word and violated the agreement. Muruona felt both sympathetic and frustrated, calling her a little fool. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya rushed over angrily, demanding to know what she meant. Since she had agreed to give In Sikhin back, why was she still shamelessly clinging to him? Hearing this, Muruona scoffed disdainfully. A mistress actually had the audacity to come and question the legal wife. It was truly eye-opening. Relying on past affection, she had already taken advantage of Cece once and now wanted to do it again. What a beautiful dream. If you have the ability, just make In Sikhin divorce and marry you directly. Lin Xiaoya immediately realized she was dealing with a formidable opponent. She immediately clutched her head in pain, crying out, "My head hurts so much." Cece, don't be angry. I didn't mean it like that. I only have 1 month left to live, but my wish still can't be fulfilled. I just got a bit anxious for a moment. For the sake of our past relationship, please don't be angry, okay? Hearing this, Gu Cece felt somewhat helpless. She couldn't bring herself to say any more words of blame. Muruona, however, didn't indulge her. She directly berated her. Your death is your own business. It has nothing to do with Cece. I advise you to be kind and stay away from Cece. After saying this, she pulled Cece away. Gu Cece was still worried that this wasn't right, but Muruona advised her not to be soft-hearted. Are all exes allowed to come back and steal someone's husband when they're about to die? Lin Xiaoya, who had been scolded harshly, stood there stunned, clenching her fists in humiliation. Mo Zixin, who had been hiding nearby, watched everything from start to finish. He immediately showed a satisfied smile, inwardly praising Xiao Mu for her good work. When Gu Cece returned, she saw In Sikhin saying goodbye to Mo Zixin. She was surprised that Mo Zixin was leaving so soon. Mo Zixin immediately noticed her swollen eyes and couldn't help but show a concerned expression. In Sikhin saw all of this and felt a burning jealousy that made him lose all reason. Hearing Cece quietly ask about the contract and how things turned out, he thought she was reluctant to see Mo Zixin leave. He immediately warned her with a gloomy face, "It's none of your business. You'd better not interfere and get rid of those inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, I don't mind making you understand your responsibilities again." Gu Cece's face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. Seeing their intimate behavior, Mo Zixin jealously interrupted quickly. He invited her to come to his villa to appreciate flowers. In Sikhin immediately glared at him upon hearing this. Their eyes met, sparks flying. This CEO was about to go mad with anger. His dear wife had actually given it to his scheming ex. Even his rival dared to flirt with his wife right in front of him. In Sikhin angrily scooped up Gu Cece. He hurriedly walked towards the villa, wanted to exercise his rights as a husband. After returning to the room, he roughly threw her onto the bed. Gritting his teeth, he questioned, "Didn't you give me to Lin Xiaoya before? Why are you regretting it now?" Gu Cece immediately felt guilty and turned her head away, not wanting to face this matter. In Sikhin was about to be angered to death. He leaned down and kissed her fiercely. After kissing, he still angrily shouted at Gu Cece, "You fool, can't you see that I really like you?" But before he could finish this confession, it was interrupted by frantic knocking on the door. The next second, Lin Xiaoya burst in, smiling and about to say something to In Sikhin. Muruona followed a step behind, secretly regretting that she couldn't stop her. But now, looking at the clothes scattered all over the bedroom floor, the air suddenly fell silent. Lin Xiaoya was shaking with anger, hating Gu Cece to the extreme in her heart. This big liar. Didn't she say she had nothing more to do with In Sikhin? Then what were they doing? You forced me to do this. Don't blame me for being ruthless. In Sik-hen, interrupted in the middle of something good, was so angry his face turned black. Who on earth allowed them to come in? Gu Cece's reason quickly returned. She immediately jumped up and fled quickly. Muruona also followed in pursuit. Now only 2 people were left in the bedroom. In Sik-hen leisurely lit a cigarette. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Lin Xiaoya's excuses and directly asked how much money she wanted. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya felt as if she had suffered a great insult. She pitifully said that she wasn't that kind of person, that she truly couldn't let go of In Sik-hen. In Sik-hen was so angry he laughed. He wasn't a fool like Gu Cece. He could see through Lin Xiaoya's tricks clearly. It was only because they had once been in a relationship that he had been tolerating her. But his patience had limits. In Sichen's expression instantly turned cold and gloomy. He angrily shouted, "Didn't you keep saying you had something to tell me? If you don't have anything new to say, then you can get lost." Lin Xiaoya immediately fell down in front of him, crying and shouting, "You can't treat me like this. We were once in love." In Sik-hen couldn't be bothered to waste words with her anymore. If it wasn't for that, how could he have allowed Lin Xiaoya to jump around until now? He wasn't such an easy person to deal with. He immediately had someone throw Lin Xiaoya out. On the other side, Gu Cece, who had left the villa, was still thinking about what In Sik-hen wanted to say to her earlier. But now he was with Lin Xiaoya. Would they do something? Muruona saw that she was unhappy and actively invited her to come to her house for a drink. She told Cece not to worry. Although she had a hot body like a vixen, she wouldn't stoop to backstabbing a friend. Gu Cece was immediately amused and laughed. After all, they had seen each other's worst sides and hadn't despised each other for it. At this moment, In Sik-hen came out with his people, instructing everyone to set off for home. Hearing this, Gu Cece quickly said she had plans with Ruona and wouldn't be riding in his car. Surprisingly, In Sik-hen didn't get angry. He just asked Xiao Ai to stay behind and take care of her. But Gu Cece still refused. She turned and went home with Muruona. But as soon as they got home, she received a call from Mo Zixin. He invited her and Cece to have dinner together tomorrow, saying he had something to tell Cece. Gu Cece felt his attitude towards her was very strange. They had only met a few times, and they hadn't really talked much each time. She didn't know why he was like this. Muruona, however, mentioned something she had heard about. Mo Zixin had a deceased fiancé named Yun Nuo, and Gu Cece looked exactly like her. Mo Zixin loved his fiancé deeply his whole life. Even though Yun Nuo had been gone for 2 years, he remained faithful. Looking at Yun Nuo's photo, even Gu Cece could barely tell them apart. She finally understood why Mo Zixin always looked at her with such a complex gaze. It was because he missed his deceased fiancé. It's truly rare to find such a devoted man in this world. Gu Cece's opinion of him greatly improved, so she decided to meet Mo Zixin tomorrow as agreed. Muruona immediately pulled her to take a bubble bath together. Gu Cece was so stimulated by her hot body that she almost got a nosebleed. The next day, the two of them dressed up beautifully to meet Mo Zixin. After meeting, Mo Zixin revealed his true background. He knew Gu Cece wasn't the Gu family's biological daughter, but an adopted one. He wanted to ask for her cooperation in doing some tests, as she looked too similar to Yun Nuo. But Gu Cece refused without hesitation. To her, it didn't matter who her biological parents were. She now only had one mother named Jian Xiao. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Muruona quickly smoothed things over with a smile, asking about Yun Nuo, wanting to hear the story of this legendary girl. Hearing this, Mo Zixin's expression softened. His gaze fell on Gu Cece's face as he said dreamily, "You two really look so alike." Gu Cece was startled by his obsessive, almost fanatical gaze. Mo Zixin quickly apologized to her, saying he couldn't control himself. Gu Cece could understand. If she and Yun Nuo were face to face, she might feel like she was looking in a mirror too. But Mo Zixin said their temperaments were completely different and true feelings wouldn't be mistaken. If Yun Nuo were alive now, she would be 23 years old. She was a Cancer. Hearing this, Gu Cece froze. She was also 23 and a Cancer, but she didn't say it out loud. At this moment, Mo Zixin was immersed in memories of Yun Nuo. From birth, Yun Nuo showed amazing talent and abilities. She knew 2 foreign languages at 4 and could write independently at 10. She obtained a master's degree at 16, but due to poor health, she could only study domestically. In her sophomore year, she went to the U.S. as an exchange student. She only stayed for half a year, but became a Chinese goddess in America. As Mo Zixin spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. He deeply missed his beloved fiancée. But Mu Ruona directly asked him if he was treating Cece as a substitute. The atmosphere instantly froze. The scheming ex-girlfriend hugged the CEO, wanting to offer herself. The CEO's one sentence made her immediately regret it. Mo Zixin thought about asking Gu Cece to assist with some tests because she looked too similar to Yun Nuo. To convince Gu Cece, he told the story of Yun Nuo. When he first met Yun Nuo, he was still a child. When he saw her again, she had already become a goddess. They finally got engaged at 19. But Yun Nuo's health kept deteriorating. In the last year, she couldn't even get out of bed. She always told Mo Zixin that she owed her sister, and her whole life was actually to compensate for her sister. On her deathbed, she asked Mo Zixin to protect her sister for life. Mo Zixin's eyes glistened with tears, lamenting that there would never be another Yun Mo in this world. Gu Cece and Mu Ruona were moved to tears, constantly sighing about heaven's jealousy of beauty. Then Mu Ruona bluntly questioned whether he planned to guard this love for life or eventually bury these feelings. Hearing this, Mo Zixin's expression instantly frosted over, glaring at her with a sinister look. The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Gu Cece was also startled, feeling that Ruona's question was a bit too much. But Mo Zixin frankly answered that the future held too many variables. He couldn't promise anything. He could only say that up until now, his feelings for Yun Nuo had never changed. Hearing this, Mu Ruona chuckled, implying that she thought his collaboration with the entertainment conglomerate was because Cece looked like Yun Nuo. Gu Cece felt extremely wronged. She was innocent. Why were all the accusations pointed at her? Mo Zixin once again earnestly pleaded with Gu Cece, asking her to be understanding if she ever met the Yun family. Because the Yun family still couldn't accept Yun Nuo's passing. If any awkward situations occurred, he asked her to be magnanimous for his sake. Actually, Gu Cece sympathized with the Yun family and readily agreed. After lunch, they returned to Mu Ruona's home. Cece immediately fell asleep. Suddenly, her phone rang. Mu Ruona, worried it would wake her, picked it up. Seeing that the caller was Lin Xiaoya, she immediately hung up without a word. This shameless woman was really pushing her luck. A person near death still causing so much trouble. Mu Ruona was furious. She accidentally saw in the call log that Lin Xiaoya had sent a diagnosis report. Surprisingly, the reviewing doctor was her old acquaintance, Joseph. She immediately called Joseph out of curiosity, asking if he had recently diagnosed a brain tumor patient. To her surprise, Joseph replied that he had only diagnosed one, but unfortunately, the patient was too old for surgery and could only choose conservative treatment. Hearing this, Mu Ruona almost laughed. She quickly sent Lin Xiaoya's diagnosis report to him, asking him to verify its authenticity. Joseph took one look and angrily shouted that this was slander. He said, "Don't think you can smear my name just because I'm here for academic exchange." Mu Ruona hung up the phone with a smile. Now it's confirmed that Lin Xiaoya's brain tumor and only having 1 month to live were all lies she made up. Earlier, she was crying so disgustingly, begging Gu Cece to give up In Sikhen to her. It was truly shameless. Suddenly, a good idea popped into her mind. She immediately impersonated Gu Cece and sent a text to Lin Xiaoya, saying In Sikhen was testing her. This afternoon, he would be boxing alone. If she truly loved him, she should go and try. Mu Ruona chuckled smugly. She had finally helped Cece get revenge. Meanwhile, In Sikhen also received news that Mo Zixin had immediately met with Gu Cece after he left. He was instantly furious. Sure enough, Mo Zixin was using the cooperation between their two companies to divert his attention, while secretly still having designs on Cece. He immediately ordered someone to call Gu Cece back, saying if she didn't come to work this afternoon, it would be considered absenteeism. On the other side, Gu Cece finally woke up. Mu Ruona quickly brought her fresh juice, telling Cece that In Sikhen had specially sent his assistant with a juicer and fruits, instructing to serve it to her when she woke up. Gu Cece couldn't help but sigh. He really cared about this child and couldn't allow any mishaps. Mu Ruona hated that she was so dense, unable to see through even such a simple matter. But she didn't want to spell it out, letting Cece figure it out slowly on her own. However, she did relay In Sikhen's order that not returning to work would be considered absenteeism. Gu Cece was so shocked, she spat out her juice. She cursed In Sik-hin for being so harsh. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough money for a taxi. She could only cling to Mu Ruona's arm, acting cute and begging her to drive her to the company. Mu Ruona's heart melted at her cuteness. She agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, In Sik-hin was fiercely punching a sandbag. He was hitting harder than ever before, scaring everyone around him. It seemed the CEO was truly angry today, all because of the young madam. Suddenly, In Sik-hin let out a roar. He kicked the sandbag flying with one foot, finally feeling some of his anger dissipate. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Xiaoya suddenly hugged him tightly from behind, shamelessly saying she missed him, loved him, and was even willing to become his real woman right there. She had applied for a job as a waitress here for In Sik-hin. Having gone this far, surely In Sik-hin should believe how much she loved him. Hearing this, In Sik-hin smiled meaningfully. He only asked if she truly wouldn't regret it. No matter what he did to her today, she wouldn't regret it? Lin Xiaoya thought she had moved him and hugged In Sik-hin even tighter. She eagerly swore, "Of course I won't regret it. You could do whatever you want of me." As long as she succeeded today, she could make Gu Cece disappear from his sight. She could also reclaim everything that originally belonged to her. Hearing this, In Sichin's eyes instantly turned fierce. He tightly bound Lin Xiaoya's hands behind her back with a towel. Lin Xiaoya thought he wanted to try something exciting and blushed with embarrassment. As long as he liked it, she would go along with anything. But In Sik-hin let out a disdainful sneer. Since she was so eager to reveal herself, he would satisfy her. From now on, they would be even. After saying that, he had someone call for the boxer Amin, saying he had a gift for him. Lin Xiaoya was so shocked she screamed. How could he bear to give her as a gift to another man? The scumbag ex-boyfriend brought an internet celebrity to mock the female lead on the street. The CEO made a domineering appearance to support his dear wife, publicly kissing and hugging to show their affection, making everyone envious and jealous. There was also the scheming best friend hugging In Sik-hin, shamelessly wanting to reveal herself on the spot, trying to steal Gu Cece's position as the CEO's wife. In Sik-hin immediately had someone call over an 8-foot-tall muscular man. He gave Lin Xiaoya to him as a gift. Didn't Lin Xiaoya like giving people gifts? Back then, she even gave Gu Cece's first night as a gift to In Sik-hin. So now, let her experience what it feels like to be a gift. Lin Xiaoya trembled in despair. This wasn't how it was supposed to turn out. She struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. In Sik-hin patted the muscular man's shoulder, telling him to enjoy this gift. Lin Xiaoya watched his cold back as he left, shaking her head frantically, refusing to believe this cruel outcome. At this moment, the muscular man, drooling, eagerly pounced on her. Lin Xiaoya let out a shrill scream. She furiously shouted at In Sik-hin, "How could you be so heartless?" Meanwhile, Gu Cece had just gotten off work. She stood by the roadside for a long time without being able to hail a cab. She cursed In Sik-hin in her heart for deliberately taking away her car, making her suffer like this. At this moment, Zhao Zigong pulled up in front of her in a luxury car, smiling and greeting her. Gu Cece could hardly believe it. How dare he show his face in front of her? Zhao Zigong was looking at her with pitying eyes. Divorced after just a few days of marriage? The internet celebrity beauty next to him got jealous seeing this. He was actually flirting with an old woman right in front of her. Zhao Zigong quickly hugged and kissed her, deliberately showing affection in front of Cece, repeatedly saying, "I love you." Gu Cece was so disgusted, she almost threw up. She secretly felt relieved that she hadn't eloped with him before. Although In Sik-hin had a peculiar temper, his character and quality were far superior to this scumbag. To be precise, he was leagues ahead, all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. Thinking of that funny scene in her mind, Cece couldn't help but burst out laughing. She quickly coughed twice to cover it up. She said, "Sorry to make you worry. My husband and I have a great relationship. We won't be divorcing. As for how far you and this internet celebrity can go, I'll be waiting to see." But Zhao Zigong didn't believe her at all. He was convinced she was just putting on a brave face. If she wasn't still attached, why would she be standing here watching? She didn't even have someone to pick her up. He pretentiously offered to take her home. For the sake of their past relationship, he promised not to laugh at her. As long as she was still as obedient and sensible as before, he wouldn't be so heartless as to not take care of her. If she needed money, she could have dinner with him, and he would generously give her some money. Gu Cece was so angry she almost cursed it out loud. Right now, she just wanted a knife to stab this bastard over and over. In a luxury car not far away, Eun Sik-hen watched this scene with a gloomy expression. He had originally planned to pick up Cece after work. He was delayed for a moment and arrived late. He didn't expect to see his wife being bullied. He immediately sent a text message to Gu Cece. Do you need me to back you up? The condition is that you cook a big meal tonight. Gu Cece was overjoyed when she saw the message. To teach Xiao Zhegang a lesson, she was willing to agree to anything. She immediately replied to Eun Sik-hen, asking him to come quickly. Then she deliberately boasted, "My husband will be here to pick me up soon. He's so busy, he doesn't need to come pick me up personally. I can just go back by myself. Driving such a nice sports car in the city, what if it gets scratched or dented?" Xiao Zhegang thought she was bluffing. He really admired her. In such a miserable situation, yet still bragging so well. Hearing this, Gu Cece was so angry her teeth itched. She just wanted someone to give her a bundle of dynamite to send this bastard straight to heaven. In the luxury car not far away, Xiao Ai watched this scene, trembling all over trying to hold back her laughter. At this moment, the internet celebrity beauty also became unhappy. She clung to Xiao Zhegang, demanding to know why he was being so nice to her. Was there still lingering affection? Xiao Zhegang quickly hugged his girlfriend to comfort her. With Gu Cece's terrible figure now, who would still have feelings for her? At this moment, Gu Cece's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Her fake smile disappeared. Xiao Zhegang thought she was jealous of him. He immediately said smugly, "For the sake of our past relationship, I won't despise Cece for becoming so fat." Before he could finish speaking, a luxury car stopped next to him. The luxurious purple Lamborghini instantly caught the attention of the entire street. Everyone exclaimed and ran over to see the multi-million-dollar car. Eun Sik-hen got out of the car under everyone's gaze. His handsome face and explosive good figure instantly made all the women swoon. Even the internet celebrity beauty was drooling, praising Eun Sik-hen for being so handsome and charming. Gu Cece's heart also beat uncontrollably. She stared at Eun Sik-hen as he walked towards her. This grand entrance really scared her. She secretly cursed this peacock for trying to enchant everyone. Hearing this, Eun Sik-hen explained pitifully that he had just finished discussing a case, so he was late. He pleaded with her not to be angry, saying, "I'll make it up to you tonight. How about buying a few luxury cars and mansions? Or should I offer myself as compensation?" As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Cece's slender waist. The suggestive meaning was almost overflowing. All the women on the street screamed with envy. They were especially envious and jealous of Gu Cece, wishing they could trade places with her. The internet celebrity beauty's face was also twisted with jealousy. She also wanted a husband who was handsome, rich, and romantic. Gu Cece was immersed in Eun Sik-hen's doting gaze, momentarily dazed. If she didn't clearly know that he was deliberately acting for Xiao Zhegang to see, she might have almost believed that he really liked her. Eun Sik-hen suddenly leaned in slowly to kiss her. This instantly caused a wave of exclamations. Countless women cried out with broken hearts. But Eun Sik-hen's eyes were only on Gu Cece's adorable face. He intimately tapped her nose, teasing, "Silly girl, did you forget to close your eyes when kissing? Otherwise, I won't be able to resist eating you up. Who told you to be so cute?" Gu Cece was so shocked she went numb. She couldn't believe he actually kissed her in public. Dear wife, bullied on the street by a scumbag. Handsome CEO has the scumbag sports car smashed on the spot. He also publicly announced that he and his wife were already married. Eun Sik-hen kissed Gu Cece in front of everyone, begging her to forgive him for coming late. If Madam still doesn't want to forgive, then he would have to continue compensating. Saying this, he was about to start a new round of crazy kissing. Gu Cece's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She quickly said she had already forgiven him. By this time, Xiao Zhegang was already scared out of his wits, thinking about how he had just been bragging to Cece. He wanted to take advantage of their public display of affection to quietly drive away. How could Eun Sik-hen let him off? He immediately had someone stop him and thanked him for the favor of not marrying Cece, which allowed him the good fortune to marry her. Back then, he had given up such a good girlfriend like Cece for money. Now that money must be almost gone, right? If it's not enough, feel free to come to the film and television group. They can afford this amount. All of Xiao Zhegang's despicable sides were exposed completely. He was instantly too ashamed to show his face. Eun Sik-hen intimately caressed Cece's red lips. His eyes were full of doting affection. He would deal with anyone Cece didn't like. Whatever fate Cece wanted for him, whether to bankrupt his company or ruin his reputation, As long as Cece said it, he could make it happen. Eun Sik-hen smiled with overwhelming dominance. Hearing this, Gu Cece looked at that internet celebrity beauty. At this moment, she was staring at Eun Sik-hen with a love-struck expression, drooling. Cece's heart instantly felt sour and bitter. She immediately said she didn't like the look of that car. She wanted to smash it. Eun Sik-hen didn't say a word, just snapped his fingers. A pair of bodyguards immediately rushed over carrying huge iron hammers. They charged towards Zhao Zigong's sports car and started smashing it violently. The two of them screamed and jumped out of the car to escape. A moment later, and they would have been smashed along with the car. Seeing the car completely destroyed, Eun Sik-hen then smiled and asked Gu Cece for praise. He wondered if the little mole was satisfied with his performance today. Saying this, he led Gu Cece into the luxury car and sped away. All along the way, only Gu Cece's hearty laughter could be heard. That scene just now was too satisfying. She simply couldn't stop laughing, but she still had to thank Eun Sik-hen. If he hadn't arrived in time, she didn't know how that scumbag would have bullied her. But for Eun Sik-hen, putting on a show in exchange for a dinner was very worth it. Mentioning this, Gu Cece felt a bit guilty. She could cook dinner, but her skills couldn't compare to a chef's. She didn't know if Eun Sik-hen would be able to eat it. Hearing this, Eun Sik-hen was also stunned. Could there be an even more inedible dark cuisine than the fried noodles he made? On the other side, Lin Xiaoya, covered in intimate marks, stumbled out of the boxing room. She had just been toyed with by the muscular man, and her whole body was in pain. She was convinced that Gu Cece must have said bad things about her, which was why Eun Sik-hen heartlessly gave her away as a gift to another man. It was all because of that bitch Gu Cece that she had fallen to such a state. Lin Xiaoya immediately wrapped herself up tightly from head to toe. As she left, she could hear passersby commenting on how handsome and doting Eun Sik-hen was towards his wife. They were envious, jealous, and resentful of his wife. They wished they could take her place. Lin Xiaoya was suddenly startled. She snatched a passerby's phone and looked at it. On the screen was playing the scene of Eun Sik-hen furiously smashing the scumbag ex-boyfriend's sports car for his beloved. She immediately felt bitter hatred. Gu Cece didn't deserve this tenderness at all. This tenderness should only belong to her, Lin Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya could no longer contain her anger. She turned and smashed the phone hard on the ground. The passerby angrily grabbed her hood. In an instant, the intimate marks on her face and body were exposed. Everyone was stunned. They quickly called others to come and see. This woman actually played so wildly. She must be a pervert. Lin Xiaoya screamed in fear. She grabbed her clothes and wrapped herself up tightly, fleeing in embarrassment from the noisy crowd. She ran until she reached a deserted place. Only then did she stop, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. Both angry and frightened, she kicked over a nearby trash can. Her hatred for Gu Cece deepened even more. She suddenly remembered that in the video she just saw, Zhao Zigong's figure seemed to appear. A vicious plan immediately formed in her mind. She immediately took out her phone and called Zhao Zigong. She maliciously instigated him, asking if he really planned to swallow this insult from Gu Cece. Do you want to join forces with me to deal with Gu Cece? She not only betrayed you, but also betrayed me. I absolutely won't let her off. On the other side, Zhao Zigong was also on the verge of collapse. Everyone in the company was packing up and leaving. Even the most loyal employee was about to leave. Zhao Zigong grabbed him and demanded to know why. This contract was clearly said to be a sure profit, which was why he agreed to do it. But that employee didn't want to take the blame. The final signature and approval was Zhao Zigong's. He advised him to leave quickly, as this office had already been transferred to someone else. Zhao Zigong couldn't accept this cruel reality. The company was running well just a few days ago. How could it be completely finished in just 2 days? Something must have gone wrong somewhere. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya's call came through again. She gloatingly asked if he now believed her words. His company failing so quickly, who else but the film and television group had this ability? But Zhao Zigong couldn't believe that Eun Sik-hen would ruin his company for a Gu Cece. After all, doing so would cost him a significant price too. But Lin Xiaoya laughed madly at his naivety. Even as Zhao Zigong was nothing compared to a little finger of the film and television group. Had he forgotten how he made his fortune before? Lin Xiaoya sinisterly advised him to cooperate with her. They should seek some justice from Gu Cixi. The hatred in Zhao Zigong's heart was completely stirred up by her. With a sinister smile on his lips, he no longer hesitated and agreed to join forces with her. Only then was Lin Xiaoya satisfied and ended the call. She thought viciously of Gu Cixi. Just you wait. What I, Lin Xiaoya, can't have, you won't get either. The beloved wife was surrounded and mocked at the banquet. The CEO immediately hugged his wife and showed affection, slapping the faces of many noble ladies and socialites. In Sikan was going to take Gu Cixi to attend a banquet. He specially ordered a custom-made dress for Gu Cixi. An Italian designer worked day and night for 2 days without rest to design it, and rushed to make it. Gu Cixi happily opened the dress to try it on. It fit perfectly, making her look youthful and beautiful, stunningly gorgeous. At this moment, In Sikan also walked over with a smile. His eyes were full of amazement and fascination, praising that she indeed looked very good in this dress. In Sikan personally zipped up the back for her. He held her small hand and kissed it, saying such beautiful hands seemed to be missing something. He immediately took out a sparkling 10-carat diamond ring and personally put it on her ring finger. Then he handed another male ring to Gu Cixi, gesturing for her to put it on him. Gu Cixi blushed as she took the diamond ring. With trembling hands, she put on his ring finger as well. In Sikan suddenly asked her if she had ever put a ring on anyone else before. Gu Cixi was stunned by the question. Although she didn't know why he asked, she honestly answered no. In Sikan instantly beamed with joy. He tenderly nuzzled her forehead, caressing her cheeks, his gaze so gentle it could almost drip water. Gu Cixi was almost drowning in this tenderness. Her heart was beating uncontrollably fast. As if hearing his intense heartbeat, In Sikan chuckled and tapped her forehead, telling her to quickly go get styled. Soon, Cixi came down looking stunningly beautiful. In Sikan couldn't take his eyes off her, his gaze infatuated as he praised her beauty. Soon, the two arrived at tonight's banquet venue. They entered the banquet hall hand in hand. Instantly, the atmosphere of the entire venue heated up. Mo Zixin approached with his female companion. The two CEOs exchanged fake pleasantries, their eyes frantically throwing daggers at each other. Gu Cixi watched with twitching lips, silently disdaining their childishness. But on the surface, she had to reluctantly smooth things over. Mo Zixin's female companion was also very cooperative, quickly livening up the atmosphere. Gu Cixi's impression of him greatly improved because of this. Soon, the banquet officially began. Mo Zixin went on stage first to give the opening speech, discussing the cooperation between Mo Corporation and In Corporation. In Sikan was also invited to give a speech. The two smiled on the surface, but their words were full of daggers and swords, fiercely battling. Gu Cixi really felt speechless. At this time, Mo Zixin's female companion came over with a smile. She was here tonight with a mission. Her brother told her that Gu Cixi was the most important guest at today's banquet. There must not be the slightest mishap. She was to specially serve Gu Cixi tonight. She introduced herself as Mo Zixuan. Only then did Gu Cixi realize she was Mo Zixin's sister. She had misunderstood earlier. For a moment, her awkward smile froze. Fortunately, Mo Zixuan knew how to communicate well. The two quickly engaged in lively conversation. They hit it off immediately. At this time, In Sikan and Mo Zixin had finished their speeches. As soon as they got off stage, they were immediately surrounded by a group of people. The women were especially excited, letting out shrieks of admiration. They almost wanted to snatch the men away. The scene instantly became chaotic. Mo Zixuan quickly protected Cixi, bringing her to a quiet resting area. Her brother had said that too much noise wasn't good for the baby in her belly now. Gu Cixi noticed him staring at her constantly. She immediately understood it was because of her face again. Mo Zixuan quickly realized and apologized repeatedly, embarrassed. Cixi and Yunor really looked too similar. Actually, he was very grateful for Cixi's appearance. Seeing her living so healthily gave people the illusion that Yunua was still alive. Gu Cixi smiled happily upon hearing this. Her existence could comfort people, so at least this face wasn't wasted. But some people just had to ruin the mood by coming over to mock and ridicule Gu Cixi. They said Mrs. Een was so lucky to marry such a good man as Mr. Een. The sarcasm in those words was so strong it almost choked Gu Cixi. It seemed this convenient husband had brought her quite a few love rivals. Mo Zixuan immediately defended her. saying Miss Zhao was wrong. It should be Mr. Een who was lucky to marry Cece. Miss Zhao sneered at this, laughing that he was putting down Mr. Een just to flatter Mrs. Een. Although Een and Mo families were cooperating, he should please Mrs. Een, but that doesn't mean he can't speak the truth. Another wealthy young lady also chimed in, saying it was obvious who married above their station. Mo Zishuan's face turned ashen with anger. He was about to argue fiercely, but Gu Cece stopped him, saying they could say whatever they wanted. If they had the ability, they should become Mrs. Een themselves. If they could do it, she wouldn't mind stepping aside. This statement left everyone speechless. Mo Zishuan felt it was so satisfying, praising Gu Cece for her words. If they had the ability, they should go after Een Sikhen. Ganging up on a pregnant woman here showed no ability at all. It was truly embarrassing for the noble families. Miss Zhao and others were scolded so badly they couldn't lift their heads. They could only leave while cursing under their breaths. Gu Cece was very grateful to Mo Zishuan for standing up for her. But as the host, targeting other guests to protect her would surely offend many people. She appreciated this favor. Een Sikhen had been watching this scene all along. He glared hostilely at the two women who led the attack on Gu Cece. Then he turned and gave a few instructions to his assistant. Only then did he walk to Gu Cece, gently wiping the corner of her mouth. He said affectionately, "When you're not in my sight, I miss you." Gu Cece was stunned, suspecting he was deliberately flirting with her again. Miss Zhao and others were so jealous their eyes turned red. They secretly hated themselves for not being able to catch Mr. Yin's attention. Mo Zishuan playfully teased, saying that since he had been so attentive in taking care of the CEO's wife, could they get a bit more advantage in the cooperation? It was just a joke. He didn't have much hope. Unexpectedly, Een Sikhen, contrary to his usual strictness in business, readily agreed. That small profit was insignificant compared to his wife's safety. It was truly trivial. Miss Zhao and others were thunderstruck by these words. They felt even more deeply in love with such a wife-doting CEO. Een Sikhen, however, hugged Cece and indirectly criticized others, saying, "You did very well just now. If anyone gives you trouble in the future, just retort like that. My wife is not someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can provoke. If you met someone who looked exactly like you, and they were from a century-old family, crying and begging you to come home and acknowledge your ancestry, would you be willing?" At the banquet, Gu Cece was being difficult with by the young ladies from noble families. Een Sikhen hugged her and indirectly criticized others. "You did very well just now. If anyone dares to bully you again, you just retort like you did earlier. My wife is not someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can provoke. In the future, if you encounter such situations, let them come at me. It's much better for them to trouble me than to trouble you." As he spoke, he personally fed her a strawberry. Gu Cece watched him leave gracefully and thought irritably. So he knows that being his picked-up CEO's wife isn't easy. Mo Zishuan envied her, seeing how loving she and Mr. Een were. But Gu Cece felt that rather than being loving, Een Sikhen was more unpredictable. Of course, she couldn't say such things to outsiders. Now she just wanted to find a place to rest. So Mo Zishuan took her to his own room. He left after telling her to rest well. Gu Cece finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, she didn't have to put on an act anymore. But Assistant Wang didn't understand why the young madam wanted to rest here. Actually, Gu Cece just didn't want to trouble others. Mo Zishuan was today's hostess, but because of her, he neglected other guests. That many owed the Mo family a favor. When the time came, Een Sikhen would be at a disadvantage in the cooperation between the two families. The assistant hadn't expected her to think so far ahead. He felt the young madam was completely different from before. With nothing to do, Gu Cece took a book to pass the time. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened it, she saw Yunhua's signature. This was indeed a book published by Yunhua. She couldn't help but marvel at how multi-talented he was. Gu Cece curiously read on, but was captivated by a particular passage. It said that this book was specially written by Yunhua for his long-lost sister. Gu Cece tremblingly caressed these words. An inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. Just then, a woman pushed open the door, calling out Mo Zishuan's name. Gu Cece instantly came to her senses and instinctively turned to look. She saw a middle-aged woman staring at her in a daze, tears already streaming down her face. Finally, she collapsed to the ground, unable to hold back her sobs. Gu Cece was startled and quickly put the book back. She ran over to ask the woman what was wrong. The woman stared at her face in a daze. as if looking through her at someone else. The next second, she tightly embraced Gu Cece and began to cry heartrendingly. Xiao Wang was also frightened and wanted to pull the woman away from the young madam, but Cece stopped his action. Instead, she gently patted the woman's back, allowing her to release her inner pain. A moment later, the woman finally stopped crying. With a red face, she apologized repeatedly in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I was rude. May I ask your name, miss?" Gu Cece smiled and gave her name. The woman introduced herself as Yun Xiaoqing, Yun Luo's aunt. Gu Cece suddenly realized, so she was from the Yun family. No wonder she had such a big reaction upon seeing her face. Yun Xiaoqing had actually come to deliver jewelry to Mo Zixuan. When she opened the door just now, she thought she saw Yun Meng. The two of them looked so alike. If her brother and sister-in-law saw this, they would surely be even more emotional. As Yun Xiaoqing spoke, she started crying again, asking Cece how old she was while crying. When she heard Gu Cece say she was 23 years old, Yun Xiaoqing suddenly lunged forward excitedly. Could this girl be Yun Nua's sister? Gu Cece quickly emphasized that she had no connection to the Yun family. The resemblance was just a coincidence. At this moment, Mo Zixuan also heard the news and rushed over. He was scolding the servants, saying he had told them to ask his aunt to wait in the front hall when she arrived. Who knew this would happen? Li Xiaoqing also felt very guilty. It was she who insisted on coming in. If anyone was to blame, it could only be herself. But now she knew why Zixuan didn't want her to come to the room. It was because of Gu Cece. Mo Zixuan also apologized repeatedly to Cece. He really didn't know his aunt would come in directly. Gu Cece quickly urged them not to overthink it. There was no need to hurt their relationship because of her. Seeing Gu Cece and his aunt chatting happily, Mo Zixuan felt like the sky was falling. His aunt seemed to have taken a thorough interest in Cece. His brother had repeatedly warned him not to let the Yin family know about Cece's situation now. But he had messed it all up. Mo Zixuan held his head, tears streaming down. He simply dared not think any further. By the time Yin Sikin received the news and came over, Gu Cece was standing alone on the balcony, enjoying the breeze. She suddenly felt that fate was a very mysterious thing. Today, she met the Yun family. Although she repeatedly explained that she had no connection to the Yun family, Yun Xiaoqing didn't believe it. She also saw the book Yun Nuo gave to Mo Zixuan. That line of text even touched her heart. It felt as if fate was like a hand, pushing the development and progress of certain things. Yin Sikin lovingly stroked her little head, pointing out incisively that she was resisting the Yun family. If other people encountered such a situation, what would they do? Gu Cece knew without thinking. They would probably be eager to be associated with the Yun family, especially those of humble status. Encountering the Yun family with its centuries-old literary tradition, they would definitely not miss the opportunity to curry favor with such a powerful backer. Hearing this, Yin Sikin chuckled softly, asking her in return why she wanted to hide. Gu Cece was stunned. If she said she was avoiding all upper-class people just to make it easier when she left in the future, Yin Sikin would definitely be angry. She immediately laughed dryly and brushed it off. But Yin Sikin saw through what she was thinking at a glance. He immediately gripped her chin and kissed her fiercely. Gu Cece was stunned by the sudden kiss. There was no need to act now. Why was he still doing this? Yin Sikin quickly covered her clear eyes. He didn't want her to see his grim and fierce expression. Then he warned harshly, "Without my permission, don't even think about running away. If you don't believe me, just try. See if you can escape from my grasp." The domineering CEO pretended to be drunk, acting like a 3-year-old child. He fussed and demanded his wife take care of him, not allowing any servants to touch him. The servants could only hurriedly find the young mistress, as the CEO had said only she could attend to him. Gu Cece was confused, not understanding what game he was playing now. However, she reluctantly followed the maid to the bedroom. At this time, Yin Sikin was lying on the bed, mumbling hazily, "All of you get out. I don't want anyone else. I only want my Cece." Gu Cece looked at the CEO throwing a tantrum and mocked him for being an immature 3-year-old. Yin Sikin, pretending to be drunk, was so angry his veins were popping, but he still forced himself to continue acting. At this moment, the maid saw that the young mistress had finally arrived and all breathed a sigh of relief. They left as if escaping, leaving only the two of them in the bedroom. Yin Sikin secretly gloated, "Little mole, now you have no choice but to come and take care of me obediently." Gu Cece however, stared at his drunken appearance. After a moment of conflicted struggle, she decisively decided to let him fend for himself. Then she turned to leave without mercy. Seeing this, In Sikhen was so angry he could bite through his teeth. This little mole dared to abandon him. She really needed to be taught a lesson. He immediately rolled off the bed and fell to the ground, then started groaning in pain. Gu Cece heard the noise and looked back. She sighed helplessly. She had to run over to help him up and put him back on the bed. Since he wasn't conscious now and no one else was around, Gu Cece stopped being so cautious. She reached out to unbutton his shirt. Once again facing those solid six-pack abs, Cece's face turned bright red with embarrassment, almost moved to tears. His physique was devastatingly good, making her head hot and her heart race. For a pregnant woman, it was too stimulating. For the sake of her life, Gu Cece turned to run away, but she was pulled back by a large hand. In Sikhen asked with a mischievous smile, "Are you satisfied with what you saw?" Gu Cece finally realized that this childish man wasn't drunk at all. Hearing this, In Sikhen smiled even more smugly. How could a few drinks possibly take down this young master? As he spoke, he pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. "This little wildcat absolutely cannot escape from my grasp." Then he leaned down and kissed her fiercely, starting an intense private moment. After a night of diligent work, Gu Cece received a generous reward the next day. Assistant Wang handed her a card, saying the CEO instructed it could be used without limit. Gu Cece's heart leapt with joy, and she headed to the mall with renewed energy. Every item here was ridiculously expensive. In the past, she couldn't afford anything even if she didn't eat or drink for a year. But this time, as soon as she arrived at the mall, a group of bodyguards wearing sunglasses came up to greet her, bowing respectfully to Cece. Following the CEO's orders, they had come specially to welcome Miss Gu. The mall was very crowded. For safety reasons, they would be responsible for Cece's security throughout her time in the mall. Only then did Gu Cece realize that this mall was actually Mo Zixin's new business venture. Meanwhile, Mo Zixin, the owner, was earnestly persuading the Yun couple not to be too hasty, as it might scare Gu Cece away. The Yun couple had been focusing on Yun Nuoyo's academic performance for the past 2 years, so now they were eager to adopt Gu Cece as their goddaughter. They wanted Mo Zixin to help communicate this more, but Mo Zixin was certain that Cece wouldn't agree. After all, she was a girl who wouldn't be tempted by wealth or status. Having finally persuaded the Yun couple, Mo Zixin hung up the phone, mentally exhausted. This was already the 20th call, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. Mo Zixuan thoughtfully massaged his shoulders, deliberately bringing up Gu Cece to cheer him up. The bodyguards had already followed her as instructed. He mentioned that his brother wanted to invite Gu Cece for lunch. Mo Zixuan, full of curiosity, asked, "You haven't fallen for Cece because of her looks, have you?" Mo Zixin instantly became embarrassed and angry, sternly rebuking him not to talk nonsense. Seeing his brother react so strongly to just one sentence, Mo Zixuan grinned mischievously. He playfully made a face at his brother. Then he quickly fled before his brother could fully explode. He narrowly dodged the book that Mo Zixin angrily threw at him. But he didn't see that, alone in the room, Mo Zixin covered his burning red face, thinking uncertainly, "How could this be possible? I shouldn't be falling for Gu Cece, should I?" Meanwhile, Gu Cece was exhausted from shopping. She quickly found a place to rest. Suddenly, Mo Zixin walked in gracefully, flashing a gentle and refined smile at her. Gu Cece, however, felt alarm bells ringing in her head. Her face also showed undisguised wariness towards him. Seeing this, Mo Zixin's smile turned bitter. It seems Cece didn't like him very much. Actually, he came because he had a few questions he wanted to ask. Hearing this, Gu Cece quickly said she knew nothing and didn't understand anything about the mall business. It was impossible to get any information from her. To her surprise, Mo Zixin's first words were, "I can help you successfully leave the Een family and get away from Een Sikhen." Gu Cece was instantly shocked, speechless. She had never seen someone so direct about helping with divorce. She immediately gave a dry laugh and said, "Mr. Mo, you're so funny. I have to go now?" Then she turned to run away. But after just a few steps, she was grabbed by Mo Zixin. Wanting her to believe he sincerely wanted to help, he said he knew Cece and Een Sikhen were contract spouses. He also clearly knew their secret, so he had no ill intentions towards Cece. He simply wanted to give her a hand. Gu Cece could hardly believe it. How could Mo Zixin know about these private matters? Mo Zixin saw her confusion and proudly stated that his military and political background was no joke. Cece had always wanted to leave the Yin family, but due to her weak position, she had no choice but to agree to marry Yin Sichen. Yin Sichen's sense of responsibility towards her outweighed his feelings. His kindness was only for the sake of the child in her womb. For Cece, the Yin family was indeed too powerful. But if he stepped in to help, even Yin Sichen wouldn't dare to fight the Mo family to the bitter end. Gu Cece couldn't help but waver for a moment. Then she firmly told Mo Zixin, a commoner girl, due to a misunderstanding, was forced to marry a big CEO as a contract wife. The sincere second male lead, voluntarily helping her leave the domineering CEO. After all, there were no feelings between them. Gu Cece was momentarily tempted, but she quickly turned around and firmly refused. After all, Mo Zixin and Yin Sichen had clearly defined positions in the business world. If he acted rashly, it would bring disaster. Either of them had the power to ruin Gu's mother irreparably. Gu Cece absolutely wouldn't allow her mother to be put in danger because of her. So she firmly stated that she didn't want to leave the Yin family for now. Mo Zixin instantly felt like there was something wrong with his ears. Hearing someone offer help, shouldn't she be overjoyed and cooperate? Could it be that she had already fallen in love with Yin Sichen? Gu Cece smiled, touching her belly. She was now carrying the Yin family's heir. There was no place in the world that would take better care of her than the Yin family. After she gave birth, the contract would end. The Yin family only cared about this child. They would naturally let her leave then. Gu Cece warned Mo Zixin with a bright smile not to waste his efforts. Even if he revealed the secret of the contract, she would cooperate with Yin Sichen to maintain this lie in front of the media. After all, this was the condition she agreed to with Yin Sichen. She had endured so many years of hardship. What's another 5 months? Although Mo Zixin felt somewhat disappointed, he still respected her choice and promised that if she needed anything, she could come to him anytime. Yun Nuo never needed his promises, so his first promise was given to Gu Cece, and this promise was valid for life. Gu Cece felt a sense of gratitude welling up inside her. She sincerely thanked him for his kindness. Then Mo Zixin coughed dryly, shyly saying he wanted to be friends with her. Gu Cece burst into laughter at his shy demeanor. She cheerfully made friends with the CEO and then returned home in high spirits. But as soon as she entered the house, her phone rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. A threatening voice came through. Lin Xiaoya, you know her, right? If you want her to live, bring 1 million in cash. Gu Cece sneered and said directly, I don't know her. Don't let her live. There was instant silence on the phone. Clearly, the kidnappers hadn't expected her to say this. For a moment, they couldn't respond. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya's crying voice came through. Cece, help me. I really know I was wrong. They forced me to reveal your mother's whereabouts. I refused. That's why they kidnapped me. Only then did Gu Cece start to panic. Who were these people? Why did they want to know about her mother? But she still held back and didn't answer. Lin Xiaoya cried out even more desperately. They said your mother was hiding some secret. That's why they were forcing her to reveal her whereabouts. Gu Cece didn't believe her mother had any secrets. Lin Xiaoya had deceived her twice. She absolutely wouldn't fall for it again. They must be acting, trying to fool her like an idiot. So she hung up the phone mercilessly. But the next second a message popped up. Gu Cece immediately chose to delete it. The other party was clearly very persistent. They then sent a photo of her mother. Gu Cece was instantly terrified. Her mother was actually in their hands. Then Lin Xiaoya's call came in. She said sinisterly, your mother misses you, so I brought her over. Aren't you always filial? Your mother is here as my guest. Do you want to come and see her? Gu Cece angrily shouted, if you have something against me, come at me. How can you repay kindness with enmity towards my mother? But Lin Xiaoya was unmoved. She directly ordered her to bring 1 million yuan to reunite with her mother. If Yin Sichen found out or if she called the police, she should prepare to collect her mother's body. Then she hung up. Gu Cece was so anxious her head was splitting. Where could she get 1 million yuan? What should she do now? She was pacing back and forth in anxiety. Xiao Wang thoughtfully reminded her that the credit card given by the CEO had unlimited spending and could also withdraw cash. Gu Cece's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly withdrew 1 million in cash, then called Lin Xiaoya. telling her the money was ready, but demanded to talk to her mother first. Lin Xiaoya immediately put Gu's mother Jian Xiao on the phone. Jian Zhao's anxious voice came through. Xiaoya said something happened to you. She specially brought me here to take care of you. She also said she couldn't reach you by phone. What exactly happened to you? Obviously, she didn't know she had been kidnapped by Lin Xiaoya, whom she had always loved. Gu Cici didn't want to break her heart, so she didn't tell the truth. Lin Xiaoya didn't wait for Jian Xiao to finish. She snatched the phone and told Cici the transaction location, forbidding her to bring anyone else. Gu Cici was so angry, she almost coughed up blood. She couldn't drive. How could she go? Moreover, she, a pregnant woman, couldn't carry so much money. Lin Xiaoya had to compromise, allowing her to bring only one driver. No one else was allowed, or she would kill the hostage on the spot. Gu Cici's heart completely froze towards her. She decided that after rescuing her mother, she never wanted to have any connection with Lin Xiaoya again in this life. Then she ordered everyone to go back, and not to call the police or report to Yin Sikhen. She only let the driver go with her to rescue the person. In fact, she wasn't as calm as she appeared. At this critical moment, the first person she thought of was Yin Sikhen. If he were by her side, how would he handle this situation? Soon the driver drove her to the agreed abandoned garbage dump. Gu Cici called Lin Xiaoya, telling her she couldn't carry such heavy things. She asked her to come out and get it herself. However, before handing over the ransom, she must see her mother first. Otherwise, she absolutely wouldn't fall for it. Lin Xiaoya was also very satisfied that she was so sensible. She immediately had someone bring her over. Jian Xiao beside her only then realized something was wrong. She couldn't believe she would do this to Cici. Weren't they best friends? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya furiously shouted who was her best friend. Have you ever seen a best friend who would steal her friend's husband? At this time, Zhao Zigong also walked over smugly. It was his idea to demand ransom. He knew Gu Cici definitely had money. Jian Xiao was stunned at the sight. Qianqian's boyfriend and best friend had actually betrayed her together. Zhao Zigong, however, was full of contempt. He even turned the tables, saying Qianqian had betrayed him before he went abroad. As he spoke, he tried to embrace Lin Xiaoya to get intimate, but he was mercilessly pushed away. Zhao Zigong's face immediately darkened. They had agreed to run away together once they got the money. He had done everything according to Lin Xiaoya's wishes. Was she going to dump him as soon as the money was in hand? In fact, Lin Xiaoya was just using him as her pawn. How could she possibly really be with him? But now, not yet. Zhao Zigong was still useful before completely ruining Gu Cici. She could only endure it for now. Seeing them in cahoots, Jian Xiao immediately cried heartrendingly. It was all her fault for harming her daughter. The scheming best friend had kidnapped Cici's mother, demanding 1 million in cash. She also threatened her not to call the police. Gu Cici was so anxious she could only go alone to rescue her mother. Seeing Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Zigong appear together, she immediately cursed at this pair of scoundrels and demanded to see her mother before giving them the money. Lin Xiaoya didn't waste words. She just snapped her fingers. A thug pushed Jian Xiao out. Jian Zhao's face was full of shame and regret. It was all her fault for trusting this pair of scoundrels, harming her own daughter. Gu Cici, however, felt it was her who had implicated her mother. But at least her mother was safe and sound. She immediately wanted to exchange money for the hostage. Once this was over, they would part ways and never meet again. Just then, Lin Xiaoya suddenly spoke up. Today is the last time we stand together to talk. I suggest we have a drink together. From now on, we'll cut ties and never meet again in this world. Gu Cici had heard these words so many times. She knew she was trying to trick her again. Hearing this, Jian Xiao also loudly advised her not to drink. After all, she was pregnant now. She shouldn't drink alcohol. Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Zigong kicked her away. She screamed and fell heavily to the ground, feeling like her whole body was about to fall apart. Gu Cici immediately cursed angrily. You bastard! Do you have any conscience? My mom is so old. How could you lay hands on her? I must have been blind to like you. My mom has always treated you like her own. Every holiday, she never failed to bring you gifts. You ungrateful wretch. You'll come to no good end. Zhao Zigong's face turned green from the scolding. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Besides, From the beginning, the one he liked was Lin Xiaoya. If it wasn't for worrying about hurting Lin Xiaoya's feelings, he wouldn't have been with Gu Cece, that flat-chested, conservative-minded, ugly woman. Gu Cece was so angry she laughed, deeply feeling that not eloping with Zhao Zigong was truly a great fortune in her life. She immediately took the wine glass, wanting to completely sever all ties with them with one drink. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoya was delighted inside. She had already drugged both of their drinks. Once the drug took effect, they would roll around together. Then she would take compromising photos, and Gu Cece would be completely ruined. At this moment, Gu Cece had already drunk the water, but she felt the taste was off. It was supposed to be wine, but it was as bland as water. However, Lin Xiaoya felt her whole body burning hot, with an indescribable desire sweeping through her entire body. Zhao Zigong was also panting heavily, consumed by burning desire. Lin Xiaoya was suddenly alarmed. She looked up and glared fiercely at Gu Cece. Seeing she was fine, she knew she must have switched the glasses. Gu Cece also realized the two had been drugged and was so scared she wanted to leave quickly. How could Lin Xiaoya willingly let her go? She immediately instigated Zhao Zigong to sleep with Cece. As long as he slept with Cece, she would leave with him. At this point, Zhao Zigong's eyes were already red with burning desire. Hearing this, he approached Cece menacingly, urgently tearing at his clothes as he walked. Gu Cece was so scared her face turned pale, frantically backing away. At this most dangerous moment, the first person she thought of was actually Yin Sikin. She immediately couldn't help but cry out hoarsely, "Sikin, where are you? Come save me quickly." Zhao Zigong pounced over naked, about to forcibly have his way with her. Gu Cece immediately pulled out her hairpin and held it against her neck, threatening him not to come closer, or she would die in front of him. But Zhao Zigong had lost all reason and came to touch her regardless. Gu Cece bit her lip and cried, saying sorry to the baby in her belly. "Mommy can't protect you anymore. Mommy will go with you now." Then she pressed down hard with her hand. At this life-or-death moment, a large hand firmly grabbed the hairpin. Gu Cece was immediately tightly embraced. A familiar voice teased in her ear. "Was it you calling for me? My dear little wildcat. How could I possibly disappoint my little wildcat?" The crisis was finally over. Gu Cece immediately burst into loud sobs. Yin Sikin kissed her lovingly while gently comforting her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll handle this." As he spoke, he spun her to the side. The next second, a sound rang out, blood splattered, and Zhao Zigong's agonized screams pierced the sky. Gu Cece was so frightened she quickly turned back. But Yin Sichin's broad back completely shielded her, preventing her from seeing any bloody or scary scenes. She immediately smiled sweetly, feeling content. Yin Sikin had really come. Gu Cece's heart was at ease. At this moment, Zhao Zigong was lying on the ground screaming in pain, blood gushing from his lower body. Lin Xiaoya rushed towards Yin Sikin, crying out, "Sikin, save me." Yin Sikin was furious at the sight of him. Since he liked to play so much, let a group of people play with him properly. Lin Xiaoya's conditions were so good, it would be a waste not to send her to the high seas. With Yin Sichin's order, the bodyguards brought in a large group of scruffy beggars. Yin Sikin told them with a wicked smile that this woman belonged to them today. Seeing Lin Xiaoya's curvaceous figure, the beggars were both shocked and delighted. They howled like wolves and pounced on her, quickly tearing her clothes to shreds. Drooling, they pressed down on her and began the main act. Yin Sikin also found a group of people to serve Zhao Zigong. If they did well, they would get a 10,000 yuan reward. The person who secretly helped Gu Cece switch the wine glasses also received a 10,000 yuan bonus. As for the other thugs following Lin Xiaoya, each had one hand and one foot cut off and burned. Seeing she was about to be gang raped, Lin Xiaoya cried out in despair. Yin Sikin, I just want to ask you one thing. Did you ever truly love me? Yin Sikin sneered contemptuously and said coldly, "You're not worthy." Lin Xiaoya persisted. "Then did you ever love Cece?" Yin Sichin's expression instantly softened. If he didn't love her, how could he have come? Lin Xiaoya immediately coughed up blood. She cried out in despair, "I believe you're lying to me. You're not this kind of person. You've never loved anyone. You'll never love anyone, right?" But she was immediately dragged back by the beggars, starting an intense multi-person competition. The vicious best friend drugged Cece and wanted to take compromising photos. Gu Cece would rather die than submit and was ready to die to prove her innocence. At the critical moment, the domineering CEO arrived just in time, embracing her tightly and narrowly saving Cece's life. In Sikin was also shocked and scared. He immediately shot off Zhao Zigong's little brother with a gun. He gave him to a group of beggars to play with. He also brought in a large group of scruffy beggars to play an exciting multi-person game with Lin Xiaoya. The one who played with the most variety would get a 1 yuan reward. In Sikin left mercilessly under Lin Xiaoya's desperate gaze. He quickly took Gu Cece home to see a doctor. The doctor happily announced that both mother and child were safe, as Cece had only drunk a glass of water. It turned out In Sikin had learned of Lin Xiaoya's plot early on and had her wine glass switched in advance. Jian Xiao was also terrified in hindsight. It was all because he trusted Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Zigong, that pair of scumbags, almost harming his daughter. He regretted and felt heartbroken about his daughter's experiences over the past year. If she had told him earlier, he wouldn't have been fooled. Gu Cece also didn't want her mother to worry about her, as the family already had enough troubles. Jin Xiao also saw that In Sikin was a good kid. As long as they were happy together, he would be at ease. Gu Cece was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She couldn't help but throw herself into her mother's arms. Only her mother loved her most in this world. Jian Xiao was also terrified this time. She hated that as a mother, she was incapable of protecting her daughter. But others had that ability, so she told Cece her true identity. When he first saw Cece, she was still in swaddling clothes, covered in blood and placenta, obviously just born. He had kept the small blanket Cece was wrapped in. This was the evidence for Cece to find her family. But Gu Cece wasn't interested in her background at all. Having Jian Xiao as her mother was enough for her. Jian Xiao was both moved and worried. She wanted to say more, but seeing In Sikin arrive, she made an excuse to leave. In Sikin was a bit concerned, seeing that both mother and daughter seemed very unhappy. Gu Cece didn't want to talk about her background, so she casually explained that they might be scared. In Sikin didn't understand what she said, his gaze fixed on her neck. There was a small wound there, still bleeding. He immediately hugged her lovingly, regretting that he came too late. Gu Cece also knew she had caused trouble. She curiously asked what happened to that pair of scumbags. In Sikin was unhappy hearing this. Why did she care about others as soon as she opened her mouth? Why not care about her husband a bit? Actually, Gu Cece hated those two people so much she gritted her teeth. She never wanted to see them again in this life. In Sikin smiled meaningfully, assuring Cece that she would never see them again. He had already sent that pair of scumbags to a place where they would never meet again. However, he was very happy that his dear wife called his name in times of danger. In Sikin hugged Cece and solemnly promised never to let her suffer such harm again. Gu Cece was stunned upon hearing this, not understanding why he was making such a promise to her. In Sikin was very good to her, but that could only be considered as liking her at most. It probably wasn't love yet. She was conflicted for a moment, not knowing whether to reject him or not. In Sikin keenly sensed her struggle, feeling both heartbroken and angry. He immediately kissed her fiercely. One day, he would make Cece understand his heart. That day, the family got along very well. Seeing her daughter seemingly falling into a blessed life, Jian Xiao finally felt at ease. Afterwards, Gu Cece took a nice bath and was about to have a beauty sleep. But as soon as she left the bathroom, she found In Sikin curled up in bed reading a book, deliberately showing off his stunning physique. Gu Cece almost drooled at the sight. After a while, she noticed the book in his hand looked familiar. Looking closely, it was actually the one Yun Nua gave to Mo Zishuan. She didn't expect the big CEO to like this kind of book too. Actually, In Sikin was just curious to take a look because he saw that she liked it so much. Cece felt a bit emotional for a moment. This book was written by Yun Nua, but she always had the illusion that some words seemed to be directed at her. More amazingly, many of the words in the book could resonate with her. In Sikin advised her not to think too much, as excessive worry is bad for health. As he spoke, he lay on Cece's belly and earnestly said good night to the baby. This childish behavior was as cute as a little kid. Then In Sikin sat up and placed a goodnight kiss on Cece's forehead. Then he turned off the lights and went to sleep. The darkness gave Gu Cece infinite courage. She gripped the blanket tightly. Nervously, she asked, "Do you like me?" Finally saying what was in her heart, Gu Cece was both nervous and expectant. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest, but after waiting for a while, she realized In Sikhin had already fallen asleep, even snoring happily. Unexpectedly finding herself in such an awkward situation, Gu Sisi was so embarrassed she almost screamed. She felt so stupid and humiliated for asking such a serious question. In a place she couldn't see, In Sichin's lips curved into a sly smile. The next day, In Sikhin topped up all the membership cards from major chain stores, so that Gu Sisi could take Jian Xiao out to enjoy themselves to the fullest. Sisi and her mother walked into a beauty salon, chatting and laughing, wanting to give her mother a makeover. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, they were met with cold mockery. How can there be country bumpkins in a place like this? We pay 100,000 in membership fees annually. Has this place started letting in just anyone from the countryside? The staff hurriedly explained that Sisi and her mother also had membership cards for this place. But that woman became even more aggressive, saying, all sorts of riffraff come to experience the high life. Even if they have membership cards, they must be the lowest tier. Seeing such people is so unlucky. I've lost all interest in shopping. Jian Xiao felt extremely self-conscious from the insults and quickly tried to pull Sisi away. But Sisi refused to give in so easily. There are many dogs in the world. Can they really stop us from spending? She immediately took out her membership card and asked them to give her mother the best makeover. The staff was stunned when they saw her membership card. It was actually the highest tier card. They quickly led Jian Xiao to the VIP room for her makeover. Gu Sisi stayed outside. It seemed she had to cause a little trouble today. The CEO's contract wife takes her mother shopping and is insulted as a country bumpkin. The cruel rich girl still wants to use her patron's influence to drive them away. Sisi immediately makes a phone call to cause her to break up. Gu Sisi brought her mother for a makeover, but as soon as they entered, they were insulted as country bumpkins by a cruel woman. Sisi didn't want to argue with her. She immediately took out her top-tier membership card and asked them to take her mother to the VIP room for a makeover. She stayed in the waiting area. Xiao Wang quickly reported to the CEO in secret. In Sikhin felt sorry that his dear wife was bullied. He immediately sent red envelopes in the group chat for his wife to grab, wanting to cheer her up. Xiao Wang secretly reminded Sisi, as instructed, that someone was sending red envelopes in the assistant group chat. Sisi's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. She quickly asked him to add her to the group. Sure enough, as soon as she joined, she saw In Sikhin sending red envelopes. Although she didn't understand why he would play such a common game, Sisi was busy grabbing red envelopes and didn't think too much about it. Unfortunately, she grabbed several, but the amounts were all very small. She couldn't help but complain in the group chat that the CEO was so stingy. The red envelopes he sent were all so small. Seeing this, In Sikhin almost laughed out loud. He thought to himself that the little mole had finally taken the bait. For a moment, he even forgot he was still in a meeting, focusing solely on interacting with Sisi. The employees were instantly terrified and trembling. The CEO was usually domineering and cold. He only smiled this happily when firing people. In Sikhin sent Sisi a big red envelope privately, telling her it was for lunch. Don't eat too much. The family can't afford it. Gu Sisi was so angry, she sent him a small red envelope back, righteously stating that everyone needs to diet. This small money is a reward for you. In Sikhin laughed heartily at this. The employees were so scared they were about to cry, more certain that they would lose their jobs. In Sikhin was in a good mood at this time. Seeing their state, he kindly reminded them, if you're not feeling well, go see a doctor. Don't force yourself. But he didn't know the employees weren't sick. They were just scared like this because of him. Gu Sisi grabbed many red envelopes in the group chat. Looking at the generous amounts, she couldn't stop smiling. But the next second, she was interrupted by a burst of shouting. It was that cruel woman from before, arrogantly yelling, I've been waiting in line for a long time. You've delayed my important appointment. Can you afford to compensate me? The staff patiently advised her to wait, as there were still people getting styled inside. The cruel woman saw that the person inside was Jian Xiao, and immediately started mocking loudly with a sarcastic tone. I wondered who was occupying the VIP room. Turns out it's that country bumpkin again. Does this old woman even have a membership card here? She then looked at Gu Sisi, her mouth becoming even more vicious as she started attacking. Whose mistress are you? Their taste must be pretty bad. Gu Sisi was so angry her teeth itched. She kept telling herself to stay calm. Xiao Wang quickly reported to the CEO that the young madam was being bullied. But Yin Sikin wasn't worried at all. He calmly continued to watch how things would develop. At this moment, the cruel woman pushed Jian Xiao aside and loudly insulted her. VIP room? This isn't a place for country bumpkins like you. I'm supposed to meet the new god Mo Zixin for lunch today. Can you afford to compensate me if I'm late? Gu Cece couldn't hold back anymore. After all, Yin Sikin had said she could cause trouble. As long as she didn't kill anyone, even beating them into disability or a vegetative state was fine. Gu Cece didn't actually physically hit anyone. She had a better way to slap their face. She immediately called Mo Zixin, her greeting tone already filled with anger. Hearing this, Mo Zixin smiled helplessly and quickly asked who had made her unhappy. Gu Cece complained to him pitifully. I heard you're meeting a woman today. Now that woman is calling me a country bumpkin. She even pushed my mom. Hearing this, Mo Zixin became anxious. After asking for the location, he immediately said he would come over. Gu Cece smiled provocatively at the cruel woman, smugly telling her the date was off. This scene was captured by Xiao Wang and sent to the CEO. Seeing his wife's haughty appearance, Yin Sikin smiled with satisfaction. His little mole had finally grown up and knew how to borrow a knife to kill someone. At this time, the cruel woman had received the message that Mo Zixin didn't want to meet her anymore. She instantly burst into tears, heartbroken. Gu Cece's mood immediately soared. Full of energy, she continued shopping with her mother, buying this and that. However, they didn't notice that someone was watching them from a distance. Yun Xiaoqin was earnestly persuading her sister-in-law. If they came over like this, her brother would definitely be angry when he found out. But Mrs. Yun stubbornly believed that Cece was Yun Nua, insisting on recognizing her own daughter Yun. Xiaoqin was at her wit's end. The woman next to Miss Gu was clearly her mother. But Mrs. Yun wouldn't give up. Cece looked exactly like Yun Nua. She must be her daughter. At this time, Gu Cece was having a meal with her mother in the restaurant. She went to the bathroom in the middle of the meal. On her way back, she bumped into a beautiful middle-aged woman. Gu Cece was startled and quickly apologized to the person. Unexpectedly, the woman stared at her intently. Her expression was dazed with a hint of nostalgia. She even asked concernedly how many months pregnant she was and if she was feeling well. This sudden care made Gu Cece's hair stand on end. She quickly turned and left, feeling a bit strange in her heart. This situation felt somewhat familiar. Assistant Xiao Wang was also puzzled why that lady was looking at the young madam like that. Hearing this, Gu Cece looked back. She saw the woman still staring at her intently, with tears streaming down her face. Although it felt strange, Cece didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. She directly continued shopping with her mother. After watching their figures disappear, Li Xiaoqin quickly urged her sister-in-law to go home. But Mrs. Yun had already made up her mind. Whether or not she was Yun Nua, she had decided to recognize her as her daughter. If Gu Cece wasn't pregnant now and couldn't handle any shock, she would have already acknowledged her as her daughter. Talking about this, Mrs. Yun became happy. She told Yun Xiaoqin to go back and tell her husband that they had a daughter again. She had clearly fallen into delusion. Li Xiaoqin was so worried she aged decades. The spendthrift wife went on a shopping spree and spent 100 million. Yet the domineering CEO thought she spent too little. He even felt sorry that his wife was too tired from shopping and personally gave her a massage. Gu Cece went shopping with her mother, buying everything in sight. The things they bought filled up an entire truck. The credit card Yin Sikin gave her was maxed out. For the first time, she experienced the joy of a shopping spree. They didn't return home until late at night. She collapsed on the sofa, complaining pitifully that she was exhausted. Yin Sikin felt both sorry and amused. If she was so tired, why didn't she let him go instead? Hearing this, Gu Cece felt a bit guilty, afraid he would scold her for being wasteful. Yin Sikin lovingly patted her head, comforting her not to worry. Even if she spent extravagantly for a lifetime, he could afford it. But he also felt sorry that Cece was so tired from shopping. He personally massaged her shoulders to relieve her fatigue. Gu Cece was so shocked she almost jumped up. She couldn't believe the big CEO would serve her like this. Li Sikin massaged her for a long time. She had walked so much today. If she didn't relax a bit, tomorrow would be very difficult. Jian Shao saw how affectionate the young couple was and smiled contentedly. Not wanting to stay and interfere with their intimate moment, she quietly left. Gu Cece enjoyed the gentle massage from the CEO, feeling so comfortable she almost fell asleep, with drool coming out of her mouth. Seeing this, In Sikin chuckled. He suddenly applied more pressure with his hands. The pressure made Cece cry out in pain, the sound extremely ambiguous. Cece's face immediately turned bright red with embarrassment, wanting to escape from Earth. In Sikhen leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Wife, are you inviting me?" His husky voice carried a hint of desire. Gu Cece was so shocked she stuttered, quickly telling him to shut up as her mother was still here. But In Sikhen had already noticed Jian Shao had left, so he leaned in close to his young wife, grinning mischievously as he said, "Wife, do you want to measure your husband's size?" Cece's heart raced at this sudden escalation. All rational thought in her mind shut down. The only clear thought told her that she seemed to have been teased by In Sikhen. Gu Cece quickly backed away, trying to avoid him. But In Sikhen advanced step by step. Suddenly, he pounced and held her tightly in his arms. Gu Cece's excited heart was pounding. She said, "Don't come closer." But as she watched In Sikhen lean down, getting closer and closer, about to kiss her, she still cooperatively closed her eyes, lifting her face to wait for the kiss. But after waiting for a long time, the kiss didn't come. Gu Cece opened her eyes in confusion and looked over. She saw In Sikhen grinning mischievously as he teased, "Wife, are you so eager for me to kiss you?" Gu Cece was immediately embarrassed and angry. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly that this bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Who wanted to kiss such a bastard? She immediately reached out to push him away in anger and embarrassment. But In Sikhen suddenly kissed her, greedily savoring her breath. Gu Cece gradually began to enjoy this domineering yet gentle kiss. But in her heart, she was confused. What did In Sikhen really want? Was he really willing to give her his current gentleness? Would he really not regret it? The next day, Jian Shao was about to leave. Gu Cece reluctantly held her hand, promising repeatedly to visit her mother often. But Jian Shao was happy for her daughter. Her daughter was living happily now, so she had no other wishes. After saying goodbye to her daughter and son-in-law with peace of mind, Jian Shao went home with that truckload of gifts. In Sikhen comforted Cece lovingly, telling her not to be sad. After all, and she wasn't far from their hometown. They could visit her mother often. The urgent matter now was to attend his good friend's wedding. Soon they arrived in K-City by private jet. As soon as Gu Cece got off the plane, she saw 3 top-of-the-line limited edition luxury supercars being unloaded from the plane, obviously extremely expensive. It was then that she belatedly asked whose wedding they were attending today. In Sikhen told her it was his good friend, the famous playboy Qiao Qi, marrying an ordinary music teacher. Actually, Qiao Qi's original surname was Chun, but he never told anyone this surname. Back then, Chun Fu's abandonment of his wife and child to pursue a famous actress caused quite a stir. In the end, they parted ways. Both Chun Fu and the actress kept their lips tightly sealed about this relationship, treating it as taboo. Because of Chun Fu's infidelity, Qiao Qi's mother died of depression. Her death severely traumatized Qiao Qi, so he threatened suicide to separate Chun Fu and the actress. After his mother's death, Qiao Qi relied on his mother's inheritance and his own efforts to re-establish himself in the entertainment industry. Now Ying and Chun Fu are on equal footing. Hearing this, Gu Cece felt curious and suddenly became somewhat excited about the upcoming wedding. In Sikhen and Cece got off the plane hand in hand, with bodyguards respectfully lined up to welcome them. A man with chestnut-colored curly hair and rugged features enthusiastically came up, hugged In Sikhen, and was delighted that he personally came to attend the wedding. But when he saw Gu Cece beside him, Qiao Qi was stunned, not knowing how to address her for a moment. Seeing this, Gu Cece confidently extended her hand, smiling and congratulating him on his happy marriage. Qiao Qi immediately took a liking to her. The woman In Sikhen willingly married was indeed extraordinary. Cece joked with a smile, "I heard that your wife is even more capable." Hearing this, Qiao Qi's face darkened. He cursed inwardly that In Sikhen had spilled all his secrets. Een Sik-hen immediately proudly stated, "We have no secrets between us as husband and wife," Xiao Qi said, but he could only grumpily ask for wedding gifts. Een Sik-hen immediately waved his hand. 3 limited edition luxury supercars drove over. He knew Xiao Qi had been eyeing these 3 cars for a long time, so he brought them specifically as a gift. However, he planned to give only one today. The rest would wait until he had a daughter. Xiao Qi was confused, not understanding why it depended on having a daughter. Een Sik-hen looked back at Cece's slightly protruding belly, his expression gentle and loving. Although he didn't say a word, Xiao Qi already understood. Cece was also amused. So Een Sik-hen was reserving future daughters-in-law for his son. Seeing Cece's happy expression, Xiao Qi's heart grew heavy. He quietly told Een Sik-hen, "There's something you need to be mentally prepared for. Ran Shiwei is back." The CEO's first love had returned. She came back wanting to reunite with the CEO. Een Sik-hen brought Gu Cece to attend his good friend Xiao Qi's wedding. Xiao Qi quietly told him that Ran Shiwei was back and would be today's bridesmaid. Een Sik-hen's mind went blank for a moment. His first thought was of Gu Cece, worried that she might learn about his past with Ran Shiwei. He was conflicted, not knowing whether he should tell her about this. Seeing his struggling expression, Xiao Qi thought he indeed couldn't forget Ran Shiwei. Ran Shiwei had also changed quite a bit recently. Een Sik-hen directly interrupted him, saying he was already married and about to become a father. There was no need to bring up the past anymore. Xiao Qi, being perceptive, stopped talking about this matter. Whatever decision he made, he would support him as a good friend. He only advised him to explain this to Cece, but Een Sik-hen felt there was no need. After all, there was nothing between him and Ran Shiwei. Gu Cece watched them whispering in the corner, feeling curious. What were they discussing so intently? Een Sik-hen immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling guilty. He quickly urged Xiao Qi to take them home. Gu Cece frowned unhappily. She felt like they were hiding something from her, but there wasn't time to ask more questions. Soon, they arrived at Xiao Qi's villa. Gu Cece was shocked by the luxurious mansion after just one glance. Muruona had already arrived and was smiling and waving at them. Gu Cece was both surprised and delighted, not expecting him to attend the wedding too. Muruona rolled his eyes impatiently. Een Sik-hen, his boss, and Xiao Qi were all good friends. Cece didn't even know this. Indeed, these wealthy ladies don't understand the struggles of common people. Speaking of which, he was also full of grievances. He had wanted to hitch a ride on Cece's plane, but his boss disagreed and insisted on driving here. He really wanted to ride on a private jet with Cece. Gu Cece laughed heartily, suddenly curious about what kind of person his boss was. Muruona pointed to the side in response. There stood a man with delicate features, slim and noble-looking. He was chatting with Een Sik-hen and Xiao Qi. In comparison, he was actually the shortest among them. He quickly noticed Gu Cece's gaze and looked back at her. He even smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Muruona was still complaining incessantly about how his boss always made him pretend to be his female companion at events. He was a vice president after all, and could have brought his own male companion. Gu Cece then learned that Muruona's boss was called Shang Ku, and like Een Sik-hen, he was 28 years old. On the other side, Een Sik-hen was teasingly asking Shang Ku if he was still as fragile-looking as ever. When would he be able to tame the wild horse that was Muruona? Shang Ku embarrassedly said that Muruona was just his assistant. But Xiao Qi pointedly joked that it was rare to see a CEO who brought his assistant to every occasion. Shang Ku, embarrassed by the teasing, quickly changed the subject to Een Sik-hen's situation. Ran Shiwei had returned today. Een Sik-hen firmly stated that he was here today to cheer for Xiao Qi's wedding. Other matters had nothing to do with him. Shang Ku, hearing this, felt somewhat dissatisfied. After all, they had grown up together. Xiao Qi smartly distanced himself, saying he didn't grow up with these 3, so he wouldn't comment. Just then, a delighted voice called out Een Sik-hen's name softly from behind. Een Sik-hen was stunned, staring blankly at the woman who suddenly appeared. She was a beautiful woman in a white long dress, her lovely eyes filled with tender emotions, gazing directly at Een Sik-hen. She said gently, "I'm back." Shang Ku cooperatively ushered everyone away, leaving space for the two long-separated lovers to be alone. As Xiao Qi left, he instinctively looked towards where Gu Cece was. He saw that Gu Cece had also noticed the commotion here. She was staring intently at Yin Siken and Ran Shiwei. Xiao Qi couldn't help but feel nervous for Yin Siken. Unfortunately, he couldn't help. Yin Siken would have to fend for himself. Ran Shiwei touched her delicate cheek, breaking the silence with a forced smile. "Why are you looking at me like that? Have I gotten old and ugly?" Yin Siken answered without hesitation. "You're still as beautiful as before. In my heart, you're just like when we were young, still so perfect." Hearing this, Ran Shiwei smiled happily. Gu Cece's expression darkened. Now that the real deal was back, it was time for this imposter to exit. Mu Ruona quickly tried to cheer her up. "Even if that woman has something with Yin Siken, she's no match for you, the legitimate Mrs. Yin." Gu Cece just felt tired and wanted to find a place to rest. Mu Ruona glared fiercely at the despicable couple, then carefully supported Cece as they left. Yin Sichen's heart was still tied to Cece. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but worry. Ran Shui also noticed his gaze following a pregnant woman's back. She suddenly felt uneasy and asked sourly, "Who is that? Is she your wife?" "Siken, you've changed." Yin Siken chuckled. "I'm married now. We're not who we used to be anymore. Go pursue your own happiness. I'll wish you well." He turned to leave after speaking. Ran Shiwei grabbed him, explaining with a hint of vulnerability that she was too young back then to appreciate In Sichen's goodness, which was why she left. Before she could finish, she swayed and suddenly fell towards the ground. Startled, In Sichen instinctively caught her in his arms. Meanwhile, Gu Cece had just walked a short distance away. She looked back reluctantly, just in time to see In Sichen holding Ran Shiwei tightly, their eyes locked in a loving gaze. Gu Cece's heart sank. It seemed her relationship with In Sichen was over. The domineering CEO and his first love showing affection in public. The contract wife's heart was breaking, but she had to put on a brave face. The devoted second male lead and best friend help her, infuriating the stubborn CEO. The CEO was so angry his blood pressure rose. As soon as Gu Cece entered, she saw In Sichen and Ran Shiwei sitting close together, laughing and talking. She felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She deliberately sat in the farthest seat from him. Seeing this, In Sichen frowned in displeasure, not understanding why she wouldn't sit with him. But before he could ask, they were interrupted by a commotion. Shang Ku and Mu Ruona walked in together, arguing as they entered. Mu Ruona was so angry he could hang an oil bottle from his mouth. As soon as he entered, he asked Xiao Qi not to put his room next to Shang Ku's. Wherever Shang Ku was, his love life never blossomed. He was already 25, and all his friends around him were married. They couldn't let him continue being single on Singles Day, could they? Shang Ku angrily called him stupid. None of those people looked at him with pure intentions. Did he have to get hurt before he'd be satisfied? But Mu Ruona felt he had never been taken advantage of. After all, he was the right-hand man of the great CEO Shang. Who would dare bully him? He could share a room with Cece. After all, In Sichen wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Cece. He could go take care of her. Hearing this, In Sichen looked at Gu Cece, his face turning an ugly shade of blue. Were these two planning to criticize him indirectly? Sure enough, Gu Cece smiled and agreed. As soon as In Sichen heard this, anger flared up inside him. He felt Gu Cece was deliberately trying to make him look bad. Mu Ruona happily hugged Cece. Her impressive chest made even Cece feel entranced. Actually, he was very grateful to Mu Ruona for being by his side when he was most upset. Just then, Mo Zixing coldly and sarcastically said, "Mr. Mu, you sure know how to joke. Miss Gu and Mr. In are husband and wife. We have no reason to separate them." Ran Shui quickly chimed in, "Oh my, it's all my fault. I forgot Sichen is already married. I even dragged him to celebrate Xiao Qi's last night of bachelorhood." "Miss Gu, please don't blame Sichen. It's my fault for overlooking the fact that Sichen is married. I apologize for any misunderstanding this may have caused." Gu Cece clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. She barely maintained a smile and pretended to be generous, saying, "I don't mind. I'm pregnant and can't accompany Sichen for drinks and chats. I should thank you for taking the time to keep my husband company." In Sichen, however, was furious. "Gu Cece, are you so eager to push me to other women? Are you trying to distance yourself from me? What am I in your eyes? Something you can just give away at any time?" Angrily, he turned and embraced Ran Shiwei, saying with a forced smile, Then I'll trouble Mr. Mu to take care of my wife. Tonight is Xiao Qi's last night as a bachelor. We're going to drink until we drop." Ran Shiwei was both surprised and delighted. Sikhen was actually being intimate with her in front of so many people. It seemed he was willing to reconcile with her. She immediately said softly that she had specially brought his favorite wine from abroad. They must drink plenty of it later. Seeing their affectionate interaction, Gu Sisi felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Mo Zixin watched this eye-soaring scene, a flash of disgust passing through his blue eyes. Mu Ruona also felt indignant for her friend and deliberately asked Mo Zixin to take her and Sisi shopping. Gu Sisi saw that he was trying to anger In Sikhen, so she went along with the suggestion. After all, In Sikhen had started the provocation first. In Sikhen was so angry, he snapped the chopsticks in his hand. He glared fiercely at the indifferent Gu Sisi. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly became tense. Xiao Qi felt the pressure mounting and quickly tried to smooth things over with a forced laugh. He asked the butler to replace all these defective utensils. In Sikhen didn't respond, his eyes blazing with anger as he stared at Gu Sisi. Gu Sisi kept her head down, not even looking at him, her whole body radiating rejection and distance. Mu Ruona secretly gave her a thumbs up, feeling it was so satisfying. Today they must infuriate In Sikhen, that scumbag. Shang Ke looked at his smug expression and felt extremely helpless. He actually didn't like him helping Gu Sisi. This lunch was hard for everyone to swallow. Gu Sisi couldn't stand this atmosphere anymore. She stood up, said goodbye to Xiao Qi, the host, and left early, using the excuse of not feeling well. Mu Ruona naturally left with her, saying Sisi was pregnant now and shouldn't be tired out. He couldn't bear to see Sisi exhausted. Mo Zixin also stood up, making a point of saying he didn't want to disturb their bachelor party gathering. Then he quickly followed Gu Sisi out. In Sikhen was so angry, he almost exploded on the spot. He violently slammed the chopsticks on the table. He stood up and left in a rage. Ran Shiwei's eyes welled up with tears, feeling wronged. She weakly asked if she had said something wrong to make him angry. She really didn't mean to. Xiao Qi and Jie quickly comforted her not to think too much. Sikhen was clearly not angry at her. But Ran Shiwei couldn't listen at all. She ran away, crying, feeling wronged. Shang Ke also felt Ran Shiwei had been wronged. He followed her to comfort her, feeling worried. The spacious restaurant was left with only Xiao Qi and Jie. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. A nice meal had turned into such a mess. Meanwhile, Gu Sisi had already returned to her room. Mu Ruona was staying with her. Looking at the luxurious room that was dazzling to the eyes, Mu Ruona let out exclamations of surprise. But Gu Sisi had no mood to appreciate it. Her heart was full of sadness and frustration. Mu Ruona wasn't in the mood to play around either. Suddenly, with a serious face, she started talking about what she had found out. She heard that Ran Shiwei and In Sikhen were each other's first love. 6 years ago, Ran Shiwei suddenly left without saying goodbye. This time she came back. She must be trying to seduce In Sikhen. She encouraged Sisi to be brave and not give up so easily. But Gu Sisi smiled bleakly. So they were each other's first love. No wonder they hugged instinctively when they first met. First love is always a cherished memory. It seemed she had lost before the battle even began. The straightforward CEO and his young wife had a fight and were giving each other the cold shoulder. All their friends and family were hoping they would divorce soon. The scheming first love was eagerly waiting to take her place. In Sikhen listened with a gloomy face, repeatedly emphasizing that he would absolutely not separate from Gu Sisi. Hearing this, Ran Shiwei's face turned pale. She looked at him in disbelief. She started crying pitifully. Shang Ku angrily cursed. "What's wrong with you? You clearly told me the marriage was forced by your grandmother. Now that Shiwei is back, have you changed your mind?" But In Sikhen kept a cold face and refused to give in. The two were unyielding, glaring at each other. Ran Shiwei was even more heartbroken, collapsing on the table, crying so hard she could barely breathe. Xiao Qi felt a splitting headache. They had already ruined dinner, and now they were going to ruin his bachelor party too. He was supposed to be the main character today. Hearing that they had started arguing, he wanted to quickly end this tense situation. So he said he was worried about Jie and asked Shiwei to go check on her. After Ran Shiwei left, In Sikhen came to his senses. He felt extremely guilty. He shouldn't have disrupted his good friend's bachelor party gathering. But Xiao Qi didn't mind at all. He even smiled and encouraged him to go find Gu Sisi. He didn't think Ran Shiwei was suitable for In Sikhen. Gu Sisi was a very nice girl. Eun Sik-hin should cherish her. Then Eun Sik-hin drove off to find Cece. Thinking about these words, he couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Xiao Qi understood him best. However, he had sent many messages to Cece, but until now she hadn't replied with anything substantial. Each time she only gave perfunctory 1- or 2-word answers. He immediately called her, feeling worried. Meanwhile, Gu Cece and Mu Ruona had just finished eating, looking at the table full of a dazzling array of delicious food and dishes. The two of them kept exclaiming in shock. Mo Zixin was so generous to them. It was rare to see such a luxurious dinner. Gu Cece immediately took out her phone to take pictures, wanted to share on social media. But just then she received a call from Eun Sik-hin. Eun Sik-hin gently asked where she was. "I'll come pick you up right away. I haven't spent much time with you today. I want to have dinner with you." Gu Cece's heart immediately softened. She gave him the address. After hanging up, she said shyly, "I can't have dinner with you guys anymore. Sik-hin said he's coming to pick me up. He also said he wants to treat me to dinner. I don't want to refuse." Her face was full of a triumphant smile, obviously extremely happy. Mu Ruona secretly cursed her for valuing love over friendship, being so weak-willed. But she also didn't want to disturb the couple's sweet night. Mo Zixin's eyes dimmed a bit, feeling indescribably disappointed, but he didn't say much. Gu Cece playfully stuck out her tongue, repeatedly apologizing to the two and promising to treat them to dinner next time to make up for it. Although Mo Zixin was disappointed and sad, he still considerately offered to take her downstairs. But Gu Cece said Eun Sik-hin was nearby and insisted on going downstairs by herself. When it came to Eun Sik-hin, she couldn't control her happiness. She didn't know why, but when he called her, she felt like she couldn't control her emotions. It felt like the whole world came alive. She really wanted to see him right away. Meanwhile, Eun Sik-hin, who was waiting for her downstairs, received a call from Ran Shiwei. Her painful voice came through the phone. Crying, she said her stomach suddenly started hurting. She didn't bring her family doctor this time and couldn't remember the name of the medicine she used to take. She begged him to take her to buy medicine. Eun Sik-hin was extremely worried upon hearing this. Shiwei's stomach had been weak since childhood, but she always forgot the name of her medicine. But then he thought of Gu Cece waiting for him. He couldn't let sadness appear on her face again. He was torn for a moment. Suddenly, there was a loud crashing sound through the phone. Eun Sik-hin's heart skipped a beat, worried that something had happened to Ran Shiwei. He couldn't care about anything else. He immediately started the car and drove off. In his heart, he silently apologized to Cece, saying he'd come back to pick her up as soon as he bought the medicine. Meanwhile, Gu Cece excitedly rushed downstairs, only to find no one there. She thought Eun Sik-hin hadn't arrived yet, but she felt something was strange. He had said he was nearby, so why hadn't he arrived after so long? However, thinking about him taking her to dinner, she couldn't help but look forward to what they would eat. At the same time, Eun Sik-hin anxiously arrived at Ran Shiwei's house. The door was slightly ajar. Pushing the door open, he saw Ran Shiwei lying motionless on the floor, wearing a white sheer dress. He was so scared that he rushed over, picked her up, and placed her on the bed. He then turned to go buy medicine for her, but Ran Shiwei grabbed his hand. She pitifully cried and begged him not to leave her. Eun Sik-hin instinctively wanted to shake off her hand, but seeing her pale, pitiful face, he softened a bit and couldn't bear to move his hand. However, Ran Shiwei was crying tears like rain, feeling that he was disgusted with her. Eun Sik-hin comforted her not to overthink, saying he didn't mean to dislike her. But in his heart, he was actually anxious like a burning fire. Cece was still waiting for him there. He had to go immediately. Ran Shiwei sensed he wanted to leave, so she pretended to be weak and started acting pitiful. "I shouldn't be like this knowing you're married, but I don't have anyone to rely on. I'm sorry I shouldn't have held on to you. You should go. Just let me fend for myself here." As she spoke, she clutched her stomach and groaned in pain. Eun Sik-hin couldn't leave with peace of mind, thinking that Gu Cece had Mu Ruona with her anyway. He decided to take Shiwei to the hospital first. He then gently comforted her not to overthink, and carried her in his arms as he walked out. Ran Shiwei docilely leaned against his chest, feeling his warmth and scent. After 6 years apart, Eun Sik-hin had become more steady, strong, and charming. If she hadn't done that back then, he would be completely hers now. She believed she was 100 times better than Gu Cece in every way. And judging from tonight's events, Eun Sik-hin still had feelings for her. He was still very concerned about her. This meant she still had a chance. Just then, Cece's call came through. Eun Sik-hin immediately chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, Gu Cece sat alone on a bench by the roadside. She had been waiting in the night breeze for a long time. The calls to In Sik-hin went unanswered. The straightforward CEO was busy taking care of his first love, leaving his wife waiting by the roadside at midnight, not even answering her calls. Gu Cece sat alone on the roadside bench, having waited in the cold wind for a long time. She had made many calls to In Sik-hin, but no one answered. She felt both worried and confused. Didn't he say he'd be here soon? Why hadn't he come after so long? By the time Muruona and Mo Zishin finished dinner and drove back to Chiaoqi's villa, they suddenly saw Gu Cece sitting by the roadside. She was sitting alone under a streetlight. In the bustling traffic, she looked even more lonely and pitiful. Muruona quickly asked to stop the car. She jumped out and rushed to Cece, asking in shock and anger why she was still here. Wasn't In Sik-hin supposed to pick her up? Hearing this, Gu Cece's expression fell. Her look alone told that In Sik-hin had stood her up. Muruona cursed angrily. It's been over an hour. That bastard. How dare he make a pregnant woman wait so long? She immediately told her to stop waiting and get in the car to go home. But Gu Cece was worried In Sik-hin would come and not find her, so she insisted on staying to wait. Muruona was at a loss with her and even more dissatisfied with In Sik-hin. What on earth was he doing? Even if something came up, he should at least make a phone call. Gu Cece smiled and comforted her not to be angry. It wasn't cold here at all, and she could enjoy the scenery while sitting here. Muruona was almost angered to death by her. She stubbornly sat down beside her to keep her company. In the luxurious car not far away, Mo Zishin looked at Gu Cece with sympathy. He also insisted on waiting with her to see just how far In Sik-hin would go. Meanwhile, In Sik-hin had already taken Ran Shiwei to the hospital. He was busy helping with the admission procedures and had just returned to the ward. Ran Shiwei apologetically told him that she had accidentally spilled water on his phone earlier. She had tried wiping it for a long time, but it wouldn't turn on. In Sik-hin tried several times, but indeed, it wouldn't turn on at all. He couldn't bring himself to blame her and could only think of going back to pick up Gu Cece. Seeing this, Ran Shiwei anxiously shouted, "Are you really going to abandon me here? If you leave, who will care about my life? Who will watch over my drip?" In Sik-hin comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll call my assistant Xiao to keep you company." But Ran Shiwei only wanted him to stay with her. Crying with tears streaming down her face, she begged, "After today, I can no longer continue to love you. I can only watch your happiness from afar as a friend. Even if it's out of pity, please stay with me for this last night." Seeing her cry so heartbrokenly and weakly, In Sichin's heart softened. He couldn't bring himself to say anything about leaving. So after Gu Cece waited for several hours, she finally believed that In Sik-hin was just trying to tease her. She shouldn't have had any hope. Why didn't she learn her lesson? In Sik-hin had so many people around him to keep him company. He didn't need her at all. Seeing Muruona yawning constantly from exhaustion, but still forcing herself to stay and wait in the cold wind, Gu Cece felt both sad and guilty. She gave up and softly said, "Let's go back. I'm a bit tired." Muruona immediately helped her stand up, but Gu Cece's legs had gone numb from sitting for so long. After taking 2 steps, she fell weakly towards the ground. Mo Zishin, who had been watching her closely, immediately rushed over. He caught her in his arms just in time. Then he picked her up horizontally and quickly walked towards his luxury car. Gu Cece was both embarrassed and flustered, not expecting Mo Zishin to treat her like this. Muruona, contrary to her previous opposing attitude, allowed Mo Zishin to care for Gu Cece. Gu Cece's body was cold all over, and she couldn't help but lean against Mo Zishin's warm chest for warmth. A faint and elegant scent reached her nose. It was completely different from In Sichin's scent. In Sichin's scent would make people feel a strong, stimulating sense of male hormones. But Mo Zishin's scent only made people feel at ease. Seeing the undisguised concern on his handsome face, Gu Cece felt somewhat moved. Mo Zishin carried her into the car and thoughtfully had someone massage her to stimulate blood flow in her lower limbs. Gu Cece was touched by his thoughtfulness, thinking to herself that whoever marries such a husband would surely be very happy. In Sichin's car was parked not far away. He watched this scene with a face full of jealousy, secretly resenting that Gu Cece didn't resist. He had rushed here as soon as Ran Shiwei fell asleep, not even having time to drink a sip of water. but she was being intimate with Moz Sheen behind his back. And that bastard Moz Sheen, how dare he covet his woman? He would definitely make Moz Sheen pay the price. A murderous aura surrounded In Sik-hin as he glared fiercely at Gu Cece. He turned the car around and sped away. His purple Lamborghini was quite eye-catching. Both Muruona and Moz Sheen noticed his arrival and departure, but tacitly agreed not to tell Gu Cece. After returning to the villa, Gu Cece still felt somewhat guilty for making the two accompany her in the cold wind all night. Muruona, however, asked her with a serious face if she had truly fallen in love with In Sik-hin. Gu Cece was stunned for a moment, but still nodded with a bitter expression, admitting it. Although this afternoon she had said she would completely cut ties with In Sik-hin. When she received his call earlier, for some reason, her dead heart instantly came back to life. At that moment, she knew she was done for. She had fallen in love with In Sik-hin, not like before. She deeply loved him, falling for her contract marriage husband. She knew it was wrong, but she couldn't control it. Gu Cece cried bitterly, promising not to let herself continue to sink deeper. Muruona hugged her sympathetically, knowing it would be like this. Gu Cece cried for a long time before stopping, belatedly realizing that she had something to tell her. Muruona didn't hide it from her. She had just received a call from the boss, saying that Ran Shiwei was sick and wanted her to help by going to the hospital to check on her. She was stuck in a sea of red and couldn't leave. Muruona refused without hesitation, saying she wasn't close to Ran Shiwei. Gu Cece complained that she was too cold-hearted, saying In Sik-hin was indeed the best. Shiwei called, and he went immediately. The handsome CEO was jealous again. His wife didn't refuse the passionate second male lead's embrace. He always felt like he was about to lose his wife. Gu Cece heard that In Sik-hin still deeply loved Ran Shiwei. He abandoned her and turned to take Ran Shiwei to the hospital. Although he left for a while in the middle, he had been accompanying her at the hospital ever since. Gu Cece instantly felt a heavy blow to her heart. Since the person In Sik-hin cared about in his heart had returned, should she step aside? Tonight's events made her measure her true status. She would bury this feeling deep down, absolutely not letting In Sik-hin have any trouble. From now on, they would go their separate ways. Although she thought about it very casually in her mind, her face showed a desperate expression of a dead heart. Muruona really couldn't bear to see her suffer like this, so she reluctantly gave her a harmful suggestion. Since Cece had decided to leave In Sik-hin, she could use Moz Sheen a bit. He's a smart person and knows how to cooperate. Gu Cece was shocked and stared at her in disbelief. She couldn't believe she would come up with such a malicious idea. Muruona, however, seriously advised, if you're not willing to give up, tomorrow is an opportunity. If I'm not mistaken, at tomorrow's wedding, Jie's bouquet will be thrown to that scumbag couple. Then, In Sik-hin and Ran Shiwei are likely to get back together. When we were visiting the Yun family's ancient site today, Moz Sheen said he would hurt everyone in the world except you. So, if the bouquet is really thrown to that scumbag couple, you can tell In Sik-hin that you won't be his stumbling block. And the best way to gain In Sik-hin's trust is to get together with Moz Sheen. Hearing this, Gu Cece was heartbroken, feeling as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Muruona also didn't believe In Sik-hin could be so heartless. But as the boss was speaking, he suddenly stopped, afraid of upsetting Cece further. However, Gu Cece forced a smile, assuring that she could handle it. Muruona then revealed everything. The boss said that the person In Sik-hin cared about most in his heart was still Ran Shiwei. Even after 6 years apart, he still remembered clearly the names and dosages of the medicines Ran Shiwei took when she was sick years ago. Gu Cece felt only bitterness in her heart, but also a sense of sudden realization. No wonder In Sik-hin could ruthlessly deal with Lin Xiaoya without any mercy. No wonder he had never said words like or love to her. It turns out it was all because of Ran Shiwei. She blamed herself for being so weak, knowing his heart wasn't with her, yet still diving head first into it. Knowing that feelings can't be forced, why did she still hope that he might come to like her? Clearly understanding that his kindness was only for the child, yet still fantasizing that he might grow to like her too. Gu Cece cried uncontrollably, cursing herself for being so foolish. Seeing her in such pain, Muruona regretted saying those things earlier. Even ordinary people might not be able to accept it, let alone Cece, who was pregnant now. She immediately took her hand to comfort her, but was startled by how cold it was. She quickly helped her lie down on the bed to warm up. In the middle of the night, Gu Cece tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She remembered the last time she felt like this was on her wedding day, when Zhao Zhe sold her. Her hands and feet were also ice-cold like this. She didn't expect this cycle to repeat so quickly. In just 2 months, she had lost again. To be precise, she had never gained anything, so there was nothing to lose. It was all just a self-deceptive illusion. The next day, both of them had dark circles under their eyes, clearly having not slept much all night. Assistant Wang was shocked, wondering how they became so haggard after just going out for a trip. Gu Cece was so anxious that tears came to her eyes, begging Wang to quickly find a solution. She didn't want anyone to see her in this state. Fortunately, Wang was skilled in makeup and cleverly used cosmetics to hide her haggard appearance. Then Gu Cece changed into a light pink dress, looking fresh, natural, and full of energy. Meanwhile, In Sik-hen, who was taking a bath, saw how beautiful she looked through the window. He was stunned for a moment, unable to look away, a hint of infatuation flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect this little wildcat could be so beautiful. At this moment, Gu Cece was gracefully walking towards Mo Zixin. Mo Zixin was stunned when he saw her, thinking Yun Nuo had returned. He clutched his chest, feeling his heart beating violently, knowing clearly that he was done for. He seemed to have fallen for Cece. Mu Ruona watched all this and couldn't help but sigh at Cece's bitter fate. The one she loved didn't love her, while the one who loved her was seeing someone else through her. Gu Cece herself was oblivious to all this, only wondering why Mo Zixin was looking at her like that. At this time, Shanke walked over with a stern face, angrily pulling her aside. He took off his jacket and handed it to her, telling her to put it on. He authoritatively ordered her not to wear such revealing clothes. Mu Ruona was indeed very displeased, wondering why he had the right to control her like that. Seeing them bicker, Gu Cece couldn't help but smile fondly, secretly envying their close relationship. Mo Zixin, on the other hand, was completely smitten, staring at her intently, unable to take his eyes off her sweet smile. In Sik-hen watched with intense jealousy, angrily rushing over to drag her away, awkwardly saying he needed to take her to prepare for being a bridesmaid. In an instant, only Gu Cece was left at the scene, standing there dumbfounded, coldly wondering how she ended up alone. Soon the wedding began. The venue was decorated luxuriously and beautifully. Gu Cece stood far from the crowd, in the last row, watching the bride and groom kiss sweetly. Her expression was dazed with a hint of melancholy. In fact, she had long forgotten what her own wedding was like. A group of handsome and wealthy groomsmen made their grand entrance, causing the women to scream in excitement. Only Gu Cece remained calm and unmoved, feeling that the festivities belonged to others and had nothing to do with her. After In Sik-hen went on stage, he instinctively looked for Gu Cece. Seeing her standing alone outside the lively crowd, he suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that Cece was very unusual today. For some reason, he had a strange feeling that he was about to lose her. The thought of losing her pained his heart. He couldn't accept losing Cece. He immediately wanted to go and bring her back to his side. But just as he was about to leave, Ran Shui held him back, shyly clinging to him, wanting to catch the bouquet. The CEO and his first love publicly held hands, showing affection. His wife was utterly disappointed in him. The devoted man immediately took her to meet his family. Gu Cece discovered that In Sik-hen was still wearing his wedding ring, so she accepted his awkward affection. But when Ran Shui saw the two reconcile, her heart surged with intense jealousy and resentment. She immediately rushed over to hug In Sichen's arm, angrily accusing Cece. "You're Sichen's wife. How can you be so intimate with another man?" Gu Cece was stunned by this sudden accusation, unable to react for a moment. Ran Shui didn't wait for her to come to her senses. She deliberately leaned on In Sik-hen, provocatively saying to Gu Cece, "As bridesmaids and groomsmen, we need to accompany the newlyweds to toast. But don't worry, Cece, I'll take good care of Sik-hen for you. I won't let him drink too much. In Sikhen didn't notice anything wrong, since they would be returning to the villa for a party later anyway. He immediately told Cece not to come and to go home and rest well. In fact, he was worried about her getting too tired, but being a typical man, he didn't express it. Gu Cece's smile instantly disappeared. She immediately withdrew her hand. Without a word, she turned and left, not even sparing him a glance. In Sikhen suddenly felt empty inside. He instinctively wanted to grab her, but was a step too late. He didn't understand what was wrong with Cece. He had good intentions, so why did she look so unhappy? Ran Shui couldn't stand seeing him care about Gu Cece, so she immediately urged him to go toast with her. In Sikhen casually agreed, but his mind was firmly focused on Gu Cece. Muruona, who had been watching everything from the side, let out a cold snort in displeasure. He could tell at a glance what kind of person Ran Shui was. Yet all these men seemed blind and foolish, treating her extremely well. He looked at Shang Ku with a mischievous smile, suspecting that men just like this type of woman. Hearing this, Shang Ku angrily shouted with a red face, "When did I ever say I like women like that? The one I like is clearly," but he didn't finish saying the word woman at the end. Muruona didn't catch on, still shocked. The boss had someone he liked, and she didn't know about it. Her gossip spirit immediately burned fiercely, pestering him to reveal who he liked. Her curvy figure was right in front of him, and Shanko was so excited he almost exploded on the spot. He turned and ran away in embarrassment. Muruona, however, was so happy she almost jumped. It seemed the boss would soon have a female companion. That meant she could finally bring a male companion. She immediately got excited thinking about who to bring. Among her many suitors, which one would be the most impressive to bring out? Meanwhile, Gu Cece returned to her room. She collapsed on the sofa, feeling completely drained. The painful scene from earlier kept replaying in her mind. It deeply hurt her already wounded heart. Suddenly, her phone rang. It pulled her out of the abyss of pain. The call was from Mo Zixin. He apologized on behalf of the Yun family for what happened earlier. The Yun family also wanted to invite her to visit and asked if she would be willing. Gu Cece felt suddenly flattered. Such a prestigious century-old family, inviting her over just for a misunderstanding was too formal. She immediately wanted to refuse. Mo Zixin seemed to know what she was thinking. He thoughtfully advised her not to rush to decide and to take her time considering. Just as she hung up the phone, the Yun couple anxiously asked, "Did Cece agree?" Mo Zixin was confident. Although Cece wasn't willing to come, he had already thought of a way to make her agree. At this moment, Gu Cece felt extremely irritated. Too many things had happened today. She immediately wanted to go out for a walk to clear her mind. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out of the villa gate, she saw a girl in luxurious clothes lingering at the entrance. Seeing Cece appear, she seemed startled. She instinctively turned to run away. Gu Cece quickly called out to stop her, asking who she was and why she was here. The girl nervously introduced herself. It turned out her name was Yun Minjing, and she came to apologize on behalf of the Yun family. Hearing this, Gu Cece smiled and shook her head, indicating that she hadn't taken it to heart. Then the two stared at each other, not knowing what to say. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. Gu Cece could only take the initiative to invite her to walk in the garden together. Yun Minjing was overjoyed, excitedly following closely behind her as they strolled through the vibrant and colorful garden. Gu Cece suddenly asked, "Do I really look that much like Yun Nuo?" Surprisingly, Yun Minjing hesitantly said, "You look very similar, but also not quite the same." This was the first time Gu Cece had heard someone say she didn't look like Yun Nuo. Her interest immediately grew, wanting to hear what she had to say. Yun Minjing was already lost in memories. Sister Nono's health was very poor. She could never take carefree walks like this from childhood to adulthood. Because of Sister Nono's death, he was adopted by the Yun couple. His biological parents were cousins of Mr. Yun. Gu Cece knew that after Yun Nuo's death, the Yun family's direct line ended. Selecting a child from a branch family to inherit was common practice for many large families. And Yun Minjing, as the current heir, coming to find her so rashly clearly had ulterior motives. Yun Minjing seemed to see through her thoughts and anxiously explained that he had no other intentions. He just saw how happy his parents were for her, so he couldn't help but take the initiative to come and try to persuade her to visit the Yun family. But Gu Cece directly refused. She said she had accepted the apology, but visiting the Yun family was unnecessary. Hearing this, Yun Minjing anxiously said, "Do you think my invitation isn't good enough? If so, I can ask Mr. Emo to invite you. Gu Cece was instantly furious. Was he implying she was a snob? Yun Minjing was startled and pleaded with a face full of grievance. You're a mother too now. Please have pity on parents who have lost their daughter. Gu Cece was almost angered to death. On the surface he spoke of pity, but he was actually threatening her. Just then, Mo Zixin arrived in time, with an unpleasant expression telling Yun Minjing not to make trouble and to go home quickly. Yun Minjing felt he had lost face. He covered his face and ran away crying. Only then did Mo Zixin apologize to Cece with a guilty face, assuring that those words were not the intention of the Yun couple. Gu Cece had already seen through it. Yun Minjing was deliberately retreating to advance. In fact, he didn't want her to visit the Yun family at all, so he deliberately spoke this way to make her dislike the Yun family. Mo Zixin finally sighed in relief. I'm glad you understand. Cece looked at him vigilantly. This guy isn't here to mediate, is he? Mo Zixin quickly declared, I'm not here to mediate. I'm here to bring food. Saying this, he handed over an antique-style food box. Inside were various exquisite pastries. I saw you liked them yesterday, so I brought some over today. Cece instantly beamed with joy, looking at the beautiful pastries and drooling. How despicable this CEO was, showing affection with his green tea ex-girlfriend in front of his wife, and watching his wife leave in despair. Seeing Cece completely absorbed by the food, Mo Zixin couldn't help but ask, is it very delicious? Cece's mouth was stuffed full, her face full of happiness. The flavor of these pastries is really unique. I've never had them before. Rona also said these pastries aren't sold outside. I can't help but suspect the Mo family is hiding this technique. Otherwise, why can't we ever find them outside? Mo Zixin quickly protested his innocence. It's not that I want to hide this technique. It's just that it can't be replicated. I'll be honest with you. The pastries from yesterday and today were actually made by Mrs. Yun. I guess Annie sees you as no-no, thinking your body might not handle the burden of pregnancy well. So she added some nourishing herbs. After eating them, you'll recover quickly after giving birth. Cece was touched. This was the second person, besides her mother, to be so attentive and considerate to her. Just now, it was clearly Een Sikan who acted impulsively, yet Mrs. Yun showed kindness to me. I can't remain unmoved. After eating so many of their pastries, saying thank you is the right thing to do. Mr. Mo, please convey to the Cloud family that I will visit tomorrow to express my gratitude. Mo Zixin nodded with a smile. Then I'll leave first. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Just then, Een Sikan and Ran Shiwei walked by arm in arm, brushing past him. Een Sikan immediately frowned. Mo Zixin, why are you in such frequent contact with Cece? Cece, we've been looking everywhere for you. Oh, what's this? A hand quickly grabbed the pastries. Ran Shiwei exclaimed on her own. Sikan, look how beautiful. Een Sikan asked sternly with a straight face. Did Mo Zixin bring these over? Seeing him so fierce, Cece was also displeased. Aunt Cloud asked Mr. Mo to bring them for me. They're unique pastries from the Cloud family. After tasting one, Ran Shiwei brought the pastry to the man's mouth. Een Sikan wanted to refuse, but seeing the food was from Cece, he took a bite. Cece smiled gently on the surface. Eat slowly. I won't be responsible if you choke. But inside, her anger was like a volcanic eruption. Are you deliberately trying to anger me? Taking such big bites. The next second, the two started coughing nonstop, as if the curse had come true. Gu Cece had a look of schadenfreude. Serve you right for eating my things. Choked to death. Een Sikan refused to admit defeat, still stubborn. Although it's choking, it's indeed good. Gu Cece lowered her eyes and said, Do you have any business? Her voice was calm and without any emotional fluctuation. Een Sikan felt he should explain to his wife. Ran Shiwei was his friend, and they grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Ran Shiwei said anxiously with fake sincerity, Cece, don't misunderstand. Her words, interrupted by him, turned into a different meaning. Gu Cece thought, is this officially notifying me that the original owner is returning, and I, the cuckoo in the nest, should step aside? You could make me leave with just one word. Why do you deliberately come to embarrass me? Ran Shiwei grabbed her hand. Although Sikan and I were once in love, that's in the past. We're now very good friends. Last night, Sikan was taking care of me. Gu Cece impatiently interrupted, her expression cold. I understand. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Excuse me. Een Sikan grabbed her hand. What's wrong? Shiwei didn't mean anything by it. Gu Cece coldly interrupted. I don't mean anything either. I'm just too tired. Ran Shiwei hugged the man's arm, We were worried you hadn't eaten, so we came to check on you. Cece said coldly without looking back. It's thoughtful of young Master Een to still remember me. Een Siken suddenly had a flash of insight, instantly understanding that she was angry. Is it because I've been accompanying Ran Shiwei these days, so she's jealous? Thinking of this possibility, a small excitement bubbled up in Een Sichen's heart. He then looked at her full of hope. Just say the word, and I'll stay with you no matter what. Gu Cece laughed coldly. Not letting me go, do you want me to continue watching you two show affection? I won't play along with you. She forcefully shook off the man's hand. Smiling, she said, the next 3 days will be very lively. I don't want to join the crowd. May I go out for a walk? This result of being abandoned left Een Siken stunned. Why has Cece become so cold? That delicate figure was right in front of him. Yet why did it feel unreachable? That feeling of impending loss surfaced again. Een Siken wanted to hold her back and explain. At this moment, Ran Shiwei interrupted him. She said she wants to clear her mind. You should give her some freedom. Let's go help Xiao Qi greet the guests first. Een Siken sighed. Cece, let's talk later. I'll go help Xiao Qi arrange the guests now. If anything happens, call me directly. Cece nodded coldly. Listening to Ran Shiwei's coquettish voice, she left arm in arm with Een Siken. She couldn't help but collapse on the sofa. Today was truly not a beautiful day. A familiar teasing voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Whose little wife is sitting alone and daydreaming? I've asked someone to prepare a super delicious meal for pregnant women. Mulana appeared before her eyes, grinning. Then seeing the box of exquisite pastries. What's this? It's so beautiful. Cece generously shared the food. The two foodies reached a consensus. They ate with great pleasure. After finishing, Mulana was still unsatisfied. This is the most beautiful and best-looking pastry I've ever eaten. I want to eat more. Gu Cece revealed a cunning smile. Then accompany me to visit the Cloud family tomorrow. I guarantee you'll eat your fill. After hearing Gu Cece's explanation, Mulana also felt it would be too petty not to go. She decided to accompany her. I don't want to stay here and watch Een Siken and that woman show affection. The boss and Een Siken must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. What's so good about that Shiwei? Cece felt her cursing was really unrestrained, but still found it satisfying. Mulana immediately perked up. In front of food, everything else is insignificant. I'll accompany you to visit the Cloud family. At night, Een Siken came downstairs and looked at the room where the little wildcat was. Gu Cece stood by the window. Seeing the figure downstairs, she unhesitatingly closed the curtains. Een Siken looked at that window with a complex expression. His heart was calling Cece's name. How deserving the CEO was, wanting to talk to his wife late at night, but met with cold treatment. He could only ponder in the night. The next day, Gu Cece wore a floral bubble dress, specially dressed up to go out. Seeing it was getting late, the two walked out arm in arm. Mo Zixin had already parked the car there, obviously waiting for a long time. Watching his wife leave without acknowledging him, the CEO's face darkened, the air around him freezing to zero. Where is she going, dressed up so beautifully, and not even taking her assistant? Little A tremblingly replied. The young madam told Xiao Wang she's visiting the Cloud family today. The anger in Een Sichen's heart burned even more fiercely. Then why didn't she ask me to go along? Let's calculate the Cloud family's total assets and buy them all within 3 days. Little cautiously asked. If we do that, won't the young madam be angry? So what if she gets angry? The next second, he frustratedly changed his tone. Forget it. Leave the Cloud family alone for now. As soon as Gu Cece got out of the car, she saw the Cloud couple waiting at the door. The two were eagerly anticipating. The more they looked, the more they felt she was the daughter heaven had bestowed upon them. As soon as she saw her, Mrs. Cloud took her hand. She carefully instructed, "Come inside, it's windy out here. The threshold is a bit high, be careful. You're pregnant now," Mr. Cloud explained. "My wife is treating Miss Gu like Nono. She used to support Nono in the same way." Gu Cece and Mrs. Cloud chatted as they walked. There was honeysuckle in the previous pastries. How come I don't see it grown here? Mrs. Cloud smiled and replied, "We have a special plantation. After so many years of not growing flowers, it seems we've gotten used to it." Gu Cece also remembered. She had heard that Miss Cloud was allergic to pollen. Reminded of this, Mrs. Cloud was slightly stunned. This girl, identical to Nono, was apologizing. "I didn't mean to bring up something that makes you sad." The Cloud couple wasn't angry. Since Nono is gone, we should consider others as well. Meanwhile, Een Siken was staring intently at his phone, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. "Why hasn't Cece sent me a message yet? I don't know if she's arrived at your house." He He was randomly flipping through pages. Suddenly, he saw Mu Ruona's newly updated Weibo post. In the photo, Cece had a sweet smile, her fingers pinching an orchid-shaped pastry, playfully placed at the corner of her right eye. In Sik-hin, waiting anxiously, felt his heart surge when he saw it. He immediately downloaded the photo with a tap and set it as his Weibo background. His eyes still fixed on Cece's photo, he marveled at how beautiful she looked today. Mu Ruona was happily uploading when she saw In Sik-hin quietly replace her picture. Shortly after, In Sik-hin's Weibo post was directly pushed to the top of the trending topics. She felt bitter. I posted the picture, but why is he trending? Looking at the exquisite pastries, Gu Cece took out her phone to take a picture and post it online. To thank Mrs. Cloud, Cece had also prepared a simple small gift. It was a rui knot she had woven herself. It's not valuable. I hope you won't refuse it, madam. Mr. Cloud was stunned, noticing the jade on it was extraordinary. Gu Cece explained with a smile that the jade was procured by Mr. Mo. I just tied a knot with it, that's all. Little did she know, in the Cloud couple's eyes, it meant a gift from their daughter and son-in-law together. Mo Zixin naturally understood this. He grinned foolishly. Although misunderstood, he was happy. At this moment, In Sik-hin looked at the picture Cece posted. He found it beautiful, especially her small hands. He immediately chose to save it. He turned to complain. Xiao, didn't you say reposting a Weibo would notify the person? Why hasn't Cece responded yet? Xiao A's face darkened. The problem is young madam doesn't follow you. There's a function called Do Not Disturb Strangers, CEO. In Sik-hin suddenly smiled. Don't women like to have face outside? Xiao A, being single, could only guess in response. It should be. In Sik-hin instantly became spirited. Go prepare, I'm going to pick up my wife. But just as he reached the main door, he was stopped by a familiar woman. Ran Shiwei caught up, urgently asking, Where are you going? We're all waiting. In Sik-hin didn't even glance at Ran Shiwei, walking straight out while casually replying, You all drink. I need to go out for a bit. Ran Shiwei's heart sank. Where was he going? Could he be going to find Gu Cece? He had finally managed to create distance between them. He absolutely couldn't let In Sik-hin go there. Suddenly anxious, she blurted out, Leaving on the first day isn't good, is it? Xiao Qi finally agreed to marry. In Sik-hin's eyes were full of inquiry. Did Xiao Qi ask you to tell me this? Ran Shiwei's eyes flickered subtly, not daring to meet the man's sharp gaze. In Sik-hin's face hardened, his voice cold. Don't overstep the boundaries of friendship. You know that. My patience is limited. Dropping these words, he ignored her and quickly walked away. Ran Shiwei gritted her teeth in anger, her expression twisted. I don't believe I'll lose to her. We'll see. At this time, Gu Cece was touring the huge library under the Cloud family's guidance. She felt her horizons were greatly broadened. Coming here as a guest today was truly worthwhile. This place was an ocean of knowledge. Just then, someone rushed in hurriedly, stumbling and almost falling. Mr. Cloud scolded coldly. What's going on? So careless. The person excitedly shouted. CEO Ian from Ian Group is here. He's right outside. Everyone present was stunned. In Sik-hin had actually come. Gu Cece looked suspiciously at Mu Ruona, who also had an I-know-nothing expression. When everyone came out, they were startled by the scene before them. Outside the door was an endless line of vehicles. Bodyguards were lined up to welcome the CEO. In Sik-hin appeared in a flashy, rose-red formal suit. Everyone exclaimed that this scene seemed quite abnormal. The CEO wearing a flashy rose-red suit, bringing a motorcade to pick up his wife. Everyone exclaimed that this scene seemed quite abnormal. Gu Cece was speechless. What was he doing bringing so many people to the Cloud family? Anyone would think he was here to cause trouble. Mr. Cloud hurried to greet him. We didn't know CEO Ian was coming. We failed to welcome you properly. In Sik-hin immediately looked at Cece herself. She looked even better than in the photo. But thinking that so many people saw her looking so beautiful, he felt a surge of jealousy. Suppressing his displeasure, he stepped forward to exchange pleasantries. I'm sorry for coming uninvited. I'm here to take Cece home. Though he said this, his face showed no trace of embarrassment. Gu Cece directly gave him a cold look. Weren't you at a party with Ran Shiwei? Why are you here trying to make your presence known? Then she said, dissatisfied, coming uninvited is already very rude. How could you bring so many people? Mr. Cloud quickly smoothed things over. It's my honor that CEO Een and everyone have come to my humble home. Een Sikhin thought, Cece looks so beautiful today, it's indeed not good for so many people to see her. He immediately waved his hand authoritatively, ordering everyone to go back. Thinking he had done as she wished, Cece surely wouldn't be angry now. Unexpectedly, Gu Cece still looked unhappy with her arms crossed. Muruona covered her mouth, secretly laughing at Een Sikhin. You're having your day now. The big CEO was instantly dumbfounded, breaking out in a cold sweat. Was that not the reason she was angry? Could she still be angry about him standing her up? He clenched his fists in displeasure. Was his sincerity not enough? But I haven't even confronted her about getting so close to Mo Zixin behind my back. Mr. Cloud enthusiastically invited CEO Een inside for lunch. It'll be ready soon. Een Sikhin strode forward, walking up to Cece's side. He smoothly grabbed her hand and pulled her inside. He gave Cece no chance to refuse. He even shot a challenging look at Mo Zixin, as if declaring that Cece was his. A hint of smugness arose in his heart. Xiao Gang had just advised him that when a girlfriend is angry, you should hold her hand tightly. It seemed to be working quite well. Gu Cece was on the verge of a breakdown inside. She thought, dissatisfied. Has this man's brain been fried? He actually came in front of so many people to show off their affection. Mo Zixin silently watched the two sulking. At this moment, he suddenly felt very envious of Een Sikhin. Qianqian had never shown him any expression beyond politeness. Een Sikhin smelled the tea fragrance and said coolly, It's said that the Cloud family has 3 treasures: books, medicine, and tea. Seeing it today, the reputation is indeed well-deserved. This white hair silver needle is truly exquisite. It's priceless outside, but it's a pity that it rained heavily during harvesting, and it wasn't dried sufficiently. It's missing a bit of flavor. Am I right? Though it was a question, his tone was very certain. Mr. Lin was somewhat surprised. So CEO Een is also a connoisseur. After this batch of tea was picked, it rained heavily for a whole week, so it did lose some of its flavor. Een Sikhin said generously, I have a batch that was picked and roasted just the day before this one, so the aroma is preserved quite well. If Mr. Cloud doesn't mind, I'd like to give it to you to taste. Mo Zixin picked up the teacup, took a light sniff, and knew Een Sikhin was telling the truth. He immediately became wary. He had thought Een Sikhin was domineering, bewitching, and cold, relying on his family's power to act tyrannically. He didn't expect him to be talented and resourceful. Gu Cece looked at the man, her eyes a bit dazed. Was this the Een Sikhin she knew? Why was it that wherever he went, he could make people who once disliked him put aside their prejudices and treat him kindly? Cece wanted to pull her hand back, but Een Sikhin held on casually, not letting go. Her face immediately turned red, and she said softly, Let go. I need to go to the bathroom. Sichin's smile was shameless and clingy. What a coincidence, I need to go too. Then he apologized to the others. We'll go to the bathroom first. Qianqian didn't bring an assistant. I'll accompany her. Gu Qianqian was bewildered as the man pulled her along. After leaving the main house, seeing no one around, she finally struggled hard. She shouted angrily, Een Sikhin, what do you mean? Tell me, what exactly do I need to do to satisfy you? Hearing something off in her voice, Een Sikhin turned back puzzled. He saw Gu Cece with her head down, crying softly, 2 clear tears streaming down. Remembering Shower's advice that when a girl is angry, you should hug her tightly, he suddenly pulled her into his arms and held her tight. He comforted her gently. Don't cry. Gu Cece was bewildered again. What was wrong with him? She shouted, Let me go. What are you doing? She struggled hard, but couldn't match the man's strength. She burst into tears, feeling wronged. Sobbing, she said, Een Sikhin, you bastard. He responded to Xiao Ri, thinking to himself, Let her curse, it's good. She won't be angry with me after cursing. Een Sikhin thought silently, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, comforting her softly, Don't cry. It hurts me. The next second, he suddenly lowered his head and gently kissed away the tears on the woman's face. Gu Cece raised her eyes in surprise, only to have her lips captured by the man. Her delicate pink lips instantly blushed. Her heart began to beat violently. Her hands couldn't help but press against his firm chest. Feeling both wronged and sweet, she shyly thought, Een Sikhin, you jerk, but her tone was completely different from before. The CEO looked at Cece with her head lowered, her cheeks flushed with shyness. A mischievous smile flashed across his face. Tonight, he should be able to share a room with Cece, right? The two returned to the hall arm in arm, intimately. Gu Cece blushed and didn't dare to raise her head. Everyone clearly felt that their atmosphere was different from before. In Mo Zixin's deep blue eyes, a flash of melancholy lost past. After ending their visit to the Cloud family, they returned to Qiaoqi's villa. Mu Ruona was about to follow Cece into the room when In Sikhin stopped her at the door. I asked Qiaoqi to prepare the next room. Ruona, you can move there. Qianqian is getting more and more inconvenienced now. I'd better stay here to take care of her. Gu Qianqian was stunned for a moment. She couldn't believe what she had heard. He wants to stay in my room to take care of me? Mu Ruona left reluctantly. Then I'll stay next door. As long as I don't have to stay next to the boss, it's fine. Gu Cece really couldn't understand what he was thinking. She started changing clothes on her own. Unexpectedly, as she turned around, she fell into a familiar warm embrace. In Sikhin smiled, full of charm. So eager to throw yourself into my arms? You should have calmed down by now, right? Then he explained humbly, that night, Shiwei was sick. I really didn't mean to stand you up. Gu Cece decided to clarify everything. She finally couldn't help but cry out in grievance. Have you ever considered me as your real wife? In Sikhin hadn't expected her to ask such an obvious question. The corner of his lips curled into a smile. He spoke softly, nonsense. Of course Sikhin, you're back. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a woman who suddenly appeared behind him. Ran Shiwei revealed a triumphant smile, glad that she had come at the right time. The CEO was just about to confess his feelings, but was interrupted by the arrival of his green tea first love. Sikhin, you're back. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? Ran Shiwei revealed a triumphant smile, glad that she had come at the right time. Seeing the man turn his head to inquire what was the matter, she immediately spoke with an anxious face. Qiaoqi just needed to find you. It seems to be something urgent. Hearing this, In Sikhin gently comforted Cece, wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon. The warmth behind her suddenly left. Gu Cece's expression darkened. Did he just mean that he wouldn't fall in love with me? She instantly smiled sarcastically. Indeed, it was another case of wishful thinking. I only asked that on the day of parting, you can let me go quickly and cleanly. Ran Shiwei reproached dissatisfied. You're pregnant now. You shouldn't be running around everywhere. It makes people worry, okay? She criticized Cece in a pretentious manner for being too willful, saying it could easily distract our Sikhin. Gu Cece's expression instantly turned cold and gloomy. She glared fiercely at this swaggering woman. Miss Ran, even if you like In Sikhin very much, please wait until after we divorce to talk about your Sikhin, okay? At least he is legally my husband now. This is our own business. Please don't gossip about it. Ran Shiwei's face was full of shame and grievance. How can you say that about me? I'm also doing this for your own good. You're too much. When did I say I liked Sikhin? Then she covered her face and ran out crying. She happened to collide with the returning CEO. Faced with the man's inquiry, she pretended to smile, choking up as she said, Cece, you didn't bully me. Halfway through her sentence, she covered her face and ran away crying. Although In Sikhin didn't know what happened, given Cece's personality, how could she bully Ran Shiwei? Walking into the room, he asked with some confusion, what happened to Shiwei just now? Gu Cece was so angry she gritted her teeth. He really cared about Ran Shiwei. She snorted coldly and turned her head away. If you're worried about her, then go after her. Seeing her pouting, In Sikhin was about to explain, it's not what you think, when Mu Ruona rushed in noisily. I just saw Ran Shiwei running away crying. It's strange, who bullied her? Am I seeing things? Is there anyone in this world who can bully her? Ran Shiwei waited until she saw the situation in the room clearly. She was instantly stunned. Why is the atmosphere here so strange? In Sikhin told Ruona to keep Qianqian company. What happened over there just now? Qianqian's mood isn't good. Leaving these words, he turned and left. He couldn't bring himself to apologize to Qianqian in front of others. Mu Ruona curiously asked, what happened just now? Qianqian said angrily, Ran Shiwei declared her sovereignty to me, blaming me for not letting In Sikhin put down his brother to find me. This kind of twisted logic made Mu Ruona laugh out loud. She couldn't catch her breath. Qianqian's cheeks were puffed up with anger. I want to divorce In Sikhin right now. Might as well let that dog couple be together. Muruona gave her a comforting kiss. Then why don't you tell Ian Sikhen this directly? Gu Sisi lowered her head with a gloomy expression. She remained silent without saying anything. Muruona quickly changed the subject. Do you want to go for a walk outside with me? Sisi felt her goodwill and instantly smiled. She decided to go together. Just as they went out, they heard Mo Zishin on the phone. Uncle, don't worry. I'll find someone to help you with this matter. Gu Sisi asked with some concern. What's wrong with Mr. Cloud? Mo Zishin sighed helplessly. The person in charge of statistical reports at the Cloud family suddenly resigned. So there's no one to manage this month's accounts. But it's okay. I'll send someone over to Uncle. Gu Sisi's heart leapt with joy. Having received many favors from the Cloud family, she wanted to express her gratitude properly. Finally, there was a chance to repay them. She voluntarily offered that she also understood financial reports. If the Cloud family didn't mind, she could help with this month's accounts. Mo Zishin was overjoyed, confirming again with a surprised look. Muruona also cheered. We found another reason to go to the Cloud family for meals. Meanwhile, Ian Sikhen was comforting his crying first love. Sisi didn't mean it. Ran Shiwei wiped her tears and asked dissatisfied. You mean you're blaming me? I was just concerned about you, and she said that to me. My heart is hurting, and you still say this to me. Ian Sikhen was stunned. He curiously asked, what did you say to her? Ran Shiwei excitedly started complaining. I just told him to take better care of your feelings. Don't be petty. But she said even if I like you, I should wait until after their divorce to say anything. As a simple friend, don't I even have the right to care about you? Ian Sikhen felt happy inside. Could it be that she was jealous? Doesn't this mean she actually likes him too? Ran Shiwei was still crying. I don't blame Sisi at all. After all, she is your rightful wife. Ian Sikhen patted her shoulder. You're right. Sisi is my wife now. So no matter what, be more understanding of her. Pregnant women get angry easily. Ran Shiwei looked at him in disbelief as he turned and left. She was so angry she could explode. I'm crying like this, and he doesn't even comfort me? After all these years, his EQ is still so low. She thought she couldn't just sit and wait. She must take action. Meanwhile, Ian Sikhen was in high spirits. He couldn't wait to ask Sisi if she had already fallen in love with him. How despicable this green tea bitch is, mocking the CEO's wife behind her back, but pretending to be pitiful and complaining on the surface. The CEO directly ignored her. He couldn't wait to ask his wife if she had already fallen in love with him. Late at night, Ian Sikhen quietly returned to the room. Looking at you sleeping sweetly, he gently caressed your eyebrows. It seems today's little wildcat was exhausted. His heart softened instantly at this moment. He pressed his lips to Sisi's forehead, silently saying goodnight. My little wildcat. After washing up, he carefully held her in his arms, feeling the long-lost warmth, gradually falling asleep. Outside the window, Ran Shiwei secretly watched this scene and collapsed crying on the ground. Tears fell in big drops as she cried out in pain. Why is it like this? Shang Ke helplessly stood by. Gu Sisi is already pregnant with Yin's child. Even if you and Ian Sikhen get back together, there will still be someone between you. You should give up. Ran Shiwei cried out grievously, unable to accept this outcome. I still love Ian Sikhen very much. Then she suddenly turned and threw herself into Shang Ke's arms. Seeing her cry so heartbrokenly, Shang Ke could only comfort her softly. I can't help you much, but I understand the feeling of liking someone. At this time, Muruona was about to close the curtains to sleep. She looked up and saw the two people embracing outside the window. Unbelievable. Her boss actually got together with this green tea bitch. She angrily pulled the curtains closed, blocking her view. Feeling dejected, she thought, whatever, it's up to him. But her heart felt strange. It hurt. He can be intimate with whoever he wants. What does it have to do with me? At this moment, Shang Ke had no idea that he had just pushed his love interest further away. He was still looking at Ran Shiwei with concern. There's a question I've always wanted to ask. Where did you go all these years? Why did you leave Sikhen 6 years ago? A flash of panic crossed Ran Shiwei's eyes. Her tears flowed even more fiercely. She said mournfully, don't ask. Shang Ke immediately felt she had some unspeakable secret. We've grown up together. Is there anything you can't trust me with? No matter what it is, I'll help you. Tell me the truth. Where have you been all these years? Ran Shiwei was secretly delighted, but she pretended to be aggrieved. It's because I was injured, severely disfigured. So, I secretly went abroad for plastic surgery. I don't want him to know about my past. Can you understand? I really love him so much. I can't live without him. Shanka was incredulous. Shui had actually suffered such a big injury. How did she, a weak woman, endure it? Then he said seriously, since you're uncomfortable talking about it, I'll tell Sikhen. I believe he'll change his mind about you when he knows. But Shi Wei pretended to be regretful. How could I tell you all these things? Forcing back tears, she smiled. Sikhen is resting now. We should leave. But Shang Ke felt he must tell him about this. Don't worry about it. Leave this to me. It's late. Go back and rest. He pushed her away without further ado. The moment Ran Shiwei turned around, her surging tears instantly disappeared, revealing a smile of successful scheming. Shang Ke, after so many years, you still trust me so much. In Sikhen, who was sleeping, heard the phone ring. Worried about waking Cici, he quickly answered it. Shang Ke's serious voice came through. I have something to discuss with you now. In Sikhen immediately rushed to the agreed location. He hugged her half-jokingly. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? No wonder you're not growing taller. But Shang Ke wasn't in the mood for jokes. I have something to tell you. In Sikhen was truly puzzled now. What's making you so anxious? Suddenly a thought flashed. You haven't finally decided to make a move on Mu Ruona, have you? Shang Ke looked serious. Don't change the subject. I want to know if you're serious about Gu Cici. In Sikhen found it amusing. Is that even a question? Haven't I made it clear enough? Shang Ke looked straight into his eyes. If you're serious about Gu Cici, then what about Shi Wei? When she suddenly left you back then, it was actually because she was suddenly injured. She didn't want to face you with her imperfect self. Afraid of your questions, she could only run away, hiding alone to recover quietly. She originally wanted to surprise you, but just as she returned to the country, you had already married another woman. In Sikhen asked coldly, did she ask you to tell me all this? Shang Ke refuted excitedly. I wanted to say it myself. Give Shui a chance, and give yourself a chance too. You're only good to Gu Cici because she's carrying your child. How can you fall in love with someone in just 2 months? You're just being responsible to her. But you and Shi Wei have liked each other since childhood. Hearing this, In Sichen's expression turned cold. My feelings for Shi Wei disappeared completely 6 years ago. Thinking of Gu Cici's cute face, all negative emotions instantly dissipated. His expression was gentle but firm. There's only one person in my heart now, and that's Cici. Shang Ke frowned, asking sharply, You like Gu Cici, but does she like you? This sentence made In Sichen's heart sink slightly. He indeed couldn't be certain about Cici's feelings for him. How despicable this man was. Just because a green tea bitch stirred up trouble, he actually advised his childhood friend to abandon her. In Sikhen remained unmoved. There's only one person in my heart now, and that's Cici. Shang Ke frowned deeply, asking sharply, You like Gu Cici, but does she like you? This question struck his heart. He indeed couldn't be certain about Cici's feelings for him. Recalling the moments they spent together, she was always coldly passive and accepting. He had never thought about how Gu Cici viewed him. In Sichen's heart sank slightly, feeling a bit lost and hurt. Shang Ke continued, Shi Wei was hurt before. Even if you can't be together, please don't hurt her, okay? Hearing this, In Sichen's expression darkened. He replied absent-mindedly, I know. Don't worry. Shang Ke immediately felt relieved. That's good. You should rest early. I'm returning tomorrow. Ruona is worried about Gu Cici, so she'll stay for a few more days. So I'm entrusting her to you. In Sikhen was a bit confused. You're really not going to clarify things with Mu Ruona? Shang Ke sighed, shaking his head mysteriously. The time isn't right yet. In Sikhen respected his choice. Don't worry. No one will bother Ruona here. Shang Ke broke out in a cold sweat, laughing dryly. As long as she doesn't bother others, it's fine. Gu Cici slept sweetly. When she woke up, it was already late morning. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the maids in the house, feeling surprised. What are you doing here? The maid respectfully replied, We're here to serve you. Mrs. Zhang is leading people to clean the house. You can move in today. Gu Cici was surprised. Had In Sikhen bought a house so quickly? While being attended to by the maid during her morning routine, she heard a familiar laugh. Mu Ruona cheered as she rushed in. The boss is leaving. I'm free again. Finally, I can flirt with handsome guys as I please. Gu Cici also found it unexpected. Shang Ke actually left you behind alone? As they were talking, they were interrupted. Ran Shiwei walked in unceremoniously. I came to see how you're packing. We'll be moving in a while. Hearing the word we, the two looked at each other in surprise. Ran Shiwei revealed a smug smile. but she still pretended to be overwhelmed with kindness. You don't know yet, do you? I'm now the marketing manager of the accessories division at the film and television group. Sikin insisted that I move in with you guys. He said it would be lively and convenient for work. Seeing her face full of shy green tea words, Gu Sisi and Mu Ruona were speechless. Speaking in the tone of a hostess, I'll see what else the house needs and add it quickly. Cece, if you need anything, just tell me. Mu Ruona angrily put her hands on her hips. This is a declaration of war. You can't lose to her. Gu Sisi revealed a sarcastic smile. She doesn't even consider me an enemy, right? Without Ian Sechen's consent, how could she move into the villa? And how could she become the marketing manager of the accessories division? Mu Ruona was also stunned by this development. Now it seems Ran Shiwei still likes Ian Sichen. Then why was she hugging Shang so tightly? Remembering the scene she saw last night, Mu Ruona gritted her teeth in anger, cursing fiercely. She's really a green tea bitch. Cece shouted angrily and indignantly. If you really choose to leave, I'll support you. During the move, Xiaoqi brought Jie over to say goodbye. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far. The two families could visit each other often. Gu Sisi politely said, "Thank you for the trouble these past 2 days. Where are you planning to go for your honeymoon?" Jie happily leaned on Xiaoqi. "We're going to Sri Lanka. We'll have to entrust Shiwei to your care." Mu Ruona frowned upon hearing this, thinking with a stern face, it's Ran Shiwei again. Gu Sisi politely smiled and agreed, thinking to herself, I may be soft-hearted, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to defeat. Xiaoqi noticed her calmness and patience, sighing that she was indeed a very special woman. As soon as Gu Sisi arrived at the villa, she heard an annoying voice. Siken likes this sofa the most. Put it in the study. Remember to place that ornament in the living room. Siken likes to display his favorite things in the living room. Ran Shiwei acted like the lady of the house, directing the workers. The two were speechless and angry at the sight. Mu Ruona seriously comforted Sisi. With me here, no one dares to bully you. Ran Shiwei pretended to welcome the two. These trivial matters might tire you out, so I'll handle them. Her face bore a challenging smile. You won't be angry, will you? I took the liberty. Gu Sisi calmly replied. Except for my bedroom, you can do as you please with the other rooms. Mu Ruona added. My room doesn't need your attention either. The capable should do more. Since you're so capable, bring us some tea while you're at it. She spoke with an air of nobility that could only intimidate. Ran Shiwei heard the sarcasm in their words and immediately gritted her teeth in anger. But this little provocation was nothing. She smiled and retorted, I'll have Mrs. Zhang bring it to you. It's messy here. You two should go back to your rooms first and rest. The two turned and left with cold faces. Mu Ruona glanced sideways, thinking of causing trouble. Don't even think about it. Ran Shiwei watched Mu Ruona's back, muttering to herself, why didn't Shang could take this busty woman away? With her living here, how can I make my move? Gu Sisi returned to her room and coldly ordered, move out all the extra things. This is my room, I decide. Ran Shiwei was displeased. These are Sichen's favorites. How can she just throw them out? She rudely pushed the door open. Can I talk to you? Gu Sisi didn't even look at her. I'm going out soon. We'll talk when I get back. Hearing this, Ran Shiwei's eyes started to tear up. If you don't like it, you can tell me. Doing this really puts me in a difficult position. Why doesn't anyone understand me? Why is everything I do? At this moment, Mu Ruona pushed her away, saying with disgust, a good dog doesn't block the way. Gu Sisi was already impatient and immediately said, Ruo. Ran Shiwei felt humiliated. Who do you think you are? You're just a breeding machine. As long as the child in your belly isn't. She trailed off, revealing a sinister smile. She secretly extended one foot, thinking, that way, you'll definitely get divorced. How despicable this green tea bitch was. Just out of jealousy for the position of CEO's wife, she actually wanted to harm Gu Sisi's unborn child. As long as the child in your belly is gone, you'll definitely get divorced. She immediately revealed a sinister smile, quietly extending one foot as Gu Sisi walked closer and closer, just one step away from tripping. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Where are you going? Seeing In Siken suddenly appear, Ran Shiwei quickly withdrew her foot. Gu Sisi complained with a cold face. Even what I put in my own room has to be approved by others. Why stay in the room? Mu Ruona chimed in. Why don't we go stay at the Cloud family? We be treated as honored guests and have so many good things. Hearing this, In Siken glared at Ran Shiwei with fierce eyes, very displeased with her overstepping. Ran Shiwei immediately switched to a pitiful look. If Cece doesn't like it, I'll remove everything right away. If you're unhappy, just tell me. Why humiliate me like this? I did this for your own good, she said, covering her face and crying uncontrollably. Gu Cece was too lazy to look at her anymore. Keep performing. Without another word, she turned and left. As they brushed past each other, Eun Sik-hin grabbed her hand, his voice unconsciously carrying a pleading tone. Where are you going? I'll go with you. Gu Cece replied coldly, no need. You're so busy. I'm going to the Cloud family to help sort out the accounts. Seeing the woman still clearly angry, Eun Sik-hin said domineeringly, I'm not busy. I'll accompany you. Then he looked at Ruona. You help me set up the house today. Everything should be according to Cece's preferences. Don't worry about me. Mu Ruona waved goodbye with a smile. I won't disappoint you. Have fun. Turning her head, she threw a contemptuous smile. Miss Ran, we won't trouble you here anymore. Please leave. Ran Shiwei turned and left angrily. It's not like it's anything good anyway. If you like it, you do it. Secretly grinding her teeth, her face twisted. Sik-hin, how dare he humiliate me in public for that breeding machine? I won't lose to her. At this moment, Gu Cece was forcibly pushed into the car, her face full of displeasure and about to say something. Then she heard Eun Sik-hin announce in a stiff and domineering tone, we're going to see a movie tonight. Cece was a bit confused. Why did he suddenly blurt out such an order? What did he mean? Soon, the two arrived at the Cloud family's front door. The Cloud couple came out enthusiastically to welcome Mr. Yin's visit, saying it was truly an honor. Inwardly nervous, they secretly wiped their sweat. Why did this master come along too? Gu Cece glared at the man beside her. It's all your fault for scaring Mr. Cloud. Dissatisfied, she pinched hard at the soft flesh of his waist. Eun Sik-hin immediately understood. Smiling, he said, Cece says she brought a prepared financial report today. Gu Cece secretly wondered why he didn't seem to feel any pain at all. But on the surface, she smiled and said, after eating 2 meals here, I'd feel bad if I didn't help out a bit. The Cloud couple smiled lovingly and invited the two inside to talk further. After they were a distance away, Eun Sik-hin's smug voice could be heard. What's there to pinch on my waist? Your brother is trained, you know. Then Cece felt the man's large hand caress her waist. His slightly amused voice sounded by her ear. Pinching a little wildcat's waist feels the best. Since you like pinching, I'll let you pinch to your heart's content when we get home. Gu Cece's cheeks instantly turned bright red. How was he teasing her again? What did that last sentence mean? They didn't stay long before the man impatiently took her out. Gu Cece stared blankly at the squeaky chicken toy in her hands. What did Eun Sik-hin mean by this? Hurriedly taking her away from the Cloud family just to buy her a squeaky chicken toy. He's really so cute and silly. Eun Sik-hin complained dissatisfied on the phone. Wasn't it said that girls would be happy when given gifts? Why does Cece look so bewildered? Xiaowei, hiding in the shadows, almost fell to her knees. Why did the CEO buy a squeaky chicken toy? Why not buy the neighborhood next door? Hearing this, Eun Sik-hin curiously leaned in to examine it. He said with disdain, it looks awful. Xiaowei couldn't help but roar. The squeaky chicken doesn't look that great either. Eun Sik-hin impatiently hung up the phone. Is shopping with women really like this? He directly stuffed his wallet into Cece's hands. Buy whatever you like. Cece inwardly complained to the heavens with a dark expression. Indeed, it's fair. Those who are handsome and rich surely won't have high EQ. A moment later, she realized and asked excitedly, are you on a date with me? Instantly, Eun Sik-hin's body trembled, his ears turning red. He mumbled softly, I'm accompanying you shopping on a date. You shouldn't be angry anymore, right? Gu Cece stared blankly at the man's red ears, the bulging wallet, and the squeaky chicken in her hand. So the heir to the film and television financial group, the CEO who could destroy empires with a laugh, Eun Sik-hin, who could earn billions of dollars with a flick of his finger, was actually on his first date with a girl. Looking at the man's red face and awkward expression, Gu Cece, who discovered this secret, was beaming with joy. Does this mean I can eat whatever I want and do whatever I want today? Eun Sik-hin was about to lose his cool demeanor. He nodded hurriedly before Cece could finish speaking. The smile in Gu Cece's eyes couldn't be hidden. She deliberately said, I want to eat ice cream, cotton candy, and candied haws. Seeing Cece's genuinely happy smile, Eun Sik-hin indulgently agreed to everything. He secretly praised Xiao-yi in his heart. Indeed, the best way to please a woman is to accompany her shopping. Then he felt a soft touch on his hand. Gu Cece had taken the initiative to hold the man's large hand, saying, "Then let's go quickly." Eun Sik-hin was momentarily stunned. He was thus pulled along to start their date. At this time, suddenly many people on the street were holding up their phones, continuously photographing the two, screaming, "So handsome! Is he a celebrity?" Gu Cece then remembered that Eun Sik-hin doesn't like being surrounded by onlookers. She quickly pulled him thoughtfully, wanting to leave here and planning to go somewhere else. But Eun Sik-hin remained unhurried. "Let them take photos if they want." Gu Cece tilted her head in confusion. "But don't you hate being surrounded by people?" Eun Sik-hin took her hand and gently kissed it. "I want the whole world to know that you are my wife." This CEO knows how to flirt. He took his wife's hand and gently kissed it. "I want the whole world to know that you are my wife." The two, like ordinary lovers, embraced intimately as they shopped in the supermarket. Hand in hand, they strolled through the streets, buying many fun and delicious things. They even shared the same ice cream. Since it was a romantic date, they naturally watched a love movie as well, watching the main characters go through numerous obstacles and tests, finally understanding and loving each other, staying together forever. Gu Cece wiped her tears, touched. The female lead Lan Xiaoma's background was similar to hers. It's so wonderful that the ending was perfect. Eun Sik-hin didn't feel much about the movie, but he thought the little wildcat was cute no matter what expression she had. Gu Cece took the tissue he thoughtfully handed over, curiously asking, "Don't you find it touching?" Xiao and Mo went through so many hardships before ending up with the one she loved. Hearing this, Eun Sik-hin replied affectionately, "You're even more worthy of being touched than her." Gu Cece widened her eyes in surprise. What did he mean by that? She hesitated, unsure whether to ask him, but afraid she might misunderstand. Just then, the melodious and lyrical movie-ending song started playing. Thinking of Lan Xiaoma in the movie, who could bravely give everything for love, why couldn't she do the same? Suddenly gathering courage, she asked with a red face, "Are you confessing to me?" In the silent gaze, Cece's heart was uneasy. "Is it that you like me, or am I just imagining things?" Eun Sik-hin slowly curved his lips into a gentle smile. "Would you accept my confession?" Cece felt like she had been waiting for these words for a long time. She couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Instantly breaking into a sweet smile, she said, "Really, you should pick a better time to confess. I'm still crying right now." Eun Sik-hin gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, he felt a peace of mind he had never experienced before. He slowly agreed. The two walked arm in arm, leaning on each other, happily returning to the villa. Ran Shiwei, who had been waiting at the door, came forward to greet them. She said gently, "Sik-hin, I've made some porridge for you." Eun Sik-hin carelessly said, "You can have it yourself. We've already eaten outside." Hearing this, Ran Shiwei's body suddenly stiffened. They had been together all day. Suppressing her extreme jealousy, she smiled and persuaded, "Have a little. It's still made according to your old favorite taste." Eun Sik-hin swatted away the hand on his body. Raising the hand, tightly holding Cece's, he looked at her tenderly and said, "I don't drink bird's nest porridge now. My taste now is mainly based on Cece's preferences." Ran Shiwei was so jealous she was about to go crazy. "All of this should have been mine." Muruona seized the opportunity and walked out. "You finally decided to come back." Mo Zixin just had someone deliver a pile of documents earlier. "I'll put them in your room. I've already changed the locks on your room doors to fingerprint recognition to prevent anyone from carelessly entering the wrong room at night." Gu Cece found this indirect criticism particularly satisfying and smiled, giving Ruona a thumbs up. Ran Shiwei gritted her teeth in anger. This big-chested girl is so annoying. Angrily returning to the room, Eun Sik-hin flipped through the documents. "It seems a full staff meeting needs to be held tomorrow." Just then, Gu Cece walked out wearing a light bathrobe. "So you'll be very busy? Do you need my help?" Instantly, Eun Sichin's eyes lit up. He picked her up in a princess carry. The corner of his lips curled into an ambiguous smirk. Hot breath brushed her cheek. "Just waiting for you to say that. The following plot is VIP paid content. Like first, and I'll tell you next time." The next morning, Eun Sik-hin looked at Cece, still sleeping soundly, couldn't help but gently touch her cheek. His eyes were full of doting. "This little wildcat is really so cute." Then he placed another kiss on her forehead. Gu Cece opened her sleepy eyes. The first thing she saw was that magnified handsome face. She couldn't help but mumble a good morning, In Sikin reminded her with a smile to get up quickly. They had a company meeting today. This was the first collective meeting in K-City, so they couldn't be late. At this moment, Gu Cece remembered what she had promised last night. She immediately turned over to get up. Instantly, she cried out in pain, wanting to cry, but having no tears. She felt her whole body was particularly heavy, as if run over by a truck. At this moment, she wanted to take back what she said last night 120,000 times. She saw In Sikin still beside her, smiling with satisfaction. She immediately felt unhappy, cursing inwardly that he was still smiling. "This is all because of you." The two got dressed and walked into the dining room. In an instant, it almost blinded Mu Ruona and Ran Shiwei's dog eyes. Watching them openly display affection in front of their eyes, Ran Shiwei felt it was absolutely devastating to her. Mu Ruona curiously asked in a low voice, "What exactly happened yesterday?" Cece explained with a red face that yesterday they went on a date like normal people, shopping, watching a movie. Then he confessed to her at the cinema. After saying this, she covered her burning cheeks, too embarrassed to face anyone. Instantly, Mu Ruona was dumbfounded, feeling a bit hurt. It was really unbelievable. That domineering, arrogant, cold-blooded, and heartless guy actually came to his senses. Mu Ruona shed tears of relief, happy for Cece's sweet reward after bitter suffering. At this time, the devil in Ran Shiwei's heart emerged, wishing she could stab Cece to death with the fork in her hand. The group got ready and arrived at the K-City branch of the Film and Television Financial Group. All company employees had already lined up to welcome them, respectfully greeting the CEO and his wife in unison. Sikin announced publicly, "Cece will be in charge of all my logistics. All reports from the headquarters company must be submitted to her for preliminary review." Gu Cece smiled and greeted everyone. The employees shouted "Group Leader Gu" in perfect unison. In Sikin instructed Mu Ruona to just take good care of Cece. General Manager Mu smiled and assured, "Where I am, no one can harm Cece." Ran Shiwei, seeing him announce Gu Cece's status so publicly, was about to explode with anger. The first meeting was truly tense, with fierce battles. In Sikin and Mo Zixin engaged in verbal sparring, neither giving in. Just then, Gu Cece suddenly frowned slightly, gently rubbing her belly. In an instant, both In Sikin and Mo Zixin stopped talking and looked towards Cece. Mu Ruona immediately thoughtfully added a pillow to make her sit more comfortably. At this moment, Cece belatedly realized, why aren't they talking? She thought they had said so much, probably feeling thirsty too. Then instructed Xiao to brew the tea I brought for Sikin and CEO Mo. Ran Shiwei again spoke sarcastically. "Now we're in the company, not at home. How unlucky this CEO is. Just publicly announced his sweet relationship with his wife. His mother threatened him with death to divorce." During the meeting, Gu Cece suddenly frowned slightly, gently rubbing her belly. Instantly, In Sikin and Mo Zixin automatically paused their battle, looking over with concern. Cece thought they were thirsty, instructed to brew the tea she brought for the two CEOs. Ran Shiwei sarcastically mocked, "Cece is now in the company, not at home." Gu Cece calmly retorted, "As Sichin's assistant team leader, don't I have the right to remind him to rest? Or as CEO Mo's friend, don't I have the right to offer him a cup of tea?" Mo Zixin's blue eyes contained hidden laughter. "I'm actually a bit thirsty. Thank you." In Sikin expressed approval. "Even if this is the company, friendship still won't be erased. We'll discuss the rest in the afternoon." Gu Cece and In Sikin smiled at each other. A sweet atmosphere flowed silently between them. At this point, the meeting had ended. The two CEOs walked out of the conference room chatting. Cece also slowly stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, Ran Shiwei suddenly blocked the way. "I have something I want to say to you privately." Gu Cece frowned, looking at her vigilantly and bewilderedly. Ran Shiwei's expression was pitiful and innocent. "You don't need to look at me like that. I just want to chat with you." Mu Ruona rolled her eyes. This green tea bitch wants to change her style. Not crying for men to see, daring to cry for women to see. Gu Cece nodded and agreed, saying, "Then you go first. I'll come find you in a bit." Mu Ruona worriedly instructed, "I'll wait for you outside. Call me if you need anything." After the door closed, Gu Cece said coldly, "Now it's just the two of us. Say what you want to say." At this moment, Ran Shiwei's tears started falling. "I know it's too much to say this, but I really can't help it." Cece impatiently urged, "Just say it directly. They're all waiting for me." Suddenly, Ran Shiwei fell to her knees with a thud, crying and begging Cece to give Sikhen to her. Tears streaming down her face, grabbing Cece's hand. I really love him. I can't live without him. Gu Cece quickly withdrew her hand, coldly refusing. I can't fulfill your request. If you want me to leave Ian Sikhen, unless he says it himself. Ran Shiwei's face turned vicious. Are you trying to force me to death? If I die, do you think you and Sikhen can still be together smoothly? Hearing this, Gu Cece lowered her eyes, her voice even colder. So you're using death to threaten me. This person is indeed easily soft-hearted, but it doesn't mean I'm easy to fool. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Throwing down these words, she turned to leave. At this moment, Ran Shiwei's face was cold and resolute. Gu Cece, you won't fall for it, right? You forced me to do this. She was seen taking out her phone and dialing a number. Started crying and calling out to Annie. Wei Wei is so wronged. Wei Wei didn't do anything wrong. But Sikhen completely ignores Wei Wei. You need to stand up for Wei Wei. At this moment, Gu Cece jogged up to everyone. I thought you all went ahead first. Mo Zishuan smiled and said, it's okay, just right to enjoy some sunshine. Staying at home every day, I almost grew mold. Mo Zishin also smiled and reassured us. We're not in a hurry either. Ian Sikhen gently took her hand. They smiled at each other, leaning on each other as they walked out. Mo Zishuan surprisingly asked his brother, are they a bit different? A flash of loss appeared in Mo Zishin's blue eyes. He remained silent without saying anything. Just as everyone was getting in the car preparing to leave, Xiaowei suddenly ran over and handed over a phone. It's a call from Madam. Gu Cece instantly looked up. Is it a call from Ian Sichen's mother? She had never heard Sikhen mention his mother. Thinking back, she didn't come on their wedding day either. Just then, someone suddenly screamed, not good, someone is sitting on the rooftop. Instantly, Gu Cece and Ian Sikhen were startled, understanding that someone was about to jump off the building. They saw a person really sitting on the rooftop, legs already dangling outside. It looked very dangerous. The person on the roof they had just seen was Ran Shiwei. Gu Cece covered her mouth in shock, afraid she might scream if she didn't do so. Ian Sikhen listened to his mother's roar on the phone. If anything happens to Wei Wei, don't consider me your mother anymore. The next second, Gu Cece watched helplessly as Ian Sikhen rushed into the building to stop Ran Shiwei. She instantly felt a tearing pain in her chest. Why do beautiful things always vanish in an instant? Why is the happiness that was finally fought for also ruthlessly snatched away in the end? In her despair, her cold hands were grasped by someone. Mu Ruona and Mo Zishuan stood beside her, full of concern. Instantly, Cece came to her senses, almost letting her emotions affect her thinking. She pulled the two of them and followed. They couldn't let her really jump down. At this time, Ian Sikhen was anxiously persuading on the rooftop. Whatever it is, let's come down and talk about it. Ran Shiwei kept shaking her head, tears streaming down. If I come down, will you divorce Gu Cece and be with me? Ian Sikhen was stunned. Hearing the sound, he turned back to look. He saw Gu Cece and the others had also come to the rooftop. Cece's face showed no expression. She just looked straight at him, with a faint trace of expectation. Instantly, Ian Sikhen felt awkward, not knowing what to say. A vicious look flashed across Ran Shiwei's face. She called out to Sikhen, do you still love me? Ian Sikhen gritted his teeth, saying nothing, just looking at Cece with a troubled expression. Mu Ruona advised in a low voice, sympathetically. No matter what Ran Shiwei forces him to say, it's not what's in his heart. Mo Zishin's gaze was always on Gu Cece, not caring at all whether others jumped or not. Mo Zishuan saw his brother's focused gaze, understanding that he might have already fallen in love with Cece. So he gently comforted her, if someone abandons you, I'll take you in. Gu Cece forced a smile and said, when I have nowhere to go, you must take me in. Don't dislike me. It's okay. Mu Ruona was annoyed that her line was stolen. Mo Zishuan smiled smugly. Who told you not to say it earlier? Ian Sikhen watched Cece smile under her friend's care, a flash of relief passing through his eyes. Ran Shiwei screamed frantically. Ian Sikhen, answer me. Do you still love me? How helpless the CEO was. His mother and first love threatening death, and his wife about to leave him. His mother roared on the phone. If anything happens to Wei Wei, don't consider me your mother anymore. Ran Shui stood on the roof screaming crazily, calling out to In Sikhin, "Answer me. Do you still love me?" In Sikhin just wanted to get her down first before talking. He could only softly answer, "I once loved you." Hearing his words, Gu Cece's fingers tightened their grip once more. Ran Shui still wouldn't give up, continuing to ask, "Then what about now? Do you still love me?" In Sikhin smiled bitterly. "Aren't you asking something you already know?" Hearing this, Ran Shui's tears rolled down. "But I still love you. I admit I was very emotional today." As she spoke, her tone became intense. She pointed at Gu Cece and screamed, "But it's all because of her." Just then, Ran Shui's body swayed, pretending to lean backward. Instantly, In Sichin's heart jumped, his face tense as he tried to rush over to grab her. Ran Shui smiled happily. "You're still worried about me, right?" In Sichin was really scared just now. He quickly reassured her, "Come down first, okay? I can agree to anything." Hearing this, Gu Cece gently closed her eyes, feeling she could already guess the outcome. Ran Shui said dreamily, "Let's start over. Give me a fair chance to compete, okay?" In Sikhin looked at Gu Cece with difficulty, but only saw her lowered head. Finally, he sighed helplessly. "Okay, I promise you. Come down first, okay?" Only then did Ran Shui break into a smile. She threw herself into In Sichin's arms, saying sweetly, "You've suffered. I'll make it up to you for a lifetime. As long as you care about me one day, I'll leave this world without hesitation." Gu Cece really didn't want to watch them act anymore. She said tiredly, "Let's go." But as soon as she turned around, she felt her vision go dark. Her body involuntarily staggered. Mu Ruona and the others cried out in panic at the same time. In Sikhin was about to rush over, but Ran Shui held onto him tightly, refusing to let go. Gu Cece felt all the strength drained from her body. Leaning weakly against Mo Zishin, she spoke softly, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't work today. I'll go stay at the Cloud family for a few days. I need to rest well." After saying this, she struggled to get up, but collapsed again. She couldn't help but cry softly. "Mo Zishin, I'm sorry, I really have no strength. Can I ask you to carry me away?" Mo Zishin answered immediately with heartache, "If you want to go somewhere else, I'll take you there too." Gu Cece leaned weakly against him, holding back her sobs, but tears kept flowing down. In Sikhin could only watch helplessly as Gu Cece, with a pale face, cried in another man's arms. Yet he couldn't go over to explain anything. Mo Zishin immediately picked her up and turned to leave, secretly thinking, "Leave In Sikhin behind. Just come with me like this." Mu Ruona looked back at the two still embracing, sighing helplessly. She followed them out. By the time they arrived at the Cloud family, Gu Cece had already fainted. After Mrs. Cloud finished her examination, she sighed softly. "She's fine. It's just her heart rate became unstable due to sudden joy and sorrow. However, Cece has a very good constitution. Both mother and child are fine. Stay here for a few days. I'll prepare some medicinal food for Cece." Only then did Mu Ruona breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that everyone was okay. Mo Zishin gazed at the unconscious Cece, his blue eyes full of concern. Mu Ruona asked vigilantly, "Are you seeing Cece as Cloud Ming?" Hearing such a sharp question, Mo Zishin and Mo Zishuan's expressions changed slightly. "What do you mean, Miss Mu?" Mu Ruona retorted bluntly. "What do I mean? Don't you know very well in your hearts? I don't want Mr. Mo and Miss Mo to impose their own ideas on Cece. She's been living for others all her life. This time, I hope she can live for herself." Mo Zishuan didn't get angry, only feeling that Ruona cared deeply for Cece. What a good friend. Mr. Mo's expression was gentle yet firm. "Thank you for your reminder. I can answer you responsibly. I've never confused Cece with Cloud Nuo. I really like Cece. I'm willing to wait until she leaves In Sikhin, until the day she willingly marries me. I know you might not believe my sincerity. I will prove everything with my actions." Mu Ruona scrutinized him with sharp eyes. After a while, seeing his expression seemed genuine, she finally relaxed a bit. "Since Mr. Mo says so, I'll believe you for now." But she didn't forget to emphasize again, "I won't let anyone deceive Gu Cece." A long time later, Cece opened her eyes again. She found herself in an unfamiliar place. Seeing her awake, Mu Ruona smiled happily. "This is the Cloud family. Rest here for a few days." Gu Cece smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry I made you worry again." Mu Ruona helped her sit up. "Mrs. Cloud checked your pulse. She said you have a good constitution. The baby is fine." Gu Cece gently caressed her belly. "It's good the baby is okay. It's all Mommy's fault. Mommy won't be like this anymore." Seeing Cece becoming stronger, Muruona smiled with both concern and relief. Just now, Mrs. Cloud said she wanted to ask if you'd be willing to become the Cloud family's goddaughter. Cece lowered her eyes, stroking her belly, and answered softly, "Actually, I've had the same thought. I don't know why, but the Cloud family always gives me a sense of security. After I divorce Ian Sikhen, perhaps the Cloud family will be the last place where I can heal." Cece felt a bit guilty. Am I being too much? Taking advantage of my resemblance to Cloud Nua to stay at the Cloud family? Suddenly, the door was pushed open, interrupting her unfinished words. Mrs. Cloud excitedly rushed in. "Are you willing to be my daughter? I couldn't be happier. How could it be too much?" she said as she hugged Cece and started crying. "You and your child are my daughter and grandchild. I will make sure you both live safely and peacefully until old age." Muruona watched the two embrace and cry, feeling happy for Cece in her heart. Ian Sikhen had been keeping track of Cece's news. At this time, he saw her Weibo update. It said, "Thank you. I finally have a family." Seeing this sentence, he felt a dull pain in his chest. Had she never acknowledged him and their family with him? How helpless the CEO was. Just because his mother and first love threatened suicide, he watched his wife cry in another man's arms, yet couldn't go over to explain anything. Ian Sikhen had been keeping track of Cece's news. At this time, he saw her Weibo update. It said, "Thank you. I finally have a family." Seeing this sentence, he felt a dull pain in his chest. Had she never acknowledged him and their family? Was she preparing for divorce? Wouldn't she give me a little time? Couldn't she trust me just once? Yesterday's situation was also unavoidable for me. Suddenly, he slammed the table hard. He stood up and left, coldly ordering to drive to the Cloud family. The two assistants looked at each other in confusion. Ian Sikhen felt something was wrong. He asked what happened. Little carefully answered. "The young madam has already sent a message saying..." Instantly, he had a bad feeling. With a gloomy expression, he asked, "What did she say?" "The young madam said that her marital fate with you, Mr. CEO, might end here. She will take care of herself and hopes you both will be well. After giving birth to this child, she asks you to..." The assistant couldn't continue speaking at this point. "That's all. Be well." Cece, how could you say such things? Stealing my, Ian Sichen's, heart and then wanting to part ways? The woman I, Ian Sikhen, have chosen will never escape from my grasp in this lifetime. Then he said through gritted teeth, "Prepare a grand gift. We're going to the Cloud family to congratulate them on adopting a goddaughter. Such a joyous occasion. How could we not go to the Cloud family? Adopting a daughter is indeed a big event. All prominent people should send congratulatory gifts." Suddenly, a servant rushed in panicking, saying that CEO Ian had also arrived. Mr. Cloud was shocked. "I remember we didn't send him an invitation." Ian Sikhen appeared at the Cloud family with an imposing presence. His cold aura instantly froze the lively atmosphere. Xiao Wei respectfully handed over the gift. "This is our CEO's congratulatory gift from Mr. Cloud." Mr. Cloud knew he must have come for his little daughter. How could he let someone who hurt his daughter enter his home? Facing great pressure, he stood blocking the door. As a scholar, how could he lose this bit of backbone? The two men stared at each other, neither giving way, tensions rising. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Just then, Cece suddenly appeared. "Dad, I'll handle this." She walked directly in front of the man, looking straight into his eyes. "I also have something I want to discuss with him." Ian Sikhen stared blankly at Cece. It had only been a day since they last met. How did the little wildcat seem to have changed so much? They came to a small grove. It was quiet and elegant here, suitable for talking. Ian Sikhen quickly caught up. He reached out, wanted to hold her small hand. Unexpectedly, Cece quickly dodged, her expression resistant, not even looking at him, her voice soft yet cold and distant. "Didn't you choose Ranshiwei? Why did you come?" Ian Sikhen struggled to explain. "You know yesterday's situation. I had no choice." Cece turned back and shouted emotionally. "Is it because you can't hurt Ranshiwei, so you can hurt me?" Ian Sikhen anxiously clarified. "You know, the one I like is you." Suddenly, Cece said coldly, "After the child is born, let's get divorced." These words were like a steel knife, stabbing deep into Ian Sichen's chest. Ian Sikhen clenched his fists, suppressing the violence within him. He asked word by word, "Cece, is this what you wanted to tell me?" Cece turned her back to him. She calmly answered, yes. He never thought it would end like this. If something had happened to Ran Shiwei then, he really couldn't have explained it to his mother. Why won't you believe me? Then he came in front of Cece. He pulled her into his arms, kissing her fiercely. A day ago, you said no matter how many difficulties, you would be like the heroine in the movie, never giving up on love. Do you know how happy I was when you said that? But now you want to give up on me? Am I, Ian Sik-hin, someone who could be abandoned so easily? Gu Cece struggled desperately, biting the man's lip hard. Ian Sik-hin felt a sharp pain and instinctively let go of her. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying nothing. Looking at him, Gu Cece cried out emotionally. I thought you had made your choice yesterday and wouldn't come back today. Since the outcome is already predictable, what else can we struggle for? They stood in silence for a long time. Only the sound of wind blowing leaves remained around them. Ian Sik-hin looked up at the sky. He could have followed his old habits, domineering and deciding Gu Cece's future. But he couldn't bear to. This woman no longer longed for him. At this moment, he realized how precious what he once had was. The next second, Cece heard the man's cold voice. Since this is your wish, I'll let you fulfill it. Ian Sechin's lips still had traces of blood. With a numb expression, he spoke word by word, Gu Cece, you win. After saying this, he turned and strode away. Watching Ian Sechin's back, Gu Cece covered her mouth with her hand. Tears gushed out, but she held them back firmly. Her body could no longer support her. She fell to the ground powerlessly. Muruona suddenly walked out from the grove. She stepped forward to help her up. Unable to hold back, she said, why do you have to do this? Maybe he really has a way to resolve the issue with Ran Shiwei. Gu Cece shook her head gently. It's useless. This is a dead end. Ian Sechin's mother will never acknowledge my existence. She called me last night. If I don't divorce Ian Sik-hin, not only will I not be able to see the child in the future, but she will also go after the people around me. Hearing this, Muruona was startled. How can your mother-in-law be so foolish? Cece's tears fell silently. Since we have to divorce sooner or later, let's end it early while we're just beginning. Perhaps this way, he'll be hurt less. Muruona, as an observer, felt uneasy. Seeing you two like this, I don't even want to date young guys anymore. 3 days later, Gu Cece had her long hair lightly pinned up. A bright red floral hairpin was inserted in her bun. Cece wore a red classical shoe embroidery dress. Her hair was piled high, with delicate flower decorations adorning her brow. She looked like a noble maid who had stepped out of an ancient painting. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful she was. Mo Zixin's pupils constricted. At this moment, Cece was the spitting image of Yun Nuo. Gu Cece covered her mouth and laughed softly. Mo Zixin, thank you for your gift. A faint smile flashed in the man's blue eyes. He gently replied, I'm glad you like it. Cece clenched her fists, full of fighting spirit. At today's dinner, I will do my best to help Annie secure the K-City market. Li Xiaoqin smiled reassuringly. Don't force yourself. Even if we can't secure the market today, Annie isn't afraid. Cece said seriously and thoughtfully. I will live in this family in the future. Dad only knows how to research academics. Mom only knows how to practice medicine. Annie has no one to help her. How can that be? After saying goodbye to the Yun family, Gu Cece followed Mo Zixin straight to today's banquet. As soon as they got out of the car, Muruona, who had been waiting, cupped her face and exclaimed, Cece, I didn't know you could look so beautiful in classical attire. Mo Zixin also smiled and praised. Today, Cece has stunned everyone in the family. Gu Cece's face reddened from the compliments, feeling quite embarrassed. Seeing this, Muruona pulled her inside. We've been waiting for you. Many important people have come today. Hearing this, Cece's heart skipped a beat. Will Ian Sik-hin be here too? How regretful this must be, wanting only to win back the wife he once loved deeply, but being coldly rejected. Only at this moment did he understand how precious what he once had was. As soon as Gu Cece entered, she saw Ian Sik-hin, still dazzling as ever. Their eyes met with complex emotions, but they remained silent after a brief moment. They both involuntarily recalled the scene where they had wished each other well. Ran Shiwei's coquettish voice calling Ian Sechin's name rang in their ears. Gu Cece instantly snapped back to reality, greeting Mo Zixin and Muruona to sit on the other side. Two people who clearly loved each other, yet parted ways with different partners. At the dinner, everyone was complimenting. We didn't expect Miss Gu to understand business so well. Cece smiled slightly and replied, I only know a little. I just want to do what I can to help my aunt. Feeling the gaze coming from across, Gu Cece casually looked up. She saw In Siken staring intently at her, not moving his gaze even slightly. Gu Cece immediately hid her smile, wanting to go to the restroom to stabilize her emotions. Mo Zixin immediately looked over with concern, planning to have his assistant accompany her. Ran Shiwei also stood up pretentiously, smiling and indicating, "Let me accompany Cece." Mu Ruona was alert and immediately followed. She wasn't comfortable letting Cece be alone with that green tea bitch. In the blink of an eye, the three dazzling women had all left. The men all felt a bit inexplicably lost. Over there, as soon as Gu Cece went to the restroom, Ran Shiwei started crying and whining again. "Imsri, that day's incident wasn't intentionally targeting you." Gu Cece coldly replied, "Miss Ran, there's no one else here. Your performance is a bit over the top." Ran Shiwei's tears flowed even more. "Even if you don't like me, you can't talk to me like this." Mu Ruona, feeling irritated, said, "You can cry all you want. I'll wait over there." Ran Shiwei now performed even more freely. "You saw that day. Siken actually loves me the most in his heart. Since you've chosen to leave, don't appear in front of us anymore." Hearing this, Cece immediately retorted, "I don't need to consider your feelings about where I go. Who do you think you are?" Throwing down these words, she couldn't be bothered with this drama queen anymore. She turned to leave, but Ran Shiwei persistently grabbed her hand, crying out, "Don't treat me like this." Gu Cece was irritated by her crying. Just as she was about to shake off this inexplicable person, Ran Shiwei, using her movement, suddenly fell towards the sink. The next second, her head hit the corner of the sink. Instantly, blood covered her face. Gu Cece was startled, knowing she hadn't used any force. How could this happen? Just then, In Sichen's figure suddenly appeared behind her. Ran Shiwei, covering her still bleeding forehead, thought gleefully about Gu Cece. "You're finished." Cece only then reacted, about to open her mouth to explain. Ran Shiwei cried out, interrupting her words, "Siken, don't blame Cece. This was all my own carelessness." Saying this, she threw herself in front of the man, pitifully whispering, "Will you take me to the hospital?" Unexpectedly, In Siken remained unmoved, coldly telling her to leave and never appear in front of him again. Ran Shiwei turned pale, not understanding why he would treat her like this. She cried out in disbelief, "I'm the one who's hurt now. Why are you asking me to leave?" In Sichen's face was dark, his tone unfriendly. "I've been here the whole time. Don't think I don't know anything." But Shiwei's heart sank suddenly. She screamed, "I won't leave. I absolutely won't leave." Once again using the same tactic to threaten him. "If you dare force me to leave, I'll die right in front of you." Seeing the man's thin lips tightly pressed, saying nothing, Cece thought somewhat sarcastically, "I bet you'll soften your heart in the end." In Siken was already furious. He kicked the mirror on the wall. In an instant, shards scattered everywhere. The fire in his heart was burning fiercely. He coldly looked down at Ran Shiwei. "If you want to die, then go die. Don't think every Tom, Dick, and Harry can threaten me." Ran Shiwei was frightened by In Sichen's sudden violence. She immediately stopped crying and collapsed weakly on the ground. She couldn't help but tremble all over, not daring to say another word. In Siken couldn't be bothered to look at her again. He turned and walked out. Seeing Cece's face turn pale with fright, he couldn't help but stop, explaining in a gentle yet desolate voice, "I've always trusted you." A gentle smile spread across his handsome face. "I've never doubted you." After saying this, he lowered his eyes and brushed past Cece with a gloomy expression. Gu Cece felt a slight ache in her heart, her expression showing some restrained sadness. Seeing In Sichen's sorrowful expression, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. After the banquet ended, Mo Zixin repeatedly asked, "Are you sure you don't need me to drive you?" Gu Cece smiled and shook her head. "No need. Ruona can take me." Seeing that she had said this much, Mo Zixin had no choice but to give up. Mu Ruona drove Gu Cece in her sports car towards the Cloud family. She couldn't help but advise, "Just now in the restroom, I could see that In Siken really loves you." Gu Cece calmly interrupted her. "Ruona, I don't want to talk about him anymore." Mu Ruona had no choice but to change the subject reluctantly. "I remember Mr. Cloud seems to have adopted a relative's child. After you go to the Cloud family, nothing happened between you two, right?" Gu Cece recalled Cloud Minjing's attitude towards her these past few days. It seemed a bit distant. She guessed it was probably because he was worried she would take away his position. But Mu Ruona felt this wasn't a problem at all. You could tell the Cloud family, as long as you have a child, you can own millions in assets. As long as you don't touch those academic things, you'll have no ulterior motives. Gu Cece had no intention of wanting this money at all. She didn't notice at all that Mu Ruona kept looking in the rearview mirror. In Sikhin was following closely behind in his car, not knowing how long he would follow. The green tea ex-girlfriend framed the wife. The CEO immediately split. The White Lotus wasn't done yet, waiting at the wife's doorstep just to see her face. In Sikhin, with an exhausted face, was resting on the steering wheel. Dark circles under his eyes showed he clearly hadn't had a good sleep in a while. Cece felt her heart being torn apart. She touched the man's cheek, thinking, has he gone mad? I made it so clear that day. Why did he still come? What a fool. Feeling the caress on his face, In Sikhin instantly woke up. He grabbed Cece's small hand. Can you come with me somewhere? Cece, feeling a bit soft-hearted, thought, he looks like he hasn't rested for a long time. Is it because of me? While she was still hesitating whether to agree, the man suddenly picked her up and put her directly in the car. In a daze all the way, it wasn't until they got out of the car that she realized he had brought her to a hotel. As soon as they entered the room, In Sikhin started undressing. Sit down first, I'll take a shower. Gu Cece was stunned, frozen in place thinking, what am I doing? Until she heard the sound of shower water coming from the bathroom. Only then did she come to her senses. We're clearly separated spouses, yet now I've come to a hotel with him. This absolutely won't do. She hurriedly got up, tiptoeing to secretly escape. Just then, there was a knock on the door. CEO, your ordered dinner. Cece was stunned for a moment. Then she heard In Sechin's voice from the bathroom. Receive it for me. Smelling the fragrant roast chicken, Gu Cece was drooling while worrying about how to get away. At this time, In Sikhin came out wiping his hair, wearing a bathrobe. He considerately said, you must be hungry. Eat something first. Looking at the man's beautiful face and solid muscles, Gu Cece couldn't help but blush. Her heart raced, feeling In Sikhin sit beside her, enveloped by strong pheromones. Cece, red-faced, shouted at herself internally, you need to calm down. You're still in a cold war, still separated, and you're pregnant. How can you be seduced by male beauty? Sensing her unease, In Sikhin teased with a mischievous smile. Why do I feel like you're looking at me with lustful eyes? As he spoke, he leaned down, interlocking their fingers, about to kiss her. Gu Cece, red-faced, screamed and pushed him away. She turned and grabbed the roast chicken to eat. I'm hungry. I want meat. In Sikhin chuckled softly. He gently wiped the oil from the corner of her lips. Seeing his doting expression, Cece couldn't help but fall silent. Lowering her eyes, somewhat conflicted, she softly asked, why did you? As if guessing what she was about to ask, In Sikhin quickly answered, because I miss you. Gu Cece was instantly stunned, unable to speak. In Sikhin added gently, I haven't seen you for a week. Hearing his confession of feelings, Gu Cece felt even more sad. I know his feelings for me, but even if I want to be with him, what can I do? How can I compete with In Sechin's mother? Years ago, when In Sikhin was still young, the family of three had a car accident on their way home. In Sechin's father went missing. His mother, to protect him, had both her legs crushed by the car. It was because of his mother's sacrifice that In Sikhin couldn't refuse her requests. Since it puts In Sikhin in a difficult position, it's better to sacrifice myself. As Gu Cece was lost in despairing thoughts, a gift box appeared before her eyes. In Sikhin coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed. Open it. These are all prepared for you. Seeing his flickering gaze, Cece had a bad feeling. Inside the box was an exquisite and revealing nightgown. In Sikhin rubbed his neck, blushing and saying expectantly, stay the night. Don't worry, I won't do anything tonight. I just want to hold you while we sleep. This CEO, acting like a young boy experiencing first love, made Gu Cece's eyes widen in shock. She couldn't help but think to herself, did you read some kind of clueless guy's guide to romance? In Sikhin fled in embarrassment from her surprised look. I'll go run your bath water. Gu Cece's heart softened. She couldn't refuse and even felt a little secretly happy. After bathing, wearing the new nightgown, she shyly walked out. In Sechin's expression showed a hint of pleading and longing. He couldn't help but reach out his arms to pull her close, leaning her against his chest. He had been going crazy missing her. Gu Cece knew he had been waiting outside the Cloud family's house every day, and she couldn't help but feel her heart soften. She allowed the man to kiss her passionately, resignedly thinking, didn't he say he wouldn't do anything tonight? This is too cunning. After a night of intimacy, early in the morning, Gu Cece was awakened by a phone call. Mrs. Cloud worriedly asked where Cece had been all night. Cece was startled. She didn't dare say she was with Eun Sik-hin at a hotel. Under his death stare, she lied that she was with Roona. But Mrs. Cloud said she had to go out for a few days, so Cece might not be able to come home for now. Gu Cece keenly sensed something was wrong and quickly asked if anything had happened. I'm part of the Cloud family now. If anything's wrong, I can help too. Mrs. Cloud hesitated before answering, worried that Meng Ying might be too emotional. Gu Cece immediately got up. Mom, I'm coming back right now. She anxiously wondered what had happened to Cloud Menjing. Hanging up the phone, she told the man, I have to go back. Something's happened at home. Eun Sik-hin grabbed her hand. I'll go too. I'm not comfortable with you going back alone. His expression was as stern and authoritative as ever, yet it made one feel especially reliable and safe. Gu Cece felt a sweetness in her heart and nodded slightly with a blush. Sleeping soundly, she was woken up by her best friend. Muruona had a dark expression. Seeing the two sweetly arm in arm, she felt utterly deceived. The three quickly rushed to the Cloud house, where they saw Mrs. Cloud coming to greet them. She instructed Cece not to go anywhere and just wait at home. Gu Cece sincerely and firmly asked what exactly had happened. Mrs. Cloud looked troubled. I don't know how to explain this. Muruona said understandingly, if it's a Cloud family secret, I can step out for a moment. Mrs. Cloud sighed. No need to leave. I'm afraid this Cloud family scandal won't stay hidden for long. How foolish this girl is. Worried that getting pregnant before marriage would affect her status in the Cloud family. She hid the news and secretly went to the hospital for surgery alone. Mrs. Cloud looked grief-stricken. The family doctor just said Meng Ying has a special constitution. Once she has an abortion, she might never be able to have children again. Gu Cece gasped. Being pregnant herself, she could empathize with this feeling the most. If she could never be a mother again, that pain would be indescribable. Mrs. Cloud explained that because of this incident, she was worried Meng Ying might lose control and get angry. She might take it out on you. With this happening, Meng Ying probably can't be registered under our name. We can't tell her for now. Otherwise, she won't be able to handle it. After listening silently, Eun Sik-hin spoke up to ask about the man. The child Cloud Menjing was carrying was his. Hasn't he shown up at all? Mrs. Cloud sighed. That man is already married. How could he marry her? Meng Ying was confused for a moment. How did she get involved with such a man? Gu Cece held Mrs. Cloud's hand, firmly saying, I'll go with you. We can't let this matter go. The other party must give an explanation. Otherwise, they'll think the Cloud family is easy to bully. Mrs. Cloud thought for a moment. If Eun Sik-hin comes along, it should be fine. She then nodded with a smile. Let's go quickly then. They immediately drove to a small hospital in a town. A pungent smell of disinfectant greeted them. They saw Mr. Cloud and an unfamiliar couple standing outside the ward, seemingly discussing something. The couple glared at them fiercely. They were obviously hostile towards Gu Cece. Gu Cece ignored them and directly asked her father, How's Meng Ying? Mr. Cloud replied helplessly, because the medication was too strong. Even if Meng Ying recovers well, the chances of pregnancy are slim. Gu Cece asked urgently, The Cloud family has so many medical books. Isn't there any ancient remedy recorded in them? Eun Sik-hin also stated that if it's a money issue, they're willing to help. But this isn't about money at all. The problem is that man hasn't shown up until now. Gu Cece and Eun Sik-hin telepathically cursed in their hearts. What a scumbag. How can he be so heartless? But thinking carefully, the man's constant absence is indeed troublesome. Gu Cece was about to say something else, but was suddenly pulled back. Her unspoken words were interrupted. Muruona silently shook her head, gesturing for her to look at the two people in front. Gu Cece then realized that Cloud Menjing's parents were glaring at her with hostility. Just then, the sound of something shattering came from the ward, accompanied by Cloud Menjing's hysterical crying, which was chilling to hear. Footsteps echoed down the hallway. A man with a mustache approached, carrying some skincare products. Cloud Menjing's mother looked at him, as if he were her mortal enemy. She immediately rushed towards the man, but her movement was too big, reckless, and she ended up bumping into Gu Cece. In Sikhen quickly pulled Cece into his arms, narrowly avoiding the collision. Mr. Cloud apologetically explained, "They are Meng Ying's biological parents. They're a bit emotional. Please be understanding." Gu Cece smiled and waved her hand, indicating she didn't mind. But In Sikhen frowned, clearly displeased. "My woman never needs to suffer any grievances." On the other side, Meng Ying's mother was still beating the man. "I'll kill you, you damned thing." At this moment, Mrs. Cloud came out of the ward and sternly interrupted. "Stop fighting." Meng Ying said she wants to see him. Cloud Minjing's parents then stopped fighting. "They let that man go in." Muruona said irritably, "It seems we really shouldn't have come today. Just look at Cloud Minjing's parents. What kind of people are they? They're treating you like an enemy." Gu Cece understood clearly in her heart. If I didn't come, it would give them something to talk about. They'd love for me not to come. Then they could throw dirt on me, saying I'm not part of the Cloud family, and I'm putting on airs. Muruona was angry just thinking about it. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's infuriating. There was a commotion inside for a long time before that man came out of the ward. As soon as he came out, he fell to his knees in front of Cloud Minjing's parents. "I know that no matter what I do today, it won't make you forgive my mistakes. I will take responsibility for Minjing. I'm willing to go back and divorce my wife to marry Minjing." When Gu Cece heard him say this, she felt a surge of unnamed anger. This man's wife was innocent. Why should she pay for this mess caused by these two scoundrels? As she got angry, she suddenly realized this situation seemed a bit familiar. In Sikhen gently patted her head. "Don't worry, in this life, apart from you, I won't touch any other woman." With a mischievous smile, she accused, "You're taking it out on your husband like this. I'm quite innocent." Hearing this slightly flirtatious teasing, Gu Cece's cheeks turned red. Just then, that man suddenly fell at her feet. "Miss Gu, please help me. I will definitely keep my promise." Gu Cece was bewildered, not knowing what was going on. How did it turn to her? In Sichen's eyes turned cold, seemingly with a hint of anger. This man was quite clever, actually thinking of using such a method. Muruona said mockingly, "Why are you bringing your issues to Cece? Are you letting an outsider decide your family matters?" Gu Cece is now the Cloud family's adopted daughter, so In Sikhen is naturally the Cloud family's son-in-law. So if he could establish a connection with the Een Financial Group, his turnaround would be effortless. The man knelt and begged, "Miss Gu, if you just speak up, I can get divorced. My wife is very fierce. I've endured enough for so many years. My feelings for Minjing are sincere." But behind his back, he revealed a cunning smile. "Rong Yun Minjing is now pregnant with my child. This is my chance to turn things around. I can also get rid of that shrew at home. In the future, I can finally have everything I want." How stupid is this girl? Because she was worried that getting pregnant before marriage would affect her status in the Cloud family. She hid the news and secretly went to the hospital for surgery alone. The man calculated how to climb up this big tree of the film and television financial group, fantasizing about having everything he wanted in the future. This shameless request made Cece's face turn cold. She's surnamed Gu, not Cloud. How could she make decisions for the Cloud family? Breaking up a marriage can bring bad karma. I want to accumulate blessings for my son. How could I do such an unethical thing? This farce had nothing to do with her anyway. Gu Cece turned to bid farewell to the Cloud couple. Cloud Minjing in the ward cried loudly in desperation. "Sister Cece, I'm begging you. Please agree. I have no way out. The Lin family is already yours, but he's all I have left." Cloud Minjing's parents also rushed over and knelt down to beg her. "For the sake of sisterhood, please help Minjing." Gu Cece was startled, losing her balance. She stepped back several steps, falling into a warm embrace. In Sikhen smiled and said, "Little mole, if you beg your husband, I'll help you." Gu Cece glared at him, both embarrassed and angry. "Don't give me weird nicknames. Besides, I'm still angry. You still want me to beg you." At this moment, Muruona also received a message from Shang Ke, but she didn't want to respond at all. If it weren't for his instructions to In Sikhen, Cece wouldn't have to be so despicable now. Cece cleared her throat lightly, reminding her father, "I can't interfere in this matter. If you need to transfer hospitals, I can help. For other things, I'm afraid I can't assist. Mr. Cloud finally realized Cloud Minjing's family was indeed being a bit unreasonable. He quickly spoke up to help defuse the situation. She's only been in the Cloud family for a few days. She won't interfere in Cloud family matters. Hearing this, Cloud Minjing became anxious. With a pale face, she stumbled out of the ward, holding her stomach. She fell to her knees. After what happened, I no longer have the right to compete with you. Now the Cloud family is all yours. I've lost the right to be a mother. Saying this, she lowered her head, thinking intensely, why did I come to this godforsaken place, sacrificing my child's life? While this woman can reap all the benefits, effortlessly gaining the love of the Cloud family and her husband, now I must drag Goose Cece into this no matter what. I have no way out anymore. I must get married. Goose Cece's face looked unpleasant. I don't want the Lin family at all. Breaking up other people's families is something I absolutely don't want to do. If it weren't for Mr. and Mrs. Cloud's sake, I would have left this dirty place long ago. In Sikhen pulled her into his arms lovingly and teased, little wildcat, won't you beg me yet? Actually, Cloud Minjing is right. Because of this scandal, she's no longer suitable to be named under Mr. Cloud. In other words, if we get rid of her now, you'll be the Cloud family's young lady. Just nod, and I'll help you take over the Cloud family. Although in the eyes of my Yin family, the Cloud family isn't considered a prestigious household, and their status isn't quite matching. However, the Cloud family does have some standing and influence in the cultural world. It might make my mother back down and recognize you again. Cece, you're always so insecure. Don't you know this will hinder your progress? Your man isn't as useless as you think. Being cordial with Ran Shiwei is because I can't let my mother be distracted. These few days are the time for his last treatment course. I can't let him have any worries. Once we get through this period, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. So, little wildcat, do you really not want me to help you? Een Sichen's thin lips were barely touching Cece's. Gu Cece was flustered by his words. In this situation, I really seem to be a bit out of my depth. But if he intervenes, wouldn't the relationship between the Een group and the Cloud family be indirectly acknowledged? Is he planning to voluntarily accept the role of the Cloud family's son-in-law? For someone as proud as him, is he really willing to do this? Gu Cece's heart stirred, her eyes instantly softening. Een Sichen's lips curled into a smile. Don't hesitate anymore. With me here, he secretly thought to himself, my little wildcat looks so beautiful when she smiles. Gu Cece had to admit, Een Sichen's words were really tempting. Moreover, his gentleness had a magical power that made her greedily want more. Gu Cece avoided his gaze and awkwardly said, all right, I'm asking for your help. Een Sikhen satisfiedly patted her head, but that mischievous smile looked just like the devil Satan. He gazed at her, then embraced Cece and looked at that man, saying coldly, you can now call your wife. Tell her that Een Sikhen has agreed to promise you a very prominent position. The rest is up to you to discuss. Cece has already acknowledged you two as parents. Although the Een family doesn't care for relatives, I'll still call you godfather and godmother. He said, looking at the Cloud couple, I don't know what you think about this. His proactive friendliness scared Mr. and Mrs. Cloud into a cold sweat. To have the CEO of the mighty entertainment conglomerate call me dad is quite shocking. They quickly encouraged themselves. I'm a person who has seen the world. Stay calm. Pretending to be calm, they said, Sikhen, you're so thoughtful. You and Cece are married, so naturally, you're our son-in-law. Only then did Een Sikhen show a satisfied smile. Then I'll trouble Dad to handle the following matters, he said, holding Cece's hand. She's pregnant and can't be too tired. We'll head back first. The man kneeling on the ground heard this and lowered his head, revealing a triumphant smile. Inwardly, he laughed wildly. Great. Een Sikhen has become my brother-in-law. Just then a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed in, crying out, Zhang Guodong, you heartless man. She lunged forward, grabbing the man's clothes and cursing, you ungrateful beast. Zhang Guodong smiled shamelessly. Since you're here, let's lay everything out in the open today. I'll just ask my brother-in-law for help. He said if you agree to divorce, he'll give you a well-paid position. Een Sikhen raised an eyebrow, smiling mischievously. It seemed the show was about to begin. The young lady's first taste of forbidden fruit unexpectedly led to pregnancy. To inherit the family fortune, she went to the hospital alone. After the procedure, she was told it would be difficult to have children in the future. Cloud Minjing's family was kneeling, begging Gu Cece to help the man divorce. Just then, the original wife suddenly showed up, cursing, "You heartless beast!" Zhang Guodong smiled shamelessly. "Since you're here, let's lay everything out in the open today. I'll just ask my brother-in-law for help. He said if you agree to divorce, he'll give you a well-paid position." The original wife was suddenly stunned. She never thought that after years of marriage, her husband could say such things. Gu Cece felt utterly disgusted. A man in his 40s calling her sister and sick-hand brother-in-law, treating his wife like this before even divorcing. What would happen if he really married Cloud Minjing? Gu Cece's gaze turned to the family of three, but she was shocked by this bizarre scene. Cloud Minjing and her parents were actually smiling. Despite such a situation, their expressions showed not a hint of shame. Where had their moral compass gone? Mu Ruona calmly reminded, "This Zhang Guodong drives a BMW C4. From this, it's clear that this man's family isn't necessarily poor." Gu Cece finally realized, so Cloud Minjing wasn't a good person either. Thinking carefully now, although the Cloud family was a local prestigious family, in terms of economic power, they didn't really rank very high locally. Moreover, Cloud Minjing's family was even less significant. The first time she met Cloud Minjing, he used reverse psychology to prevent her from coming to the Cloud family. It wasn't until later, when she hinted that she didn't care about the Cloud family's wealth, and that there would be a large sum of money after the child was born, that he stopped resisting her and accepted her again. Unexpectedly this time, they've even managed to manipulate both me and Een Sikhen. I was indeed too naive. I've been used. I don't know about Een Sikhen and Mu Luo, but they probably saw through it from the beginning. She immediately glared at Een Sikhen in annoyance. This guy deliberately didn't say anything, just waiting for me to ask for his help. And Cloud Minjing's family, constantly saying that they didn't know about his affair with Zhang Guodong. They probably knew a lot, didn't they? It's clear they want to take over. At this moment, Mrs. Zhang, who was unaware, was still fighting with that beast. Her sharp, long nail scratched across the man's face, leaving a bloody mark. Seeing this, Cloud Minjing slapped her. She also insulted her, saying, "You fat bitch. Have you finished cursing? Face reality. The one he truly loves is me." Unexpectedly, this little slut dared to hit her. Mrs. Zhang was completely enraged. She suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from her bag and charged at the two of them. "Today, I'll fight to the death with you two shameless dogs." Cloud Minjing didn't expect her to become so violent, but being physically weak, she couldn't escape. She turned and lunged towards Gu Cece's direction, pulling her in front as a shield. The fruit knife in Mrs. Zhang's hand was already lunging towards Cece. Gu Cece turned pale with fright, instinctively protecting the child in her belly. But after a long while, the knife didn't fall. Cece opened her eyes in surprise. She saw Een Sichen's tall, broad figure firmly shielding her. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Zhang Guodong cursed in shock. "Are you crazy? You've hurt the CEO of the Een Group. You're finished." Mrs. Zhang's previous ferocity instantly vanished. She fell to the ground, trembling all over, frozen in place. She had actually hurt the CEO of the Een Group. Gu Cece suddenly came to her senses, looking at the wound on the CEO's arm. She cried out, "How could you be so foolish? Didn't you know to dodge?" Een Sichen's gaze was deep as he said softly, "But if I had dodged, what if you got hurt? This little wound is nothing. Even if it cost me my life, I wouldn't hesitate." Hearing this, Gu Cece was overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing his pained expression, Een Sikhen felt the knife wound was worth it. With a mischievous smile, he leaned in close. "Kiss me, and it won't hurt anymore." Gu Cece's face turned red as she pushed him away. "What time is this for such jokes?" Mrs. Cloud also reacted. "Our family doctor is here too. I'll call him over to bandage the wound." Gu Cece anxiously ran to call the doctor herself to treat Sichen's injury. Mu Ruona saw through his ploy and said irritably, "You old fox, be careful not to overdo it." Een Sikhen made a shushing gesture, revealing a smug smile. At this moment, Cloud Minjing thought resentfully, how annoying, he actually escaped unscathed. The next second, she met Een Sichen's chilling gaze and immediately trembled in fear. Soon the doctor arrived to treat Een Sichen's wound. Gu Cece felt both concerned and guilty. It looked very painful. Een Sikhen looked pitifully at Cece. "I'm hurt. Can I stay with you at the Cloud House tonight? You see, I left in a hurry and didn't even bring my assistant. Plus, I'm injured now. Hearing him repeatedly emphasize his injury, Muruona couldn't help but curse inwardly. This guy is really an old fox. But Cece actually agreed. He got hurt because of me. Refusing this request seems inhumane. Muruona was exasperated. This little girl is so gullible. She's being completely devoured by this big fox, Insikhen. Hearing Gu Cece nod in agreement, Insikhen smiled happily. This smile instantly dazzled everyone's eyes. They couldn't help but sigh at his devilishly handsome face. Yu Minjing glared at Gu Cece with a venomous expression. Originally, her plan was to kill two birds with one stone. She wanted to use Zhang Guodong's wife's hand to get rid of Gu Cece's child, and also use In Sichen's anger to completely deal with Zhang Guodong's wife. But now the plan had completely changed. I must say something to smooth things over. Cloud Minjing reluctantly stepped forward again. She was about to say something, but noticed that piercing gaze warning her. This terrifying man, was he planning to settle scores with her? How cunning the CEO was, shielding his wife from the knife, deliberately getting hurt just to gain her forgiveness. Cloud Minjing had originally planned to use Zhang Guodong's wife's hand to get rid of Gu Cece's child. She also wanted to use In Sichen's anger to completely deal with Zhang Guodong's wife. But now the plan had completely changed. She reluctantly stepped forward again, about to say something, but noticed that piercing gaze warning her. This terrifying man, was he planning to settle scores with her? The CEO spoke coldly, without mercy. Since Cloud Ming lost her virginity before marriage, she's no longer fit to be her parents' stepdaughter. Hearing this, Cloud Minjing's schemes instantly vanished. She couldn't believe it. What did he say? Mr. Cloud also nodded, saying, I was just about to tell you about this matter. After what happened to Minjing, she can no longer be my daughter. You should take her back. I'll find a suitable reason. I won't let Minjing be too embarrassed. Hearing this, Cloud Minjing's family looked very displeased. Her mother wanted to argue, but facing In Sichen's intimidating gaze, she instantly trembled in fear and dared not speak. Since Cloud Minjing was no longer part of the Cloud family's main line, Cece didn't need to concern herself with this matter at all. In Sichen gently took Cece's hand. Then we'll head back first. Cece is very tired. She needs rest. So they left Cloud Minjing and Zhang Guodong's family behind, turning to leave in a grand manner. After returning to the Cloud House, Gu Cece carefully examined In Sichen's wound. Seeing her concern for him, In Sichen's eyes grew even more tender. Gu Cece said with a pained expression, Don't be so foolish in the future. Look at your injury. How will you work these next few days? In Sichen pretended to be troubled. You reminded me. My arm is injured. It's inconvenient even to eat. The next second he added tenderly, But to save you, it's all worth it. Gu Cece felt both heartache and anger. He's using those cheesy pickup lines again. In this situation, who has the mood to listen to those? In Sichen took the opportunity to pull Cece onto his lap. Considering I'm injured, can you listen to my explanation properly? Remembering the previous events, Cece pouted angrily. What is there to explain? Isn't it just like that? In Sichen flicked her forehead in annoyance. Even if you're jealous, at least let me finish explaining before you get upset. He sighed helplessly. If it weren't for my good nature, I would have lost patience long ago. Gu Cece's mouth twitched hearing this. How could he say that? You're the most terrifying person in the world. In Sichen looked helpless. I admit I was wrong that day. But at that time, you didn't give me a chance to explain. Then when you got angry, I was just focused on being upset and forgot to explain to you. This shameless attempt to shift blame made Cece shout angrily. Then why are you explaining now? In Sichen suddenly became serious. Because I don't want to lose you. Hearing this, Gu Cece was stunned. He just said he doesn't want to lose me. A blush appeared on In Sichen's face. He coughed awkwardly. Since childhood, I've been the family's golden child. When I was young, I was naturally flamboyant and self-centered. Gu Cece couldn't help but think to herself, You're still very self-centered now. In Sichen continued, Ran Shiwei and I grew up together. I only had sibling-like feelings for her. As I grew older, Ran Shiwei became very dependent on me. We naturally ended up together. But 2 years later, she suddenly left without a word. I couldn't understand why she was avoiding me. That's why I searched for her all over the world. I can't quite explain my feelings at that time now. But it wasn't love. It was more like not accepting defeat. After all, I was the golden child, used to being pampered. Hearing this, Gu Cece was speechless. What do you mean not accepting defeat? You're just being a spoiled brat. In Sikhen continued reminiscing. My parents forcibly brought me back from Europe. On a mountain road in China, we suddenly had a car accident. My father disappeared, without a trace. My mother, in order to push me out, had her legs crushed by the overturned car. From that day on, I vowed never to let anyone hurt my mother again. Because of my father's disappearance, grandmother took control of the film and TV financial group again. I also started following grandmother's arrangements, gradually taking over the family business. The vastness of the film and TV financial group is beyond your imagination. As the direct heir, I naturally face covetousness and attacks from countless collateral branches. To secure my position, I had to be more ruthless than them. That's why I am who I am now, and why the film and TV financial group is what it is now. But Cece, you know what? These things are actually not difficult for me at all. For me, the hardest thing is to have a complete relationship. After this car accident, my mother's personality changed drastically. Grandmother and I sent her to a sanatorium in South America for a 6-year treatment. During this period, we absolutely cannot stimulate her emotions. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Insiken suddenly held Cece's hand, looking somewhat nervous. I like you. I hope you can trust me this once. What I'm about to say will upset you, but you still need to believe me, okay? That day, my mother called and explicitly demanded that I divorce you and marry Ranshiwei. To appease my mother, I agreed. In an instant, Gu Cece's expression turned pale. In Sikhen hurriedly explained, I won't let go. I won't let you leave. I will properly resolve the matter with Ranshiwei. Please hold on for about half a month. By then, my mother will finish her treatment and return. I will try my best to make her accept you. I just want to ask you one thing. That day in the cinema, when you said you wanted to be with me despite all obstacles, was it true or false? This CEO begged desperately, only because his mother wanted him to abandon his wife and marry his childhood playmate instead. Gu Cece cried out, I can't accept this. In Sikhen anxiously asked, I just want to ask you one thing. That day in the cinema, when you said you wanted to be with me despite all obstacles, was it true or false? Hearing this, Cece stopped moving. I do want to walk this path with him too. Recalling the scene since we met, he has truly been good to me. It's just because of Ranshiwei's appearance. But can I really do it? Do I really have the courage to stand against his mother? That day on the phone, his attitude was very clear. He doesn't like me at all. He hates me. He even hates my child. But to give up just like this, I really can't bear it. This man who has opened his heart to me. As if sensing her thoughts, In Sikhen suddenly felt panic. He authoritatively shouted, I won't let you leave. I don't want to hear you refuse. If you refuse, even if it costs me everything, I'll keep you by my side. Gu Cece sighed helplessly. I understand. I'll try my best. Hearing this ambiguous answer, In Sikhen was still unsatisfied. What kind of answer is that? He hugged Gu Cece tightly from behind, saying passionately, I hope the person who accompanies me for the rest of my life is you. Gu Cece sighed helplessly. Their future path would probably be very difficult. 2 days later, Gu Cece returned to the company. After signing the last document, she frowned slightly and asked, Why is this project in Yuanshan County so slow? There's still no progress. The employee explained with difficulty. It's not that I don't want to make progress quickly, but the local situation there is indeed complex. There are many ethnic minorities there, and they are protected by many policies. So it's difficult to implement. You may not know, but the Mo family is very familiar with this area. Hearing this, Gu Cece also became troubled. This was indeed a bit thorny. Just then, Muruona suddenly rushed in looking pitiful. Cece, can I discuss something with you? My boss is coming. When he comes looking for me, please say I'm with you. I just met a cute guy in a game yesterday, and we hit it off. I plan to go meet him. I don't know how my boss sensed it, but he said he's coming personally. We're good friends. You have to help me. Otherwise, I'll never get married in this life. Gu Cece asked curiously. So where do you plan to meet him? Muruona answered lazily. Yuanshan County. The cute guy said his father is the chief of a large village. Maybe I'll be the village mistress. Speaking of this, Ruona's eyes lit up. With a dreamy expression, she said, You know, I've always been curious about what ethnic minority villages are like, so I want to take this chance to see. Gu Cece's eyes immediately brightened. Do you want me to go with you? Muruona immediately looked at her with a horrified expression. Are you crazy? Would In Sikhen let you go? Gu Cece smiled mysteriously. What if I say we all go? This way, you won't be afraid of being exposed. You're just going for work, you know? Mu Ruona smiled cunningly. That's not a bad idea. Your intelligence is growing. But how do you plan to persuade the others? Gu Cece replied. I'll just say I want to go there for fun, and invite everyone to go eat, drink, and have fun together. It's a perfect chance to learn about the ethnic minority culture there. We can quickly settle the company project. Lulu happily hugged Cece's face and gave her a kiss. Thank you so much. The next day, Gu Cece and her group set off in RVs, accompanied by a fleet of off-road vehicles. They headed towards Yuanshan County in grand style. Mu Ruona kept hugging Cece and kissing her. You've done so much to help me. I'm really grateful. Gu Cece cautioned worriedly. I've paved the way for you. Don't go overboard with your cute guy. Mu Ruona happily assured her not to worry. I'll meet him alone first. We'll see if there's any chemistry before deciding anything. This cute guy's family is in the food business. I'll bring you some delicious treats later. Then I'll happily go chat with the cute guy. Gu Cece and Mo Zishuan sat at a small table by the window, playing chess. Mo Zishuan gently placed a piece. I didn't expect you to invite me and my brother. Gu Cece also placed a piece. Why are you being so formal with me? She looked at Mu Ruona with a smile in her eyes. Everyone's been working hard lately. It's perfectly fine to relax this weekend. Mo Zishuan saw her expression and sighed. You're really good to Ruona. Gu Cece replied seriously because she's also very good to me. In this short half year, we've been through so much. She's the only one who's always been there for me when I cry, when I laugh, always thinking of me, staying by my side. Hearing this, Mo Zishuan felt immense pressure. It seems I have a long way to go to gain Gu Cece's favor. I need to work hard to become a super best friend. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt motivated. At this moment, Mu Ruona didn't know she already had a competitor. She was happily thinking about video chatting with the cute guy. But as soon as the video call started, she was faced with a dark-skinned face shouting, "You're so beautiful." Mu Ruona was stunned. She felt her maiden heart shatter into pieces. She stared blankly at this man. The gap with what I imagined is a bit too big. I'm really far behind the boss. He would never be so superficial as to only look at someone's face. The next second, she was startled. Why did she suddenly think of the boss? The man in the video was still exclaiming in amazement. Who are those two pretty girls behind you? Are they your friends? Why don't you call them over to meet? My friend is also single. Mu Ruona replied coldly. They're not people that just anyone can easily meet. After saying this, she made an excuse that she had something to do. She directly hung up the video and closed the computer. Feeling a bit depressed, she thought it was really cheap. Why did she instinctively compare these men with Shanka? What's so good about him? Ran Shiwei is such a big white lotus, yet he cherishes her like a treasure. She wanted to crumple up the scene before her eyes and throw it in the trash. Let him dote on her, just don't bother me. At this moment, Gu Cece was staring at the chessboard, hesitating about where to place the piece in her hand. Unexpectedly, Mo Zishuan's chess style was quite sharp, completely at odds with his appearance. Mu Ruona came over to watch for a while, then picked up a piece and placed it for Cece. Mo Zishuan glared at her disapprovingly. Observe silently when watching chess. Mu Ruona, the true gentleman, didn't care. I'm a lady, not a gentleman. I'm putting it here. The two locked eyes, sparks flying. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. How fortunate this woman is, with two best friends jealous over her. Two CEOs also at odds over her. At this moment, Mu Ruona was full of confidence, placing a piece decisively. Mo Zishuan looked at her, smiling meaningfully. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure, Mu Ruona replied defiantly. The two were full of fighting spirit, like a 1,000-year-old fox spirit facing off against Nie Xiaoqian. Mo Zishuan confidently placed his piece slowly, a smug smile on his lips. Don't regret it. Just as she was about to lose, Mu Ruona suddenly retracted her move. You haven't placed your piece yet. I'll go this way instead. Watching the two bicker in battle, Gu Cece smiled slightly. She stood up, remarking on what a pleasant journey this was while pouring herself a glass of ice water. But before Gu Cece could drink it, it was snatched away by a suddenly appearing hand. Mo Zishin said, disapprovingly, the weather's already cool. You're still drinking ice water? He turned to instruct his assistant to bring her a glass of warm water. Gu Cece smiled and waved it off. It's fine. I'm not that delicate. Mo Zishin's blue eyes held a gentle smile. Carrying the fourth-generation air of the film and television fortune, it's okay to be a bit delicate. Perhaps it was Mo Zishin's gaze too focused and intense. Gu Cece felt he was being a bit too enthusiastic towards her, seeing Cece's face stiffen as she avoided his gaze. A flash of faint disappointment and melancholy crossed Mo Zixin's eyes. Gu Cece quickly changed the subject. Mr. Mo, do you have any specific plans for this trip? How should we communicate with the 6 major families? Mo Zixin instantly snapped back, smiling as he answered, We'll split up. Mr. Een and I will each be responsible for communicating with 3 families. Hearing this, Gu Cece suddenly understood. No wonder they all came with RVs and vehicle fleets. At this moment, Een Sichin's voice came from behind. Indeed, we need to come see for ourselves to understand clearly. The situation here seems even more thorny than we imagined. Luo Zixin revealed a smile full of fighting spirit. That's what makes it challenging, isn't it? Hearing these challenging words, Een Sikhen smiled calmly, accepting the challenge. Watching the 2 lock eyes fiercely, Gu Cece felt there were sparks flying between them, and the 2 best friends battling it out on the chessboard beside them were the same. She could only boredly look at the scenery outside the window. The journey was filled with beautiful mountains and clear waters, breathtakingly gorgeous. Yuanshan County is so beautiful. Why don't they develop tourism? Mo Zixin looked in the direction she was pointing. It's a good idea, but also the most unrealistic one. Yuanshan Village in Yuanshan County is actually a place for ancestor worship. They won't let strangers enter freely. Hearing this, Gu Cece and Een Sikhen were both shocked. That place was actually for ancestor worship. Mo Zixin began to recount the history of this place. The reason Yuanshan Village is so large is that all 6 major families have villagers guarding their ancestors. They pass this duty down through generations. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. So, Cece, there are benefits to you coming to Yuanshan County. Hearing this, Gu Cece was stunned. What connection did the Cloud family have with Yuanshan County? This long journey was really beyond her expectations. Mo Zixin began to tell a little-known history. Legend has it that when the ancient dynasty occupied this area, the local people spontaneously formed organizations to resist, but they were later tragically defeated. The 6 major families leading the resistance suffered unimaginably cruel physical punishments. Later, it was the Cloud family who intervened, saving the lives of their descendants. But the ancient dynasty was still wary, so they made them live in Yuanshan County for generations, unable to leave. So Cece, although you're not born a Cloud, you're now a daughter of the Cloud family. They won't give you trouble out of respect for the Cloud family. Hearing this, Gu Cece finally understood. So that's how it was. The Cloud family was useful to them. Mo Zixin smiled and continued his introduction. Later, when the ancient dynasty fell, they made this place their roots, living here for generations. To this day, they still guard the bones of their ancestors and ancestral shrines here. Although these people have a strong sense of family identity, they also have a strong sense of overall interest. However, each family will have some things they'd rather keep hidden and some unknown weaknesses. What we need to do now is find their weaknesses, target these weaknesses, and then find solutions. After Mo Zixin's explanation, Gu Cece understood that this was indeed the only way now. She couldn't help but wonder if Een Sikhen thought the same way, about exploiting others' weaknesses and such. But thinking about the man's domineering nature, she felt she was overthinking it. Given his style, it was certain Een Sikhen, being watched, thought Cece was tired and suggested she rest first. I'll go arrange the bonfire party. Hearing this, Gu Cece was surprised. She didn't know there was such a thing. Mo Zixin smiled and chimed in. We've already informed Yuanshan Village in advance. The 6 group leaders have prepared a bonfire party to welcome us. They also know that the Cloud family's newly adopted daughter is visiting. So, tonight's standards will be surprisingly high. But don't worry, your status as the Cloud family's adopted daughter won't cause you any trouble. At this point, Mo Zixin looked away, afraid he might burst out laughing. For some reason, Gu Cece had the impression that Mr. Mo's smile seemed quite lewd. What secret does this woman have to make all the young men in the village enthusiastically confess to her? The CEO husband was jealous and fuming. Een Sikhen came over with a few people, seeming to be giving instructions. He turned to see Gu Cece, smiling and waiting for him. His eyes immediately softened. softened. The couple's relationship had warmed up considerably these past few days. He intimately held her hand. Smiling, he said, "Let me introduce you. This is the village chief." Behind him are the leaders of the 6 major families. Gu Cece smiled gently. She politely greeted, "Hello, village chief." "Hello, 6 leaders." Im Guam Shishi. This smile stunned them for quite a while. Suddenly, the village chief's eyes filled with tears. Emotionally, he said, "Miss Cloud, you've returned." Cece explained awkwardly. "Although I look very similar to Yin Nua, I'm not Yin Nua." But the village chief shook his head. "I know you're not Miss Yin Nua, but you are still a Miss Cloud." Hearing this, Gu Cece recalled what Moz Shin had said. The Cloud family had done favors for Yuanshan village, so they were enthusiastic towards her. Guessing at the situation, she thought it was probably a case of transferred affection. One of the leaders stepped forward and said to everyone, "Everyone, please." The village chief gave Cece a meaningful look. Along with the others, he invited everyone into the village. Muruona looked around absent-mindedly. That man said he was the village chief, right? Since the village chief had arrived, he would appear too, right? She haphazardly covered her face. At this time, In Sikhen and Moz Shin's outstanding appearances attracted the attention of many women. And the 3 women, each with their own charm, also caught the eyes of many young men. Just then, several young men were pushing and shoving each other, wanting to chat with Cece. In Sichen's face darkened, glaring at them menacingly. Frightened, the young men trembled. Noticing the gazes on her, Gu Cece was puzzled. "Are you looking for me?" Indeed, seeing Cece looking at them, the young men all froze. Gu Cece was confused, looking at the young men without understanding. Finally, one young man gathered his courage. He handed over an exquisite little wooden house, but stammered and couldn't speak. Gu Cece took the little wooden house, tentatively asking, "Is this for me?" Hearing her speak to him, the young man immediately covered his face and ran away shyly. Gu Cece was bewildered, holding the delicate handicraft. "What's going on? What does this mean?" In Sichen's face darkened further. "Is this the kind of gift Cece likes? No wonder she didn't like the screaming chicken I gave her." The village chief explained with a smile. "The Cloud family are benefactors of Yuanshan village, so Cloud family members are always our honored guests." Hearing this, Gu Cece suddenly understood. So she was benefiting from the Cloud family's reputation. No wonder these past few days, despite the project not going smoothly, both In Sikhen and Moz Shin seemed very calm. It seems they must have known about this all along, knowing I would be very welcomed by the villagers. When I suggested an outing to Yuanshan village, they didn't object and agreed very quickly. Looking at the backs of the 2 smug-looking people, she couldn't help but curse them as old foxes in her mind. The village chief led the 3 of them to his home as guests. The entire house was a circular building. The spacious courtyard was paved with bluestone, giving a sense of historical weight. The building had 3 floors. Each floor had many rooms. Gu Cece was amazed by this cultural heritage-like building. "This house must be quite old." Seeing her reaction, the village chief proudly answered, "This house is over 100 years old." Cece was quite curious. How did Yuanshan village escape unscathed during the war era? The village chief sighed, falling into memories. "We still have to thank the Cloud family for that. Back then, the Cloud family's patriarch used a classic, out-of-print book to exchange for Yuanshan village's safety. So the Cloud family is truly Yuanshan village's great benefactor." Hearing this, Gu Cece pondered. It seems the Cloud family's book collection is truly priceless. But why were the Cloud family ancestors so selflessly protective of Yuanshan village? From ancient times until now, the Cloud family has always played the role of guardian. What deep connection did the Cloud family have with Yuanshan village? Moz Shin, following behind, was also somewhat alert. "Don't you feel the villagers' attitude towards us is too enthusiastic?" Lulu replied indifferently. "What's wrong with that?" Moz Shin continued. "Don't you think it's abnormal? The village chief not only didn't refuse our arrival, but welcomed us so grandly. The Cloud family has done favors for Yuanshan village, but the village chief and others should know why we're here. I feel like Yuanshan village has set up a net. Their prey isn't us, but Gu Cece." Muruona also felt the villagers' attitude was too warm when they first entered the village. What do they want to get from Gu Cece? If there really is some plot we don't know about, let them come at us. We're not easy to bully. Besides, with the Mo family status, can't we handle this small matter? Mo Zixin thought dissatisfiedly. Why should our Mo family take the blame for this? But he still explained competitively. Forcefully resolving it would hurt Yuanshan village and inevitably damage relations with the Ning family. Muruona smiled optimistically. Maybe things aren't as bad as we think. Let's see how Cece decides. But if something really happens, I'll protect Cece even without your Mo family. Mo Zixin snorted coldly. How boastful. Seeing these two women confronting each other fiercely, Gu Cece was speechless. Why are they arguing again? She sighed inwardly. It's really difficult. One mountain can't hide two tigers, let alone two tigresses. The group was invited into the house by the village chief. They were drinking tea and talking. Just then, a dark-skinned boy walked in. As soon as Mu Ruona saw him, her expression changed drastically. She quickly pulled down Cece's hat to cover her. I didn't expect he would still appear. What background does this woman have? The bracelet on her hand can command the whole village, and she shares the same face with their ancestor. Everyone was drinking tea and chatting at the village chief's house. A dark-skinned boy walked in. As soon as Mu Ruona saw him, her expression changed drastically. She quickly pulled down Cece's hat to cover her. But even so, that boy still noticed her. He enthusiastically said he was glad to see her. Seeing Mu Ruona, tears streamed down his face. It seems what she tried to avoid couldn't be avoided after all. She decided to formally introduce herself gracefully. I'm Mu Ruona, 25 years old this year. The boy's eyes sparkled as he looked at her. I'm Tsang Sheng, 20 years old. A woman 3 years older is a gold brick. 5 years older rides a tiger. I don't mind, I like it. Gu Cece and Mo Zixin huddled together, giggling. So, she likes young meat. Muruona looked over, embarrassed and angry. What are you two laughing at? At this moment, Een Siken instructed his bodyguards to bring out the gifts they had brought. The village chief smiled with some surprise. You two are too kind. It's our blessing that you could come to Yuanshan village. But I still have to advise you all on one thing. Please don't take offense. Een Siken chuckled with natural dominance. Village chief, if you have something to say, just say it directly. The village chief looked at him with slightly sunken eyes. In his heart, he judged this man to be very dangerous. Although the village welcomes guests to visit, please do not set foot in the ancestral halls of various clans. Except for Miss Cloud. Cece, who was specifically mentioned, was stunned for a moment. Why except for me? Is it because of the Cloud family's connection again? Mo Zixin wasn't surprised at all and nodded with a smile. He thanked him for the reminder. The village chief said helplessly, I know your intentions, but it's a major matter that I, as a village chief, can't decide. I may have to disappoint everyone's wishes. Please take these gifts back. Een Siken chuckled. You may have misunderstood. We're just here for an outing. Work is secondary. The outing is the main theme. Hearing this, the village chief relaxed a bit. Oh, I see. That's great. But then Een Siken changed the subject. I heard the government intends to relocate Yuanshan village. I wonder how true this news is. He looked up at Mo Zixin as he spoke. Mr. Mo, have you heard about this? Mo Zixin cooperatively answered that he had naturally heard about it. However, this unfinished half-sentence made the village chief's heart suddenly tense. Yuanshan village has been rooted here for hundreds of years. How can we just relocate? If the village moves, what about the ancestral halls? He looked over with a hint of pleading. Mr. Mo, isn't there any other way? Mo Zixin sighed helplessly. The Mo family has a position in military and political affairs, but this is a decision from above. The Mo family can't interfere. The village chief's heart sank suddenly. The atmosphere became tense at once. Een Siken picked up his tea. He took a light sniff. The village chief's best tea is only SOSO. It's clear that the economic benefits here may not be very great. For those in power, is a village more important or a trillion-dollar project more important? Gu Cece looked at him. She was somewhat speechless. This Een Siken was always so arrogant and domineering. The village chief's face turned slightly ashen. Was this meant to make him see the reality of the situation? As he was deep in thought, he heard the other party continue. We brought enough equipment when we came. We can camp outdoors. We won't disturb the villagers' lives at all. Startled, regardless of their intentions, Letting Miss Cloud stay in the outskirts would get me scolded to death by the villagers. He quickly said it's not possible to let guests stay outside. I've already prepared guest rooms. Please don't refuse. In Sikhen graciously replied, then we'll gratefully accept. Consider these gifts as our payment for lodging. Seeing the village chief's nervous look, Cece felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you, village chief. Sorry for the trouble. Hearing Cece speak to him, the village chief cheered up. Miss Cloud, you're too kind. It's our village's honor to have you here. At this moment, he noticed the bracelet on Cece's wrist. The village chief was stunned instantly. Unable to look away, after a while he said abruptly, this bracelet is indeed for Miss Cloud. Hearing this, Cece was surprised. You recognize this bracelet? The village chief nodded. He explained that this bracelet was given by the former village chief of Yuanshan village to someone. Whoever wears this bracelet, no matter what request they make, the village cannot refuse. In Sikhen and Mo Zishin's gazes simultaneously fell on Cece's wrist. They were full of surprise. Gu Cece didn't expect that the bracelet Mrs. Cloud gave her was equivalent to an imperial edict in Yuanshan village. She hesitated for a moment whether to use this bracelet to request Yuanshan village's cooperation with the project. Mu Ruona leaned over and whispered that this bracelet represents a promise. Don't use it casually. In Sikhen and Mo Zishin can handle this matter. So don't waste Yuanshan village's promise carelessly. Gu Cece finally realized and nodded to show she understood. In Sikhen looked at Mu Ruona approvingly. The woman Shanka chose was indeed not bad. Seeing that the topic had ended, the village chief took the initiative to lead them to the guest rooms to rest. At this moment, Mu Ruona suddenly shivered, feeling a strange presence. She turned her head to see Tsang Sheng looking at her with bright eyes like a little puppy. She was startled. She grabbed the shy young man and rushed out the door to chat. Gu Cece followed them out worriedly. She saw Tsang Sheng walking over with teary eyes. Mu Ruona stood helplessly beside him. Judging by his appearance, he must have been rejected by Ruona. Feeling a bit sympathetic, she said softly, "Can you keep me company for a chat? I'm feeling bored." Under the moonlight, Gu Cece's pure face seemed to emit a soft glow. Tsang Sheng was momentarily stunned. In his mind, there was only one thought. Miss Gu is so beautiful. Noticing his focused gaze, Cece curiously asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Tsang Sheng quickly waved his hand. "I just suddenly felt that Miss Gu looks like the woman in the portrait hanging in the ancestral hall. Look, I took this photo when my father wasn't paying attention. See for yourself if it looks similar." He took out his phone and handed it over. On it was a portrait of a classical beauty. This is the Cloud family's ancestor. 300 years ago, this benefactor agreed to marry a prince in exchange for Yuanshan village's peace for 100 years. Gu Cece looked at this picture. It was unbelievable. How could it be such a coincidence? I look exactly like Yin Nua. It's already strange enough, and now I even resemble an ancestor of the Cloud family. A woman explores the ancestral hall late at night, but she's attracted by a mysterious portrait. She dreams of living through her past life. Gu Cece stood at the door, silently encouraging herself. With a clear conscience, fear no accusation. No need to be afraid. As soon as she entered, a strange feeling came over her. Through the swirling smoke, the portrait on the wall was revealed. It was the one Tsang Sheng had shown her. Everything here felt so familiar, as if she had been here before. When she gazed intently at the woman's portrait, her vision began to blur. The woman in the painting seemed to come alive, her eyes moving, looking at her lovingly. Just then, a hand touched her shoulder. A familiar voice sounded from behind. "Don't look into her eyes." Cece was startled. She complained, "What are you doing here? Are you trying to laugh at me? Watching me make a fool of myself?" In Sikhen explained, "You were almost hypnotized just now. The person who painted this is a master. If you stare into the painting's eyes, you'll be drawn in." Gu Cece looked back again. The feeling she had when she first entered was completely gone. In Sikhen gently lifted her chin with his finger. "No wonder the people of Yuanshan village are so respectful to you. It seems to be because of this painting. I'm suddenly curious about your identity too." Gu Cece irritably swatted his finger away. "Stop it. Also, how did you know I was here?" Een Sik-hen grinned mischievously. Of course, it's because we're in sync. Gu Cece blushed and rolled her eyes. Don't flirt with me in a place like this. Song Sheng just told me that the woman in the painting agreed to marry a prince at the time to protect this place's safety. Een Sik-hen chimed in. Indeed, she's a beauty. It's not surprising that heroes fall for beauties. Cece suddenly felt dejected. Yun Nuo and I, and even the Cloud family ancestor, all have almost identical faces. But they're once-in-a-century geniuses. One became a princess. One is the campus belle of M University. It seems only I have achieved nothing, just an ordinary Gu Cece. The man snapped his fingers, interrupting her thoughts. He emphasized gently, you're not inferior to them. Don't just envy them. Your determination, strength, courage, and kindness are also beautiful qualities. Gu Cece's cheeks turned slightly red. You're making me feel embarrassed saying that. Een Sichen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Just a little praise, and you can't control yourself? You should be more reserved. You little wildcat. Gu Cece twitched her mouth. You'd better just stay as your straightforward self. Hearing that Een Sik-hen wanted to go to other halls to see if there were any discoveries beneficial to the project, Gu Cece volunteered to go along. I want to see what differences there are over there, too. As she spoke, she took the initiative to hold the man's large hand. She pulled him about to walk outside, but as soon as she took a step, she felt dizzy. Her vision went black, and she fainted. Een Sik-hen was startled. He quickly pulled her into his arms. Gently patting her pale face, he called her name in a panicked tone. But Cece couldn't hear him at all. She had fallen into a dream. In a daze, she arrived in an ancient world. It was the scene of the Cloud family ancestors' wedding day. A red-haired man in white clothes caught up. Zixiao, don't marry him. Come with me. Cloud Zixiao's eyes were sorrowful. She smiled and shook her head. It's all too late. If my sacrifice can ensure your safety, can secure the Cloud family's century-old foundation, why not sacrifice just me? Holding the man's hand for the last time. In this life, our feelings end here. As she turned to leave, his desperate cry came from behind. Zixiao, I won't let you down in this life. In the next life, I'll surely come find you. When you reincarnate, that's when I'll seek you out. Listen well, Zixiao. In the next life, I'll make you my woman again. Cloud Zixiao closed her eyes. 2 streams of tears slowly fell. A relieved smile appeared on her lips. She softly replied, all right, I'll wait for you to find me in the next life. If you can find me, I'll marry you. After saying this, she leapt onto a horse, whipping it hard to ride away. A heart-wrenching howl came from behind. No! The general only saw that man draw his sword and take his own life. The scene changed. The prince who forcibly married Zixiao had a grief-stricken face. Today I just want to ask you one thing. Did you ever love me? Cloud Zixiao lay on her sickbed, her breath fading. This question I might never be able to answer in this life. Why don't I answer this question for you in the next life? As soon as she finished speaking, she passed away. Gu Cece seemed to become Cloud Zixiao, crying along with her, tears streaming down her face. Een Sik-hen felt the person in his arms move. He quickly looked down. Gu Cece slowly opened her eyes, but cried even harder. Sik-hen, I dreamed of him. Een Sik-hen tenderly wiped the tears from her eyes. It's okay now. I'm here. Are you feeling unwell? Cece cried uncontrollably. I dreamed of the life of the person in the painting. She protected Yuanshan village for her beloved. The dream was so real. Sik-hen, I'm afraid. One man died for her. Another man was hurt for her. I don't know what this means, but it feels like it happened to me. Tears flowed uncontrollably again. I don't want to lose anyone. A woman explores the ancestral hall at night, dreaming of her past life. One man died for her. Another was hurt for her. It feels like it happened to herself, crying, not wanting to lose anyone. Een Sik-hen gently comforted her. How can a dream be taken seriously? It's okay now. But looking back at the portrait on the wall, he felt as if the woman in the painting was crying. This eerie feeling made him feel slightly uneasy inside. He immediately decided to leave this place with Cece while no one had arrived yet. Watching Een Sik-hen nimbly climb over the wall and leave, she finally understood why he could come and go from this place at will. So he had such skills. When he came out, the gatekeeper approached and asked, Miss Gu, are you all right? I thought I heard someone shouting inside just now. A hint of coldness flashed in Gu Cece's eyes. She said decisively, "You must have heard wrong." This strange aura made the gatekeeper stunned. It felt like the person from the painting had walked out. At this moment, Mu Ruona excitedly rushed over. "Finally found you. Our bonfire party is about to start." Only then did Gu Cece remember this event. She quickly tried to forget the scene in the ancestral hall. When the two arrived at the square together, the aroma of barbecue had already filled the air. Mu Ruona looked around, overwhelmed. "I can't believe there are such authentic snacks here too." She grabbed some barbecue and started eating heartily. "Although we're here for business, we're not at the company now. Being happy is most important." Gu Cece was a bit helpless. "You're really something. I heard Shang Ku is coming too. When will he arrive?" Hearing this, the smile on Mu Ruona's face instantly froze. The meat skewer suddenly didn't taste good anymore. "Why mention him at this time? I was planning to look for some handsome guys at the bonfire party tonight. Maybe even bring one back. If he comes, won't my plan be ruined?" Cece was a bit surprised. "Do you dislike your boss that much?" Mu Ruona's face was full of disgust. "Extremely. That guy can't find a wife himself, so he keeps interfering with my dating life." Gu Cece suddenly noticed someone behind with an ashen face. She quickly patted her best friend, frantically trying to warn her. Mu Ruona saw Cece winking and grimacing and asked confusedly, "What's wrong with your eyes? Are they cramping?" At this moment, a familiar cold voice came from behind. "Am I that detestable to you? It seems I've been too lenient with you." Mu Ruona was suddenly shocked. "Why are you here?" She weakly said, "Boss, have you eaten? I have some not-so-tasty meat here. If you don't mind." Gu Cece helplessly shrugged. She had warned her after all. Shang Ku stared at Ruona with a look that could kill. She shuddered. "My stomach suddenly feels unwell. I need to use the restroom first." Before she could finish speaking, she had already quickly slipped away. Shang Ku snorted coldly. "Miss Gu, you're quite capable indeed. Not only did you break up Sikhen and Chiwei, but you also made Sikhen devoted to you." Gu Cece retorted irritably, coming on so strong right away. "Short in stature, but high in ambition. Killing without a knife, huh? I know you don't like me, but is it right for you to interfere in your friend's love life like this? Your attitude towards Mu Ruona seems a bit off too. Since you have a childhood sweetheart, why are you still after Ruona? I actually think there's a nice young man in this village who would be suitable for her." Shang Ku's face turned very unpleasant. "You're actually turning this on me. Gu Cece, you're not simple." At the bonfire party, Mu Ruona sighed deeply. "Tonight's plan to hook up with handsome guys is ruined. I even prepared such a nice outfit. It seems there's no chance." Seeing the dejected Mu Ruona, Gu Cece couldn't help but feel sorry for her. At this moment, Shang Ku was still glaring at them with hostility. Gu Cece also noticed this gaze and felt a surge of inexplicable anger. She smiled and turned to the village chief. "I've always heard that the families in Yuanshan, regardless of gender, are masters of singing and dancing. Since Ruona has also learned dancing before, why don't we have a competition?" The village boys responded enthusiastically. "So Miss Ruona wants to compete with us. We'll fulfill her wish then." Mu Ruona cheered and got excited too. She pulled Mo Zixin to join in. The two of them quickly joined in with a group of young boys and girls, singing and dancing. Cece shouted from the side, "Our Ruona is still single. Boys, seize the chance." Mo Zixin laughed and chimed in, "Zixin, you should try hard too." Seeing this scene, Shang Ku's eyes were practically shooting fire. "You Gu Cece, you're really something." At this moment, Cece unconsciously glanced at the empty seat beside her. She worriedly thought about why In Sikhen hadn't arrived yet. Could he have fallen earlier? Meanwhile, In Sikhen had just changed his clothes and was preparing to attend the bonfire party. Suddenly, he heard a timid voice. His expression immediately turned displeased. "Didn't I tell you to go to the headquarters? Why are you back?" Ran Shiwei said pitifully. "The company is having a group outing. As the marketing manager, I should come along too." In Sikhen felt annoyed. Why is this woman causing trouble? Ran Shiwei clung to him crying, "What did I do wrong to make you despise me so much? Is it because of Annie's call? I'll tell Annie right away. I'll stop Annie." In Sikhen, hearing this, felt his anger surge. He shouted go, interrupting Ran Shiwei's rambling. Xiao AI, being perceptive, spoke up, "CEO, the bonfire party has already started. We should go now." In Sikhen took the opportunity to leave quickly, ignoring the pretentious Ran Shiwei. Just as Xiao AI was about to follow, she was suddenly stopped by Ran Shiwei. She quickly slipped a card to Xiao AI, but just smiled without saying anything. Xiao AI looked down and saw it was a bank card. She thoughtfully watched Ran Shiwei's retreating figure and smiled slightly. Miss Rant's level is getting more and more interesting. The CEO was burning with jealousy, dancing seductively in the deep night, showing love and tempting his wife to tease him. The bonfire party had already started. In Sikan arrived late. He immediately searched for Cece and saw a tall, handsome young man gracefully dancing in front of her. Gu Cece was clapping her hands foolishly, thinking how well he danced. In Sikan watched with intense jealousy. Do you know what this dance means? Gu Cece, you big fool. This is courtship. After the bonfire party ended, Gu Cece happily returned to her room. Suddenly, a floor lamp automatically lit up and soft music started playing. Then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before Cece's eyes. In Siken was seen gracefully dancing to the music. His waist was strong. His long legs were elegant. Every dance move was beautiful and enchanting. He danced wonderfully. The familiar music and ethnic dance were exactly what the villagers had danced earlier. Remembering Muruona, saying this dance was a courtship dance, was In Siken waiting for me to return to the room? Just to dance for me? In Sichen's eyes were full of affection, smiling brightly. Between me and the one who danced for you earlier, who danced better? Hearing this, Gu Cece realized. He was also at the scene earlier. Men are so competitive. She dreamily said, of course you're the best. No one compares. Unconsciously infected by Sichen's emotions, she slowly rotated with him. This elegantly dancing In Siken gave Cece a very warm feeling. That domineering CEO in others' eyes was now dancing with me. Looking at the man kneeling on one knee before her, the tenderness in his eyes grew more indulgent. All of this felt like a dream. Even dying in his gentleness now would be worth it. Gu Cece took the initiative to lift his chin for the first time. At this moment, Muruona was happily thinking, Yuanshan village does have handsome guys after all. Which one should I choose? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. She saw him looking at her with a cold expression. Muruona immediately showed disgust. Why do you have so much free time to come here? Why don't you go accompany your childhood sweetheart? Shangke's face looked even worse. He grabbed her and pulled her outside. Muruona felt utterly confused. She didn't know what was wrong with him. What are you going to do so late? She struggled hard all the way. Where are you taking me? Let me go. Walking to a secluded place, Shangke finally couldn't hold back. He trapped her between his arms. His eyes were fiery and full of possessiveness as he stared at her. Listen to me carefully. Muruona's heart suddenly started racing. She stammered. Why are you looking at me like that? Shangke explained seriously. It's not what you think between me and Shiwei. I don't like that type. Muruona awkwardly pouted. What does that have to do with me? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Shangke said word by word. Muruona, I like someone like you. Ruona was instantly stunned. She suddenly understood what Cece had said about how she felt when In Siken confessed to her. This was really weird. The boss actually liked her. Her little heart started beating wildly. She was screaming inside. How should I respond to him? Seeing her daze, Shangke suddenly chuckled. I finally understand why you're so good to Gu Cece. You're exactly the same. Ruona, still not having come to her senses, repeated blankly. What's exactly the same? Shangke smiled helplessly. Birds of a feather flock together. You two are exactly the same when you're being stupid. A surge of anger immediately rushed to her head. Muruona pushed him away. You're the stupid one. You called me and Gu Cece stupid. Ranshiwei isn't stupid? Go find her then. Don't let this stupid woman bother your eyes here. Shangke was stunned. Are you jealous? Muruona cursed angrily. Jealous my ass. I'm furious. You just said you like my type. Now you say Cece and I are stupid. Don't you think there's something wrong with you? Shangke frowned, somewhat displeased. Are you standing up for Gu Cece? Muruona's gaze was firm. That's right. You're allowed to side with Ran Shiwei, but I'm not allowed to side with Gu Cece. Shangke's eyes were a bit unfriendly. The bond between Shiwei and me is incomparable. How long have you known Gu Cece? Is she worth you doing this for her? This woman is indeed capable. Not only has she bewitched Siken, but she's also bewitched you. Muruona was so angry, she laughed instead. Shangke, can you stop being so self-righteous? Sorry, I'm used to being proud. I don't like being other women's shadow. As for Cece and me, although we haven't known each other long, I've decided to be your friend. Shangke anxiously explained. I didn't say you're someone else's shadow. Muruona didn't believe it at all. All right, let me ask you. In your heart, who's more important, me or Shiwei? Shanka was dumbfounded by the question. He clenched his fists and tried to explain. Muruona impatiently interrupted him. You don't need to answer. I already know your answer. Frost immediately appeared in her expression. Boss, you just said you like me. Now I'm telling you. You did check too? Shanka seemed to be thrown into a dark abyss by this sentence. He asked in disbelief, why? Is it because of Gu Cece? Muruona sighed helplessly. You don't understand women's hearts at all. Since Ran Shiwei is so important to you, then go protect her. In Sikhen does better than you. At least he knows what to protect and what to give up. Shanka panicked. He grabbed her hand. Ruona, you and Shiwei are completely different. I just see her as a sister. What a damn sister. This Playboy declaration made Ruona completely furious. She pushed him away violently. I'm warning you. Don't provoke me again. I don't care if you want to protect Ran Shiwei. But if you dare to go after Cece again, don't blame me for being rude. Shanka was shocked. Watching Ruona leave without mercy, he was so anxious that he wanted to chase after her. But a hand stopped him. Ran Shiwei spoke leisurely. Why do you still want to chase after such an ungrateful woman? You're so excellent, with a good family background. What right does she have to be picky? The CEO danced seductively late at night, showing love to the scheming woman, then turning to deal with the female lead's best friend. Muruona angrily scolded. I'm warning you. Don't provoke me again. You want to protect Ran Shiwei. I don't care. Shanka watched Muruona leave. Just as he was about to chase after her, Ran Shiwei suddenly stopped him. Such an ungrateful woman. Why do you still want to chase after her? Shanka shook off her hand. We'll talk about your matter later. I need to go explain things clearly first. Watching him leave without mercy, Ran Shiwei angrily clenched her fists. Muruona, I was originally planning to let you off, but now don't blame me for being ruthless. Who told you to side with Gu Cece? And you even want to snatch Shang-Ku away. Whether it's In Sikhen or Shang-Ku, the one they cherish can only be me. Early the next morning, the village chief prepared a sumptuous breakfast. He enthusiastically invited everyone to enjoy it. Everyone politely thanked the village chief. They took their seats according to their status. At this time, Shang-Ku and Ran Shiwei arrived late. Seeing this, Gu Cece was a bit surprised. So Ran Shiwei came over too. Shang-Ku immediately walked to Muruona's side, wanted to sit with her. Unexpectedly, Ran Shiwei rushed over in one swift move, quickly sitting in the seat next to Ruona. She then casually greeted everyone. Afterwards, she pretended to be oblivious and said insincerely, I'm sorry, did I sit in the wrong place? Shang-Ku smiled and patted her head. It's okay. You sit there. I can sit next to you. Muruona almost vomited hearing this. She sneered, what a good brother and sister. Gu Cece also frowned. Why is this Ran Shiwei targeting Ruona? Muruona couldn't swallow seeing this green tea bitch. She made an excuse to go to the bathroom and stood up to leave. Ran Shiwei immediately stood up too. I want to go too. It's my first time here. I don't know the way. Ruona, I'll go with you. Muruona raised an eyebrow and looked over. What a white lotus. Let's see what trick you're going to pull. Gu Cece keenly sensed that the atmosphere between the two wasn't right. The situation was not good. She quickly stood up too. I'll go as well. I drank a bit too much water today. Mozi Xuan immediately came over with a smile. I want to go too. Once out of the room, Ran Shiwei quickly caught up, calling out coquettishly, Miss Mu. Don't walk so fast. Mozi Xuan and Gu Cece fell a step behind, whispering. It seems this Miss Ran has something to say to Miss Mu. Muruona stopped and said directly, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't have time to play act with you. Ran Shiwei's tears instantly fell. Why did Miss Mu suddenly say such things? Is it because Miss Gu doesn't like me and said bad things about me to you? I hope you don't misunderstand my relationship with Shang-Ku. He's always been very doting on me because when we were young, he said he would protect me for life. So please don't be angry with Shang-Ku, okay? This green tea talk made Muruona feel nauseous. This was simply disgusting. She reminded herself to stay calm. Whatever relationship you have with Shang-Ku, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Unexpectedly, Ran Shiwei smiled smugly. Of course it has nothing to do with you. I just wanted to tell you, Shang-Ku and I have an extremely close relationship. In Shang-Ku's heart, I'm more important than any woman. He's not just my good brother. Gu Cece's face changed slightly. What was she saying? Wasn't she In Sichin's ex-girlfriend? What did it have to do with Shangke? Ran Shiwei continued, speaking more smugly. You can rest assured. Besides me, you're already the most important person in Shangke's heart. I really don't mind. Gu Cece was so angry she couldn't help but rush over. Mo Zishuan quickly grabbed her hand. Don't get excited. Be careful of the baby. Mu Ruona suddenly let out a light chuckle. She boldly thrust her chest forward, bumping into Ran Shiwei. The sarcasm in her eyes was undisguised. Miss, I think you're overthinking things. Her fingers gently played with Ran Shiwei's hair. Who told you that Shangku and I have a romantic relationship? Smart girls are very likable, but women who try to be too clever are very annoying. Do you think with my conditions I can't get a man? I'm by Shangku's side just because of work. But there's one thing I need to clarify. You said I don't like you because of Gu Cece. No. You think too highly of yourself. You've never even caught my eye. Because you're not worthy. Shangku's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Ruona, how could you say such things to Shiwei? You've gone too far. He was seen approaching with a cold face, along with In Sikhen. Mu Ruona laughed sarcastically. What a coincidence. Afraid I'll eat your dear sister? Ran Shiwei put on a forced smile. Shangku, please don't blame Miss Mu. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have acted on my own. Shangku's anger burned even more fiercely. He scolded harshly. Ruona apologized to Shiwei now. Mu Ruona's forehead veins were popping. She turned to leave. I've been feeling unwell these past few days. Mr. Shang, I'd like to request a long leave to rest properly. This statement shocked everyone present. Ran Shiwei immediately let out a smug chuckle. Shang's expression changed drastically. He asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Mu Ruona firmly repeated, "I want to take a long leave. If Mr. Shang doesn't approve, I'll resign directly." Ran Shiwei hypocritically tried to persuade. Miss Mu, you can't resign. Otherwise, I'll feel very guilty. Please take care of Shangke for me, okay? Mu Ruona's anger instantly skyrocketed. Since you care so much about Shangke, why don't you marry him? Shangke shouted furiously. Mu Ruona, what nonsense are you talking about? Ran Shiwei blushed, acting shy and coy. You know Sikhen is the one I like most. I won't marry anyone else but him. Mu Ruona felt nauseous. How disgusting. I can't be bothered with you. Then she turned to leave. Mr. Shang, approve it or not, I'm taking the leave. She completely ignored the angry shouts behind her. After watching this scene, Mo Zishuan sighed. This Ran Shiwei is really good at sowing discord. But Gu Cece didn't respond. She nervously looked to the side. She saw Ran Shiwei walk up to In Sikhen. I was wrong last night. I shouldn't have, but I really couldn't help myself. Gu Cece's face turned pale. In Sikhen didn't appear at the party last night. He was in his room. Were they together? Ran Shiwei was still crying. I really admit my mistake. Please don't send me away. Annie is returning to the country in a couple of days. If I'm not here, she'll definitely be angry again. In Sikhen violently slapped her hand away. He said coldly, You know I hate people who distort facts the most. We only met for less than a minute last night and said 3 sentences. What are you trying to express? What do you mean by, you couldn't help yourself? Ran Shiwei was momentarily left speechless. The CEO turned around and gently supported his wife. It's too noisy here. It's not good for the baby. Let me take you back to the room. Just then, Xiao Yi hurriedly brought over a phone. CEO, it's a call from Madam. How domineering the CEO was. He angrily rebuked the green tea girl on the spot. We only met last night. Less than a minute. Said 3 sentences. What are you trying to express? Ran Shiwei was momentarily left speechless. The CEO turned around and gently supported his wife. It's too noisy here. It's not good for the baby. Let me take you back to the room. Just then, Xiao Yi hurriedly brought over a phone. CEO, it's a call from Madam. Gu Cece's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was Sichen's mother again. In Sikhen had an uneasy premonition. Is mother coming for Cece this time? Ran Shiwei revealed a smug smile. Let's see how you fight me when Annie comes back. Just wait, Gu Cece. Your good days are over. After In Sikhen finished the call, he indicated that things here were mostly settled and planned to return early. Gu Cece nodded, took his arm and left, but felt uneasy inside. Is he rushing back to the country? Because of me? How should I face him? Due to this sudden situation, the group had to return to the company in grand fashion. Mu Ruona grumbled resentfully. We finally got to go on an outing, and now we have to go back so soon. Shangke looked at her back with a complex expression, reluctantly murmuring her name. Ran Shiwei smiled smugly. Gu Cece, laugh all you want now. When we get back, I'll make you cry as you're kicked out of the Yin family. Mo Zishuan suddenly told Zishuan to go back first. There are some things I need to investigate and confirm. A serious look flashed in his deep blue eyes. He needed to go ask old Mrs. Yin for clarity. I won't be here, so you need to accompany C.C. Moore later. Luo Zishuan confidently assured him, Brother, don't worry. I can handle things here. The convoy quickly returned to the new villa Sikan had bought. Gu Cece nervously got out of the car. They were finally home, but her heart was in turmoil. The next second, a warm, large hand grasped hers. The man looked at her tenderly and said softly, Don't be afraid. Gu Cece was stunned. Did he know she was worried? Being cared for like this, Cece felt a surge of courage from within. She gripped the man's hand tightly in return. To avoid distracting In Sikin, and for herself, she thought, I must do my best. There's nothing to worry about. Gu Cece instantly perked up, full of fighting spirit. She walked into the house with her head held high. Ran Shiwei rushed in first, calling out coquettishly, Annie. Then a woman in a wheelchair looked over. Onshi, look, Sikan and I are back. Mrs. Yin's gaze towards her was so cold, distant, and even filled with disgust. Gu Cece was about to greet her, but that one look left her speechless. In Sikan thoughtfully introduced, Mom, this is my wife, Gu Cece. She's also your daughter-in-law. Gu Cece followed by calling her mom, but was met with Mrs. Yin's cold and disgusted gaze. Her smile suddenly froze. She anxiously wondered, did I say something wrong? Ran Shiwei intimately held Mrs. Yin's hand. Auntie, no matter what, please consider that Gu Cece is carrying your family's fourth generation. Don't be angry, okay? I'll take care of you every day from now on to make you happy. Mrs. Yin's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. She patted her hand and said softly, Silly child, if you really want to make me happy, quickly have a child with Sikin. In Sichin's face changed instantly. Mom, what nonsense are you saying? Gu Cece quickly grabbed him, shaking her head and advising softly, Sikin, don't be impulsive. I'm fine, she thought to herself. Mother-in-law just got out of the hospital. It wouldn't be good if she argued with In Sikin. Mu Ruona thoughtfully tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. She stepped forward with a light smile, greeting, Mrs. Yin, you're back. Mrs. Yin's expression softened slightly. Ruona, you're here too? It's been years since I've seen you, child. You've become even more beautiful. Gu Cece forced a smile, feeling depressed enough to spit blood. This mother-in-law was kinder to outsiders than to herself. After the greetings, Mrs. Yin decided to return to her room to rest. She casually called, Shiwei, push me back. Then she suddenly spoke coldly. Gu Cece, you come over here too. Cece's heart instantly tightened. The first thing her mother-in-law said to her was this. From her tone, it sounded like she wanted to warn her. Insikin also looked worried. Mom, what exactly are you trying to do? This CEO's boyfriend power was off the charts. Mother-in-law throws money to make wife leave. CEO threatens with death, vowing to marry only one person in this life. Cold words right from the first meeting, intent on matchmaking husband with the green tea bitch. Mother-in-law suddenly asks her to come over, saying she wants to talk privately. Gu Cece nervously followed into the bedroom. She had just opened her mouth to say Mom, when Mrs. Een coldly interrupted, I don't deserve that Mom from you. I heard you married Een Sikhen. Just for this child, Cece nervously explained. It was like that before, but now it's different. At this moment, the worried Een Sikhen also followed, stopping outside the door. Mrs. Een directly cut off Cece's words. Did my mother-in-law promise that after you give birth, she'd give you 10 million and property rights to a villa? Een Sikhen listened with furrowed brows. Xiao Yu nervously advised, CEO, don't be impulsive. Mrs. Een continued to pressure. Since it's a contract marriage, you should know your place. Don't think about things that don't belong to you. My daughter-in-law can only be Ran Shiwei. Sikhen is a filial child. He won't be dissatisfied with the daughter-in-law I choose for him. How about this? I'll give you 20 million. You divorce Sikhen immediately. Also, you must move out to avoid affecting Sikhen and Shiwei's relationship development. As she spoke, she threw over several bundles of cash. You have 4 months until you give birth. Don't run around. Just buy a house and live quietly. After the child is born, it will be given to Shiwei to raise. Hearing this low-level provocation, Een Sikhen sneered. With a little wildcat's personality, she wouldn't agree. Sure enough, Gu Cece said firmly, I'm very sorry, Mrs. Een. I don't want your money. This sudden change in address, and every word Mrs. Een said stunned the other person. Een Sikhin nodded approvingly. Well said, as expected of my beloved little wildcat. Gu Sisi said in a cold voice. It seems my gentleness and filial piety cannot earn Mrs. Yin's approval. I understand your meaning. I won't cling to the Een family. You can rest assured about that. Een Sichin's smile instantly froze. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Ran Shiwei, however, looked disdainful. Not taking the money, but still talking tough. What a fool. Gu Sisi didn't care how others saw her. She said with dignity, I may be a poor commoner, but I still have this much self-respect. However, regarding divorce, please let Een Sikhin bring it up to me personally. After all, marriage was between the two of us. Naturally, divorce can't be decided by your words alone. Hearing the word divorce, Een Sikhin felt a sharp pain in his heart. He violently pushed open the door and burst in, shouting, I don't agree. He looked at his mother with an ashen face. Mom, do you know what you're doing? This unexpected situation startled Mrs. Een. Gu Sisi was also stunned. When did he arrive? Did he hear everything just now? Een Sikhin approached with a hurt expression. Why can you so easily say the word divorce? Don't you know I've never been playing around with you? Since Mr. Een is here, I won't disturb your conversation. I'll go pack my things now. I'll leave the Een family. After saying this, Gu Sisi turned to leave. But Een Sikhin grabbed her hand, refusing to let her go. Anxious and angry, he shouted at his mother. Mom, are you trying to kill your son as soon as you return? Have my years of compromise and tolerance become your weapon to hurt your own son? Mrs. Yin's face was full of anger. She scolded loudly. What do you understand? I'm doing this for your own good. Hearing the words for your own good, Een Sichin's handsome face darkened. Does mother think I'm still the same as I was 6 years ago? Mrs. Yin's expression immediately became tense. Why mention 6 years ago? Could he know something? Een Sikhin suppressed his anger and said coldly, Mom, since you've finished treatment, just rest well in the country. Your son is an adult now and can handle things. Mom just needs to enjoy her golden years. Don't worry about other matters. Being confronted by her son like this, Mrs. Een became furious. What tone are you using to speak to me? Watching the mother and son in conflict, Gu Sisi looked at Een Sikhin with sympathy. She didn't want to divorce him. She had just said she'd leave the Een family to avoid putting him in such a difficult position. Een Sikhin held Sisi in his arms and declared firmly, Gu Sisi is my wife. The child in her belly is the Een family's 4th-generation heir. Apart from Gu Sisi, no other woman can bear my children. If you want to drive Sisi away, then I'll leave with her. Such a strong-willed son made Mrs. Yin's eyes flicker, clearly thinking of other methods. Een Sikhin saw through it and cut off his mother's thoughts. Don't think of any tricks. I won't take back what I've said. He's no longer the Sikhin from 6 years ago. Mrs. Een sighed. She had to compromise. I understand. Shiwei, let's go. Ran Shiwei attentively pushed Mrs. Een away. She looked at Gu Sisi triumphantly. This time, she was sure she had won. Watching the two leave, Gu Sisi finally said coldly, Sikhin, let go. I just got back from the mountains. I'm a bit tired. I want to go downstairs and relax. Can I? But Een Sikhin held on tighter. He frantically promised, I'll handle everything. Trust me, I won't let go. And I definitely won't divorce you. Gu Sisi couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Enough! Your mother will never accept me. As long as I stay in this family for even one day, she will pressure you. This time you're behind me, but can you be behind me every time in the future? Een Sikhin was speechless. He knew everything Sisi said was true. Gu Sisi actually didn't want to leave either. But leaving for a while wasn't just throwing a tantrum. Sisi struggled hard, watching his fingers peel off her wrist one by one. She hoped her departure would reduce the pressure Sikhin faced at home. She believed that without her as a burden, he would surely be able to solve everything. Then he would come find her. Een Sikhin clenched his empty palm. His expression was restrained yet determined. How powerless this CEO was. Just because his mother was intent on pressuring his wife decided to leave him. Gu Sisi closed her eyes and said softly, Can you let go now? Een Sikhin looked at her pleadingly. She didn't want to let go of the person she finally found to love in this life. Sisi struggled hard, watching his fingers peel off her wrist one by one. She turned and left with a sentence, Tomorrow I'll leave here with Ruona. She hoped that without her as a burden, he would surely be able to solve everything. Then he would come find her. Gu Sisi immediately packed her luggage and called her best friend to go out and relax. This time, they chose to take a Costa cruise to go out to sea. Even Muruona felt that Cece was acting a bit strange. This time she was forced out of the Ian family, but seemed fine. If it were the past her, she would definitely be crying and complaining to her. She could only thoughtfully help move the luggage to the car first. Gu Cece looked at this room full of warm memories of the two of them, reluctant to leave. She said goodbye in her heart. Someday, she would come back. Just as she locked the door and left, she turned and was splashed with water. Ran Shui apologized insincerely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see you in front of me. How pitiful. You're about to leave, but I've dirtied your clothes." Gu Cece, of course, knew she did it on purpose. She said with a straight face, "If you're done talking, then leave." "I'm very busy." Ran Shui caught up and said maliciously, "Since you're leaving this room, don't come back again." Faced with this provocation, Cece's eyes swept over sharply. "That's none of your business." Ran Shui sneered. "Since you're leaving, why don't you cancel the fingerprint recognition on the door lock?" Gu Cece replied imposingly, "Whether I cancel it or not when I return is none of your concern." Ran Shui gritted her teeth in anger. "If she doesn't cancel it, how will I go find Ian Sikin tonight?" Watching Cece leave gracefully, she deliberately said in a coquettish voice, trying to save face, "Then I won't see you off. I still need to go to the kitchen to prepare some snacks for Sikin." Gu Cece coldly retorted, "Do as you please." Hearing Muruona ask about the stain on her clothes, she casually replied that she was bumped by a dog. In Sikin stood by the window, his eyes fixed on his wife's figure. He asked where she was planning to go. Hearing Xiao O answer that they were going on a cruise, he immediately ordered to find out which company's cruise ship it was. "Help me arrange it. This cruise must be perfect. But before that, I need to visit one of Cece's elders first." At that moment, in an elegant small courtyard, smoke curled in front of a Buddha statue. An old lady with silver white hair in an intricate bun was kneeling on a cushion, turning prayer beads. Her aged voice was not without authority. "We certainly remember the agreement between the Yun and Mo families. But are you sure you want to marry her? She doesn't know her background yet. If she learns the truth, she might not fulfill the agreement." Mo Zixin stood respectfully behind her, his expression determined. "I had patience waiting for Nono back then. Naturally, I have patience to wait for Gu Cece now." The old lady sighed lightly. "What if she's unwilling? Will you force her to marry you?" Mo Zixin's smile turned bitter. "What else can I do? The agreement between our families. Do I have a choice?" He bowed. "Madam Yun, as long as you're willing to help, Zixin will be eternally grateful. I'll take my leave now." Watching him leave, the assistant asked, "Madam, do you really want to match the second miss with Mo Zixin? Although he's good too, the second miss doesn't seem to have any feelings for him." The old lady stopped turning her prayer beads and nodded with a sigh. "Let them try their best. This was the agreement between the Yun and Mo families back then. But we can't interfere directly now." Just as she finished speaking, Een Sikhin came to visit. The old lady said calmly, "What brings Soin to see this old woman?" Een Sikhin got straight to the point, explaining his intention. "Cece will learn about her background sooner or later. Grandmother cares most about the Yun family. Why not consider cooperating with me?" The CEO's aura was fully released. "I can promise that as long as I, Een Sikhin, and the Een family exist, the Yun family will always survive in this world. I believe grandmother is aware of my capabilities. When Cece learns about her background in the future, she'll naturally return to the Yun family." Facing the man's sharpness and dominance, the old lady's expression changed slightly. Her prayer beads turned faster. Een Sikhin saw this and said pointedly, "But if anyone forces Cece to do something she doesn't want to do, I naturally won't let it go." At this point, a golden glint flashed in his slightly raised eyes. Even the Yun family is no exception. The old lady's prayer beads suddenly broke. The beads scattered on the ground. Madame Yun looked stunned, shaken by his words. Whatever thoughts she had were dispelled. Knowing that his message had been conveyed, Een Sikhin politely took his leave, welcoming good news of an alliance with grandmother anytime. After watching him leave, Madame Yun finally stood up with her assistant's help. "I didn't expect he already knew about Cece's identity and that I was here. Indeed, he's the most dangerous person in the Een family." The assistant couldn't help but ask, between this Een Sikhin and Mo Zixin, which one is more capable? Madame Yun's expression turned solemn. "In this world, those who can overwhelm me with their presence. He is the second one." Meanwhile, Gu Cece, the center of the topic, was already standing in front of the cruise ship with her two best friends. Looking at the luxurious cruise ship, the three were stunned. It didn't seem like the tour they had booked. Although it looked similar, it felt even more beautiful than advertised. The crew member kindly explained, "You are the three lucky passengers selected by the company. The prize is a luxury cruise experience." Gu Cece couldn't help but doubt if her luck was really that good. But Mu Ruona and Moz Xuan just felt lucky and boarded the ship behind Cece. Soon the crew set sail on the vast sea. The two best friends changed into cool spaghetti-strap dresses and came to meet Cece. Gu Cece looked at them in surprise. "It's late autumn now. The weather is cold. Aren't you afraid of freezing wearing so little?" Mu Ruona smiled charmingly. "We fairies value style over warmth. Besides, there's air conditioning on the ship, and as we sail south, it'll get warmer. Don't tell me you didn't prepare summer clothes." It was spot on. Cece, who was caught out, laughed awkwardly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A crew member stood outside with a big gift box, smiling brightly. "The captain heard that Miss Gu is of noble status, so he specially sent you a gift. Please sign for it." The CEO, husband transformed into a mysterious captain, showering his wife with attention. He even danced with her. Gu Cece and her best friends went on a luxury cruise trip to relax. The mysterious captain sent precious gifts through his staff, specifically for Cece. This was a gift designed by the so-called God's hands. On Gu Cece, it looked like a fairy descending, combined with the wedding dress skillfully handled by Mu Ruona and Moz Xuan. Gu Cece looked like a flower fairy, pure and ethereal. Her two best friends praised her repeatedly and took photos to upload on Weibo. At this moment, Chuan, who was always paying attention to Cece, saw the updated information on Weibo and couldn't help but smile. "This dress indeed suits Chi-Chi well. She always brings me countless." Ran Shiwei also discovered this Weibo post at the same time. She immediately threw her phone away in anger. This woman has already left, yet she still hypocritically posts such a set of photos on Weibo. She's clearly trying to seduce Sikhen. "Let me show you." Ran Shiwei angrily opened her wardrobe. She found her most ethereal white long dress, wanting to compete with Gu Cece. She confidently believed no one could match her in purity. Meanwhile, Cece, in her new attire, joined her best friends at the cruise party. Looking at the dazzling array of delicacies, Cece was overwhelmed. She was pondering which foods would be suitable for a pregnant woman like herself. At the same time, a plate of exquisite desserts was respectfully presented. "Miss Gu, these are nutritious and very good for pregnant women. They're specially sent by the captain for you." Cece was stunned. Why was it that captain again? But before she could say anything, her two best friends had already quickly taken a piece to taste. They praised satisfyingly. "Indeed, it's authentic Scottish flavor." Cece felt a bit helpless and could only accept these desserts. She went with them to find a place to sit in the corner. Just as the three of them sat down, a waiter brought over a tray of water. This was also sent on the captain's orders, specifically for them. Mu Ruona smiled and guessed if the captain had taken a liking to one of them. But Moz Xuan saw clearly that the captain was only showing favor to Cece. Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Cece quickly guessed that the other party probably knew their identities and was therefore giving special treatment. As soon as she finished speaking, the waiter approached again. This time Gu Cece couldn't bear it anymore. She sternly asked, "Is it the captain sending you again? Who exactly is your captain? What's his purpose? Or does he want something from the film and television group or Muhu?" Unfortunately, the waiter was just following orders to deliver things and knew nothing. Seeing that she couldn't get any information, Gu Cece had to coldly tell him to leave and not appear in front of her again. Mu Ruona watched in astonishment, feeling that since returning from Yuanshan village, Cece had gained a hint of authority. At this moment, Gu Cece stood up to go to the restroom, but she found that the restroom on this floor was under maintenance. She had no choice but to go to the next floor. At this time, Xiao Lingzi, who was waiting at the corner, enthusiastically guided her and handed her an exquisite mask. Before Gu Cece could ask what was going on, she was pushed into a room. She saw that it was a medieval British royal-style room. Many well-dressed men and women, all wearing masks, were dancing gracefully to elegant music. Gu Cece realized this was a masquerade ball, but the problem was she was originally going to... Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind. "Beautiful lady, may I have this dance with you?" Gu Cece turned around abruptly, somewhat stunned by the scene before her. She saw a handsome man with dyed golden short hair, wearing a half-face exquisite mask. He was smiling at her. making an inviting gesture. What truly surprised her was that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she had never seen this man before. She immediately refused coldly. "I'm sorry, I came to the wrong place. I'm not here for the ball." But the man gently took her hand, authoritatively inviting her to enjoy the elegant music together. Gu Sisi was pulled into the dance floor. She felt that this domineering feeling was also somewhat familiar. This situation seemed like she had experienced it before, but she clearly didn't know him. The melodious music started playing. Gu Sisi was led to spin around. She wanted to refuse, but involuntarily danced gracefully with the man. For some reason, she felt it was shameless. This man's dancing skills were superb, not at all inferior to In Sikhen. Just looking at his deep and gentle eyes, that familiar feeling became even more profound. She couldn't help but ask softly, "Do you know me?" The man slowly leaned in, coming closer. He chuckled and said, "Actually, we knew each other in our past life. In this life, I've been following your footsteps. How could you forget me?" This cheesy pickup line made Gu Sisi's mouth twitch. Forcing a smile, she said, "You're quite the joker. We clearly just met today. Can you tell me who you are?" The man smiled charmingly. "So you told the waiter to let me come find you directly." Gu Sisi was stunned for a moment. When did she say that? Before finishing her thought, she had a sudden realization. Could he be the owner of this cruise ship? The man chuckled, pretending to be hurt. "I'm so sad. You just made a date with me, and now you've forgotten." Gu Sisi lowered her head shyly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Just then, the music stopped. The captain made a noble bow to end the dance, smiling as he said, "I'm very pleased to be able to serve you personally." Beautiful little Gu Sisi could hardly believe it. This guy was really the captain. In her impression, weren't captains all scruffy middle-aged men? But the captain before her was in a white uniform, looking even more elegant and graceful. Face to face with this handsome man up close, Gu Sisi couldn't help but feel her cheeks burning. This captain was too handsome. The man was very satisfied with her shy expression. He took her small hand and started walking out. Gu Sisi wanted to cry. She only wanted to use the restroom, not flirt with a handsome guy. But looking at the man's handsome and charming profile, she couldn't help but be entranced. This captain was really charismatic. The wife goes on a cruise to relax her mind. The CEO chases his wife thousands of miles to show his devotion. The green tea bitch is kept in the dark, still carefully dressing up in the villa, preparing to seduce him. Ran Shiwei puts on a cool white dress, praising herself as the purest in the world, completely disregarding that the temperature was only 15 degrees. She was sneezing from the cold. To let Sikhen see her beautiful self, she had to endure even if it was cold. After perfecting her look, she ran to In Sichen's room, coquettishly calling his name. Aunt Zhang heard the noise and came over, telling her not to bother knocking, as the young master wasn't inside. Ran Shiwei pretended to be obedient, asking softly and effectively, "Where did my Sikhen go?" Aunt Zhang felt like vomiting hearing that. She retorted mercilessly, "Why should I tell you anything, you vixen?" Ran Shiwei angrily cursed, "Just wait until I become the CEO's wife. You'll be the first one I get rid of." But looking at the tightly closed door, she suddenly had an ominous feeling. Could Sikhen have gone to Gu Sisi? No, I must stop them. After pondering for a moment, she dialed Shang Ku's number, pretending to cry weakly. "You have to help me." Shang Ku immediately agreed sympathetically. "I won't let anyone bully you. Tell me, I'll definitely help." This expected response made Ran Shiwei reveal a sinister smile. Meanwhile, the In Sikhen she was obsessing over was in disguise, pulling Gu Sisi along as they ran. This rough and unreasonable domineering behavior always reminded Gu Sisi of In Sikhen. The two walked through a door. It was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen. The captain gently snapped his fingers. The next second, Gu Sisi widened her eyes in surprise. In the azure blue seawater, countless schools of fish were swimming back and forth before her eyes. Under the special lighting effects, it was as if they were in a breathtakingly beautiful underwater world. Gu Sisi couldn't help but step forward, touching the glass wall, marveling, "It's so beautiful. Is it as beautiful as me?" A soft voice sounded in her ear. Cece's back was against the man's chest. Her body immediately stiffened. This was bad. Now they were alone together. What did this person want? She immediately stepped back, creating distance, and said sternly, "Captain, please behave yourself." The man approached again, gently lifting her chin. "As far as I know, you're just the CEO's wife in name only. You don't need to be faithful to your so-called husband." Saying this, he leaned in closer. Gu Cece slapped his hand away forcefully. "That's my own business. It has nothing to do with you." This fierce attitude didn't anger the captain. Instead, it made him smile indulgently. This familiar scene made Cece feel that this captain was becoming more and more familiar. The man suddenly chuckled and asked, "Then do you love your husband? What does that have to do with you? Please move aside. I'm leaving." Gu Cece didn't want to entangle with him any further. She turned to leave. The captain wasn't in a hurry. "Without my fingerprint recognition, no one can enter this room. Similarly, those inside can't get out. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat?" Saying this, he lazily sat down on the sofa. Gu Cece turned back, looking at him in surprise. What did this person want to do? Since she couldn't leave, she might as well find a place to sit. "What do you want to talk about? Go ahead and speak." But the captain smiled and patted the spot beside him, wanting her to come sit next to him. Gu Cece snorted coldly, turning her head away in outright refusal. This stubborn attitude made the captain smile even more. The little wildcat indeed has a lot of backbone. He immediately got up and moved closer to Cece, smiling as he asked, "Do you think I'm handsome? Am I more handsome, or is your husband?" I heard Ian Sikhin is known as the nation's husband, sweeping across Europe and Asia. A top-tier aristocrat, the most popular man in the socialite circle. How do you think I compare to him? Gu Cece was speechless. She felt the captain was crazy for asking such a childish question. If he wanted to ask something, he should ask something more substantial, like Ian Sechin's bank card pin or something. The captain obligingly followed up, "Then would you tell me that?" This question stumped Cece. She suddenly realized she didn't know his bank card pin. Ian Sikhin had only given her a credit card. She didn't even know how many bank cards he had. She felt like she'd been struck by lightning, thinking she was such a failure as a wife. This dazed look amused the captain. He was almost melted by her adorable reaction. Gu Cece felt like she was being mocked. Angrily, she started to threaten him. "If you keep detaining me, Sikhin will get angry and blow up your cruise ship. You don't want to go against the entire film and TV conglomerate, do you?" The captain leaned lazily on the sofa. "Looks like you still rely on him a lot, but it'll be fine as long as he doesn't know about today's events." Gu Cece's patience ran out. She stood up and spoke. "Don't underestimate him. Once Sikhin gets serious, you won't be able to escape no matter where you hide. If you dare to take liberties with me, I'll die before letting you succeed." The word "die" sharply pained the man's heart. His pupils suddenly constricted. He froze, seeing that he seemed truly frightened by her. Gu Cece immediately shouted, "Let me leave!" Seeing the little wildcat was really angry, the captain sighed lightly. "Fine, there will be more opportunities in the future." He used his fingerprint to open the door. He made an elegant, noble bow. Just as Cece was passing by, the man stopped her and whispered in her ear, "My pin is 61210. All my cards have the same pin. Don't forget it this time." Gu Cece was speechless. She didn't want his card. It was so bizarre. Thinking about this frustrating day, she was inexplicably thrown into the pool, inexplicably brought here, and inexplicably detained, chatting nonsense with him for half a day. All of this was caused by this man, and he still dared to smile so smugly. Just thinking about it made her feel a surge of anger in her chest. She delivered a hard elbow strike to his stomach. The captain was caught off guard. His face changed dramatically. He groaned and fell to his knees. Gu Cece felt much better now. She coldly warned, "If you dare to do this again, I won't let you off so easily next time." The captain was sweating from the pain, but he still couldn't help smiling. The angry little wildcat was indeed very cute. It's a pity he didn't get to kiss her earlier. Xiaoyi saw the young madam leave. Looking at the trembling CEO, he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Ian Sikhin, with a gloomy expression, turned his back to him and said, "Why are you asking so much? You're working overtime tonight, all night long." How ridiculous this CEO was role-playing to tease his wife, only to find out he had cuckolded himself. Gu Cece just wanted to use the bathroom. She almost got confined by the bizarre, drop-dead gorgeous captain. Angrily, she immediately blacklisted him, refusing any further contact. The next day, two handsome deputy captains came to her door. They conveyed the captain's apologies and invited Cece to have breakfast together. Gu Cece was visibly displeased. Wasn't yesterday's beating enough? Today he wants to harass me again? She immediately coldly refused. "I don't like dealing with people in high positions. By noon, the deputy captains came again to relay. Our captain invites you for lunch. Gu Cece picked up her teacup, ignoring them. In the afternoon, the two persisted, coming to say the captain personally made fish soup, inviting her to taste it. Cece refused again with a cold face. At dinner time, the two handsome men came to her door once more. Before they could speak, Gu Cece, annoyed to the point of fury, shouted 300 times, her refusal echoing to the skies. Gritting her teeth, she warned them not to disturb her again. Seeing this, her two good friends couldn't help but feel sorry for the poor captain. In the captain's room, two subordinates reported the results to the CEO. The man chuckled lightly. With this thing in hand, I don't believe you won't come. At this time, the sun was setting. The cruise ship began to dock. Gu Cece couldn't help thinking of Ian Sikin. He hadn't contacted her for so many days. She wondered what he was doing now. The next second, her phone rang. Opening the message, Cece was instantly shocked, her eyes widening. She saw an intimate photo of herself and the captain embracing, with the text, "Don't want your husband to see this? Then come to the top floor terrace." Gu Cece gritted her teeth in anger. What trick was this despicable guy trying to pull now? She immediately turned and rushed towards the stairs. Just as she stepped onto the last stair, she saw the spacious platform covered with bright red flowers. In the middle, a man in a white captain's uniform, elegant and graceful, gave a noble bow. "Welcome, my princess." Gu Cece, still full of anger, coldly replied, "Who's your princess? I'm here now. You can delete the photo." The man, however, was unhurried. Miss Fu should understand, there's nothing in this world that can be easily obtained without reason, he said while personally pouring a cup of tea and offering it. But there's one exception. That's my heart. Cece's gaze suddenly fell on the man's fingers. Her pupils contracted, looking up at him, that face hidden by blonde hair and a mask, that strangely familiar feeling. No matter how she looked, it was almost identical to Ian Sikin. But how could this person possibly be Ian Sikin? The man's tongue lightly licked the corner of his lips. Knowing he was trying to seduce her, Gu Cece still blushed helplessly. She desperately told herself that she must be missing Ian Sikin too much, which is why she's having such imaginary visions. Seeing her shy appearance, the captain chuckled with satisfaction. "Miss Gu, you're looking at me so intently. Have you been captivated by my charm? Or is your heart already fluttering?" Gu Cece wanted to deny it, but her words came out stuttering. Looking at the man's extraordinarily handsome face, with that smile that seemed to see through everything, Cece felt discouraged, admitting to herself that she was no match for this person. She decided to skip these ambiguous topics and directly asked how he would agree to delete the photo. The man's slender fingers lightly picked up a bit of cream. His tongue slowly licked it. "Then please join me for this dinner. This is a transaction. Beautiful princess who stole my heart." Gu Cece's cheeks burned hot from his flirtation. This guy was truly a master at seducing girls. Ian Sikin should learn from him, instead of always saying those cheesy pickup lines. Thinking this in her heart, Cece perfunctorily swallowed a bite of cake. She impatiently urged, "I've already eaten. Can you delete the photo now?" The man didn't answer. He directly stood up and walked to Cece's side. The next second, his slender fingers gently lifted her chin. A faint electric current spread throughout her body from where the man's fingertips touched. Cece stared blankly at his exquisitely handsome face. This feeling was so strange. Why was there an inexplicable sense of familiarity? She had only met him a few times, and their total interaction time was less than an hour. How could she have feelings for him? Gu Cece closed her eyes to escape, leaned her head back trying to maintain composure, and said coldly, "Captain, if there's nothing else..." Before she could finish speaking, she felt a warmth on her face. The cream that had just smeared her cheek was licked clean by him. Gu Cece's mind went blank. Her fingers loosened, and the fork fell. The man's gentle breath sprayed on her face, until even her inhales and exhales were tinged with his scent. Only then did the captain slowly stand up. He touched his thin lips, as if savoring, and exclaimed, "Good." The next second, a hard slap landed on his face. Gu Cece lowered her head, lips tightly pressed, her expression unclear. The captain touched his swollen cheek, somewhat stunned. "Little wildcat, she actually hit me," Cece shouted angrily. "You perverted scoundrel. Have you gone mad?" This is too much. She turned, grabbed his phone, and threw it into the sea. I'll teach you to tease me. I'll teach you to threaten me. Don't let me see you again. She left these words and stormed off angrily. The man, covering his swollen cheek, was dumbfounded. He had been too caught up in the moment and forgot he was currently the captain. He'd really messed up this time, but he couldn't help wondering if he wasn't handsome enough or if his acting wasn't good enough, which is why Cece got angry. The aunt smiled and comforted the CEO. You did very well. The young madam was blushing the whole time. In Sikhin couldn't help but feel proud. It seems my skills are passable. I am the perfect heart thief. But the next second, his expression changed drastically. He suddenly realized that Cece didn't know the captain was him. Doesn't that mean she would blush for another man? He suddenly felt like he had cuckolded himself. At this moment, Gu Cece was fuming with anger. This man was simply too despicable. If Ian Sikhin knew about this, would he dislike her? Just then, Mu Ruona and Mo Zishuan returned from shopping onshore, loaded with purchases. Gu Cece threw herself in her best friend's embrace, about to cry and complain about her experience. Suddenly, she was interrupted by the doctor. Gu Cece, where have you hidden Ian Sikhin? Ran Shui angrily pointed at Cece and yelled, Give Sikhin back to me quickly. The CEO pretended to be the captain to sweetly pursue his wife. He cuckolded himself and instantly turned into a jealous mess. Gu Cece's heart raced as she was flirted with by the mysterious captain. She slapped him angrily and left in a huff. Just as she was about to confide in her best friend, she was interrupted by a familiar voice. Ran Shiwei was seen pointing at her and shouting, Quickly give Sikhin back to me. Shang Ke stood beside her, looking like he was there to support her. Muraona took one look and knew the two were up to something again. She coldly snorted and turned her head away. Shang Ke immediately rushed over, anxiously wanting to explain to her. But Muraona didn't want to listen at all. She turned to leave, but Shang Ke grabbed her arm. He anxiously shouted, Can we talk properly? Things are not as you think. Muraona coldly replied, I don't want to talk, and I don't want to see you. Seeing Ruona so angry, Shang Ke's face showed helplessness. Then, ignoring her struggles, he pulled her aside to explain clearly. Seeing that Mu Ruona couldn't break free, Gu Cece worriedly wanted to step forward to intervene, but she was blocked by Ran Shiwei. She stood with her hands on her hips, very rudely blocking Cece's way. Gu Cece felt bewildered. In Sikhin is not with me. Please move aside. These words thoroughly angered Ran Shiwei. She pointed at her nose and scolded without mercy. Stop pretending to be stupid. He left openly, but you secretly lured him back, didn't you? The onlookers gasped in surprise. They didn't expect someone who looked so pure to actually be a mistress. Hearing this, Ran Shiwei revealed a smile of successful scheming. Today she would make Gu Cece lose all credibility. Thinking of this, her scolding voice grew louder. Have you no shame? He's already left. Why can't you just let him go cleanly? Why do you still have to let us know where you went? Gu Cece, you are just a... Cece had been keeping her head down in silence. Hearing this, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and slapped her hand away forcefully. What are you pointing at? Do you have any manners? Gu Cece retorted coldly. When did I ever notify you about where I go? Why are you always watching me? Where Ian Sikhin goes, and whether he's with me or not has nothing to do with you. Have you no shame? I am Ian Sichin's lawful wife. You are nothing but a ex who has no relationship with him whatsoever. Ran Shiwei was left speechless by the consecutive retorts. She was shocked at how articulate Gu Cece had become. But since Shang Ke wasn't here, she didn't need to pretend anymore. She immediately revealed a malicious smile. Why are you saying all this? After you left, Sikhin also disappeared. How dare you say he didn't come to find you? You're both about to get divorced, yet you're still clinging to Sikhin. Gu Cece, don't go too far. At this point, even Mo Zishuan couldn't stand it anymore. Before Cece could speak, he chuckled and said, Such an excellent Miss Ran, so eager to steal someone else's husband, and can do it so righteously. I really don't know how single women like me, without enough beauty, should live. Who told me I'm not willing to steal other people's husbands? I guess I can only grow old alone. Although she was blocked by 2 bodyguards and couldn't get through, it didn't stop her from helping her best friend. The onlookers discussed among themselves. So this woman was a homewrecker breaking up someone's marriage. Her scheming was so heavy. Seeing her meddling, Ran Shiwei was so angry her eyebrows stood up. She almost couldn't maintain her smile. She spoke with a threatening tone. I'll let this slide for Mr. Mo's sake. This matter, please don't interfere. But Mo Zishuan didn't buy it at all. Sorry, but our Mo family motto is to help those in need. How can I not when you're trying to bully someone's lawful wife right in front of me? Besides, I personally don't like you. The meaning of these words was that he was clearly taking Gu Cici's side. Ran Shiwei's face became increasingly unpleasant. She gritted her teeth and only managed to say you. But Mo Zishuan rudely interrupted her. What you? I have a name, okay? He stepped forward proudly announcing, my name is Mo Zishuan. I'm Gu Cici's ride-or-die best friend. At this moment, the handsome first mate heard the commotion and rushed over. He asked what was happening here and why so many people had gathered. Gu Cici didn't want to cause trouble for others or be surrounded by onlookers. She pulled Mo Zishuan, wanting to leave, but Ran Shiwei felt this was her savior arriving. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase her acting skills. She immediately put on a pitiful act. Please, give Sikhen back to me. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Cici's shoulder. Just as she barely touched Cici, Ran Shiwei suddenly let out a scream, and her body fell backward violently. She fell to the ground. The next second, 2 streams of clear tears flowed down. She cried pitifully, looking accusingly at Gu Cici. You seduced Sikhen away. I didn't even hit you, but now you're pushing me? Now the 3 of them became the focus. It was as if they were standing on a stage listening to the audience's discussions. Gu Cici also realized what was happening. She's actually pretending I pushed her. What a tactic. Before she could explain, Ran Shiwei suddenly got up. Her sharp nails clawed toward Cici's face. Let me ruin your face. See how you'll seduce Sikhen then. Cici was caught off guard. Her reaction was a beat too slow. It seemed she couldn't dodge in time. At this critical moment, Mo Zishuan rushed over to shield her. The slap viciously scratched Zishuan's neck. His neck was instantly scratched, leaving several bloody marks. Gu Cici supported him, her eyes filled with tears of anxiety. Why did you take the hit for me? But Mo Zishuan just smiled slightly. We're good friends. I rushed over without even thinking. Cici didn't expect him to sacrifice himself to save her. She was moved to tears. He was speechless. Mo Zishuan thought to himself that his brother was right. If they didn't guard against this green tea bitch, Cici absolutely wouldn't be able to fight against her. Ran Shiwei also glared at him fiercely, silently cursing that this woman was really in the way. Seeing his unfriendly gaze, Gu Cici immediately stood in front of Mo Zishuan. This time she was thoroughly angered. The CEO chases his wife thousands of miles, disguised as a mysterious captain. The green tea bitch rushes over upon hearing the news. She makes unreasonable accusations and even tries to disfigure her. The best friend steps up, fiercely rebuking the scumbag couple. Gu Cici saw that Mo Zishuan was injured for her sake. She immediately looked angrily at Ran Shiwei. Don't go too far. But Ran Shiwei performed even more enthusiastically. Do you dare admit to all these people that you only married Li Sikhen because you were pregnant? Do you dare admit that Sikhen and I knew each other first and fell in love first? He actually cares more about me. As she spoke, she cried pitifully. How can you be so heartless as to break us up? Gu Cici was speechless. This woman only said things favorable to her, not the whole story. She used this selective narrative technique quite well. Since that's the case, I'll play along till the end. Seeing her fake crying and pretending to be pitiful, Gu Cici felt a surge of fighting spirit in her heart. Ran Shiwei's true purpose in approaching Sikhen was definitely not just to reminisce about old times. Let me expose your true face. Besides, Sikhen is my husband. Cici would absolutely not give him to this green tea bitch. But before she could figure out how to start, Mo Zishuan chuckled and spoke first. No matter how eloquent you are at twisting black and white, you still need to be fair. Back then, Cici didn't want to marry Sikhen. Wasn't it because the family threatened with death that they got married? How did it change in your mouth? Having her lies exposed in public, Ran Shiwei broke out in a cold sweat nervously. Just as she was about to refute, Mo Zishuan had already seen through her intentions. He directly took out his phone and waved it around as if showing off. I still remember when you were begging pitifully, asking Cici, the original wife, to spare you. I happened to record your conversation. Do you want me to help you review it now? With just a few words, he turned the tables for Cici. A group of people looked at Ran Shiwei with unfriendly eyes. Gu Cici was so shocked that her eyes widened. She didn't expect Zishuan to be so shrewd. But Mo Zishuan's fighting power was far from over. He continued relentlessly, determined to completely expose the green tea bitch's true colors. You say you knew Ian Sikhen first, but you've been broken up for 6 years. This was something Ran Shiwei couldn't refute no matter what. She was so angry, she gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at this troublesome person. Mo Zishuan wasn't afraid at all. He said righteously, now you, an ex-girlfriend who broke up 6 years ago, suddenly appear, wanting to steal someone else's husband and a child's father. These words really resonated with Gu Cece. She couldn't help but sigh. Zishuan really doesn't give me any chance to speak. He's helping me fight back completely. Mo Zishuan looked around and said loudly, everyone, please judge. Is there still right and wrong in this world? Is there still justice and human decency? The onlookers had long been unable to stand it. They all supported Cece, the pregnant original wife. They criticized Ran Shiwei for crying unreasonably, scratching someone's neck without apologizing, and being so fierce while pretending to be weak. Ran Shiwei suddenly found herself in a situation where everyone was against her. She didn't expect that after dealing with Mulana, she had overlooked this Mo Zishuan. The handsome deputy captain couldn't stand it anymore. He asked her to show her ticket. You just heard our guest. According to procedure, you need to take legal responsibility. Ran Shiwei didn't have a ticket at all. She stuttered and lied that she came to find someone. The deputy captain looked at Gu Cece. Hearing her say coldly that she didn't know this woman, he immediately politely asked Ran Shiwei to leave the ship. Just then, Shang Ku's voice came from behind. She's my friend. I invited her on board. His cold tone carried a sense of oppression. This is my company. Can't I bring someone on board for a tour? Seeing her backer arrive in time, Ran Shiwei became smug again. Even heaven was on her side. Still want to fight with me? But Gu Cece immediately noticed that Shang Ku was alone. Her heart suddenly tightened. Lu Ruona. She was in a hurry to find Ruona and didn't want to argue with Shang Ku. She pulled Mo Zishuan and turned to leave. It seems Mr. Shang doesn't welcome us on this ship. Then we'll leave now. But the man's voice coolly responded, I never said that. You don't need to make excuses like this. Shang Ku's smile carried a sense of superiority. But if you do anything out of line, I have the right to send you off. Gu Cece frowned. She was really speechless about Sichen's childhood friend. Mo Zishuan couldn't tolerate his best friend being threatened in front of him. He turned back with a cold smile. I remember, Mr. Shang only owns 20% of this company's shares. If I'm not mistaken, this company has 30% controlling stake. Xian held Cece, looking like he was backing her up. I can represent the Mo family to buy it right now. Then we'll see who kicks out whom. Shang Ku didn't expect him to stand up for Gu Cece, even willing to go against the Shang family. He was so angry that his brows furrowed tightly, speechless. Mo Zishuan raised an eyebrow, openly declaring war. Cece's business is my business. Mr. Shang, do you want to play a game with me? Seeing Shang Ku at a disadvantage, Ran Shiwei stepped forward and held his hand. With teary eyes, she persuaded, don't offend Gu Cece because of me. This will cast a shadow on your brotherhood with Sikhen. It doesn't matter if I suffer a little. I just feel that with Sikhen missing, Annie must be so worried at home. Shang Ku held her in his arms, sympathetically, patting her head to comfort her. Don't cry. I'm here. No one can bully you. He considered himself loyal and chivalrous, but to the onlookers, this plot twist was one after another. This crying girl wanted to steal the pregnant woman's husband, and then she was all gentle and dependent on another man. The crowd was amazed, discussing among themselves. Who does this constantly crying woman actually like? Seeing the scene getting more chaotic, the deputy captain quickly came forward to disperse the crowd, asking everyone to leave. Mo Zishuan was also tired of watching this pair of scumbags putting on an act. He boldly pulled Cece and turned to leave. Hearing Shiwei's pitiful crying, Shang Ku's gaze at Gu Cece became even sharper. Glaring at the backs of the two leaving, he said viciously, let's go, shall we? This CEO finally woke up and stopped indulging the green tea bitch. He even warned his childhood friend not to meddle. The green tea bitch brought the brainless childhood friend to find his best friend. He fiercely scolded the scumbag couple. But Gu Cece, looking at the bloody scratches on Mo Zishuan's neck, felt heartbroken and was gently applying medicine for him. At this moment, Mu Ruona angrily kicked the door open, shouting that if she saw him again, she would teach him a lesson. Gu Cece and Mo Zishuan were both startled. They saw her hair disheveled, fists clenched, and even her sunglasses broken. They immediately asked with concern learn what had happened to her. Did she get into a fight with someone? Ruona gritted her teeth angrily. What fight? That bastard from class locked me in the storage room. Speaking of this, she recalled what had just happened. 2 hours ago, Ruona was dragged away by Shang-ku without explanation. She kept struggling. I've already told you clearly, I'm on vacation now. You have no right to interfere with anything I do. But Shang-ku didn't listen to anything she said. He forcibly pulled her to a remote storage room. He turned her around and pinned her against the table. He earnestly persuaded, this is all for your own good. Gu Cece isn't as good as you think. Shiwei told me everything. It's this Ran Shiwei again. Lu Ruona cursed angrily. You big jerk. You believe everything she says. Why don't you just be with your sister then? Shang-ku frowned in displeasure, thinking she was being unreasonable. He directly took some rope and tied her arms behind her back. Hearing Ruona still cursing nonstop, he also gagged her mouth with a cloth. You're too agitated now. I can't explain to you. Calm down first. After I help Shiwei settle this matter, I'll talk to you properly. He left after saying this. Left alone in the dark, Mulana shed 2 lines of tears in grievance. Shang-ku actually treated her like this for the sake of his so-called sister, being tied up and locked in a storage room. At this moment, Ruona felt utterly disappointed in this man. Thinking about what she had just gone through, Ruona's anger surged. That bastard. To help Ran Shiwei, that green tea bitch. He doesn't even care about me anymore. Gu Cece also felt sorry for her friend and asked with concern what she planned to do next. Ruona charmingly flipped her hair. Of course, resign. I don't want to work with such a person anymore. Although they knew this was just a front she put on for them, Gu Cece and Mo Zishuan were still impressed by her nonchalance. Ruona's gaze, however, suddenly fell on Mo Zishuan's neck. Her eyes immediately focused. What happened to you? Gu Cece answered with some guilt. It was scratched by Ran Shiwei. Ruona angrily shouted. How dare Ran Shiwei? You're the young miss of the Mo family after all. Mo Zishuan's smile also turned cold. Yes, in all my life, this is the first time someone dared to scratch me. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. They reached a consensus. Since they now had a common enemy, their small friction could be put aside for now. Only Gu Cece looked on in confusion, feeling that the two of them seemed to have agreed on something extraordinary. At this time, Een Sik-hin, who was disguised as the captain, also received the news. He couldn't help but reflect if he had been too indulgent towards Ran Shiwei. Xiao couldn't help but chime in, the young madam has been wrong. Hearing this, Een Sichin's expression instantly turned fierce. Go warn Ran Shiwei. Tell her not to get too carried away. Only Shang-ku knows I'm here. Ran Shiwei must have forced Shang-ku to bring her. Een Sik-hin felt a surge of anger. Also warned Shang-ku. He's been meddling in too many affairs lately. Speaking of this, Xiao quickly reported, Mr. Shang just tied up Miss Mu in the storage room. Miss Mu probably hates Mr. Shang now. Should we remind Mr. Shang? Een Sik-hin sneered. Remind him of what? He should taste the bitterness of unrequited love. Ruona will teach Shang-ku a lesson. Make him understand what it means to lose her. Xiao understood immediately. He respectfully responded, yes. Een Sik-hin tiredly rubbed his forehead. It's late. Go rest. You don't need to work overtime tonight. Xiao was moved to tears. At this moment, the CEO was an angel in his eyes. Meanwhile, after comforting Ran Shiwei, Shang-ku returned to the storage room to find Ruona. But when he opened the door, he found the room in chaos and the person gone. The bodyguards were also puzzled, as they hadn't left since arriving. Shang-ku looked around and saw that the window on the wall had been broken. He had a guess. The bodyguards were still explaining, we really didn't leave for a second. Shang-ku angrily cursed. Bunch of useless trash. Can't even watch one person. He immediately had a bad feeling and quickly took out his phone to call Ruona. But the system prompted that the user's number had expired. He then realized he had been blocked. The next second, he received an email. When he opened it, he was instantly shocked, his eyes widening as if struck by lightning. He thought viciously about Ruona. You actually want to resign? The next day, Cece and her 2 best friends went hand in hand to visit the cruise ship's aquarium. It was designed with a full panoramic view. The transparent windows allowed real-time views of the underwater scenery. As soon as Ruona entered, she was stunned by the beautiful scene and exclaimed, this place is really beautiful. Seeing the familiar scene, Gu Cece couldn't help but compare it to the captain's room. The next second, she suddenly realized and covered her face in embarrassment. Why was she thinking about that annoying guy again? At this time, Muruona had already run to the glass window, waving at the sharks. She called out, "Big baby!" The shark was attracted and came over, opening its huge mouth as if about to swallow her whole. Scared, she turned and hugged Cece, crying out for help, completely forgetting there was glass between them. Under her friend's teasing, Muruona finally came to her senses and laughed along embarrassedly. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly rang out. "Muruona, how dare you resign?"